Transmigrated to a brutal world, crawling with deceitful humans and grotesque monsters, Shen Ye wakes up in the body of an outcast, despised by everyone, looked down on as utter trash. Little did anyone know that a new soul had taken over his body. Once an ordinary young man, Shen Ye now holds an earth-shattering secret. A mysterious door he can summon at will, a gateway to infinite power. But that's not all. He also possesses mystic eyes, allowing him to see everything from an enemy's weaknesses and the flow of energy to the very souls of the unseen. In this chaotic world, where the weak are devoured, Shen Ye begins his journey to defy fate. With eyes that see souls and a dimensional door at his command, the boy once called trash will soon make the entire world kneel. The young man wakes up in a hospital bed, his face pale and exhausted. He mutters in confusion, "Huh?" Suddenly, he rubs his eyes, staring intently at the space in front of him. "Am I seeing things?" A door was floating in midair. Curious, he gets out of bed, walks around to the back of it, and mumbles to himself. This door is really just floating here. And there's nothing behind it. Is this some kind of magic trick? His hand gently touches the doorknob. Asterisk. Click asterisk. The moment he turns the handle, a powerful force yanks him inside. All he can do is yell, "Whoa!" He tumbles onto a cold, filthy floor. Looking around in shock, he glances back at the floating door behind him. He can't believe his eyes. Wait a minute, how is there a whole other space on the other side of this door? He stumbles through a dark hallway, its walls covered in bloodstains. It's so dark. Where am I? Is anyone here? As he walks, strange crackling times sound echoes from behind him, making him jump as cold sweat drips down his back. Out of the darkness, a giant skeletal monster emerges, letting out a series of horrifying hisses and bone-chilling cracks. Faced with what looks like death itself, his face goes pale with terror. Arg! The monster lets out an earth-shattering roar. He bolts, running for his life. He dashes back towards the door, slamming it shut while yelling, "So sorry to bother you. Have a nice life. Goodbye." He collapses back onto the hospital bed, panting heavily as he watches the door fade away. Damn it, this world is way too dangerous. I was so scared that monster was going to break through. Huh? Where'd the door go? Did it really just vanish? Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes from a wisp of black smoke. Congratulations, human. You have awakened the world-linking ability. I have finally found you. He frantically looks around the empty hospital room, stammering, Who's talking? The voice continues, echoing directly in his mind. Do not be alarmed. I am imprisoned in another world, and am currently communicating with you through your thoughts. Listen closely. My time to communicate across worlds is limited. If you don't want to die, you will do exactly as I say. He replies in confusion. Communicating through thoughts? What is happening? The voice commands. First, open your bag. Find the strange idol inside. He asks doubtfully. An idol? Rummaging through his backpack, he's stunned to find the very item. There really is an idol here. Is this it? The voice explains. Yes. That is the cursed idol of the myriad fallen demon king. Someone intentionally placed it near you, using it to curse you, kill you, and steal your soul. And yet, you survived. At that moment, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushes into him, and he clutches his head. The memories, they're flooding in. I'm not the original owner of this body. This body belonged to a high school student also named Shen Ye. He recalls the body's original owner's horrific final moments. His soul had been utterly destroyed by the cursed idol. And I died from overwork back on Earth, and my soul transmigrated here, perfectly taking over his body. The mysterious voice continues. Human, a curse that fails to kill its target will, in turn, grant you an immense and unprecedented power. This is the power it has accumulated from stealing souls for 1,000,000 years. Now, summon that door again. The idol suddenly cracks apart. Watching it turn to dust in his hands, Shen Ye is shocked. Huh? It just crumbled into dust. The voice confirms. Exactly. That door now belongs to you. And just like that, the glowing door reappears before him. That is your world-linking ability. A system interface pops up. Because you were very polite upon your last entry, you have received the evaluation tag. Polite person. A cracked gray tag appears. Equipping this tag provides a buff. When you act politely, others' impression of you will improve slightly. He looks at the floating tag, thinking to himself, so, an evaluation tag is basically an equipable passive skill. The mysterious voice begins to fade. My power is nearly exhausted. Human, be careful. The one who used that cursed idol on you will come for you again the moment they learn you're still alive. They could appear at any second. Shen Ye quickly asks, Wait, who are you? Why are you helping me? The answer echoes back, Because I need you. Just then, glowing red text appears on the door. The realm you stumbled into today is called the Nightmare World. And it is also my prison. The voice fades completely. Human, grow stronger. Journey into the depths of the Nightmare World and rescue me. I will reward you handsomely. Just don't die before you get here. Right. He was stunned. The voice was gone. He stood silently in the room, mulling over his future. I just got here and I'm already on a hit list? But why? I'm digging through Shen Ye's memories, but I can't find a single enemy. Who the hell is after me? Whatever. I'll just have to make do with this title for now. I've got no way to defend myself, so my only option is to go through that door and see if I can find a new title. Shen Ye stood before the door, his palms sweating. He gripped the handle, trying to calm his nerves, knowing a terrifying skeleton was on the other side. Screw it. I'm going in. Worst case scenario, I'll just bolt. As long as I stay close to the door, it probably can't do anything to me. A dry clicking sound echoed through the room. He stepped inside, stared at the massive silhouette of the skeleton, and started formulating a strategy. That skeleton looks way too strong. I can't fight it head on. But what if I could communicate with it? That's it. Communication is the foundation of civilization. A skeleton is just a dead person, and dead people used to be, well, people. Maybe I can negotiate and turn it into an ally. It could help me fight off those unknown assassins. With a polite person title to back me up, there might be a sliver of hope. Facing the massive, evil creature looming before him, he swallowed hard. Yeah, let's go with that. He mustered all his courage, gave an exceptionally polite bow to activate the skill, and said, "Greetings, sir. My name is Shen Ye." Polite person, activated. In response to his courtesy, the monster let out a cold, guttural hiss. Its eye sockets blazed with a deadly blue fire. Seeing that it didn't attack right away, he inwardly rejoiced that the title was working and kept a friendly smile on his face. My sincerest apologies for interrupting your meal earlier. Nice. The title really seems to be effective. In truth, I would very much like to be your friend. But to his horror, the monster suddenly swung its bony arm in a devastating attack. I just wanted to. A deafening crash resounded as he scrambled for his life back toward the door. Aggh. Barely making it back to the hospital room, he panted while cursing the creature's violence. Was that really necessary? So aggressive. All I wanted was to talk to you. The monster wasn't done yet. It slammed its hand on the floor, sending a massive shockwave through the room. The impact threw him onto the bed. Oof, he grunted in pain. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he watched in terror as the door began to shake violently. This is bad. If that door breaks, it's gone for good. This gray tier title is completely useless this time around. I wonder if I can get a new title? Immediately, the system panel popped up with a message that crushed his spirits. Daily title evaluation can only be received once per day. Today's attempt has been used. Please try again tomorrow. So I can't just farm for titles infinitely. The pressure of imminent death sharpened his resolve. If that skeleton keeps blocking the door, I'll never get a better title. And damn it, those assassins could show up at any second. I don't have time to waste. He stood up, his eyes burning with the focus of a true professional. I'm betting it all on my title from my past life, the Golden Salesman. So sorry to bother you again, but I'm back. In my past life, I was a top-tier salesman. I am absolutely going to win you over. The monster roared, launching an attack that tore through the air toward him. Debris flew everywhere, accompanied by the gruesome, cracking sound of bone against bone. This time, Shen Ye calmly stepped into the light, looking his opponent straight in the eye. That's useless. He flashed a confident smile and held out a hand in negotiation. You can't eat me, because I can move freely between two worlds. The only solution here is for us to communicate. He closed the distance, backing the skeleton up with his aggressive questioning. Want to hear my proposal? Hey, wait, don't leave, don't go. Seeing the skeleton start to turn away, he pointed to the cracks on its body, analyzing it like an expert. I noticed it earlier. You're injured. While you were eating that corpse, your severed left arm was slowly regenerating new bone. And it's not just your left arm. Your skull, your ribs, your spine. They're all severely damaged, aren't they? The monster froze, its eye sockets flashing as if he'd struck a nerve. It stopped dead in its tracks. He then whipped out his phone to show it a miracle cure. While I can't let you eat me, my world is full of things that are extremely good for your bones. For example, these calcium pills are made specifically for bone health. Plus, we have countless other supplements, way more nutritious than I am, and at a ridiculously low price, too. He spread his arms wide with a grand gesture, continuing his sales pitch. If we become friends, I can buy them for you. After all, where I'm from, we have a saying about taking a knife in the ribs for a friend. What's buying a few bottles of calcium compared to that? Then again, I guess getting stabbed in the ribs a couple of times wouldn't really bother you, would it? He held his breath, waiting for the evil creature's reaction. So, what do you say? Suddenly, an explosion of purple energy erupted from the skeleton, startling him as arcs of violet lightning flashed through the air. Shen Ye thought nervously. Still no good? Looks like I'll have to try another tactic. But then, an ancient-looking scroll materialized within the brilliant purple light. You have received a contract? Huh. So the deal went through after all. He picked up the scroll and began to read it, and he was absolutely floored by the other party's background. Is this monster's origin really that terrifying? Wait a second, why is there an ellipsis after its name? Reading the rest of it, he broke out in a cold sweat because of its true title. Lord Mike Lanch has fallen. The officer of the 5th Combat Squad is now taking control of the battlefield. A member of the Great Skeleton Army. Turns out, he was just some puny, low-ranking officer. A contract manifested, glowing brilliantly in a purple light, its contents detailing a pact of equal exchange. It came with a message from the Great Demon, saying, I recall, 7,000 years ago, humans, with their incredible talents in culture, art, and science, caused the eternal bells of destiny to chime 12 times, a feat that stunned even the gods themselves. Human, I hope you can help me restore my power. I have never made a pact with any being other than a god. So, you'd better understand the true value of this contract. Shen Ye stared at the hovering contract, his resolve hardening as the voice echoed. This is a contract of equals. Should either party become dissatisfied, this pact can be nullified at any time. Sign your name on the next line. Doing so will officially seal this pact. Signed by, the young man reached out, his hand touching the empty air. The name Shen Ye materialized in a blaze of light, followed by a powerful proclamation. Shen Ye, the human who has conquered the curse of the myriad fallen demon, the gatekeeper between nightmare and reality, the one and only manipulator of the space between two worlds. Seeing these lines of text, he was stunned and thought to himself, whoa, so, I have a title this badass? A powerful stream of green energy erupted, enveloping him and the skeletal great demon, marking the completion of the pact. The story then cuts to a modern apartment complex, bathed in the brilliant glow of sunset. Shen Ye's parents said caringly, Little Ye, you just got out of the hospital. If you feel uncomfortable at all, you have to tell us right away, okay? In the cozy home, his mother handed him a box of medicine and a bag. Just stay home and rest well for the next few days. Don't put too much pressure on yourself about other things. Here, this is a restorative tonic. Take it on an empty stomach to build up your strength. And I also bought all the calcium pills you need. Here, take them. Holding the bag of medicine, Shen Ye said emotionally, Thanks, thank you, Mom and Dad. His father looked at him with a loving gaze. We're family. There's no need to be so formal. As long as you're safe and healthy, that's more important than anything else. At that moment, he thought to himself, in my past life, I was an orphan, being cared for by family like this. It feels so good. Suddenly, a knock on the door shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Knock, knock. 2 police officers appeared at the door. One held out his badge and said, Hello everyone, we're from the East City District Police Station. We're here regarding the case involving Shen Ye. The older officer explained, his face full of sympathy. Many incidents like this happen every year. They're completely unpredictable. Whoever runs into one can only consider themselves unlucky. That's right. There's nothing we can do either. It's a good thing Mr. Shen has recovered. It's truly a blessing in disguise. Hearing those words, Shen Ye was silent for a long moment, then screamed inwardly, No. A horrific image flashed through his mind. The original Shen Ye had actually been killed long ago by the monster summoned by the curse. His eyes filled with anguish as he thought about the injustice. So, next time something like this happens to someone, are they supposed to just leave it up to fate? The 2 officers could only look at him in silence. The younger officer, the one with the mechanical arm, suddenly spoke up, breaking the quiet. Mr. Shen, I know you're upset. Shen Ye was startled. The officer continued, But there's something I want to tell you. He leaned against the door, his expression serious. It's already been approved by the higher-ups. That hospital is going to be abandoned. No one will be allowed in or out anymore. You can rest easy. There won't be any new victims. Noticing the insignia on the man's shoulder, Shen Ye was inwardly surprised. 3 stars. Turns out he's a police chief. So young, and he's already. Then he smiled and replied, Thank you for letting me know, sir. I was just worried that someone might be trying to target me. The police chief reassured him in a cold but confident tone. You're just a high school student with a simple social life. We haven't found any enemies of yours like that. With that, the 2 officers gave a salute and prepared to leave. Our involvement ends here. We have other duties to attend to. We won't disturb you any further." As he watched them leave, Shen Ye heard his father's voice. "Let me see you gentlemen out." Meanwhile, he was thinking, looks like the curse of the myriad fallen demon king is on another level. Not only can the police not handle it, but it's even a headache for the government. You can tell even the police are scared of this and just want to wash their hands of it. He sat down on his bed, his expression pensive as he considered the mastermind. But Shen Ye is just an ordinary high school student. Who on earth would use something so powerful against him? Lost in thought, he was startled when the police chief suddenly reappeared. "Chief, I thought you left. Why are you back?" The man held out a card with an air of mystery. "Take this. It's my card." Shen Ye accepted it. "Oh, thank you, sir." As he was leaving, the officer gave him a serious warning. "If anything goes wrong, call me directly." Shen Ye stared at the jet black business card. Police Chief Luo Fei Chuan. The young man's mind raced, lost in thought about this man. It seems not everyone at the police station is incompetent after all. Can I trust him? Or rather, what can he even do to help me? It looks like he isn't just following orders from his superiors. If the entire police force and even the government are helpless, what can one little police chief possibly do? A sharp, anxious glint flashed in his eyes. Besides, everyone knows I'm still alive now. The killer definitely won't let this go so easily. Thinking of his parents' safety, his heart tightened. If I screw this up, I could drag my entire family into this mess. He held out his hand, a burning will to act surging within him. First things first, I have to get stronger. A powerful burst of energy erupted as he summoned his ability. Stepping through the mysterious portal, Shen Ye flashed a confident, professional-grade salesman's smile. He stood in the dark corridor of the nightmare and called out, "Great Bone Demon, are you there?" From the ceiling, a giant skull looked down. Shen Ye excitedly held up a bag of items. "Hi, I brought the calcium supplements you needed." The monster pointed a bony finger at another box in his hand, startling him. He smiled slyly and asked, "What's this? You want this box of super tonics?" A brilliant green energy began to swirl around the box as the trade commenced. System notifications appeared. The other party desires the more effective super tonic in your possession. As a battlefield collections officer, it has selected this enemy soldier's relic from its war spoils to trade for your super tonic. The image of a spirit appeared along with the item's information, Nightmare Crystal, a beginner-level item crafted by the Great Bone Demon's old enemies, the High Elves. It can directly transfer various types of knowledge, skills, and intelligence to the user. In the Nightmare, war is the eternal theme. All civilized knowledge is built around rapidly enhancing one's combat abilities. Shen Ye held the radiant crystal in his hand, thrilled. A crystal that can grant knowledge and skills? Awesome. This sounds interesting. The crystal shattered in his hand, releasing shards of energy that enveloped the young man. The system lit up, announcing Shen Ye had acquired a new skill. You have learned Moonlit Step. This is the primary movement technique of elven soldiers. The undead race, where the Great Bone Demon resides, and the elven race have been at war for ages. To counter the undead, the elves created this movement technique. It allows the user to dodge, strike, and weave. He felt the green aura surround his body and clenched his fists in excitement. Moonlit Step. I can't believe I traded a super tonic pill for an elven movement technique. Now I finally have some basic self-defense skills. Across from him, the giant bony hand of the monster took the boxes of supplements he offered with a chilling sound. Crack, crack, crack. After receiving the traded items, the giant skeleton retreated into the deep darkness, the cracking sound fading until it disappeared completely. Shen Ye stood with his arms crossed, looking in the direction the monster had vanished with an annoyed expression. Hiding in the shadows. Huh? Seriously, we already have a contract. What's with the whole mysterious act? Suddenly hearing a noise outside the door, he was startled and quickly dismissed the mystic portal. All right, time to study the moonlit step I just got. Sounds like my parents are home. Better get to my room first. The system panel appeared, assessing his physical attributes. Moonlit step. First form, dodge. Requires 3 agility. Assessing your physical attributes. Current agility, 2. You are short 1 agility point to use dodge. This really is just like a game. So how do I increase my agility? Just as he was pondering this, a cold voice echoed from behind him. You're still alive. How is that possible? The voice made him spin around in terror. Through the rain-streaked window, the dark silhouette of an assassin was hanging upside down, staring at him with murderous eyes. The assassin's grotesque face and piercing green eyes glared through the glass. Let's see what you're really made of. In an instant, he smashed through the window and burst into the room, swinging a sharp blade in a lightning-fast attack toward Shen Ye. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, He dodged the blow by a hair's breadth. The assassin smirked in praise. "Not bad, kid. You've got some moves." Meanwhile, Shen Ye was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, "Ugh, that was way too close." He fell back into a defensive stance, his heart pounding. An assassin. I didn't think he'd come so soon. Trying to use a persuasion skill to find a way out, he forced a smile and asked, "Hello, sir. Can I help you with something?" Activate polite demeanor? The assassin was unmoved, swinging his blade ferociously. "Idiot. Just die for me." The shocking realization hit him. Whoa, it's totally useless. The system explained the skill rankings, from gray to purple. The assassin mocked him. Slippery as an eel. Shen Ye gritted his teeth in anger. So this is a low-grade skill, no wonder. Damn it, I still can't use Moonlit Stag Stride. The man pulled out a gun, aimed it straight at his head, and threatened him with absolute confidence. "Is that all you've got? You think your agility is high enough to dodge a bullet?" Shen Ye was drenched in a cold sweat as he stared down the barrel of the gun. I'm screwed. Fortunately, the system reminded him that he could swallow brands to gain potential points. He quickly gave the order. "What? I can swallow brands? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Swallow. A powerful surge of green spiritual energy erupted, enveloping him. Swallow successful. You have received 1 attribute point. Quick, put it all into agility for me. Agility leveled up from 2 to 3. Moonlit Stag Stride, first form, dodge, was now usable. The words Moonlit Stag Stride appeared, radiating power. As he dodged, he glanced towards the door, looking for an escape route. The bullet merely passed through his afterimage. The assassin was utterly stunned. Shen Ye dashed through a mysterious door into the nightmare world. The assassin gave chase, yelling loudly, "You're not getting away." He charged into the dark, blood-stained space, wondering in shock. What is this? A secret passage? Shen Ye stood in the distance, waving provocatively. "See you later, my assassin friend." This left the assassin completely baffled. Enraged, he rushed forward, swinging his blade to finish him off. "I've got you now. Die." But right behind him, a giant, skeletal monster suddenly materialized, its eyes burning with a murderous blue-green flame. A deafening crash echoed as blood splattered everywhere. The monster had just pulverized the poor assassin. The giant skeleton stood tall in the darkness, letting out a gruesome crunching sound as it cleaned up the intruder. Shen Ye leaned against the wall, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Asterisk. Pant. Pant. Pant asterisk. His eyes were filled with worry as he thought about his current situation. "Damn it, this is way too dangerous. I'm afraid even more assassins will show up at my door," he told himself. "I can't waste a single second. I need to find a few more trump cards to defend myself." Just then, a green aura flared up with a notification from the system. "Your offering has greatly pleased the other party. Adhering to the principle of equal exchange, the other party has offered items for trade, which have been recognized by the contract." Shen Ye was amazed to see 2 treasures appear before him. "What? It's giving me 2 items at once? And they're both green grade too." They were the Pale Shadow Crown and the Silver War Medal. Information about the first item appeared. Pale Shadow Crown, a green, elite-grade piece of equipment. It maintains a high-level shadow spell from the Dark Abyss. No matter who wears it, they can disguise themselves as an elf, meticulously crafted by the undead. The second item was no less valuable, the Silver War Medal. This is a symbol of meritorious honor for the elven forces in the nightmare world. Only soldiers who have performed great deeds can receive it. By wearing this medal, you can teleport to the elven sphere of influence. A smug smile spread across his face as he reached out to try on the new equipment. "Haha, this skeleton is pretty practical. At first, it just wanted to eat me, but now that it sees my value in trade, it's showering me with good stuff. Let me try on this Crown of Shadows." A blue light enveloped Shen Ye's entire body, beginning a magical transformation. In an instant, he had become a true elf. He looked at himself in the mirror excitedly. "Oh my god, I really turned into an elf. This is perfect," he thought, making a plan. "Tomorrow, my ability to refresh brands will be restored. I have to go to the elven territory and stock up." Suddenly, there was a series of urgent knocks at the door. Asterisk, knock 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 asterisk, followed by a voice. "Hello, is Shen Ye home?" It startled him. "Who is it? Who's knocking at this hour? Could it be another assassin?" The voice outside quickly continued. "Brother Ye, is that you? Thank God you're okay. It's me." Shen Ye remembered Chen Haoyu, his sworn brother. The day Shen Ye had gone to the hospital, it was to visit him. He quickly dispelled the magic, transforming back to his normal self before answering, "Coming." The moment he opened the door, Chen Haoyu threw his arms around him, sobbing. "Brother Ye, you had me scared to death. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I'm the one who got you into this mess. Shen Ye patted his brother's shoulder comfortingly. It's not your fault. I just have bad luck. It's okay. Aren't I perfectly fine now? Just then, his mother appeared. Oh, isn't this Hao Yu? Are you here to visit little Ye? He turned to his mother. Mom, you're back? Are you by yourself? Where's Dad? His mother answered gently. Your father went to see your grandpa. He wanted to see if they could help get some more vitality tonics. Then she asked, have you drunk the powerful tonic yet? He replied, yes, I drank it. Hearing this, Chen Hao Yu exclaimed in shock. A powerful vitality tonic? That stuff is incredibly rare. You can't always get it, even if you have the money. Your family really knows how to keep a secret. Shen Ye's mother could only offer a weary smile. Hey, it took a lot of effort. Hao Yu continued to encourage him. Brother Ye, your parents are so good to you. You have to get better soon, so you can take the high school entrance exams. This left Shen Ye stunned. A memory surfaced in his mind. High school entrance exams. That's right. The original owner of this body was a middle schooler, right in the middle of that important test. Because of the curse, Shen Ye was in the hospital and missed his first exam. Chen Hao Yu bowed his head, consumed by guilt. With your grades, you were a shoo-in for a top-tier high school. This is all my fault. His mother quickly stepped in, telling him not to blame himself. Hao Yu. Even though Shen Ye missed the first strength test, as long as he does well on the second agility test, he can still get into a normal high school. Shen Ye stared at his palm, where his attribute stats were now visible. The high school entrance exam in this world is nothing like the one I'm used to. Besides academic subjects, you also have to be tested on your body's strength and agility. So, these are my stats? No wonder the moon-chasing deer required agility. Through the window, the assassin's silhouette was still lurking in the darkness. But I'm being hunted right now. Going to school is like painting a target on my back. He looked at his mother with a troubled expression, thinking to himself, maybe I should just give up. But then, his mother stepped forward and wrapped him in a warm hug. She whispered gently, if you don't want to take the test, that's okay too. Your father and I just want you to be healthy and safe. That's all that matters. Feeling her love, Shen Ye put on a confident smile to ease her worries. Don't worry, Mom. You know what I'm capable of, right? He thought to himself. If I said I wanted to quit, she'd agree in a heartbeat. Then he turned to Hao Yu and said, I'll be at school tomorrow for the review session. But I can't do that to them. Old memories began to flood his mind. The original Shen Ye's memories were pouring into his brain. His grandfather and the clan they belonged to seemed to have a powerful background, with vast resources. An image of the family of three walking into the sunset appeared. However, his parents' relationship with his grandfather and the clan was terrible. His parents never once asked his grandfather for help. They relied on their own hard work to get by. Though their family was ordinary, they were stable. His gaze fell on his parents. There's no way they could have afforded that kind of powerful medicine. He looked at the gleaming medicine box in his hand and realized what it must have cost them. They must have humbled themselves, suffered, and begged his grandfather just to get this. Shen Ye looked at the plate of food on the table. His heart grew heavy, thinking about the soul of this body's original owner. Their son, the real Shen Ye, was already dead. He quietly called out, Mom, and thought, then I have even more reason not to let all their efforts go to waste. He forced a bright smile to hide his sorrow. I'm starving. Mom, can you make me a late-night snack? The next day, bright morning sunlight washed over the modern high school. This was where Shen Ye would begin his new journey. Stepping into the classroom, he opened the unfamiliar textbooks. Body conditioning, awakening spiritual energy, strength training. He was stunned. The subjects in this world are on a whole different level. He glanced around and reassured himself. The school is so crowded, the assassin wouldn't dare make a move in broad daylight. If I can get into a good high school, there will definitely be more powerful teachers there to protect me. Lost in thought, a classmate ran up to him. Shen Ye, Zhao Yibing is looking for you. She's out in the hallway. He asked blankly. Huh? Zhao Yibing? Stepping into the hall, he saw a beautiful girl waiting for him as a memory surfaced. Zhao Yibing. I remember she's a friend of Shen Ye's, who used to cling to him to ask for help with schoolwork. He walked closer and asked, you were looking for me? Zhao Yibing turned away with a cold expression. I heard you're back for the exam reviews. I did pretty well on the first test. I'm confident about the rest too. I'll definitely get into the provincial top-tier school. Shen Ye gave a polite smile in return. Is that so? Congratulations. But the girl just remained silent, her meaning clear. Suddenly, she looked at him with a determined gaze mixed with a hint of pity. What I want to say is, you shouldn't come looking for me anymore. Her words caused a stir in the surrounding crowd. Drama, drama. Quick, come and see. The school beauty is about to dump Shen Ye, he thought, completely stunned. the girl continued, explaining in a distant tone. Shen Ye, what I mean is, we're on different paths now. Sooner or later, our difference in social class will mean we have nothing in common. So let's not develop this relationship any further. But we can still be friends. She held up her phone, showing him her contact list. I obviously already missed one exam. You're really going to kick me while I'm down? Isn't that a bit much? I've already deleted your contact info. I hope you have a good life from now on. Shen Ye rested his chin on his hand, thinking back on his memories. I remember, for the past few years, you were the one who always came to find me. I never once actively sought you out. Then he replied coldly, Zhao Yibing, I never wanted to be friends with you in the first place. The exam is coming up. I hope you can do as you say and stop hanging around me. You're affecting my studies. The students started whispering again, but this time, about her. Back when Shen Ye was number 1 in our grade, Zhao Yibing was always clinging to him. What? So now that he missed one test, she publicly draws a line in the sand? That's just messed up. A girl with a freckled face rushed forward and yelled, Wait a minute, Bingbing gave you so many gifts, and you say that? To talk to her like that? Shen Ye, you're a real disappointment. He calmly asked who she was. Zhao Yibing's eyes welled up with tears as she played the victim. Shen Ye. I thought we were friends. Shen Ye scratched his head, completely fed up with the drama unfolding before him. Trying to bait me by playing pitiful? Looks like she's planning to kick me while I'm down. But she seriously underestimated the skills of a gold-tier salesman. He declared loudly, Zhao Yibing, it's true I accepted your gifts. But accepting gifts doesn't mean I have to accept times you asterisk. I'll use her own magic to defeat her magic. He turned his back and walked away. He waved his hand dismissively. If you really had my best interests at heart, you wouldn't use gifts to tie me down. I have every right to aim for someone better. I have nothing more to say to you. If you want the gifts back, I'll pay you for them. Shen Ye glanced back one last time, his expression ice cold. But don't you ever dream of being friends with me? A freckled girl yelled out in anger. Shen Ye, you're a total scumbag. The crowd, swept up in the moment, started railing against him. Shen Ye, you jerk. You're the worst. She was so sincere with you. You think you're hot stuff just because you have good grades? He has no respect for women at all. Scumbag Shen Ye, get back here. Don't you dare betray her sincere feelings. Zhao Yibing panicked when she saw things had gone too far. No, that's not what's happening. Shen Ye, we haven't finished talking, she thought bitterly to herself. Even though everyone is on my side, asterisk I'm, times the one who came here to dump times him asterisk. Now it looks like I'm the one getting dumped. In front of all these people. How am I ever going to show my face again? Suddenly, a huge guy blocked his path. Stop right there. He gritted his teeth, glaring menacingly. Bingbing hasn't given you permission to leave. Shen Ye gave the guy a dismissive once-over. Isn't this Sun Ming, ranked 3rd in our entire year? Class is about to start. Get out of my way. Sun Ming raised a flaming fist as a show of force. Shen Ye, you've missed a few days of school. Guess you're out of the loop. Huh? My power has skyrocketed. You're not number 1 anymore. If you don't want a few broken bones, you'd better apologize to Bingbing, right now. Shen Ye lowered his head and let out a weary sigh. Junior son, you've got it all wrong. Zhao Yibing called me here, not the other way around. Ugh, never mind. Fine, an apology it is. He turned and walked back toward Zhao Yibing, his face a mask of agony. I'm sorry, you win. A single tear streamed down Shen Ye's cheek as he spoke with tragic flair. Zhao Yibing, you can keep harassing me now. Are you satisfied? With that, he burst into tears and sprinted away. Whoa! He left Sun Ming standing there, dumbfounded, in the middle of the crowd. Everyone was stunned. Did Shen Ye just cry? He looked so heartbroken. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibing's face flushed bright red, completely cornered. The girl quickly reached out for him. Wait, I didn't mean to force you. Don't listen to Sun Ming. Then she clutched her head, screaming internally. Huh? What am I even saying? Why would I say I wasn't forcing him? That idiot Sun Ming has scrambled my brain. Sun Ming was furious that his own plan had backfired. Damn it, I was just trying to help Bingbing. How did it turn into this? You little punk. I'm gonna teach you a lesson. He lunged forward, throwing a heavyweight punch straight at Shen Ye's face. But in the blink of an eye, Shen Ye artfully flipped through the air, dodging the blow. The student's jaws dropped at his incredible aerial footwork. Bam! Sun Ming punched nothing but air and stumbled to the ground in pain. Using his new skill, Shen Ye moved through the crowd as fast as a green phantom. The girls started whispering in awe. Did you see that? What was that move? At that speed. I feel like his agility is even higher than before. Sun Ming couldn't react at all. If Shen Ye had actually put force into a kick just now, Sun Ming would have been knocked out cold. He stood proudly in a brilliant aura, activating moonlit deerwalk, and said casually, "I already apologized. Why do you insist on pushing things?" The commotion was cut short by a teacher's shout. "What are you all doing gathered here? The mock exam is about to begin. Hurry up and assemble on the training grounds. Now." Seeing the teacher, the crowd of students quickly scattered. "Let's go, quick, or else we'll get punished." Some even looked disappointed. Too bad we didn't get to see them fight. I wonder how epic that would have been. A fuming Sun Ming pointed a threatening finger in Shen Ye's face. "Shen Ye, this isn't over," but he just smirked contemptuously. At the stadium, Chen Haoyu ran up, waving and yelling, "Brother Ye!" While Shen Ye was warming up for the test, Haoyu leaned in close to whisper a plan to sneak out. "This test is going to take forever. Look at that line. It'll be ages before it's our turn." A new comic shop just opened up behind the school. "How about we go check it out for a bit and then come back?" Shen Ye thought to himself. Chen Haoyu's words reminded him. He was so exhausted yesterday, he passed out and forgot to claim his daily reward. "I have to use this chance to get today's reward." He immediately clutched his stomach, faking pain to get away. "I'm not going anywhere. You just hold my spot in line, okay? My stomach feels a little upset. I need to use the restroom." This left Haoyu completely baffled. "Huh?" Shen Ye walked off alone down the school's empty hallway. The school was dark. He quickly slipped into the bathroom to carry out his secret plan. Suddenly, from the shadows in the corner, a strange figure emerged menacingly. It was an assassin clad entirely in black, brandishing a razor-sharp knife as he advanced toward the room Tham Da had just entered. In his hand was a fountain pen that emitted a deadly, hazy purple smoke. The assassin silently stepped toward the sinks, his eyes glowing in the darkness. He stopped, looking around suspiciously. Seeing the wide-open stall doors, he angrily roared, "Where is he? I swear, I just saw him come in here." Meanwhile, in another dimension, Tham Da had put on a crown and transformed into a beautiful, golden-haired elf. He walked through the ruined halls of a nightmare world and called out, "Hey, great skeletal demon, are you here?" Then, hearing a click beneath his foot, he looked down and noticed a strange object. "This is that assassin's gun." He picked it up, his eyes lighting up with joy, "and it even has bullets. Nice. Well, now I have something to protect myself with on this trip to the Elven territory, even though I've never touched a gun before." Tham Da held the teleportation medal, his heart filled with resolve. "I have no idea where that great skeletal demon went. Whatever, time's wasting. I gotta go." A surge of blue electricity erupted around him with a deafening boom. Then, a mysterious voice echoed, startling him. An enigmatic spirit appeared before him. "It's you," that cryptic voice. The spirit replied, "I truly lack the strength to do anything more for you. Take this." Tham Da was stunned. A wisp of black smoke coiled around his hand before the spirit vanished. "This is a relic of humanity." The teleportation flared to life, whisking Tham Da away from the dark secret passage. He fell onto a lush green lawn next to a stream. My head is spinning. Did the teleport work? This must be the territory of the elf tribe. He held up the short sword that he'd just been given and examined it. "This short sword is the thing that mysterious voice gave me. Why would he give this to me?" Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound from the bushes behind him and spun around on guard. "Who's there?" 3 heavily armed elves suddenly appeared, surrounding him. One of them exclaimed, "Hey, it's the one named Farron." Tham Da stared at them blankly and repeated the unfamiliar name. "Farron?" The leader crossed his arms and scoffed with an annoyed look. You finally decided to show up. Took you long enough. If you didn't come, we were about to declare the mission a failure and report back to the higher-ups." Thinking fast, Tham Da played along to hide his identity. "I ran into a little trouble, so I'm a bit late." At the same time, he observed them secretly. All 3 of these guys are wearing the crown of the Pale Shadow. Just like me, they're not real elves. The leader clenched his fist with determination. "All right. What matters is that you're here now. We've already gained the trust of this elf tribe. They believe we're brave warriors who were wounded returning from the battlefield. We move tonight, kill their chieftain, and seize the Pharaon treasure. Are you ready?" Tham Da slowly reached up to adjust the crown on his forehead, a cunning smile spreading across his face. "Of course, my hands are already getting itchy." That action made his 3 companions lunge forward in a panic to stop him. "Don't move," the leader yelled. "You idiot! How dare you touch the crown of the Pale Shadow?" He quickly explained, "I just wanted to adjust it a little. This thing's a bit uncomfortable." But the other man just roared, "If you expose our true undead identities, we're all dead. You moron." Which only confirmed Tham Da's suspicions, just as I thought. Same medals, same crowns. All 3 of these guys are undead. Tham Da tried to remain calm and replied, "Relax. When I handle things, There won't be any problems. The leader scoffed. It had better be that way. Meanwhile, he was internally cursing the giant skeleton. That damn skeleton. You must be the Farron they're talking about, right? This was clearly your mission. And now you've dumped it on me. The group started speeding through the forest. The leader ordered, "Move out. Get to the elven village. Now." "Farron, your delay has already wasted enough of our time." Thamda had to push himself to keep up with their terrifying speed. "They're too fast. I have to use all my strength just to barely keep up. The power of these undead is extraordinary." Finally, the elven village, hidden in the darkness, came into view. "We're here. To enter the village, you need the chieftain's permission. This part isn't risky. You just have to show him the medal." He asked nervously, "Then what times is times risky?" And internally, he sighed with relief. "We finally made it. Another 10 minutes of running, and I would have been exposed." The undead assassin leaned close to his ear, whispering coldly, "The assassination tonight, of course. The three of us will provide support from the outside. You're in charge of the main assault." Thamda flinched, cold sweat pouring down his back. "Assassinate the chieftain? Me?" The undead stared at him suspiciously. "Yeah, what's wrong? You trying to back out now?" To hide his panic, he licked the blade of his sword with a wicked expression. "Back out? Not a chance. My blade is already thirsting for blood. Just leave this mission to me." Seeing his determined expression, they were satisfied. Very good." He cursed inwardly. Asterisk. Damn it. If I dared to say no just now, these undead bastards would have definitely killed me on the spot. Asterisk. He walked up to the imposing city gates of the elf clan. His heart was heavy. No matter how you looked at it, assassinating the leader in the elves' main stronghold was a suicide mission. Either way, I'm dead. That skeleton Henry is just using me as a scapegoat. Just then, one of his accomplices called out to the gate, "Our comrade is here. Please let him into the village." The guard looked down and waved, gesturing to the silver war medal. "Open the gate. This is a valiant warrior from the front lines." The gate opened, and the guard welcomed him warmly. "Come in. Please follow me to see the leader." Shen Ye was overwhelmed by the dazzling beauty of the elven village, built upon the trunks of colossal, ancient trees. He accidentally came face to face with stunningly beautiful elf women, causing his face to flush red with embarrassment. Leading him to a large door, the guard announced, "Please enter. The leader knows you've arrived. He is waiting for you inside." The two disguised undead stood outside, waving. "Go on and meet the leader, brother. We'll rest out here and wait for you." He quietly replied, but sneered inwardly. Asterisk. "Yeah, right. More like you're waiting here to make sure I don't run away." Asterisk. Stepping inside, he felt suffocated by the deathly solemn atmosphere. He couldn't understand how he got dragged into this conflict between the undead and the elves, but, trying to think positively, if I somehow succeed in this assassination, maybe I'll get a super powerful title. Shen Ye trudged along the long, deep corridor, heading towards the single sliver of light at the end of the room. In front of a large window stood the silhouette of an authoritative leader with his back to him, a brilliant blue spirit flame flickering on his shoulder. The handsome elven leader turned around, his deep blue eyes seeming to pierce right through to his soul. "Welcome, warrior from the front lines." Shen Ye was stunned. At that exact moment, the system announced, "You have gained the ability to appraise titles. Therefore, you can now see the titles possessed by other beings." A series of brilliant purple titles appeared around the leader: Soul of 1,000 Ginsengs, Heir to the Ancient Tree Throne, Lord of Nature, One Who Fights 10,000, Grandmaster of Magic, Gatekeeper of the Nightmare Realm, Pinnacle of the World. The sight left him utterly shocked. Asterisk. All these titles belong to this one elf? Asterisk. He secretly glanced at his own tiny, faint title, Polite Person. And my title? A sense of helplessness washed over him. Asterisk. I was so naive. To actually think I could successfully assassinate this guy. Asterisk. Those three undead outside are way stronger than me, and even they don't have the guts to face him directly. Shen Ye stared at the immense gap between them. Polite Person versus a whole slew of legendary titles. Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Pharaon the skeleton. I'll remember you for this. Daring to trick me into a death trap. The elven leader's calm voice startled him. Brave young soldier, thank you for your service. Please, rest well here in our village. Immediately, a stream of light enveloped him. Teleportation magic. We are holding a victory celebration. Go and enjoy yourself. Shen Ye was whisked away in a state of utter bewilderment. Shen Ye was instantly transported to a banquet table, surrounded by his three undead accomplices, who were busy enjoying the delicious food. One of the undead leaned close to his ear and instructed, "You're here. Eat up. It's still early. We can rest for a bit. You've met the assassination target, right? She'll be joining the party later. Wait until her guard is down, then you make your move. We'll provide cover. Shen Ye chewed on his bread while scoffing internally. Asterisk. Huh. Cover? You guys are just planning to use the chaos to run away. Asterisk. Asterisk. If this keeps up, I'm just waiting to die. I have to think of something. Asterisk. Suddenly, a lovely little elf girl appeared behind him. She asked softly, "Excuse me, sir. May I have this dance?" He was startled. The little girl looked at him with adoring, bright blue eyes. It's a great honor to dance with a hero from the front lines. He forced a smile and replied, "Of course, but I'm not a very good dancer." The little girl happily took his hand. "That's okay. I can lead." The two of them danced, twirling together in the middle of the brightly lit banquet hall. As he danced, Shen Ye worriedly said to himself, asterisk sigh. It's a shame I'm about to go get myself killed. If it weren't for this whole mess, getting to dance freely with a little elf lady like this. Asterisk. This is just fatally refreshing. I absolutely have to find a way out of this. Seeing him lost in thought, the little girl asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Your brothers are the same way. Was the fighting on the front lines so brutal that it hurt your minds?" He hastily covered for himself. "No, I was just thinking. I'm dancing so badly, I feel I'm not doing your invitation justice. May I ask your name, miss?" The little girl replied, "My name is Lanny." A desperate plan forming in his mind, he said, "Miss Lanny, I'd like to perform a magic trick for you as an apology, if that's all right?" Lanny cheered with excitement. "Haha, really? That's wonderful. Hurry up and show me." The little girl took off a bracelet and handed it to him. "Actually, you're not a bad dancer at all. Here, this is for you. It's my bracelet. Consider it a thank you gift in advance for the magic trick. If your magic trick isn't any good, I'm taking my bracelet back." The man smiled confidently. "No problem," then casually walked to the center of the banquet hall under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Shen Ye raised both hands and shouted, "My dear friends, all eyes on me. Next, I will perform a magic trick the likes of which you've never seen before." He looked straight at the audience with a confident expression. "This is the living human transformation. I can turn myself into a human." The crowd of elves murmured in excitement. "Really? Hurry up and do it. I've never seen a trick that turns someone into a human before. This is interesting. Let's see it." The three undead accomplices began to worry. "What is that Farron guy doing? Turning into a human? Do you guys know this kind of spell? I can't believe Farron is this clever." Thinking of this method to quickly blend in with the elves, Shen Ye placed a hand on the crown on his forehead and said softly, "Watch closely." A burst of blue light exploded, and he reverted to his true form as a human teenager, stunning everyone. "A gift for you, miss." He tossed the mystical crown towards the little girl. The beautiful young lady, Lan Ni, made the three accomplices freeze in sheer terror. The crowd gasped in amazement. "Whoa! Look at his ears and eyebrows. He really turned into a human, and a human teenager at that. Haha, that's incredible, amazing." Lan Ni stammered. "Thank you, hurry and change back." He explained with a smug grin, "Here's the thing. I can turn into a human because I took off that crown." Then he pointed directly at his three pale-faced accomplices. "And these three brothers of mine know this trick too," Shen Ye shouted, exposing them. "They just need to take off the crowns they're wearing, and they'll turn into undead." As hundreds of eyes turned towards them, the elf warriors immediately surrounded them, raising their spears. "Everyone, on your guard." "What? What's going on?" Taking advantage of the chaos, Shen Ye dashed towards a door that had just appeared. "After my three brothers finish their transformation, I'll be right back. Stop. Change back into an elf. Now." Lan Ni was shocked. "Huh? When did that door appear?" He slipped right into the mysterious portal, waving a defiant goodbye. "See you later, Miss Lan Ni." The door vanished instantly in a puff of black smoke. "Huh? It's gone. What kind of magic was that?" Lan Ni coldly ordered her soldiers, "Capture these three undead first. Be careful. We don't know what else they're planning." Giant roots from ancient trees burst from the ground, wrapping tightly around the three spies. Crack, snap, crack. They had no time to react. They were hoisted into the air, hanging upside down in agony, letting out pained screeches. A powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. "I was planning to play with you a little longer. What a pity." The true elf leader revealed himself in all his majesty. "You undead wanted to infiltrate my village, but you never expected that a human had already infiltrated your ranks long ago. He even took charge of your mission. How ironic." The undead spy trembled, trying to explain. "There must be some misunderstanding. We have medals." The leader's true face was revealed, with eerie, glowing red eyes, and he looked at them with contempt. He picked up Shen Ye's crown to examine it. This crown carries high-level dark magic from the dark abyss, and it's the permanent type, no less. This was truly unexpected. All the tribes have been infiltrated by spies from the undead clan. By obtaining this physical object, I can find its weakness and counteract it. The leader smirked slightly. I owe him one for this. An eerie silence now filled the party, and a line of text appeared. He's not coming back. Shen Ye returned to his own dark space, slumping to the ground with a sigh of relief. I can't believe the door can even adapt to its surroundings. It changes its form to match the environment. That situation was way too risky. I have to remember this lesson for the future. He suddenly noticed the giant skeleton relaxing and flew into a rage. You rotten bag of bones! While I was in the elf territory fighting for my life, you were here, kicking back and having a feast? The outburst even startled the skeleton. Faced with the furious Shen Ye, the great demon skeleton froze in silence, then asked with a tremor in its voice, "You're still alive?" He pointed a finger in its face and yelled, "You son of a bitch! You gave me that crown of darkness on purpose. You were trying to send me to my death, weren't you?" The skeleton brought its terrifying face close and demanded in a low voice, "How did you survive? Tell me every detail." Shen Ye crossed his arms and shot back. "And you think I'd tell you something like that?" The skeleton tried to placate him. "Tell me, and I will give you a fitting reward." But he brushed it off. "This isn't about a reward. You almost got me killed, and for the record, I'm the type who holds a grudge." Suddenly, a glowing ancient parchment scroll appeared with a notification. The other party is showing great sincerity. Based on the principle of equivalent exchange, a powerful undead spell has been prepared for you. The value of the spell caught Shen Ye's attention, but he immediately brushed it aside and roared with righteous fury. "You think you can buy me with this junk? You're insulting my very character." The skeleton paused, the blue flames in its eyes flickering as it explained, "The reason I gave you the Crown of Shadows is because you're human. The elves and humanity are allies. If you go, you'll have a chance to live. But if I were to go, the only outcome is certain death." To atone for its mistake, the skeleton offered an even more valuable item. A system notification popped up to show its remorse. The other party has bypassed the principle of equal exchange and decided to gift you an inherited nightmare crystal. The inherited nightmare crystal stores 3 peak-tier, evolvable undead talents. You may choose one to fuse with your soul, and thus possess its power. The skeleton revealed the secret of the stone. What we call a talent is a unique personal ability. It can be cast without consuming any power whatsoever. This inherited nightmare crystal is the very foundation upon which the undead race is built. It's incredibly precious. The only reason I've managed to cling to life after my injuries is because times want to get their hands on this crystal. They want to take the inherited talent, which is why they haven't finished me off. But now, I'm giving this chance to you. Heh heh heh. Ha 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 ha. They would never ever expect me to give it to a human. Ha 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 ha. Seeing such a sweet deal, Shen Ye feigned a shy blush, but his hand had already shot out and snatched the crystal. Ahem. I'm a man of principle, you know. But, seeing as you're being so sincere about it, I'll forgive you this one time. But remember, don't expect a second time. Suddenly, the space around him began to shake, and Shen Ye found himself standing before a giant skeleton. It sat upon a majestic throne. 3 streams of light blue, green, and orange floated around him, humming with power. The skeleton king on the throne commanded, "Choose. You may select one of these most ancient inherited talents to make your own." The first scroll appeared, Whisper in the Shadows. Beginner tier, evolvable. Use a corpse as a medium. The dead must answer your call, clawing their way back from the underworld to tell you the truth of all they know. Only then can their souls find peace. Death is the most profound teacher. The second scroll glowed with a golden light. Saint's Aegis Body. Beginner tier, evolvable. Any power that would normally kill you will instead forcibly transform your body into the Saint's Aegis Body, temporarily defying the fate of death for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 day. Those who presume to dictate your life and death will meet a gruesome end. The third scroll blazed with a green light. Undead Revival. Beginner tier, evolvable. Creates a stream of soul fire to place upon a fallen undead, which will then fuse with the corpse, bringing it back to life. There are many revival arts, but this is an incredibly profound, primordial, and mysterious technique. It has the power to truly bring the undead back. The fundamental power of the undead. Shen Ye began to analyze his options carefully. Undead revival is useless for me at the moment. Saint's Aegis Body lets me cheat death for 5 seconds, which sounds like I'd be immortal. But what happens after those 5 seconds? I'd still just end up dead, wouldn't I? Whisper in the Shadows seems useless at first glance, but it's exactly what I need right now. Only by gathering intelligence can I quickly find the person who's trying to kill me. He reached out decisively. I choose whisper in the shadows. A powerful surge of green energy exploded outwards, with a deafening boom. Standing in the center of the light, Shen Ye felt the change. It worked. I think I can feel them. The whispers of the undead. The great skeleton was astonished. You actually chose times that times won? Shen Ye looked back at it, confused. Why? Is there something wrong with it? The skeleton replied. Not exactly. It's just that it won't give you any immediate combat power. In my memory, all the previous undead lords chose the third talent. A rare few chose the second one. And absolutely no one has ever chosen this one before. Shen Ye's face turned serious. Okay, so are you going to tell me what the hell is going on now? This is extremely important to me. The skeleton began to explain. Of course. Here's what happened. Its expression grew grim. The original assassination target was supposed to be an elven priestess, but the man you just described is none other than the strongest high priest of the elves. Shen Ye broke into a cold sweat. No wonder that guy had such an insane list of titles. Things like Myriad Spirit Soul, Heir to the Ancient Tree Throne, Lord of Nature, He Who Fights 10,000, Grandmaster of Magic, Gatekeeper of Nightmares, and Pinnacle of the Magical World. The skeleton continued. Those 3 damned undead nightmare knights have been captured by the elves. They can no longer watch or threaten me. This is my only chance. As soon as it finished speaking, the skeleton's body crumbled into a pile of bones and flesh with a series of sickening cracks. Shen Ye stared, bewildered. Hey, where are you going? He turned and walked towards the door. Whatever. To each their own. I've got to look out for number 1. Everyone's got their own baggage, I guess. As his hand touched the door, a notification panel appeared. For opening this door, you have received the appraisal tag. One of us. One of us. Green tag. Elite. When this tag is equipped, you will gain support when you say to a target, hey, we're on the same team. The target will then perceive you as one of them. Duration, 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the target will completely forget what just transpired. Shen Ye gazed at his new skill. Ecstatic. This tag is just. It can be cast once per day. The target's total attributes cannot exceed twice your own, or they will resist it. This green quality tag seems pretty useful. You have received the Bracelet of Nature's Blessing. He looked at his wrist. The bracelet was a gift from Lan, and he never expected it to be green quality. What a great item. Jewelry, green tier, superior, rare. Wearing this bracelet can slowly increase your spiritual power. Shen Ye walked along the school corridor, his heart soaring. Not bad. Not bad at all. A short sword and a green appraisal tag. A green bracelet and even a gun on top of that. This is a huge score. I better hide these things well, so no one sees them. At the stadium, the sound of the announcer's voice cut through his thoughts. Next up, for the agility test. Chen Haoyu, get ready. The moment the command was given, Chen Haoyu shot off like a whirlwind across the practice field to start his test. Standing amidst the crowded students, Shen Ye cupped his hands around his mouth, cheering enthusiastically for his brother. Go, Haoyu, just calm down a bit. Chen Haoyu, sprinting with all his might across the field, panted as he replied confidently. Thanks for the support, brother Ye, but this is all small stuff. Your little bro can handle it, but life is full of surprises. The very next second, a purple stream shot him right in the face, and his world went dark. Haha, Chen Haoyu got his head blown off. Serves the idiot right. Who told him to be so cocky? The results flashed on the announcement board, much to Haoyu's disappointment. Chen Haoyu, 71 points. You should feel lucky this isn't the official exam. Next, Shen Ye. Shen Ye raised his hand decisively. Here, the young man stepped up to the starting line with a determined gaze. From behind him came the proctor's shout. Shen Ye, get ready. The whistle blew. Begin. Shen Ye shot forward like an arrow tearing through the air. He weaved erratically through the rain of purple water gun fire, leaving afterimages that stunned the crowd. So fast. The spray can't keep up with Shen Ye's speed at all. His posture is so relaxed. It's like he's ice skating. It feels like since he got out of the hospital, his agility has gotten even higher. Shen Ye glided along, inwardly pleased with his new abilities. With my past training experience, this test is a breeze. I just need to use a little elven footwork, and I can dodge these paintballs with ease. From a distance, under the shade of an old tree, a mysterious man in a long coat was observing him alongside the principal. This kid's footwork is interesting. This is the top student of our grade. He missed the first exam, so I was hoping you could see if it's possible to give him a chance. The strange man took a long, thoughtful drag from his cigarette from behind his sunglasses. His aptitude for footwork is quite high. If his spiritual power can also get a perfect score, giving him a chance isn't out of the question. Besides strength and agility, the high school entrance exam also tests the special attribute, spiritual power. The principal broke out in a cold sweat at the ridiculously strict requirement. A perfect score in spiritual power. Manager Qian? That's too high of a demand. I remember Shen Ye's spiritual power being very average. Manager Qian maintained his cold demeanor, his eyes never leaving the figure running on the field. Then, we'll wait for the spiritual power score to come out. A high score isn't good enough. Only a perfect score will meet the requirement. The announcement boomed across the school. Agility test. Perfect score. The proctor sighed with regret. Ah, Shen Ye, if only you hadn't missed one of the exams. He smiled in response. Thank you, sir, but I haven't given up on high school just yet. Lunch break arrived, and how you excitedly ran over, throwing an arm around his shoulder. It's lunch. Let's go eat. Whoa, you're amazing as always, Brother Ye. You even got a perfect score. Let's go get some stir-fry. Shen Ye tactfully declined. You go ahead first. I'm going back to class to read for a bit. Then I'll wait for you, bro. I'll be right back after I wash up. He nodded. Returning to the quiet classroom, Shen Ye slumped onto his desk, exhausted. What the hell is all this stuff? He flipped through the textbooks, his face contorting from the culture shock. Math, physics, and chemistry are one thing. They're the same as my old world. But this literature and social studies, I can't handle it. The historical figures, the events, even the literature are completely different. The memories are fighting in my head. My head is killing me. Bam! His desk was suddenly kicked over, sending books flying everywhere and making him jump in shock. A vicious face appeared. It was the loser. Sun Ming, I already told you. Shen Ye. We're not finished yet. Shen Ye calmly looked up at the school bully standing in front of him. Did Zhao Yibing send you guys? Sun Ming sneered, cracking his knuckles. Zhao Yibing couldn't care less about a nobody like you. Slam. He slammed his hand on a desk for intimidation as his gang of thugs surrounded Shen Ye. Sun Ming jutted out his chin defiantly. Shen Ye, while you were gone, my strength broke through to level 2. Let's see which is truly number 1 in this grade. Your 2 points of agility, or my 2 points of strength. Shen Ye's lips curled into a slight smile as a green aura began to envelop him. Why does it have to be like this? We're all friends here. Activate. One of us tag. A strange light swept over them, causing the thugs' eyes to glaze over. Their attitude suddenly did a complete 180. What were we supposed to do? Tri Yibing came to us crying, begging us to get justice for her. Yeah, we don't want to fight one of our own guys. It's just that I like her so much, and you're always so damn arrogant, that I just have to punch you. Ah, forget it. We're all on the same side. I'm not gonna do it. Thamda let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness this was just a schoolyard brawl. No one was actually trying to kill him. However, the skill effect began to flash, signaling its end. The one of us effect only lasts for 10 seconds. And time's almost up. Immediately, Tanmin roared. Thamda, we're gonna mess you up. Thamda's eyes turned cold and resolute. This effect can only be used once a day. What a useless skill. Devour. The system chimed in. Successfully devoured the green-colored tag. Obtained 3 attribute points. He began to navigate his status window, increasing his strength attribute. System prompt. You can reallocate 1 point from agility to strength. What? Points I've already assigned can be moved? This means I can instantly switch from an assassin to a warrior. He dumped all 4 points into strength. One of the goons rushed him from behind, locking him in a chokehold. Thamda, don't even think about running away like last time. Fight Tan Min fair and square. Tan Min threw a punch with the force of 1,000 tons, aiming straight for his face. Are you ready to have a few ribs broken? Unflinching, Thamda just stood there and took the hit. Tan Min's eyes widened in horror as his 1,000-ton punch was easily caught by Thamda. He screamed in agony as he saw his own hand shatter from the impact. R. Thamda quickly shoved the guy off his back. A notification popped up. An ordinary, untrained adult has a base, strength, and agility attribute of 1. He threw a devastating punch that completely caved the guy's face in. The lackeys turned pale with fear. He took a full punch from Tan Min and wasn't even scratched, and he just broke out of Ma Bian's chokehold. A fiery aura erupted from Thamda's entire body. Strength isn't just about arm power. It's the sum total of your limbs, your organs, your meridians, and the explosive power of your cells. Fundamentally, it is your life force. How is this possible? When they all come together, it is called individual strength. He stood amidst the wreckage of the classroom, coldly looking down at his defeated opponents. The exams are right around the corner, and all of you ganged up because of some petty jealousy, casually trying to ruin someone else's life. I already missed one of my exams, And you still came here to beat me up. A goon on the floor wailed. Wah! Damn you, Thamda. You deserve to die. Thamda grabbed Tun Min by the collar and lifted him into the air. If it had been any other student, or even the old me, I'm afraid you would have beaten them half to death. Tun Min begged through his tears. Sob. Thamda, we were wrong today. Please, just spare us this one time. His gaze turned ice cold, seeing right through their pathetic act. You humiliated him, you beat him, you cut off his future. He delivered a powerful follow-up kick. And now you want me to forgive you? Arr! Loud crashes echoed down the hallway, accompanied by cries for help. Ah, somebody help us. The gym teacher in the red shirt burst through the door, yelling, What in the world are you kids doing? Making the students behind him gasp in shock. The classroom was a disaster zone of broken desks and chairs. The thugs were scattered across the floor, while Thamda was slumped in a corner. The moment he saw the teacher, Thamda immediately squeezed out some crocodile tears. Sir, you're finally here. They were bullying me. The teacher stared, stunned, at the carnage on the floor, then yelled back, What the hell are you talking about? You beat them to a pulp like this, and you have the nerve to say times they times were bullying times you asterisk? Out in the hallway, Triu Yibing stared at her phone, her face pale. This is bad. She broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe her eyes. All of them together weren't even a match for Thamda? Seeing the job complete message on her phone, she grit her teeth and told herself, It's fine. It doesn't matter anymore. Is he really that strong? Her friend asked worriedly. Bing Bing, do you regret it? The question made her freeze. Regret? In Triu Yibing's mind, a vision appeared of what might have been if she had encouraged Thamda instead of trying to destroy him. That's right. If I had encouraged him on the stairs that day, if I'd asked him to go to high school with me, maybe things would have been different. A stretcher was carried by, and a paramedic replied coldly, Nope, there's no coming back from this. He caused such a huge incident, injuring 7 or 8 students. I'm afraid his eligibility for the high school entrance exam will be revoked for sure. Triu Yibing watched Tun Min's lifeless body being carried away on the stretcher and thought to herself, Well, my objective has been achieved. Thamda is now a complete nobody, while my future is wide open. Her freckled friend said resentfully, I just hate that I didn't realize what a piece of scum he was sooner. Bing Bing, look. Lying on the stretcher, Tun Min's face was swollen and bruised, his dazed eyes fixed on Triu Yibing. She panicked and quickly averted her gaze. Tun Min, no way. Why is this idiot staring at me? He's not planning on dragging me into this, is he? Hey, don't you look at me like that, you bastard. Tears welled up in Tun Min's eyes as he gazed at the girl of his dreams. Triu Yibing trembled, mentally screaming, Don't open your mouth. Don't you dare open your mouth. Hey, shut your damn mouth, you stupid pig. Fool. A nightmare consumed her mind. Die, just die, die. No, please, don't, no. Tun Min weakly called out her name. As Bing Bing was carried past the whispering crowd, the entire hallway echoed with the system's ding notification as everyone's eyes locked onto the scene. Zhao Yibing suddenly burst into tears, sob, playing her final card. She ran off crying. Wah. Tun Min, how could Shen Ye bully you like this? I'm calling the police right now. Hello. Police? We're at. Watching her over-the-top performance from the classroom, Shen Ye thought to himself, Zhao Yibing is using this trick to wash her hands of the whole situation and to kick me while I'm down. The teacher beside him had a splitting headache. Why would a student call the cops over something like this? This is a huge mess. Teacher Jiang waved his hand, ordering the students. All right, break it up. Everyone, back to class to study. As for you, Shen Ye, come with me to the office. He calmly replied, Yes, Teacher Jiang. In the hallway, the principal was groveling before a manager Qian. My dear manager Qian, the students at my school are all top-notch. Do you think you could sign a few more? The man in the long coat asked coldly. My old friend, it's not that I don't want to help, but if they don't meet the corporation's minimum requirements, my hands are tied. I have other business to attend to. I'll be taking my leave now. The secretary rushed over. Principal. Shen Ye and Tun Min got into a fight. And the police are here. The principal snapped. What? You're reporting a student fight to me? Can't you see I'm busy? The secretary held out her phone. No, principal, you have to see this. It's a video of the fight, sent by Shen Ye. Manager Qian scoffed. What's so interesting about a couple of middle schoolers fighting? The very next second, both the principal and manager Qian were glued to the screen, their expressions shifting in utter shock. Across the way, the police officers were also huddled together, watching the same video with grim faces. The police chief looked at Shen Ye and asked, Mr. Shen, did you plan on recording this from the start? The young man put on a pitiful act, replying, Yes, sir. I was afraid they were going to beat me to death. I was lucky I managed to start recording before they attacked. This made everyone curse inwardly, thinking, more like times you times, nearly beat times them, times to death. The goateed officer looked at the phone with a stern expression and made his decision. Even with the video, you'll still have to come with us. The final outcome will depend on their official injury assessment. The gym teacher, his face etched with worry, tried to defend his student. This kid already missed one exam because of that bizarre incident. If you take him away now, won't he just miss another one? There's video proof. What else is there to investigate? Shen Ye stood quietly in a corner, secretly focusing his mind to adapt to his new power. Sir, please don't worry. I'm just going to cooperate with the investigation. It shouldn't take more than a few days. If their injuries aren't serious, you'll be ruining his future by doing this. While this is happening, he thought, I'll keep shifting my attributes. I have to make my body adapt to these changes quickly. The door suddenly opened. The principal walked in, giving a slight nod. Mr. Shen, it's a good thing you recorded the entire process. Otherwise, their injuries would have been enough to get you expelled. Principal, you're finally here. Manager Qian appeared with an air of authority beside the fawning principal. That's right. Your physical stats are so far beyond theirs that fighting them was completely meaningless. Manager Qian. The strange man approached Shen Ye, a mysterious smile on his face. I saw the video of your fight. Although it was only half of it, it's clear you were holding back, weren't you? Yes, sir. I was afraid I might kill them. What a noble young man. You also got a perfect score on the movement technique trial outside just now. That's enough to earn my recommendation. I'd like to have a word with you. Stunned, he took the luxurious business card from the manager's hand. Worldly Martial Arts Corporation, Regional Manager, Qian Rushan. Images of the organization's powerful, futuristic skyscrapers filled Shen Ye's mind. The Worldly Martial Arts Corporation. It was the organization that controlled all legacies of martial arts knowledge, possessing countless copyrights to secret techniques and a wealth of intellectual property. He looked up at a brilliant staircase of light, filled with the hope of changing his life. For an ordinary person, getting into the Worldly Martial Arts Corporation was like hitting the jackpot, a one-way ticket out of the lower class. It was a direct path to the heavens. Facing Qian Rushan, who was emanating a powerful, deep blue aura, Shen Ye shuddered. This man, just by standing there, he seemed completely invincible. No matter how I distributed my attributes, I felt like I couldn't even lay a scratch on him. Manager Qian took a drag from his cigarette, his sharp eyes piercing through his sunglasses as he looked at him. Mr. Shen, the cerebral AI system analyzes your power level at a minimum of 4.5, if I may be so bold. What is your specific strength attribute? This world's cerebral super AI could accurately assess every aspect of a person's abilities. Shen Ye broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing to secure an ally. He's too strong. If I have him protecting me, what do I have to fear from assassins? It's 5. Hearing that unbelievable number, both the principal and the teacher froze in shock. 5? Manager Tian smiled, intrigued by the young man's power. Impressive, kid. Truly extraordinary. A strength attribute of 5. Is that a lot? He eagerly explained the incredible abilities one gains with a score like that. In high school, a strength of 4.5 is already enough to pass the corporation's screening, but hitting 5, that's a whole different story. At level 5, you can pilot certain combat mechs, and even wield some damaged, common-grade ancient weapons. Manager Tian nodded in approval and extended an offer. On top of that, you got a perfect score on your agility test. That's enough for me to use my personal recommendation. Join our corporation, and I'll arrange for you to retake the strength exam. I can retake it? Normally, no. But to avoid losing a genius like you, our corporation has the authority to petition the Bureau of Education to hold a retest for special candidates. Shen Ye clenched his fists, ecstatic at this golden opportunity. Of course, I accept. Then it's settled. Someone will be assigned to make the arrangements for you. As for this little investigation into the fight, you guys can handle it however you see fit. The retest will be scheduled around your availability. Thank you, Manager Tian. Suddenly, the manager turned back, looking deep into his eyes with a curious expression. By the way, what's your mental power level? This is just for my own curiosity. Your strength and agility already meet the standard, so it won't affect your assessment. Shen Ye held up 3 fingers, telling himself he had to keep some secrets. I can't be a god-tier monster in everything. A mental power of about 3 should be enough, right? Manager Tian froze, a flash of astonishment gleaming behind his sunglasses. This revelation made all the teachers and police officers present unable to believe their ears. 3? It's that high? Wasn't Shen Ye's mental power supposed to be completely average? Tianru-san still wanted to test his actual abilities further. Young Shen, could you give us a little demonstration? At level 3 mental power, you should be able to move objects with your thoughts. Try moving this chair. Yes, sir. A blue aura erupted around Shen Ye's body, and the chair suddenly lifted off the ground. All I had to do was dump all my attribute points into mental power to hit level 3 instantly. Seeing that incredible display, the police chief immediately gave the order to withdraw. Pack it up. Huh? Chief? We're just leaving like this? He walked away, leaving the chair still floating in midair. What else do you suggest? That student, Shen Ye, has a strength of 5, a perfect score in agility, which means his dexterity is at least over 4, plus a mental power of level 3. Do you have any idea what that means? What does it mean, sir? The police officer's voice was low, full of reverence for a rising talent. It means he's about to ascend to the heavens. A grassroots genius like him is no longer on a level we can handle. Let's go. Phew. That's about as long as I can maintain it. Shen Ye let out a breath of relief as he retracted his power. Overjoyed at finding such a talent, Manager Tian suddenly burst into a booming song. Ha ha ha, I never expected this. Truly, I never expected this. Once a beggar in rags upon the street, now my song calls to the gods. When your time comes, heaven and earth will conspire to help you soar straight to the 9th cloud. He enthusiastically slapped Shen Ye on the shoulder, while the other two just stood there watching. Young Shen, your fortune has turned, and so has mine. Great song. Old Tian had never heard such a wonderful tune. Ah, this is awkward. Am I supposed to sing along? But I don't know the words. Would you two mind stepping outside? I'd like to speak with young Shen privately. Of course. Please, talk as long as you like. Slam. The door shut heavily. Tianru-san calmly took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. The click echoed in the quiet room. He took a long drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke pensively before locking eyes with him. Shen Ye, what is your ambition in life? Shen Ye scratched his head, looked at Manager Tianru-san, and replied with a grin. Well, Manager Tianru-san, your name is my ambition. Money like a mountain. This made the manager chuckle before he asked again, this time with complete seriousness. That's just the basics. I want to know what the deepest desire in your heart is. A fleeting memory of his helplessness against that assassin flashed through his mind. Shen Ye answered thoughtfully. My desire is to at least not be bullied by others. To be able to protect myself and my family. Tianru-san gave a satisfied smile at the sincere answer. Haha, good. Well then, this is the closest you've ever been to that dream in your entire life. Come on, attack me. Hearing this, Shen Ye unexpectedly pointed right in his face and let loose a torrent of insults to test his reaction. You greasy-haired, long-haired old pervert. This made Manager Tian break out in a cold sweat. He reminded him, don't attack with words, use your fists. Seeing his old trick didn't work, he shrugged. Oh, okay. If you say so. You asked for it. He immediately began manipulating his system panel. Transfer attribute points to strength. Shen Ye poured all his power into his fist, launching a punch wreathed in crimson energy that tore through the air toward his opponent. Suddenly, his entire body was locked in place by arcs of yellow electricity, causing him to panic. I can't move anymore. Tianru-san calmly explained the wonders of martial arts. This is a type of spell. It can immobilize an attacker. Once you learn it, you can protect yourself. Shen Ye's eyes lit up. Amazing. If you want to learn, you can take a trip to the police station. You refuse? He suddenly pulls a revolver from his coat pocket, his eyes cold. Take a good look. We're not done yet. The dark barrel aimed straight at his face made Shen Ye break out in a cold sweat, his expression tense. A gunshot rings out, followed by a puff of smoke. Shen Ye stares intently as he listens to the manager's explanation. This is another esoteric art, a proprietary secret of the corporation. This type of technique can defend against all kinds of projectile attacks. The bullet is stopped by an invisible barrier right next to his ear. It could even block a direct hit from a sniper rifle, no problem. Impressed by such a powerful display, Shen Ye smugly quotes, in all of martial arts, everything can be broken, but only speed is unbreakable, which surprises Manager Qian. Oh, that's quite a powerful saying. Where did you learn it? He scratches his head and lies. Yeah, I just made it up myself. The man laughs heartily. Ha. You truly are a genius. I now formally invite you to join our Hidden Dragon project. Images of prestigious schools appear during the promising introduction. We will nominate you for the 3 best high schools in the world. Of course, before that, you'll have to pass an extremely rigorous entrance exam. This isn't your typical high school test, but one designed by these three schools themselves. Shen Ye frowns, skeptical, as he hears about the unfairness of this world. Ordinary people have absolutely no chance of even taking this exam, because it's long been monopolized by the children of the noble families. Noble families. Treasures and divine spirits appear, illustrating their absolute power. The noble families are clans that preserve knowledge, divine artifacts, and bloodline pacts passed down from the age of ancient gods. These ancient noble families possess far more martial arts legacies than even our corporation. At the same time, they also control vast amounts of land, population, and wealthy resources. The great noble families are high and mighty, separated from commoners by an insurmountable chasm. His gaze sharpens as he thinks about his own true background. In that case, could it be that Shen Ye's grandfather was actually a member of a noble family? Manager Qian points at his chest, full of expectation. And the Hidden Dragon Project exists to find folk geniuses like you. We will help you get into the most prestigious academy. Even if you fail the exam and are eliminated, we'll still guarantee you a spot in a top-tier high school. Shen Ye falls silent, contemplating the path ahead. And if you successfully get into any of those three schools, the corporation will be responsible for securing all kinds of resources for you, helping you choose a future career based on your strengths. When you've risen as high as you can possibly go, you'll return to serve the corporation. Of course, your compensation will be the best of the best. Think it over, Student Shen. So, that's how it is. I understand. He looks up, meeting the man's gaze with a determined expression. This is a world where strength is everything. I accept your invitation. Painful memories of his parents flash through his mind. We were originally children of a noble family too, but for some reason, father was kicked out of the house by grandfather, because our family was ordinary. When a supernatural event occurred, the police wouldn't risk handling it. My parents had to beg everywhere, just for a single, priceless, restorative pill. A pill that was nothing to the noble family where my grandfather lives. His eyes burn with the will to be free, and yet today, I beat someone up and didn't have to face any consequences. Because my strength is now great enough that I no longer have to follow the rules of this class. If there are no other issues, sign and put your thumbprint on this document. Shen Ye takes the tablet to sign, thinking to himself, no wonder, in culture class, all the teachers emphasized that humanity must rely on the strong for our entire civilization to continue to exist. Qian Rushan nods in satisfaction. You can still take some more time to consider it. In fact, other organizations are probably about to approach you as well. He replies decisively. You were the first one to find me, and you helped me out of a jam. I'm ready to join. Good. You're a sharp kid. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Since you're a minor, I'll also need to find your guardian to sign this. Shen Ye leads the way out of the classroom. Yes, sir. My parents should be at home. The man walks away hurriedly. All right. I'd better hurry. It'll be a disaster if another organization poaches you from under my nose. Qian Rushan's figure blurs as he unleashes his maximum speed. I'll come back for you after it's signed. A loud boom echoes with a strong gust of wind as he vanishes from the hallway in the blink of an eye. Shen Ye stands there, dumbfounded, staring at the empty corridor. He was gone in a flash. He's incredibly strong. Just then, the principal and the teacher run up, peppering student Shen with questions. How did it go? What happened? He calmly turns around to report the outcome. I've already signed. Manager Qian is now on his way to find my parents to discuss the contract. This makes the principal shout with joy amidst the ringing of the school bell. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. This time, our school is sure to make waves throughout the entire city. Standing in the middle of the school hallway, Shen Ye suddenly gets a call from an unknown number. He frowns, wondering, an unknown number? Who could this be? Hello? On the other end of the line is a calm, familiar voice. Mr. Shen, this is Luo Feichuan. A moment later, Shen Ye was in the police chief's office, but he was sweating bullets, filled with an indescribable sense of unease. I don't know why, but ever since I stepped into the station, I've had this weird, unspeakable feeling. Chief Luo sat down, held out a tablet, and gestured for him to sit. Mr. Shen, take a look at this. This photo was taken by accident. With all the recent rumors about the hospital, someone turned it in to us. He took the tablet, asked his system to zoom in on the spiky-haired man on the roof, and confirmed he didn't recognize him. I've never seen this person before. Chief Luo stared deep into his eyes, his expression thoughtful. According to our forensics experts, they believe this man was trying to activate something. The chief's sudden, sharp question startled Shen Ye. Shen Ye, were you carrying anything unusual with you that day? An image of the gruesome demon statue flashed through his mind. That man, he must have been activating the cursed statue of the myriad demon king. but it's obvious the chief hasn't caught this guy yet, and the statue has already turned to dust. The trail's gone cold. Shen Ye fell silent, calculating how to keep his secret safe. Reporting, Chief, I was just my usual self, nothing different. I can't tell him about the statue. Everyone else died from the curse, but I was the only one who survived. If I say anything now, I'll just be asking for trouble. Chief Luo rested his chin on his hand, full of suspicion. Nothing? That's strange. He continued his questioning, his expression cold. A feeling of suffocation, losing control, or blacking out. You didn't experience any of that? No, sir. Shen Ye silently realized that Chief Luo's questions implied he already knew something. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew ominous, as a black mist enveloped it. Besides, I felt restless ever since I walked into this office. It feels like something is hidden nearby, and if I make a sound, something unprecedented will happen. Shen Ye suddenly slammed the table, shot to his feet, and shouted, I remember now. My backpack was open, but I swear I zipped it shut after school. Chief Luo's gaze turned razor sharp. He asked, his voice laced with hidden meaning, Did you check your backpack? The boy panicked, realizing his mistake. No, I haven't. I really should have checked my bag sooner. What did he mean when he raised his hand just now? It looked like he was about to make a move. Instantly, he activated his system to prepare his escape, dumping all his attribute points into agility. No matter what happens, I have to be ready to bolt in an instant. But can I even get away? Chief Luo's stats must be way higher than mine. Green spiritual energy blazed beneath his feet as Shen Ye tensed up in his chair, ready to act. I can't afford to hesitate now. I'm ready to open a portal right under my feet at any moment. That way, if something goes down, I can kick the portal open and drop right through. Ring, ring, ring. The phone suddenly rang, shattering the tense atmosphere. He was drenched in sweat, trying to find a way out. That scared the hell out of me. I was a split second away from opening that portal, but this is my chance to slip away. Chief, your phone. Perhaps I should step out for a moment? Chief Luo held up a hand to stop him, his eyes filled with killing intent. No need, don't move. Hello, this is Chief Luo Feichuan. A cold voice echoed from the speaker. Luo Feichuan, you are about to die. Instantly, a red vortex of energy erupted. The phone was at its center. Papers flew everywhere, terrifying Shen Ye. He backed away, sweat pouring down his face, completely lost. What is this? An assassin? No, that's not right. The target is clearly Chief Luo. Blazing red magic circles surrounded the police chief. Is this the kind of sorcery manager Qian was talking about? Damn it. To think they dare to attack right outside the police station. Crash. The chief launched himself through the shattered window to confront the enemy. Alarm sirens blared throughout the building. Alert! Attacker detected. Attacker has infiltrated the police station. All non-combat personnel are advised to find a safe place to take cover. Shen Ye looked out the broken window and froze. Is this an ocean? Why? Aren't I supposed to be in the city? On a tall stone pillar in the middle of a sea of blood, a man in a flashy floral shirt stood holding a staff. That was the caller. It's not the guy with the sunglasses from the photo. Luo Feichuan, you've killed too many members of our church. I've come to avenge them. He's the one behind all this? Chief Luo stood defiantly in the middle of the battlefield and replied coldly. We can talk later. I'll give you an explanation then. I'm busy right now. Report. The other officers are in position. The assassin laughed sinisterly through the crimson sonic waves. Your life is the only explanation we need. Suddenly, Shen Ye found himself back. The office was silent. Huh? I'm back? The two of them were gone. I bet the chief was dragged into that ocean dimension by that guy. A chill ran down his spine again. He clutched his chest, trembling. Damn it, that strange feeling is back again. All right, what the hell is going on? Is there a ghost in this office, or what? Show yourself. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with a brilliant green light. A system notification appeared. Necromancer skill has been activated. Necromancer talent. Whisper in the darkness has been activated. After you ask your question, it will use this corpse as a conduit. The soul is forced to return to its body to answer you. If it refuses, its spirit will never find rest. What? Whisper in the darkness uses a corpse as a conduit? Does that mean there's a dead body in Police Chief Luo Feichuan's office? A deep, muffled voice echoed from behind him. Thank you, Shen Ye. He froze in utter shock. Shen Ye whipped around, his left eye still glowing with spiritual energy. Who's there? The voice was coming from inside a locked steel cabinet. I never thought I'd be able to return to this body. Borrowing this shell, before it fully rots. To answer your question, The voice was coming from the cabinet. Is the corpse in there? That voice. It sounds so familiar. A horrifying realization flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. It can't be. Can it? With a trembling hand, he slowly opened the door. A bitter whisper emanated from within. To think the hunter would be killed by his prey, and then have that prey disguise himself to look just like me. How pathetic. The cabinet door swung open, and Shen Ye stood frozen by the horrifying sight. Chief Luo? Is that you? Inside was the body of the real Luo Feichuan, riddled with pitch-black nails. The real Chief Luo slowly opened his blood-soaked eyes, his voice a ragged whisper confirming his identity. It's me. Shen Ye trembled in shock, staring at the mutilated corpse in the cabinet. Chief Luo, what in the world happened? He replied in agony. The man in the photo. The one with the sunglasses. He killed me. He's an assassin, while I'm an elite warrior specializing in a balance of strength and agility. I need powerful equipment to reach my full potential, but all he needed was a single opening to strike. But at the critical moment, my weapon malfunctioned. After he killed me, he took my form to lure you to the police station. Shen Ye pressed, what's his goal? The chief replied, I don't know, but he's definitely looking for some kind of answer. I see. Shen Ye's face turned cold as he understood the truth. The cursed statue of the myriad fallen demon king had never failed before in all of history. He must want to know why I was the only one who survived. Shen Ye continued, luckily, some maniac attacked the police station, throwing the assassin's plan into chaos. Oh, right. Chief Luo, the imposter pretending to be you was just taken away by some guy in flashy floral pajamas using magic. The young man pointed out the window, where the police station stood tall under the sun. Magic? What kind of magic? The area outside the station suddenly turned into an ocean, then went back to normal a moment later. But the imposter and the attacker, they haven't come back. The prey is pretending to be the hunter, but it has no idea that a much bigger problem is lurking behind the real hunter. What you saw wasn't magic, it was an anomaly. A vision of a world being consumed appeared. An anomaly is when another world suddenly connects to ours, surrounding, eroding, and plundering an area, or directly abducting living beings. Those are called anomalies. But there are even more catastrophic events, known as calamities. Shen Ye asked anxiously, what? Calamities too? The chief replied, it's when powerful monsters from other worlds use some unknown method to suddenly descend upon the main world. This kind of situation can easily trigger a massive catastrophe. You know of Jiangnan City, right? Shen Ye was shocked as he recalled the old disaster. I know. They said it was an unprecedented earthquake that flattened the entire city. A chilling image of the ruined city appeared with his words. An earthquake is just the cover story for the public. In reality, it was a classic calamity descent. Out of the entire city's population of over 13 million people, there were no survivors. Shen Ye was stunned. That's terrifying. We don't have much time. We can't chat for long. We have to hurry. That anomaly was only the mildest type, with a time limit. The assassin could return at any moment. Shen Ye panicked. In other words, I'm still in grave danger. The chief instructed, you need to go to the weapons storage room on the 3rd floor immediately. Enter the password on the silver wall outside the room. Quick, open the drawer, get a pen and paper, and write this down. He scrambled to find a pen and paper, then stared in shock at the incredibly long string of characters. 2GI 57X C9 Q61 7SKR 81 M 3DP 76 5E 2K 9 N9VS. It's this long? There's a special pen outside the storage room. Write the code on the wall, report the whole truth, and you'll receive protection. Time is limited. This is the only way to save yourself. Now hurry. A system notification appeared. The target has told you everything. The soul has departed. Shen Ye stood silently, pen in hand, his gaze resolute. No wonder the other officers wanted nothing to do with Shen Ye's case. Even the police chief died a horrible death because of it. In this world, if you're not strong enough, you're just fish on a chopping block, waiting to be carved up. He looked at the police hat. Staring at the bloodbath, he wondered if he should expose the killer's identity. No, that would be completely pointless. The guy probably has accomplices inside the station, and with his power, killing me would be as easy as flipping his hand. My only choice is to follow Chief Luo's last wish and seek protection on the 3rd floor, he thought, placing the hat on the chief's head. Shen Ye turned and walked away, his lonely silhouette disappearing down the office hallway. The locker door clicked shut. At my current level, I don't even have the right to avenge Chief Luo. His eyes burned with hatred, but he swore, This is a debt I will repay. He clenched the cloth in his hand, gritting his teeth. Chief Luo, I will make sure you can rest in peace. Crash. The office door was suddenly kicked open, and an officer yelled, "Are you Shen Ye? There's been an anomaly. Everyone, head downstairs immediately for inspection." A fat police officer, the fake Captain Wang, strode in arrogantly. "Shen Ye, get out here. There's been an attack. Everyone must immediately undergo an inspection by the central mainframe." He turned and ordered his subordinate, "You guys head down first. Let me have a word with Shen Ye on behalf of Chief Luo." The officer obeyed. "Yes, Captain Wang." When they were the only two left, Captain Wang put on a fake, comforting tone. "I know you're a little scared, but only Chief Luo was taken by that spell. You're still safe. Besides, this place is full of police officers. We'll definitely take good care of you." Shen Ye watched him silently from the side. The fake Captain Wang glanced at the metal locker with suspicion. He stalked towards it, his voice turning cold. "Someone's touched the body. Was it you?" Whoosh! He instantly activated his technique, moving like a blur as he tore the entire room apart. The fake Captain Wang lunged forward, only to find the room empty. He stood furiously on a desk, scanning every corner. "He's not here? Did he run?" Dropping the act, the killer grabbed the real, trembling fat cop by the collar. "Humph. After killing so many people, you got arrogant in front of a 15-year-old kid, losing him over and over. What a disgrace. I won't let you useless trash screw this up." He took out his radio and ordered a citywide manhunt. "All units, listen up. I suspect Shen Ye is involved in this incident. Issue an arrest warrant immediately. If you see Shen Ye, apprehend him on sight." The other end of the line replied, "Roger that, Captain Wang." In the quiet office, the building's PA system suddenly crackled to life with an authoritative voice. "The central mainframe has completed its environmental scan. All personnel, please gather in the plaza outside the main hall to prepare for inspection." As this was happening, Shen Ye gently pushed the locker door closed. The moment the announcement finished, he immediately summoned his ability. Whoosh! A mystical, glowing red door suddenly materialized in the middle of the room. Shen Ye cautiously peeked out from behind it, scanning the empty hallway. Is he gone? So that killer really does have other accomplices. He approached the broken window, looking outside with a calculating expression. "I could just hide in the nightmare world until it's truly safe. But if I do that, I'll lose my chance to bring those killers to justice." Refusing to back down, the young man daringly swung himself onto a drain pipe on the building's exterior. "I have to get to the 3rd floor and report everything." With agile movements, he leaped through a window to get to the floor above, the wind whistling past him. Shen Ye walked alone down the dimly lit corridor, his sharp eyes searching for the emergency communications device. Stopping in front of a control panel on the wall, he hurriedly pulled out the chief's note containing the code. "This is it. I have to enter the code, quickly." Suddenly, a familiar yet chilling voice echoed from right behind him, making him freeze. "I was wondering what that noise up here was." Shen Ye's eyes widened in terror. He spun around to see the killer disguised as Captain Wang staring right at him. "Well, if it isn't classmate Shen Ye, what are you doing here?" He tried to stay calm and finish his mission. As he wrote, he blurted out a childish-sounding excuse. My high school entrance exams are coming up. My teacher gave me some math problems today, so I'm just trying to squeeze in some time to solve them." "Damn it, how do you solve this code?" The assassin narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the device panel. He was deeply suspicious. "That's the emergency activation device that connects directly to the world government's headquarters. Since when does it have a password?" Realizing the plan was about to be exposed, he lunged forward to attack. "Who gave you that code? Damn it, I can't let him finish writing." A powerful impact sent a shockwave through the room, heavily damaging Shen Ye's summoned door. The fake captain leaped into the air, his eyes filled with viciousness. "What is this? Is this your innate ability?" Shen Ye quickly hid behind the mystical door, stunned by his enemy's raw power. "This strength. I'm lucky this door can adapt to its environment. If it were a normal door, my head would be rolling on the floor right now. All right. Time to die." The assassin swung his blade down for a fatal blow, sending the door flying toward Shen Ye. Seeing the imminent danger, he immediately activated his skill. Disperse. A vortex of fiery red energy erupted, engulfing the door and making it vanish. Seeing this, the assassin lunged forward, roaring, "Die." Waiting for him to get close, Shen Ye shouted as the door reappeared, blocking the attack. Fresh blood splattered as the assassin slammed his head hard against it. He groaned in pained disbelief. "Ugh, you damn brat. How can the door you summoned be nailed to the ground like that?" Shen Ye flashed a victorious smile, holding up a pen after writing the final character. "Finally, it's done. Immediately, the room was flooded with red emergency lights as a system announcement declared, "Password verification successful." The world government's most powerful AI, Kunlun, is now initiating an emergency response protocol, scanning the entire police station. The body of Luo Feichuan has been discovered. The identity of the imposter, Serious Crimes Unit Captain Wang Shuimu, has been confirmed. The central AI is now issuing a rescue order, dispatching the nearest high-level specialist. Shen Ye gasped in shock. He never expected the person being sent was Manager Qian. With his cover blown, the fake Wang Shuimu flew into a rage, calling for backup. "Are you? Humph. You want to kill me? Dream on. 30 seconds is more than enough time for me to finish you off and get out of here." The countdown began. 29. 28. Shen Ye scrambled toward the only fire exit, but it was too late. The assassin grabbed his wrist, his blood-soaked face twisted with cruelty. "You little punk, did you really think I'd let you escape that easily?" 27. 26. Facing the man's overwhelming strength, Shen Ye could only let out a hopeless whisper, "I'm screwed." The assassin gritted his teeth, preparing the final killing blow. 25. Die. Crack. At the very last second, a fist came crashing down from above like a meteor. Qian Rushan had arrived. The battle was over. Just as the assassin was about to finish him off, Shen Ye stared in shock as a figure descended from the sky. It was accompanied by a massive strike that made the ground tremble. Qian Rushan appeared with the air of a true master. He pulled back his fist and said casually, "In all of martial arts, speed is the only thing that's unbeatable." Sizzle. Looking at his enemy, now a bloody pulp on the floor, Qian Rushan asked smugly, "You idiot. Did you really think I was going to count to 30? Wasn't I cool?" Shen Ye gave him a thumbs up. "So cool. Incredibly handsome. Thank you for saving me, Manager Qian." At the National Security Bureau headquarters, Qian Rushan propped his feet on the table and said sternly, "I can handle everything else for you, but you have to tell me the truth about that password." Shen Ye replied, "Luo Feichuan gave me the password beforehand. He told me he was being hunted, and that if I ever ran into trouble, I should use it immediately." "Oh, so it seems he knew the Church of Silence and that assassin were targeting him." Shen Ye frowned in confusion. "The Church of Silence?" Old Qian explained. "That's the organization responsible for the anomaly you encountered before. They're a bunch of psychos. Chief Luo must have pissed them off while working on a case." Shen Ye bowed his head and thought, "Sigh. It's a real shame about Chief Luo." Old Qian lit a cigarette and sighed. "It really is a shame. I didn't know him for long, but I could tell he had a strong sense of justice. It was probably that very passion that got him killed." He took a drag from his cigarette and looked at Shen Ye. "You're a lucky kid. You were supposed to be eliminated by the assassin impersonating Luo Feichuan, but you survived by a stroke of luck. Kunlun has also traced the identity of your attacker. He's an assassin from the Assassin's League, but they only take jobs online and have no idea who their clients really are." Shen Ye deduced, since he was strong enough to kill Chief Luo, his skill and his price must be incredibly high. That means whoever hired him must be rich. Old Qian nodded sagely. "But the real question is, why would someone like that spare no expense to kill an ordinary high school student like you? We're still investigating that part." The young man continued his questioning. "So, what is this Kunlun that appeared after I used the password? Why didn't Chief Luo just summon it to deal with the assassin?" Old Qian blew out a cloud of smoke. "Kunlun is the central AI supercomputer for the world government. It's the one that assigned this rescue mission to me. Normally, it doesn't bother with trivial matters, unless you possess one of the special passwords it has issued. Only then will it intervene." He paused for a moment before revealing a secret. As for why Chief Luo didn't summon it, Shen Ye's eyes widened. A female staff member walked in, holding a tray with a cybernetic hand on it. "It's because he didn't know there was a problem with his weapon. This is Luo Feichuan's cybernetic prosthesis, which also served as his weapon. A virus was planted in its programming, so it couldn't be activated." The robotic hand suddenly sparked with electricity, but the moment Luo Feichuan died, it started working normally again. This was clearly sabotage, and it had to have been done by someone very close to him. "Kunlun has given us our mission. We will continue the investigation." Model investigation. Shen Ye picked up the mechanical hand in sorrow. "No wonder he told me his weapon was malfunctioning. For someone so strong and elite to die because he couldn't use his weapon when facing an enemy." Qian Rushan looked at him with a serious expression. "Shen Ye, you're one of our corporation's people now. Today, I'll teach you your first lesson. I hope you remember it well." He leaned in close, his eyes glinting sharply from behind his sunglasses. "At all times, you must be wary of those with wicked intentions. They're even more terrifying than monsters." Shen Ye's gaze hardened. "I'll take those words to heart." Old Qian stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. "Good. Now, follow me. I've already scheduled a meeting with your parents. What about those two guys in the abnormal state? The two of them walked out of the dark police station. Other specialists will arrive to handle the rest of this incident. This place is about to be locked down. We need to leave immediately. With your level of strength, why didn't you just stay and deal with everything at the station? Handling those two should have been easy for you. Old Qian warned. Don't be so naive. God only knows what kind of things they bring back with them from the anomaly. I remember this one guy. After escaping an anomaly caused by the church, he acted completely normal. But in reality, he was nothing but a suit of human skin. Hidden beneath that skin was a type of monster never recorded before. In the end, that thing slaughtered half a city before it was finally destroyed. So, I'd rather be branded a murderer than get tangled up with the church and their anomalies. But don't worry, the fate of those two will be far worse than the guy plastered to the wall. Suddenly, he froze. He pressed his phone to his ear, his expression changing. Right, Luo Feixuan, surname Luo. Hello, it's me. Help me look someone up. Her name is Xiao Mengyu. Check if she has any connection to Luo Feixuan. Shen Ye grew curious. Beads of sweat suddenly formed on old Qian's face as he cried out in horror. What? This is bad. Really bad. Shen Ye sank into thought. Who is this Xiao Mengyu? It seems she has some kind of relationship with Chief Luo. In an old-fashioned wooden house, Qian Rushan spoke to Shen Ye's parents. Manager Qian, now that things have come to this, there's something my son, Shen Ye, must know. Let him make his own choice. Only then will we carefully review this contract. Of course, I'm going to step out for a smoke. Just call me back in when you're ready. The father began to speak with a stern voice. Xiao Ye, your mother and I won't hide it from you any longer. The truth is, you are also a descendant of a noble house. Your father was originally from a branch of the great Three Jin Shen clan. Shen Ye was stunned. The Three Jin Shen clan. A torrent of memories flooded his mind. As expected, his original body's background was anything but simple. I think I remember reading about them in history books. The Three Jin Shen clan is one of the few families in the world that possesses the heritage of gods and divine artifacts. His mother continued their tearful story of the past. Back in the day, your father was also an outstanding genius. Unfortunately, while cultivating an ancient technique, he suffered a cultivation deviation and lost all of his strength. After that, your grandfather arranged a marriage for him, but your father refused for my sake. As a result, he enraged your grandfather and was completely cast out by the clan. We then came to this city to live, gave birth to you, and have lived a peaceful and happy life. Shen Ye thought to himself, are you two just bragging about your love story to me? His father looked at him with great expectation. Xiao Ye, the reason we're telling you all this is because your current talent has far surpassed that of an ordinary person. If we go back now and beg your grandfather to let us rejoin the clan, he will definitely agree. You would then become a disciple of a noble house, enjoying the best resources and treatment available. The heritage of a great clan is something countless people can only dream of. Xiao Ye, if you join the Mortal Way Corporation, you will never be able to access our clan's secret heritage. They both looked at him expectantly. We're giving the choice to you, don't worry. No matter which path you choose, your mother and I will support you with all our hearts. After a moment of silent contemplation, Mom, Dad, I've made my decision. I want to join the Mortal Way Corporation. His mother asked in shock, are you sure you've thought this through? We can go and beg your grandfather. Once he agrees, you'll be set for life. A flame of pride lit up in Shen Ye's eyes. No, I'm not going back. I don't want you and Dad to have to go and beg anyone. If you two were able to build this family from the ground up, then so can I. Please, believe in me. His father smiled. This is your life. We respect your decision. Xiao Ye, you've really grown up. Now, go and call Manager Qian back in. Shen Ye looked at an old family photo, recalling how few times they had visited his grandfather over the years. Thinking back now, his grandfather had never once given their family a kind look, and their other relatives were even colder and more contemptuous. Images of him with his childhood friends flashed through his mind. His only joy came from the times he spent playing with them. In his past life, he was used to a life of sorrow and hardship, a life of solitude. It wasn't until now that he had truly felt the deep, sincere warmth of family. The signing went smoothly. Contract signed. Welcome, Shen Ye, to the Mortal Way Corporation. Cold-blooded clans like the Shens. I'm better off without them. In the next few days, Shen Ye has to participate in the entrance exams for the 3 great academies, so I'd like him to stay at the corporation's headquarters for the time being. What do you two think? That's great. Those are the 3 best high schools in the world. Shen Ye, don't feel any pressure, okay? Just do your best like you always do. Qian, from now on, I'll be causing trouble with you. The scene cuts to a dark corner of the hospital, where Zhao Yibing is sitting all alone. Her fingers fly across her phone. Tap, tap, tap. A wicked smile spreads across her face as she looks at her post. Maliciously bullying and ruining a fellow student's future. The top-ranked student, twisted by missing one exam, takes revenge on society by crippling his classmate. The police are involved now, and this incident must be properly investigated. Perfect. The video I posted is working exactly as planned. The fact that Sun Ming got beaten so badly has drawn a ton of attention and comments. It was worth the trip to the hospital. Once I get a picture of this pig-faced loser Sun Ming, Shen Ye will be dealt with, and his reputation will be trashed. Her eyes gleam with calculation as she sends a message. I've more than completed the task you gave me, she thinks smugly, and I'll still be that pure and innocent goddess everyone adores. As Zhao Yibing waits in the hospital hallway, her phone suddenly pings with a notification. She stares in shock at the system message on her screen. The content you posted has been identified as a malicious rumor and has been completely blocked. The police have issued a statement regarding the related incidents. Please cease spreading false rumors. Otherwise, the platform and the World Martial Arts Group reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Her face contorts with rage and disbelief. Identified as a rumor? Impossible. How could they have proof that the boy acted in self-defense? I don't believe it. Why aren't they releasing the evidence? And another thing, what does this have to do with the World Martial Arts Group? And where's the school? What is the school saying? Meanwhile, back at school, the principal is ecstatically announcing the good news amidst a burst of brilliant fireworks. Congratulations to Shen Ye from Class 9-5. Our school has signed an early contract with the World Martial Arts Group, and the 5 top-ranked provincial high schools have all sent him direct admission offers. No way. Zhao Yibing whispers in despair. She slumps to the floor of the hospital corridor, staring into Sun Ming's room. He's completely covered in bandages. It was so close to working. Yibing, are you still there? Sun Ming calls out. How could he sign a contract with the World Martial Arts Group? On what grounds? The group's magnificent, towering skyscraper stands tall against the blue sky, marking a new chapter in Shen Ye's life. Inside, a glass elevator. Manager Qian is looking at his phone while updating Shen Ye. We've heard from the police station. It's over. It was a huge battle. A lot of people died, but they captured one of them alive. Shen Ye is shocked. Was it really that brutal? I'm the one who took that guy down, and I got 5 merit points for it. Shen Ye asks curiously. Merit points? Old Qian explains. Yeah, you can use them, like currency, to buy special items. For example, cultivation techniques, materials, intel, weapons. But then again, you're the one who reported the whole thing. But since you don't have a profession yet, you probably won't get any merit points. Huh? That's a bummer. Asterisk. Ping. Asterisk. Suddenly, Shen Ye's phone receives an urgent notification. For your contribution in this battle, which is significant for a minor, the government has a more suitable reward method. Your express delivery has been sent. Please proceed to the first floor lobby of the local World Martial Arts building to receive it. From the Department of Military Ranks and Merits of the World Alliance Government. He's surprised. Whoa, I get a reward too? What could it be? The elevator stops. We've arrived at the 105th floor, Shen Ye says worriedly. I'm seriously lacking any attack methods. I've been targeted for assassination several times already. If I hadn't gotten lucky, I'm afraid. Old Qian advises him. I know. It's best you don't go out for a while. I'll start investigating this immediately. As they step into the luxurious lobby, an employee respectfully reports, Manager Qian, the rumors have been dealt with. Completely. Old Qian nods. Good. Then he turns to Shen Ye. Shen Ye, from now on, you're a member of the group. This month's funds have been transferred to your account. Feel free to check it out and spend it as you wish. You can move about freely. Treat this place like your own home. I have something else to take care of, so I can't stay with you for now. If you need anything, just contact me any time. Yes, thank you, Manager Qian. On a large screen in the room, the image of a beautiful female celebrity appears. Hi, Shen Ye. I'm Su Malin. First, congratulations on joining the World Martial Arts Group. You're truly amazing. You're younger than me, so I'll call you my little brother, okay? Shen Ye sits on a soft bed in a luxurious room at dusk, listening to his idol's message. I want to thank you, little brother, for always supporting and loving me. I hope you study hard and work to improve your strength so you can become an incredibly powerful figure. This world is vast, and it's worth fighting for, together. Let's do our best. Oh, that's right. I also prepared VIP tickets for you to my concert. I'll be waiting for you. The young man stares at the screen, stunned. Shu Mulin, the celebrity Shen Ye used to admire most, He looks around the exquisitely decorated room, filled with roses and books. Everything in this room, from the flowers to the paintings, to the books, the food and drinks, as well as my favorite sports, and even my favorite celebrity. All of it. All of them were Shen Ye's favorite things. Stepping out onto the massive balcony and looking down at the city glowing in the twilight, he sighed with emotion. For a single newcomer, the corporation went to such lengths. Is this the fame and fortune that strength brings? Standing on the top floor of the 105-story building, Shen Ye took in the entire view. Who wouldn't want to stay here? At the summit above the clouds, who wouldn't want to ride the winds of fortune and witness this truly magnificent landscape? His eyes sharpened with determination. At 12 o'clock tonight, I have to enter the nightmare world again and fight for a decent evaluation mark. I have to get stronger before the entrance exam the day after tomorrow. I absolutely cannot be eliminated. At exactly 12 a.m., Shen Ye summoned his ability. A crimson door appeared with a click as he stepped through. The moment he entered, he was stunned by the scene of utter ruin. White bones were piled as high as a mountain. What in the world is going on? Sensing something was wrong, he quickly backed away. I can't just rush in recklessly, or it will affect my evaluation. From within the pile of white bones, a weak voice called out, Shen Ye, is that you? Shen Ye, quick, save me. I'm about to die. He recognized his old colleague, the Great Bone Demon. How did you end up like this? The creature gasped. I can't heal myself. That tonic you had before. Hurry up and give me a few more doses. Shen Ye was at a loss. Sorry, I don't have any of that on me right now. The skeleton's green eye dimmed, and it mocked itself in despair. It's over. To think I would meet my end here. This is the height of irony. Shen Ye looked at the door, his heart full of hesitation. This guy was a pretty decent trading partner, after all. Maybe I should try saving the old-timer? Hold on tight. I'll figure out a way to save you right now. Wait for me. He returned to the real world, leaving the skeleton to wait in solitude. Farron waited and waited. 2 hours passed. I'm a dead man. Suddenly, the crimson door reappeared. Great Bone Demon, I'm back. Shen Ye tried to shove a gigantic object through. Damn it. The door's not big enough. It won't fit. The skeleton was overjoyed. You're finally here. What are you trying to pull? Shen Ye used all his strength to pour a type of liquid through. To save you, I had to spend a huge amount of money. I bought a super-sized fish tank filled with calcium gluconate solution and liquid calcium magnesium zinc. It took every last cent I had. You just need to get in there and soak, and you'll be back to normal. Is there any way for you to get in? The skeleton sighed. Tisk. What can I possibly do? Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Suddenly, shocking explosions echoed from the distance. Shen Ye was terrified. What's happening? The Great Bone Demon looked out of the secret passage, its expression twisted. Damn it. They're about to break in. The humans and the elves. This place was actually a secret passage. Outside is the battlefield of our undead clan. The humans and elves are launching a fierce assault against us. Amidst the ruins, the Great Bone Demon urged Shen Ye on as the sounds of battle roared. The campaign isn't over yet, but I'm incredibly weak right now. Take this. It's a storage ring. Put it on. Quick. I have to hide. Shen Ye raised his hand to catch the stream of blue light as the Great Demon's soul began to be pulled back into the ring, accompanied by lines of mysterious ancient text. The storage ring slowly slid onto Shen Ye's finger amidst a brilliant halo and a sharp whistling of wind. Just as the contract was completed, a terrifying explosion blew the wall to pieces. Shen Ye hurriedly covered his face. Whoa, the door. He tumbled back onto the rooftop in the real world, looking back in horror as the magic portal vanished. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. That was too close. If I'd been caught in that blast, it would have been disastrous. He raised his hand to examine the ring, his face full of doubt. He asked aloud, Hey, did you go inside the ring? The Great Demon replied, Indeed. A storage ring cannot contain living things. But I happen to not be a living thing. I am undead. Shen Ye smirked. Humph. I knew this cunning old fox was hiding some treasures. Following the Great Demon's instructions, he raised his hand toward the giant calcium tank to absorb it into the ring. You are truly no ordinary man. Ever since we were at the elf village, I suspected it. Who would let themselves be escorted to an assassination by 3 accomplices like you did? But since I saved you, how do you plan to repay me? The skeleton asked in return. How do you wish for me to repay you? Shen Ye clenched the ring, his gaze firm as he laid out his condition. I have to visit your world tonight, and you must help me with everything you've got. The Great Demon was stunned. Did you not see how fierce that battle was? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Fine, you respect my privacy, so I shall respect yours. But the treasures I have on me have all been depleted. The help I can offer is very limited. The skeleton, now lounging comfortably in the glowing calcium solution, groaned. Ah, this is nice. I was originally just a battlefield spoils collector. Don't think I could have picked up anything truly good. Shen Ye pressed him. Weren't you a battlefield collection officer? It replied. The truly powerful artifacts were all snatched up by the victors, once their masters had fallen in battle. Standing under the night sky, the young man began to calculate a new plan. The area outside the secret passage is an undead battlefield. So, I'll disguise myself as an undead soldier and take a look around. Battlefield and come back. I'll get a new title, right? Then he asked, do you have any gear from an undead soldier? Yeah, the kind that can hide my human aura would be best. Suddenly, a pile of junk clattered to the ground with a demonic clang. Hide your aura, huh? Let's see. Shen Ye was speechless, looking at the pile of chipped weapons. What is all this scrap metal? Did you go dumpster diving or something? The great demon scoffed. This battered armor shows the cruelty of war. Look carefully. I'm sure there's something you can use. After fumbling around for a bit, he finally donned a dark set of armor, completing his disguise. Then, he picked up a token. This horse token is pretty good. They say it can summon a skeletal warhorse. The great demon handed him a skull mask that glowed with blue fire. There. Now you reek of death energy. This centurion's mask is yours to use. Shen Ye asked curiously. What does this mask do? It explained confidently. It maintains a high-level death aura. Wear it with the gear, and I guarantee no other undead will see through your disguise. Amidst a cloud of purple smoke, Shen Ye transformed into a majestic phantom warrior. Now you look like a true undead warrior from head to toe. If you're smart enough, you might even be able to use that token to summon the skeletal warhorse. He imagined himself looking awesome on its back, riding the skeletal warhorse to show off on the undead battlefield, ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. Ha ha. I'll definitely earn a title like Phantom Knight or something, right? Shen Ye strode decisively towards a glowing red door. All right, I'm off. The great demon anxiously warned him, you better not die. If you die and someone takes that ring, I'm a goner too. He stepped through the door into the pitch-black smoke and waved, I'll try my best not to die. The moment he set foot on the other side, he was stunned by the desolate landscape. This place was completely destroyed. Shen Ye stood on a tall rock overlooking the dark battlefield. Oh, right. I got a sword from the elf territory last time. I should bring it along for self-defense. He crouched down, carefully squeezing through narrow crevices in the rock to venture deeper. But just as he emerged from the rocks, he froze in terror. A dozen sharp spears were pointed right at his face. A group of human soldiers had appeared, and their scarred commander shouted, We've got a lone undead over here. Kill him. Shen Ye panicked. Humans? Isn't this supposed to be the undead battlefield? Did the undead already lose? In a life or death situation, he hurriedly ripped off his mask and yelled, Don't attack. I'm on your side. Look, I'm human. The bloodthirsty commander swung his massive sword. You despicable spy who surrendered to the undead. Die. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk. Clang. Asterisk. Shen Ye managed to parry the blow with his short sword. The impact so powerful he gritted his teeth and groaned. Ugh. The commander suddenly froze when he saw Shen Ye's sword glowing with a blue light. That sword. It's nightfall. Shen Ye stared in shock as a system notification popped up. Nightfall. A white-grade short sword exclusive to human scouts. Special property, sharpness. Can only be wielded by a human scout with an uncorrupted soul. The wielder of this sword is a trusted member of the human race, tasked with relaying information. After confirming his identity via the treasured sword, the commander let him go. Only someone with an uncorrupted soul can wield Nightfall. You truly are one of us. All right, you're all dismissed. Continue sweeping for any remaining undead, the soldiers shouted in unison. Yes, sir. The knight, with the long scar across his face, made a strange hand gesture and asked, Brother, do you require any assistance from us? This left Shen Ye utterly bewildered. Staring at the two-fingered rock-on sign, Shen Ye frantically tried to recall knowledge from his old world. An earth hand sign for I love you? This guy's declaring his feelings the moment we meet? You guys in this nightmare world are really something else, huh? But he immediately noticed the man's eyes weren't friendly at all. Wait, no, he just keeps staring at my mask. This gesture must have some secret meaning. Don't tell me this mask represents something. Feeling like he'd been totally screwed over by some old junk, he silently cursed the great demon and decided to play along. That damn skeleton. Whatever, I'll just bluff my way through this for now. As you can see, my current situation is quite difficult. If you could offer any help, I certainly wouldn't refuse. Hearing this, the knight's expression suddenly turned serious, and he lowered his voice. Understood. I will provide you with a personal combat pouch. Shen Ye let out a quiet sigh of relief as he accepted the bag. Phew, the bluff actually worked. Thank you. May I know your name? I will be sure to repay this favor in the future. The man replied curtly, Roman. Suddenly, the thunder of galloping hooves echoed as guards shouted, clearing a path. Make way for the Baron. Asterisk, clip-clop, clip-clop. Asterisk. A white-bearded old man in a red cloak charged forward on his horse, glaring at Roman. Roman, you've lingered here far too long. Are you trying to miss our window of opportunity? Not at all, sir. I just encountered a scout outside the ruins of the secret passage. The Baron squinted suspiciously toward Shen Ye. A scout from the secret passage? Where? Seize this scout. I suspect he is a spy for the undead. Model. Roman tried to stop him. Wait, he has a wild iron sword in his hand. But the old man brushed him off. Shut up. I know full well that anyone who can wield a wild iron sword hasn't sold their soul. But I need to know what his mission is. Shen Ye stood up straight, his gaze sharp and challenging. Who are you, and what gives you the right to demand to know my mission? The white-bearded old man sneered, his voice arrogant and cruel. I am Baron Warren of the Southern Eagle Castle. A puny scout like you dares to ask my name? Watch as I strip you of everything you own, whip you 20 times, and then interrogate you for all your secrets. Seeing the situation turn bad, he immediately fell back into a defensive stance. Asterisk, time to activate my ability. Warren, you pervert. I'll remember you. Gate. Asterisk. Baron Warren roared in fury. He ordered his soldiers. This puny scout dares to threaten me. The Baron, kill him for me. The entire squad charged forward to attack. A loud boom echoed through the thick dust and smoke. But when the dust settled, they saw nothing but an empty patch of ground. A confused voice asked, where did he go? Baron Warren's face went pale with shock. Asterisk. Strange. How did he vanish without a trace? Asterisk. How is that possible? A scout quickly reported, My Lord Baron, the ground is completely solid. There are no hidden passages or traps whatsoever. Roman stood to the side with his arms crossed, looking into the distance with a meaningful expression. I heard that a few anonymous assassins are also participating in this campaign. He continued to use his words to intimidate the Baron. They are masters of hiding in the shadows, top-tier experts who specialize in assassination missions. Warren, you were really brave just now, daring to tell him your real name. Hearing this, the old man broke out in a cold sweat, his face clearly showing his fear. Asterisk. He specializes in assassinations, and the battlefield is always unpredictable. Asterisk. Asterisk. If he uses the chaos to assassinate me. Asterisk. Terrified of retaliation, the Baron immediately ordered a full retreat, running for his life. Damn it, let's go. Asterisk, clip-clop, clip-clop. Asterisk. At that same moment, in a bedroom in the real world, Shen Ye fell straight through a gate in the ceiling. Asterisk, thump. Asterisk. He landed hard on the floor, panting and cursing in anger. Damn it, Baron Warren, was it? Attacking without a word. I'll remember you. It's a good thing I opened the gate under my feet early. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble. Hey, Great Demon, there's a problem with that mask. Didn't you see that guy getting ready to attack me? The Great Demon's voice echoed from the ring, making excuses. You can't blame me. How was I supposed to know the ins and outs of the human military? Besides, you made it back safely, didn't you? A notification window appeared, stunning Shen Ye. This gate opening has received an excellent green level Argai evaluation. The evaluation is for a normal person. The highest rank you can normally receive is white, but you have surpassed this rank by using your wits to resolve a dire situation and escape safely. He mumbled to himself in confusion. Why is it the green Our Guy keyword again? The system panel continued, now with a red warning. Attention. This is the second time you have surpassed the rank limit to receive this keyword. A special event has now been triggered. If you receive Our Guy next time, you will achieve the title Normal Person who received the same rank surpassing keyword 3 times in a row. This honor will summon a powerful hidden ability. You only have one chance, so be careful. Shen Ye was both excited and worried, calculating in his head. Asterisk. Getting the same thing 3 times can activate a hidden ability? Asterisk. Asterisk. This means if the next keyword is also Our Guy, I'll succeed. But if it's not, the chance will be lost forever. Asterisk. He looked thoughtfully at the combat pack he had just received. Asterisk. But how can I get the green level Our Guy keyword one more time? Asterisk. According to the description, I need to be in a desperate situation, then use cunning tactics, turning my enemy's strength against them, to solve the problem and escape. Memories of the elf girl and the knight Roman flashed in his mind, and Shen Ye realized the common thread. Whether it was the elven village or the undead battlefield, I was on enemy territory in a life-or-death situation. And in the end, I made them drop their hostility. They even willingly helped me. That's right, that's the condition to unlock it, but the requirement is too high. It's like dancing on a knife's edge, and I only have one single chance. Forget it. If I keep pushing my luck, I'll end up dead. My life is more important. Suddenly, a bell tone rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Asterisk, ding, asterisk. The building's management system voice spoke. Mr. Shen, you have a visitor. She claims to be a family member of Luo Feichuan. Her identity has been confirmed by the corporation. There are no issues. Would you like to meet her? Shen Ye's expression changed. A memory of the police chief surfaced. Asterisk. A family member of Chief Luo? He died a horrible death, investigating my case. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even after he died, his spirit saved my life once. If his family wants to see me, I can't possibly refuse. Asterisk. All right, yes. The meeting has been arranged in the 50th floor guest lounge. I hope I can do something for his family too. On an empty rooftop, a young woman with long, flowing purple hair stood looking out into the distance. Shen Ye walked in and spoke. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I ask why you were looking for me? The girl turned around, her sad eyes looking at him. Shen Ye. He nodded slightly. That's me. Suddenly, a powerful aura surrounded the girl as legendary text appeared above her head. Asterisk Grand Swordmaster, asterisk hello. I am Xiao Mengyu, Luo Feichuan's biological sister. I came here because there are some things I need to find out. Shen Ye was stunned. Model. His pupils contracted. Of all the people I've ever met, not even Qian Rushan had any evaluation keywords. In the nightmare world, none of the undead, humans, or elves had them, only the high elf priestess did. A long, long string of keywords. He broke out in a cold sweat, staring at the girl. This young woman was the second person he'd ever met who had keywords. So times was the person who made Director Qian's expression change just by mentioning her. Xiao Mengyu calmly recounted the events in a cold voice. My brother found the diamond-level assassin that was hunting you. When they fought, my brother's weapon malfunctioned, and he was killed. I also found the two classmates who secretly tampered with that weapon. Their motive was jealousy over the honors my brother had received. I've already killed them all, Shen Ye exclaimed in horror. But Director Qian said that assassin was just captured alive yesterday. That's right. So I went inside the detention center and killed him. You also killed the two who tampered with the weapon? I did. A chill went down Shen Ye's spine. Asterisk. How can she talk about killing so casually? Is this what a great sword master is like? Asterisk. Xiao Mengyu gazed into the distance, her voice tinged with sadness. My brother's talent was always limited, so I sent him to a pretty good school. I hoped that after graduation, he'd find a stable job, marry a good wife, and carry on the Luo family line. Everything was going according to the path I had laid out for him. I just wanted to protect him so he could live his life in peace. Shen Ye thought to himself in astonishment. Asterisk. That's not right. I thought Luo Feichuan was a heaven-sent prodigy. Asterisk. Asterisk. Why is his own sister saying his talent was limited? Asterisk. The girl continued. And yet, in the end, he was backstabbed by petty schemers. His body was tied up and hidden in a glass cabinet. Seeing Shen Ye's silence, Xiao Mengyu looked straight at him and asked, Why aren't you saying anything? Are you saying others are allowed to bully him, but I'm not allowed to avenge my own brother? Shen Ye waved his hands frantically. No, that's not it. I was just thinking, if you kill people like that, won't someone come and arrest you? A proud smirk touched the girl's lips. So that's what this is about. Your surname may be Shen, but you've never lived among the great families, so you don't understand. No matter how ordinary my brother was, he was still a disciple of a great family. For him to die such a disgraceful death at the hands of an assassin, I am representing the Luo family to demand justice. No one would dare say a word, she added. Besides, my mother's surname is Xiao. That's why I took her name. I see. Please, continue. I interrogated the assassin. He didn't know who wanted you dead. He also didn't know he had killed a disciple of the Luo family. Now that they're all dead, the trail ends here. Xiao Mengyu stepped closer, her eyes razor sharp. I came to find you because I want to ask about the person who wants you dead. Do you have any leads yourself? Do you have any suspects? Even a vague guess will do. Give me a few names. Just give me a name and leave the rest to me. Shen Ye sighed helplessly. To be honest, I have absolutely no clue who the mastermind is. But you've killed the assassins. You've already avenged Luo Feichuan, haven't you? Xiao Mengyu suddenly drew her sword. A purple light flared to life. Her face became terrifyingly fierce in the glow of her sword energy. I have to find the person who hired that assassin to kill you. The assassin killed my brother, so I will kill both the assassin and the mastermind behind him. Shen Ye recoiled from the terrifying pressure. Xiao Mengyu stated resolutely, "It's the only way to appease my brother's spirit in the heavens." Immediately after, a colossal slash of sword energy tore through the night sky, leaving a pitch-black rift in the clouds. Shen Ye's jaw dropped as he stared at the sky, sweat pouring down his face. Asterisk. Did she just create that slash? Asterisk. Asterisk. I didn't even see when she drew her sword. Asterisk. Xiao Mengyu sheathed her weapon and calmly reminded him, Shen Ye, think carefully. Are there any details you might have missed? You're a disciple of the Shen family. Have you ever made enemies with disciples from other great families? Don't give up investigating just because someone is powerful or has a strong background. You can come to me for help anytime. Shen Ye bowed his head in thought. My branch and the main Shen family in Sanjin have never been on good terms. We hardly interact. I only went back there occasionally, and I just played with kids my age. I never offended anyone. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right. Now that you mention it, I think I heard a terrified, ear-piercing scream during the first assassination attempt at the hospital. Could there have been a witness? Xiao Mengyu reacted instantly. I'll go check on that immediately. Wait for my news. Xiao Mengyu left after giving him her contact information. This is my contact info. Thank you, Shen Ye. I'll be going now. Farewell. He gave a small wave goodbye. Be careful on your way. Shen Ye turned to look at Qian Rushan, who was leaning against the wall, observing. The man sighed in awe. Such terrifying sword skills. When she arrived, I specifically asked if she was going to make a move. On you. I was afraid she would take out her anger over Luo Fei's death on you, but it seems the outcome was quite good. Shen Ye asked curiously about the girl's identity. He answered slowly. She is the most outstanding disciple of the Luo family's current generation. Even among all the great families, she's considered an absolute prodigy. Is she in school? Or has she started working? She's in the same grade as you, taking the high school entrance exams this year, he exclaimed in shock. Huh? Seeing that Shen Ye seemed stressed, he tried to comfort him, saying, Don't be discouraged. Heirs of the great families often have secret inheritances and have been systematically trained since childhood. It's normal for their strength to far exceed their peers. If you had also grown up in the Shen family, I'm sure you wouldn't be much weaker than her. Shen Ye forced a smile and replied, I couldn't be happier. She's on my side now, and once we find the mastermind, she'll be a huge help. I'm heading to bed first. The old man nodded. Go on. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for a few teachers to brief you on what to expect in the exam. Back in his room, Shen Ye flopped onto his bed, his mind a mess. No wonder they're clan heirs. They're on a whole other level. A total failure. The great families are the highest echelon of humanity. What if they really want to kill me? They could just throw money around and hire the Assassin's Guild to take my life without breaking a sweat. He suddenly shot up, his eyes filled with determination. I have to learn an offensive skill, and fast. I can't always rely on the great swordsman. Hey, Archfiend, you got any more of those nightmare crystals? The kind with skills attached? In the end, a man's gotta rely on himself. Shen Ye sat on his bed, nervously holding up the ring and urging, Archfiend, do you have any more nightmare crystals that grant skills? The old Archfiend's dry voice echoed from the ring. All I have are undead skills. You don't have soulfire, so you can't use them. He shot back. Then where did that moonlit deer walk you gave me before come from? The old fiend answered curtly. That was a lucky find. Shen Ye gazed out the window at the night sky, muttering anxiously. Don't tell me I have to wait until I'm a third year to get a chance to learn an offensive skill, but I can't wait that long. Never mind the people trying to kill me. The exam is right around the corner, and those clan heirs are definitely no pushovers. Suddenly, he remembered something important. That's right. I still haven't checked the personal combat pack that human officer, Roman, gave me. He hastily opened the bag and started rummaging through it. Dried rations. A first aid kit. Is there really nothing good in here? All of a sudden, he pulled out a glittering object that made his eyes light up. He exclaimed with excitement, Another nightmare crystal. Shen Ye immediately activated the crystal. A burst of blue light revealed a stream of information. I hope it's a good skill. The Brotherhood of the Shadow Hand has established an intelligence drop point at the military encampment. If you see a tent with 3 short swords standing upright, you may approach to submit a mission. The Shadow Hand awaits your news. His face fell with disappointment. This wasn't what he'd hoped for. What the hell is this? It's not a skill. What a letdown. The old archfiend's cackling laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, it seems that Roman fellow thinks you're a member of the Shadow Hand. A bold idea sparked in Shen Ye's mind. I've already gotten my keyword for today, so re-entering the nightmare world won't get me anything new. I might as well use this time to do some exploring. Archfiend, where did you find that centurion's mask? Can you find that place again? The old fiend replied, it's right near the secret passage. Why do you ask? He made his decision. I want to go back into the nightmare world, disguised as a human soldier. Do you have any human equipment? The old fiend clicked his tongue. Let me see. In an instant, Shen Ye was clad in a full set of armor. You are now disguised as a soldier from the human frontier territory of Jai. See the hound insignia on the tower shield? That's their emblem. Everyone in GI was wiped out by the undead, so if you pretend to be a survivor, no one will suspect a thing. The archfiend handed him another crystal, and this crystal is a distress letter from the Lord of GI. Think of it as proof of your identity. You'll definitely need it when you get out there. Shen Ye looked suspiciously at the ring, which was now emitting a green smoke. Huh, how rare. Why the sudden interest in my affairs? The old fiend replied, because you saved me last night. I wish to repay the favor. He shot him a warning glare. Tell me the truth, or I'll drain every last drop of your calcium supplement. As he stepped towards the spatial gate, the archfiend finally confessed, I have to help you achieve a certain status in the nightmare world, so you can buy the high-grade materials needed to heal my injuries. Shen Ye grinned victoriously. Now that's more like it. He stepped onto a desolate, ruined land under a dim moon, where the cold corpses of the battlefield were all that remained. From a distance, the urgent shouts of soldiers echoed, We've got a wounded soldier over here. Quick, get over here. Shen Ye hid behind a rock, watching the soldiers aid their comrade. Hang in there, brother. Stay with me. The main camp is just up ahead. You'll get treated soon. He silently assessed the situation, looking for an opening. Are there still soldiers clearing the battlefield? I can't act recklessly. If I run into the same group that saw me before, I'm screwed. His eyes lit up with a new idea as he looked at the piles of corpses around him, hiding here, with so many bodies. Maybe I can ask them for some intel. Shen Ye approached a terrifyingly enormous corpse, so huge. Is this an undead giant? Activating Shadow Whisper. Hey there, big guy. Wake up, I've got a question for you. He held the white mask in front of it to inquire. Do you know the origin of this mask? The corpse whispered back. I do not know. Shen Ye clicked his tongue and turned to leave. All right then. You can go back to sleep. I've asked every soul on this battlefield. Hey fellas, you ever seen this mask? Has anyone seen this mask? Nope, not a soul. Hey buddy, have you seen this mask? Nothing. The only answer was the crunch of his own footsteps. Exhausted, Shen Ye slumped down. He rested his head against his shield, letting out a helpless sigh in the middle of the silent battlefield. Damn it, searching like this is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Shen Ye hid among the wreckage, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield at night. Suddenly, he spotted the body of a beastman nearby. A werewolf, he muttered with glee. Perfect. A werewolf's nose has got to be sensitive. Maybe it can help me find a clue. Shen Ye quickly held the white mask to the corpse's nose and used his ability. Good doggy. Have you ever seen this mask? Or smelled anything like it? The corpse twitched slightly, its nose sniffing. Asterisk, sniff. Sniff asterisk. The werewolf's spirit whispered back, I have seen that mask. It belongs to a centurion, right over there. He's only got one arm left, it clarified. And another thing, I'm not a dog, I'm a wolf. Shen Ye patted its head with a grin. Good doggy, you've done a great service. You can pass on now. The werewolf grumbled resentfully. It's Wolf. Shen Ye walked over to the severed arm lying forlornly on the ground. The old devil in the ring spoke up. This is the result of a direct hit from a large-scale magic spell. That's why the scene is so devastating. Shen Ye wondered, there's only an arm left. I wonder if my Shadow Whisper will still work? Hey brother. Anything? Suddenly, the corpse's hand twitched, then slowly raised two fingers, forming a strange gesture. Shen Ye exclaimed with excitement. That's the signature sign of the Hand of Darkness. Looks like I found the right guy. This is the owner of the mask. Brother, is there anything you want to tell me? The arm trembled, then decisively pointed into the distance. Shen Ye followed its direction and saw a soldier's boot lying among the stones. He picked it up but immediately had to pinch his nose from the overwhelming stench. Ugh, this boot reeks. The smell was just foul. Then, he noticed something unusual. Wait a minute, there's something inside. From inside the rancid boot, an old coin and a small piece of paper fell into his hand, trailing that awful smell. Immediately, the system panel lit up with a notification. You have discovered enough special items. Unlocking support skill. Appraise. You can now view the descriptions of special items. Item information appeared. Badge of Darkness. Quality. Blue. Excellent. Engraved with high-level magic runes that can activate specific weapons. Without the corresponding weapon, it's useless junk. Shen Ye stared in shock at the sword on his hip. A weapon. Could it be? He pressed the badge against the hilt. Instantly, a burst of blue energy erupted, enveloping the entire blade. The system chimed repeatedly. Ding. Item level has increased. Nightshade has leveled up to Gloomy Night. The new sword's powerful information appeared. Gloomy Night. Short sword, specialized for human assassins. Blue. Excellent. Properties. Sharpness, armor penetration, high-level bleed. The system explained further. This is a weapon blessed by the Hand of Darkness, usable only by high-level assassins. This power represents your status, allowing you to receive missions and rewards from the guild. The darkness protects those who execute justice. Shen Ye cheered. I can't believe it. There's another surprise. My Nightshade sword upgraded to the Gloomy Night sword. Not bad at all. Oh right, there's still this letter. He unfolded the piece of paper to read it, his expression turning serious. Notice. Investigation into the truth of the undead disturbance. To all brothers and sisters, the Human Empire and the Elven Kingdom Alliance have issued a large-scale mission. Anyone who investigates and finds intelligence on the undead disturbance will be handsomely rewarded. Head to the battlefield. The survival of our people depends on your strength. May the darkness protect us. The Hand of Darkness, Shen Ye breathed. So, this is their mission. He picked up the crystal Roman had given him earlier and examined it. Roman's crystal told me the camp marked by 3 short swords is the base for the Hand of Darkness. He reasoned, that's right, Roman must be a member of this guild, too. He must have seen me wearing the mask and decided to lend a hand. Shen Ye looked at the piles of undead corpses around him, and a bold idea sparked in his mind. Intelligence on the undead disturbance can be exchanged for a hefty reward. Haha, this is too easy. He pointed at an undead corpse. Hey, you, get up and tell me everything you know about this undead disturbance. The corpse whispered. I don't know anything. Shen Ye didn't give up and pointed to another group of undead. Fine. What about you, and you? Speak up. The undead chanted in unison. We really don't know anything. We're just grunts. All we know is how to follow orders and fight. Shen Ye sighed, his face etched with frustration. This is such a pain. Just then, the old devil's voice echoed from the ring, full of meaning. You know, I could actually provide that intelligence for you. Shen Ye immediately held up the ring, his eyes filled with suspicion. That's right. Wait, aren't you? Wait, there's already a specter here? He asked. But, you're a specter. Why would you willingly sell out your own kind? You're not trying to set a trap for me, are you? The old demon chuckled. Heh. The specters are indeed my brethren, but not a single one of them has ever been good to me. Shen Ye suddenly recalled. Asterisk, that's right. Asterisk. This old guy's situation among the specters always seemed pretty miserable. Asterisk. The old demon continued. So, what kind of intel are you looking for? Something earth-shattering? Or something more ordinary? Shen Ye thought it over carefully. Asterisk. Intel that's too shocking is a no-go. Asterisk. I'm just a nobody. If I drop a bombshell like that, I'll be investigated and face insane risks. Asterisk. The old demon nodded. Then I have a piece of intel that's just enough for you to trade for some decent rewards. The Spectre tribe has implemented new fortress components. They increased the power of their soulfire cannons by 20% and their firing speed by 10%. Shen Ye took the crystal containing the intel. He was still a bit hesitant. Asterisk. Isn't this information too valuable? Asterisk. The old demon replied, not at all. In fact, the high command of the human forces probably already suspects something. This just hasn't been confirmed yet. Shen Ye tucked the intel crystal into his pouch, mumbling to himself as he walked. This is perfect. I can get some rewards without drawing too much heat. He reached the edge of the forest and saw a brightly lit base in the distance. That was where the main army was camped. The mission drop-off for the Hand of Darkness is in there. But how am I supposed to just waltz in without raising suspicion? The old demon suggested, aren't those humans looking for wounded soldiers? You could just pretend to be injured and let them carry you in. Shen Ye nodded. That's a good idea. Seeing medics rush past carrying soldiers, he asked, hey, old demon, how good is the medical treatment on a human battlefield? The old demon explained, humanity's holy healing arts are top-notch. Not even the elves can compare, as long as you have the cash. Shen Ye was surprised. You need money on the battlefield? Of course. If you have enough coin, they can even reattach severed limbs. Shen Ye asked again, "What about you, specters?" The old demon replied sarcastically, "We usually just toss the dying ones out and let them rot." Shen Ye asked, "No treatment at all?" "Well, it times can be done, but it's a huge pain." The old demon explained their dark healing arts. "We need to use a special incantation to manifest a sacrificial altar. Then, we capture a bunch of other specters or living creatures and drain their life force. It grants instant recovery, but the price is the lives of others. Only specters with extremely high status can pull it off." Shen Ye clicked his tongue. "Well, then human medicine is definitely more worthwhile. Too bad I'm broke. But I have money," the old demon asserted. Shen Ye joyfully kissed the ring. "Turns out we have money. This is great." He glanced over at a giant corpse. Asterisk, "I've got an idea." Asterisk. Shen Ye then tried to lift a giant specter's warhammer. His strength attribute increased. He grunted. "Nuh, Herng." The old demon was shocked. "What in the hell are you doing?" "In a minute. If I can't scream, you better think of something." The old demon panicked. "Hey, you're not serious, are you?" The giant warhammer came crashing down, crushing Shen Ye beneath it. Asterisk crunch. Asterisk. He was flattened under the immense weight. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ugh. The old demon sighed. "You're just supposed to be an extra. Did you really have to go this far?" Shen Ye rasped. Asterisk, cough asterisk. "If I'm going to play dead, I have to make it convincing, or how will I fool anyone?" Lying under the warhammer, Shen Ye grabbed 2 rocks and started banging them against his shield to make noise. Asterisk, clang, clang, asterisk. Then he began to scream his lungs out. "Is anyone out there? Help me, help, help!" Hearing the strange noises from the battlefield, the patrolling soldiers grew wary and shouted, "Someone's calling for help." They rushed over and found Shen Ye, barely breathing. One of the soldiers yelled out, "Quick, we've got a wounded soldier here. Hang on, we're coming for you." Moments later, he was carried back for emergency medical treatment. In the army barracks, brightly lit against the quiet night, a beautiful priestess began to cast her holy magic. She continuously chanted mysterious words of healing. Shen Ye lay on the medical cot, his face a mask of exhaustion and pain. As streams of green magic enveloped his body, the powerful spell began to fully restore him. His vitality returned. The priestess reported respectfully to an official standing nearby. "Sir, the treatment is complete. His wounds have healed." The man nodded. "Very well, you are dismissed. Someone will bring you your payment shortly." Shen Ye slowly began to stir, weakly asking, "Ugh, where am I?" The blonde-haired official gently reassured him. "Easy now, child. You're safe. You're in the human army's barracks." "Who are you?" The man's eyes fixed on Shen Ye's armor as he continued, "I am Prince Not, child. That shield you're carrying, it bears the emblem of the hound. Tell me, are you one of Lord Jiai's men?" Shen Ye immediately put on a pained expression, starting his act by sobbing uncontrollably. "Wah, I finally found you. The Ji region. It's been overrun by specters. Please, you have to send reinforcements. This is a letter the Lord entrusted to me." A white-bearded old mage stepped forward to receive it. The blue crystal. He muttered an incantation to activate the information within. As Prince Noten watched, a brilliant light erupted, displaying an urgent message for the lords of the empire. "I am Lord Lauren of the Gi region. Who can lead an army to save Gi? I will pay 300 gold coins and a valuable land deed. Please, save us." After a thorough inspection, the old mage confirmed with a somber tone, "That is indeed Lauren's voice. There's nothing wrong with this crystal." Prince Noten looked at Shen Ye with pity, sighed, and said, "You poor child, so you really are from the Gi region. But there is something I must tell you. The Gi region has been completely wiped out." Shen Ye froze as if struck by lightning. With tear-filled eyes, he cried out in despair. "What?" Noten continued, his heart aching for the boy. "The undead have overrun the territory. I'm afraid you are the only survivor." Shen Ye buried his head and began to sob, his acting skills truly top tier. "Mom, Dad, Zeros, Grandma, Warren, Key, Little Lou, are they all gone?" "I don't believe it. Wah!" Prince Noten stepped closer to comfort him. "My child, you've endured so much hardship, even managing to survive the stone hammer of an undead giant. That was both reckless and extraordinary." Noten patted his shoulder and said, "You are the last hope of the Gi region. Get some rest. Don't think about it anymore. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to be sent to the rear of the empire, to find a safe place to live." But Shen Ye thought to himself, "I still have to find the Shadow Hand camp to turn in my quest. I can't let them send me away like this." He immediately wiped his tears and pleaded with determination, Thank you, my lord, but please, allow me to remain on the battlefield, Noten asked in surprise. Why? Shen Ye gritted his teeth, a fake flame of hatred burning in his eyes. I want to avenge everyone. I will never forgive those undead bastards. I want to fight them, to drive every last one of them out, leaving none behind. Hearing his spirited words, the surrounding officials and even the elven girl looked visibly moved. Prince Noten smiled in admiration. To have such courage at such a young age. No wonder Lord Gi entrusted you with such an important task. You must possess some extraordinary skill, right? Shen Ye immediately shot up and declared, I'm the fastest runner in all of Gi. No one my age can run faster than me. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Keyword my people consumed. All stats increased, and 3 points added to agility, bringing his stat to a level of 9.9. To prove it, he got into a starting stance. My lord, just watch me run. As everyone watched curiously from the tent's entrance, in the blink of an eye, Shen Ye shot off like a flash of lightning, stunning the soldiers. He blazed through the camp at incredible speed, creating a whooshing sound that seemed to tear through the air. Shen Ye executed a masterful spin and came to a halt right in front of the nobles. Panting after his performance, he asked with an eager expression, huff, huff, my lord, do you think I'm qualified to stay on the front lines now? Everyone murmured in amazement. This kid is incredible. Prince Noten laughed and replied, your speed is truly astonishing. Let him come with us. I'll take care of him. The elven girl gently approached. She took Shen Ye's hand and asked with a hint of suspicion, child, where did you get this bracelet? Seeing the bracelet on Shen Ye's wrist, Prince Noten exclaimed in shock, hey, that's an elven artifact. He immediately explained, this was a gift from an elf named Lonnie. I exposed a plot by the undead, so the elven race definitely owes me a favor. They won't give me any trouble. The female archmage, Udaria, curiously touched the bracelet. Instantly, a flash of green light erupted, startling Shen Ye. A projection of Lonnie appeared within the light. She asked blankly, excuse me, who is using elven magic to call me? Udaria's voice was stern. Lonnie, I am the royal archmage Udaria. Why is your bracelet on a human boy? As soon as she saw Shen Ye, Lonnie cried out with joy. Ah, you've met him? Where is he? He also waved back. Hey, not a bad magic trick, huh? The girl was excited. It really is you. When are you coming back to visit our village? Udaria maintained her serious expression and reminded her. Lonnie, answer my question. Lonnie quickly recounted how an undead spy had infiltrated their village some time ago. He was the one who exposed their plot. And even the High Priestess owes him a favor. Come to think of it, the High Priestess has been looking for him. Having grasped the situation, Udaria gently touched the projection, cutting the connection. Understood. I'll contact you again later. The light vanished. Udaria turned to the prince and proposed, Prince Noten, this boy is young, yet his movements are swift. He has also escaped death multiple times after great disasters. Plus, he has a good relationship with us elves. I propose we send him to the imperial capital to study. Noten smiled. Pleased. Excellent. Excellent. It's rare for a human to be looked upon so favorably by your elven race. Then it's settled. Someone, get him an identification card and arrange a place for him to rest for a few days. Scribe, record this matter and forward the message to the Imperial Military Academy. Noten instructed thoughtfully. He continued to ask, what's your full name? Shen Ye broke out in a cold sweat. I don't know the first thing about this region's naming customs. To avoid blowing my cover, my only option is to fake amnesia. He immediately clutched his head and collapsed, feigning extreme pain. Arg, my head hurts so much. This sudden display startled, not. The white-bearded old mage stepped forward to examine him and then delivered his conclusion. He must have been struck by the undead giant's stone hammer, causing a concussion that led to amnesia. Not sighed. So that's what happened. Shen Ye gloated internally. Thanks for playing along. Not then patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. Don't worry, just get some rest. We'll meet again. The boy who survived a great disaster. Right after they left, a system panel materialized behind him. You have gained a certain amount of fame. You have a chance to receive the self-generated title, The Boy Who Lived. Shen Ye's face darkened as he stared at the words. The Boy Who Lived. What the hell kind of title is that? It's not like I have a lightning bolt scar on my forehead. Is there any way to get rid of this pending title? The system displayed instructions. An unformed title requires continuous praise from the world to be fully established. If you wish to reject it, there are two methods. 1. Become a hermit. As you are forgotten over time, the title will fade. An image appeared of people looking at him with pity. The second method appeared. 2. Perform actions that completely contradict the meaning of the title. The world's perception of you will change, and the title will change along with it. Shen Ye made up his mind. Alright, once I'm done here, I'll just lay low for a while. Suddenly, a soldier waved from a distance, shouting, "Farewell, boy who lived," he screamed. "Don't call me that." He turned to the old demon in the ring and asked, "Hey, old demon, who is this Prince Not guy?" Just a few words from him gave me a massive fame boost. The old demon replied, "Not is the firstborn of the royal family, the future heir to the throne. In other words, he's the crown prince. He's the one leading the joint forces of humans and elves in this campaign against the undead. You tell me. Is he powerful, or what?" Shen Ye nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is. Impressive." In the distance, Not and Udelia were still watching his retreating figure. Not remarked, "That kid just now was pretty interesting. Did you see something?" Udelia answered calmly. "He carries a high-level token of the Hand of Darkness, ES key, to have reached that level at such a young age. There he's no simple kid." Realization dawned on Not. "Oh, you're talking about that dagger, aren't you?" Not smiled, knowingly. "Yes, I saw it too. That's the Nightfall dagger, something only a high-ranking assassin would possess. How fortunate to stumble upon such a talent. In my name, submit an application for a Medal of Valor for him." The soldier behind him acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, Shen Ye found a tent marked with the insignia of 3 crossed swords. Found it. This must be the intelligence drop point for the Brotherhood in the main camp, the tent of the Hand of Darkness. He stepped inside. Hello? Inside, a bald man was busy feeling up a bearskin rug on the wall, completely ignoring him. The man continued his indifferent actions, pointedly ignoring him. Shen Ye cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem, may the shadows always protect us." At the same time, he made a secret hand sign. The bald man immediately turned and mirrored the exact same gesture. "Brother, what news do you bring?" Shen Ye took out the blue crystal and handed it to him. "I got this from the soulfire cannons at the undead encampment. You've probably noticed it yourself. Their cannons are packing a much bigger punch this time around." The man snatched it with a time swoosh asterisk. He smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. This is genuinely valuable. What do you want in exchange?" Shen Ye asked. "What do you have?" The man replied confidently. "I've got a huge selection of goods here. I guarantee you'll be impressed." He pulled out a dagger and presented it. "This is a tactical camouflage dagger, coated with a special poison. Just one little lick will put you in a state of suspended animation, perfect for assassins on the battlefield." He continued, his sales pitch. "This poison is freshly made, good for a full 2 years. If you're having trouble sleeping at night, just one lick guarantees a deep sleep. You'll wake up the next morning feeling refreshed." Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. "Got anything else?" The man chuckled. "Not enough for the battlefield, huh? Then check this out." The bald man raised a whistle to his lips and blew. Shen Ye stared blankly as a large, frantic brown horse immediately appeared in a cloud of dust. Asterisk. Nay. Asterisk. Shen Ye was startled by the sight of the majestic warhorse. But then, the huge horse suddenly collapsed, foamed at the mouth, let out a grunt, and dropped dead, leaving Shen Ye completely bewildered. Qian Rushan explained nonchalantly, "This is a horse that knows how to play dead. Just give it a look, and it'll drop and act its heart out." Finding the item a bit peculiar, Shen Ye asked suspiciously, "Are the horse and that dagger supposed to be a set?" The man smirked. "Heh, sharp eyes you've got there." Shen Ye decided to change the subject. "Anything else?" Seeing he had a picky customer, Qian Rushan brought out a brilliantly glowing, high-end item. "So the other stuff didn't cut it for you? All right then, try this on for size." Luminous X-ray goggles. Shen Ye tried them on, and his jaw immediately dropped in shock. Outside the tent, 2 brawny guys were flexing the 2 dark crystals they had stashed on them. Anyone who wears these can see right through clothing to spot the money and treasures a person is carrying. "My training paid off. Now mine's bigger than yours," Shen Ye shouted. After the equipment test, he got serious and returned to his main goal. "Do you have any nightmare crystals? I want to learn some skills." Qian Rushan sighed with regret. "The war has been tense lately, so supplies are extremely scarce. I only have 2 left on me right now. Take your pick." He placed a brilliant red crystal on the table. "This is the beginner-level hemorrhage, an attack that makes your opponent bleed continuously. It works with daggers, swords, and short swords. I only provide the knowledge for beginner skills, though." Next was a cold, blue crystal. And this is the beginner-level Gale Kick, a knockback-type kicking skill that can send enemies and their weapons flying. Have you learned either of these 2? Shen Ye gritted his teeth and snapped, "I need both of them." As he was struggling to decide, a mysterious black smoke appeared, accompanied by a whisper in his ear, "Human, choose the Gale Kick." He jumped in surprise. What was that sound? Shen Ye glanced around Qian Rushan's tent and realized the voice belonged to that mysterious person, the one who had guided him and given him the Wild Edge short sword before. He quietly asked the black smoke, "Why should I choose Gale Kick?" The voice echoed back, full of mystique, "Because it is not a skill of this world." The smoke displayed an image of 4 shimmering crystals. Next, you must find a way to obtain the Phantom Shadow technique of the Undead race and the Thunder Palm of the Beast King race. When you've collected them all and combined them with Moonlit Deer Step and Gale Kick, you will unlock a true secret. Despite his doubts, Shen Ye decided to follow the advice. I can learn a secret just by learning a skill? Whatever, I'll just listen to it. I choose Gale Kick. Qian Rushan nodded. All right, take it. It's yours. The moment Shen Ye touched the blue crystal, a powerful current instantly enveloped his hand. Illusions of combat stances flashed brilliantly around him. As he began the process of absorbing the skill, Qian Rushan watched him and said slowly, "Gale Kick is just a basic kicking skill, but the value of your quest reward is much higher. Do you have any other requests?" He answered curtly, "Not at the moment." The man immediately handed him a heavy pouch. "Very well. I'll use this bag of gold to make up for the difference in value." Shen Ye took it. "Thank you. Thank you." Stepping out of the tent, he looked at the Archdemon's ring and whispered, "Hey, Archdemon, can you get me a skill from the undead race?" The old demon replied, "I've told you before, undead skills require soul fire to cast. And you," Shen Ye cut him off. "Phantom Shadow." The old Archdemon was stunned. "Huh? How do you know that technique?" "Don't worry about how I know. Just tell me if you have it or not. I need it." The old demon relented, materializing a purple crystal. "I have it. I have it. But this is the most basic illusion technique. It's pretty much useless. All you need is a bit of agility and spirit to use it. To keep up appearances, I'll take this ring off." A system window appeared. Phantom Shadow requires 3 points in spirit and 5 points in agility. Description: releases a shadowy phantom to distract an opponent. Shen Ye immediately adjusted his status panel. "I have 7 attribute points available." He dumped 3 points into spirit to reach 3.9. and the remaining 4 points into agility, bringing it to 6.9. That meets the requirements. A loud times boom times echoed, along with a notification. Attributes have been redistributed according to your wishes. He quickly ran deep into the forest, thinking to himself, I have to find a deserted place. If anyone finds out I'm using undead magic, I'm toast. Shen Ye stopped, cautiously looking around among the withered tree trunks. He clasped his hands and chanted the incantation. Instantly, a giant purple phantom appeared behind him. Phantom Shadow! The phantom roared and shot into the air with a times whoosh times before disappearing. Shen Ye watched it go, with a disappointed look on his face. This is Phantom Shadow? It seems like other than scaring someone for a second, it has no other real use. The old archdemon laughed mockingly. You actually like this kind of trash tier technique? I thought you had good taste in magic, but I guess I was wrong. Ha ha. He ignored the taunts, his eyes shining with determination. You wouldn't understand my situation. I've now got Moonlit Deer Step, Gale Kick, and Phantom Shadow. All that's left is Thunder Palm. Let's see what happens when I collect this full set of skills. Suddenly, a soldier ran up from behind, calling out loudly. Finally found you, the boy who cheated death. Shen Ye's face darkened as he sighed. Stop calling me that. The soldier smiled and presented a wooden box. Congratulations. Thanks to your recent courageous performance, His Highness, Prince Not, has decided to award you a Medal of Courage and this letter of recommendation. Shen Ye gave a formal military salute. I am deeply grateful to His Highness the Prince. I will certainly train hard to serve the nation in the future. The soldier instructed him, you can travel with the army back to the imperial capital, or you can go on your own. In any case, take this letter to the Imperial Military Academy to register. Understood? Understood. And, one more thing. You did good, kid. Shen Ye turned and walked into the night, calculating in his head, I appreciate the prince's kindness. This money is enough to cover my living expenses in this world. I'll take the gold from the Hand of Darkness back home to help my family. This trip to another world has achieved its goal. I should probably head back now. The scenery changed, and the bright sun shone down on a building. In a modern high-rise apartment in the real world, on a computer screen, a virtual cat girl announces, Mr. Shen Ye, a total of 65.44 yuan has been exchanged from your gold. The funds have been transferred to the designated account as requested. Shen Ye picks up his bank card and smiles faintly. Thanks. Just then, his phone blared with an urgent ringtone. Ring, 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 ring. On the other end of the line was the worried voice of a relative. Ye, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Where did this money come from? He explained as he walked. It's the allowance I received after joining the corporation. I sent it home for our family to use first. With this much, aren't you going to keep some for yourself? It's fine, Mom. I don't have many expenses here at the corporation. Anyway, I'm heading off to eat now. He hung up and curiously checked his phone's notifications. He hadn't checked his phone once during his trip to the nightmare world, and he was surprised to see so many messages. Congratulatory messages popped up. Congratulations, Shen Ye, on successfully signing a contract with the Mortal Way Group. Hubby, Shen Ye, you're our pride and joy. Suddenly, he stopped at a message from Zhao Yibing, which was accompanied by a photo of a sorrowful-looking young woman. Sob, 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 it's all my fault. Shen Ye, please forgive me. Can we go see a movie together tonight? Shen Ye looked at the picture of the beautiful girl, his face flushing with embarrassment. But then he began typing furiously on his keyboard. Click, clack, face reality. Yibing, I'm way out of your league now, he thought to himself with a sigh. She's really beautiful, but what a pity. Another message appeared. Ping, hey Ye, congrats on signing with the Mortal Way Group. Let's go out and celebrate tonight. Shen Ye suddenly remembered. That's right, I promised Hao Yu I'd go out for stir-fry with him. His gaze suddenly became deep and worried. But right now, I'm being hunted by the Assassin's Alliance. It's not safe to just leave the corporation and wander around. But Hao Yu just wants to celebrate with me out of the goodness of his heart. Looking back on the memories of his close friend, he told himself, the original owner of this body may be dead, but his friendship with Chen Hao Yu still flows within me. I can feel the pure bond they've had since childhood. This is something I never experienced in my past life. Even though the gap between him and me will only grow wider, if I have the chance, I still want to cherish this friendship. As he was lost in thought, Shen Ye's phone pinged with a notification, a message from his best friend. Yi, take me on a tour of the Mortal Way Group today. It's my dream to see it. Even just a peek would be enough. Shen Ye calculated in his head as he walked. That's right. The corporation allows outside visitors, and it's extremely safe inside. This would satisfy Chen Haoyu's curiosity, and we could celebrate together. He immediately texted back, come on over. We can grab a bite to eat while you're here. Haoyu replied excitedly, awesome, I'm on my way. 10 minutes max. He smiled faintly. All right, I'll wait for you in the main lobby. Shen Ye stood in the corporation's lobby, his eyes drawn to a group of people gathered in the distance. He was suddenly stunned when he felt the incredible pressure coming from them. The group included a giant, a woman in a cowboy hat, and other mysterious, masked individuals who were radiating a thick, dark aura. Shen Ye broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously watching his step. The aura these people have is completely different from a normal person's. Are these the professionals that Director Qian mentioned? The giant suddenly turned, his sharp gaze falling upon Shen Ye. He approached, his massive body like a moving mountain. You're this year's newbie. Shen Ye answered awkwardly. Yes, I am. I'm sorry. Was I not supposed to stare at you? Contrary to his ferocious appearance, the giant smiled faintly, lost in thought. It's fine. Back when I was recruited, when I was still a rookie, I stood right here just like you, staring at the other professionals inside the corporation. Shen Ye asked curiously, were you dreaming about the future? The giant replied coldly and bluntly, no. His face suddenly became terrifying, filled with killing intent. Back then, I just thought they were all arrogant bastards. All I wanted to do was tear every single one of them to shreds. Shen Ye trembled, his heart filled with terror. So this is a professional? Someone so powerful, but with such a bizarre and tyrannical personality. Just as the tension peaked, the girl in the cowboy hat strode over with a commanding presence. The giant waved at her in a friendly manner. It cut through the silence. Hey, Wen Na, are you on duty today? Want to grab dinner tonight? This startled Shen Ye. Wen Na pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at the giant's face, snapping, get lost, bother me again, and I'll skin you. Just like that pervert I skinned a few days ago. Shen Ye was horrified. The giant flinched and backed away. Fine, don't eat, no need to be so aggressive. Wen Na turned to look at Shen Ye. Shen Ye, there's a student named Chen Haoyu here to see you. His identity has been verified. Should I let him in? He quickly replied, oh, he's a classmate of mine. Please let him in. Wen Na turned to leave. All right, don't go anywhere. I'll go get him now. Shen Ye called after her. You don't have to go through all that trouble. I can just go get him myself. Wen Na looked back at him, her gaze both stern and alluring. Can't do that, little bro. Director Qian gave us orders. You seem to be in some trouble right now, so we have to protect you. He could only sigh. All right. A moment later, Chen Haoyu walked in, his jaw dropping in awe at the building's luxury. Whoa, this place is insane. It's so freaking majestic. I don't even know where to look. Shen Ye, man, you've seriously made it big. Shen Ye draped an arm over his friend's shoulder with a warm smile. From now on, you can come find me here whenever you want. Haoyu pumped his fist in excitement. Shen Ye, you're a legend, signing directly with the World Martial Arts Corporation. You have no idea how much it shook up the whole school. The two of them walked towards the elevator. Shen Ye, eager to change the subject, didn't want to talk about it anymore. Let's go. I'll take you to eat at the corporation's cafeteria. Haoyu scratched his head. I'm not hungry yet. I want to see your place first. He nodded. Fine by me. Let's go. The elevator doors opened, revealing a cramped space filled with bizarre characters, making the air feel suffocating. Shen Ye stepped in with Haoyu and announced, Floor 105. Haoyu looked around, filled with admiration and silent wonder. Whoa, this is so cool. You really hit the big time. Suddenly, the phone in Shen Ye's pocket buzzed non-stop. He opened a message from Xiao Mengyu. When you were attacked by the anomaly at the hospital, there was indeed a nurse who witnessed everything. But she's disappeared. I only found a corpse with a completely disfigured face, but it wasn't her. We're still verifying the victim's identity. The phone buzzed again. Xiao Mengyu had sent a video. I also found this. Take a look. Shen Ye focused on the screen, his expression changing drastically at the next message. I suspect this corpse was a hit to silence a witness. A witness connected to you. The video showed a flickering figure in a dark hallway, looking exactly like Chen Haoyu. The phone kept vibrating. Xiao Mengyu warned, So, I re-investigated everyone around you. Shen Ye stared in shock at a photo of Haoyu holding a sharp knife at school. This person's movements at school yesterday morning were very strange, as if he was looking for something. The elevator chimed. Ding. Arrived at the 80th floor. Shen Ye stared at his phone, his mind in turmoil. Chen Haoyu. Was he looking for me? What was I doing yesterday morning? Meanwhile, Haoyu excitedly looked out the window, exclaiming, Whoa, we're so high up. A cold sweat broke out on Shen Ye's brow as he realized the truth. That's right. At that time, I was in the nightmare world. That's why in this surveillance footage, Chen Haoyu searched the entire academic building but couldn't find me. Haoyu suddenly turned to look at him, his gaze deep. What's wrong, Shen Ye? Just then, Shen Ye's phone vibrated. It was a warning message from Xiao Mengyu. Why was he looking for you? If you run into him, be extremely careful. The elevator stopped with a ding. Arrived at floor 105. Haoyu jumped up and ran out, bursting with excitement. Whoa, floor 105. I've never been this high up in my entire life. Shen Ye, you're so lucky you get to live here every day. As they walked deeper into the hallway, Haoyu urged him on, while Shen Ye followed silently behind. Hurry up, Shen Ye. Which room is yours? I can't wait to see the view from up here. He pointed ahead. It's the room at the very end of the hall. Stopping in front of the door, Haoyu pointed excitedly. Ooh, we're here, we're here. Shen Ye just stood there quietly, a troubled look on his face. This is the one. All of a sudden, Haoyu spun around, unleashing a lightning-fast sword strike, his eyes glowing with a blood-red killing intent. Right? Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. A powerful violet slash tore through the air, aimed directly where Shen Ye was standing. Shen Ye's jaw dropped in horror as he saw the blade pierce through his forehead, fresh blood starting to spray everywhere. However, Shen Ye's figure suddenly glowed and vanished like smoke, accompanied by the word, dispel. The Haoyu imposter stumbled back, stunned. An illusion? No way. How could that kid have such a high-level movement technique? Instantly, the real Shen Ye appeared from behind, landing a thunderous kick straight to the assassin's face. Asterisk. Bam. Asterisk. The powerful kick created a loud crack, sending the assassin flying as blood splattered. Asterisk crack. Asterisk Shen Ye landed confidently amidst blue lightning as the system panel flashed continuously. You have successfully allocated attribute points and cast 3 skills. Moonlit Deerwalk, Shadow Art, and Frost Ward. Based on this, you have temporarily activated the skill combo, Incomplete Frostmoon Shock, with the following effects. 1. Guaranteed enemy knockback. 2. Creates a perfect illusion of yourself to misdirect enemies. 3. Increases movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Shen Ye stood tall, his eyes cold as he demanded, You're not Chen Haoyu. Where is he? Simultaneously, his physical attributes were enhanced. Due to the successful execution of Frostmoon Shock, your body has been excessively tempered. Strength plus 0.1, agility plus 0.2, spirit plus 0.1. The assassin struggled to his feet, his face disfigured and covered in blood, laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha, he's dead. The madman lunged forward with his knife, roaring ferociously. And you'll be joining him soon enough. Shen Ye remained calm, unleashing another powerful kick that crackled with brilliant blue light. The assassin arrogantly blocked the blow with one hand. Humph, such a weak kick. I can stop that with one hand. Asterisk. Crack. Asterisk. The skill's effect instantly triggered. Effect activated. Guaranteed knockback, sending the assassin flying. The secret hidden within. Ah, what's this? Shen Ye quickly drew a gun from his pocket. This was the secret hidden within the skill. Who would have thought that this combination of beginner skills could create such a powerful move? He fired continuously, creating streaks of laser light that surrounded the assassin. Bang, bang. The assassin dodged amidst a cloud of purple smoke. You're a cunning little bastard, hiding a gun. Too bad your aim is complete trash. You didn't even land a single shot on me. The building's red alert system blared. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Gunshots detected on the 105th floor. Requesting all available professionals to report and assess the situation immediately. Shen Ye calmly twirled his gun and replied, I wasn't trying to hit you anyway. Outside, fighter jets zoomed towards the skyscraper. Whoosh, whoosh. Warning. Gunshots on the 105th floor. All professionals, move out to investigate immediately. Suddenly, lasers shot up from the floor, locking the assassin's body in place and freezing him. Wen Na emerged from the purple smoke, her face filled with rage. Take off your mask, you son of a bitch. To think you even managed to fool me, Shen Ye exclaimed in shock. Miss Wen Na, how did you get here so fast? He then thought to himself that he had already searched the man thoroughly, never expecting him to use a pen as a weapon. Wen Na lunged forward, grabbing the assassin by the throat and slamming him against the wall. Now, what is your objective? Who sent you? Why do you want to kill Shen Ye? The man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough. She yelled again. If you don't talk, I'll skin you alive and give you a fate worse than death. The assassin flashed a cruel smile. Heh 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 heh. Don't even dream of getting a single word out of me. Then, a faint click was heard from inside his mouth. His eyes widened, white foam frothed at his mouth, and then he stopped breathing. Wen Na cursed in anger. Damn it, he bit down on a poison capsule hidden in his tooth to commit suicide. Damn it all. I should have knocked him out before questioning him. Wen Na stood before the assassin's corpse, adjusting her cowboy hat as she uttered in disbelief. I've never heard of anyone mastering the art of concealment to this level, able to fool both the defensive, I, and me. Standing nearby, Shen Ye couldn't help but ask worriedly, what just happened? As Wen Na's subordinate came in to report, she thought to herself, I'm screwed. I accidentally let him die. This is a huge mess. Now, all we can do is wait for the autopsy to see if we can find any clues. A while later, in the autopsy room, Wen Na stood silently before the assassin's body. A technician reported, Ma'am, the technical department has completed the autopsy. This man was an expert, highly skilled in the art of killing. There was nothing on him to prove his identity, and there's no information on him in the AI database. This subordinate is incompetent. Qian Rushan placed a hand on Wen Na's shoulder to comfort her when he saw her choke up with self-blame. Asterisk, hic asterisk, this isn't your fault. His art of concealment was too advanced. Even the corporation's security system couldn't uncover his true identity. He then turned away coldly. Let's go. This corpse has no value anymore. Shen Ye quietly stared at the body on the autopsy table. He suddenly spoke up. You all go on ahead. I want to stay here a little longer. Qian Rushan gave Shen Ye a meaningful look and nodded. All right then, come find me on the rooftop later. This kid can sense death. Maybe he'll notice something. Shen Ye replied softly. Yes, sir. With the click of the closing door, Shen Ye was left alone. He stood before the assassin's corpse and activated his ability, enveloping the space in a blue light. Wake up, whisper of the shadows. Answer my questions. The corpse suddenly shot up in the darkness, a fiery soul burning in its eye sockets as it gasped in terror. Asterisk. Gasp. Asterisk. You can communicate with the dead? But immediately, the assassin's spirit flashed a defiant and crazed smile. Haha, but it's useless. I won't reveal anything to you. The voice of the old demon echoed excitedly from the ring. Ho ho ho, how interesting. I've never seen a corpse dare to defy the whisper of the shadows. Shen Ye frowned and asked, what if he won't talk? The old demon replied smugly, I don't know, but I guarantee this is going to be a good show. Suddenly, the surrounding space transformed. Shen Ye and the assassin's soul were dragged into a void, with giant chains crisscrossing a crimson sky. The assassin was crucified and shackled to a giant stone slab covered in grasping, shadowy demonic hands. These demonic hands began to tear and strangle him, causing his soul to scream in agony amidst a sea of fire. Ah ha 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 ha. Shen Ye watched as the assassin was completely submerged in hellfire that burned across the sky. The soul's body was heated to the point that its white skeleton was visible through its eye sockets. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ominous ghosts began to emerge from the wreckage, surrounding the assassin who was in so much pain. His very spiritual muscles were deforming. What's this? Rise of the Phantoms, the old demon cackled as he explained. Heh, now I remember. Souls that defy the whisper of the shadows will be continuously tormented by a curse. This fire will burn for 100 years. But this is just the appetizer. The old demon continued to describe the cruelty. Next, 3,600 different types of torture will be executed one by one, then repeated in a cycle until the sinner's soul finally decides to talk. In the darkness, he stared intently at the wretched corpse on the autopsy table and repeated the fateful question. If you're stubborn, more powerful evil spirits will be summoned. They love defiant souls like this because they're quite skilled at keeping the soul conscious and intact throughout the entire torture process. But this long, drawn-out torment is only felt by the victim. 100 years for him is merely the blink of an eye for us. Finally, the assassin couldn't take the horrific torture anymore. He screamed and begged, "Enough! It's enough! Please stop! I'll talk! I'll tell you everything!" With a whoosh, the space snapped back to the examination room. Shen Ye stood before the completely subdued corpse. The demon lord appeared on the ring, saying triumphantly, "Oh, we're back." Looks like he finally learned what fear is. As Shen Ye started recording with his phone, he stared at the faint blue flames in the corpse's eye sockets and gave a cold command. "Tell me everything you know. Don't leave out a single word." The scene shifts. A few minutes earlier, on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, the crimson light of sunset bathed the entire building. Zhao Yibing was secretly on the phone with a man named Mr. Han. "Mr. Han, how are things progressing? I did what you said, but unfortunately, Shen Ye didn't fall for the trap. He's been signed by the human martial arts conglomerate. I'm just a powerless high school student. Nothing I do has any effect." The other end replied with a cold text message. "Mr. Han, 8 p.m. Tonight at the West Suburbs Feng Lin Hotel. Don't be late." Yibing clutched her phone anxiously. "Should I go to this?" Suddenly, her phone rang. Asterisk. Ring ring asterisk. The ringing startled her. "Hello? Who is this?" After listening for a moment, she exclaimed with joy. "Really? I got a direct admission spot to a prestigious high school? That's amazing. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much." Zhao Yibing cried and laughed with joy as she hurriedly texted back. "Thank you, Mr. Han. I'll definitely be there on time tonight." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her, and her face went pale with terror. Xiao Mengyu calmly held out her hand. "Give me the phone. Who were you just talking to?" Zhao Yibing shrieked in anger. "Who are you? Are you crazy? Why are you sneaking up on people like that? My business is none of your concern." Asterisk, Xing, asterisk. In a flash, Xiao Mengyu drew her sword, the cold blade pressing against Yibing's neck, causing her to freeze. Xiao Mengyu looked at her with contempt. "Zhao Yibing, I know the thing you're most proud of isn't your grades, but your pretty face. I'll say it one last time. Give me the phone. Otherwise, I might just have to slice that nose of yours right off." Yibing tremblingly handed over the phone, though she still tried to act tough. "No matter who you are, you're not getting away with this. Just wait till the cops get here and arrest you." Zhao Mengyu casually took the phone just as it started ringing again. Asterisk. Ring 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 ring. Asterisk. Xiao Mengyu answered. It was Shen Ye on the other end. "Hello? Xiao Mengyu, you got new info, didn't you? I just caught an assassin, and during the interrogation, he confessed everything," she said while scrolling through Yibing's phone. From behind her, Zhao Yibing screamed in a panic. "Shen Ye, did Shen Ye send you to get revenge on me?" Xiao Mengyu calmly continued scrolling through the messages. Back in the examination room, Shen Ye ordered the assassin's spirit, "Continue." The assassin whispered, "We are assassins from the Assassins Alliance. Not long ago, we received a joint mission. The main objective of the mission was to kill you, but we had to make your death look like an accident." He recounted the sinister plot. "We staged a fake disaster scene at the hospital, carried out by my partner. First, I killed Chen Haoyu and disguised myself as him to lure you to the hospital. According to our calculations, once that thing was activated, you should have died in the hospital. But not only did you survive, there was even a witness at the scene. He continued listing their crimes. Because of that, we not only had to kill you, but we also had to figure out why the technique failed and retrieve the ritual tool. At that time, a police officer unexpectedly found us, but because he was so young, we used him to find the connection between him and you. So we turned the tables on him, killed him right inside the police station, and then posed as police officers to trick you and gather intel to eliminate you. Unfortunately, it all failed. And so today, I had to take matters into my own hands. Shen Ye lowered his head, darkness shrouding his murderous face. You hid Officer Luo's body in a locker at the police station. So, where did you hide Chen Haoyu's body? The assassin replied, I hid Chen Haoyu's body in the school's drainage tunnel. At the same time, Xiao Mengyu's voice came through the phone. Shen Ye, that body I mentioned earlier, it was found in your school's drainage tunnel. Crack. Shen Ye was so enraged, he crushed the phone screen in his hand, his eyes blazing with fury. He growled at the assassin's spirit, who is the mastermind behind all of you? Shen Ye stood there, seething. Spit it out. Who's your mastermind? The assassin's soul screamed in agony amidst the dark flames, revealing that only the mission's chief coordinator knew all the details. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and menacing as he pressed for more. Who is the chief coordinator? Where is he? The corpse rasped out a reply. As the image of a gloomy mansion appeared, it revealed the man was known as the Skinner, an infamous assassin in the underworld. The skin-grafting curse on my body. It was his work, too. The assassin then revealed the man's hiding place. He's gone to the Feng Lin Hotel on the outskirts of the city. The nurse, the witness, she's hiding there. He's going there to kill her. Shen Ye stared at the corpse, deep in thought. What kind of man is this Skinner? Does he have any weaknesses? The assassin's eyes widened in sheer terror at the mention of his superior. His power is beyond comprehension. I couldn't see any weaknesses at all. Shen Ye didn't give up, continuing to pressure the writhing soul. He must have some kind of defining characteristic, doesn't he? Whatever you know, tell me now. Trembling, the assassin's soul revealed a horrifying truth that made both Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu, who was on the phone, go pale. If I had to say, he has a particularly unique hobby. He eats people. Shen Ye immediately spoke into the phone with determination. I'm going to pay this Skinner a visit. But the line went dead. Xiao Mengyu, wait, damn it. She hung up. Seeing Shen Ye's concern, the assassin let out a ghoulish laugh. He. I don't know who that girl on the phone was, but if she goes looking for the Skinner, I doubt things will end well for her. The Skinner has a taste for women, especially young, pure ones. Enraged by the sickening words, Shen Ye slammed a heavy fist right into the corpse's mouth. Crack! The powerful blow sent a shockwave through the room, knocking the assassin's body clean off the operating table. Thud! Shen Ye looked down at the disintegrating corpse with contempt. Don't speak unless you're spoken to. Get lost. It vanished. At the same time, the scene shifts to the outskirts of the city, to the luxurious yet deathly still 5-star Feng Lin Hotel. Inside a dimly lit room, a silver-haired man was casually enjoying a candlelight dinner, with the corpse of a woman propped up in the chair across from him. The silver-haired man closed his eyes, savoring the taste with a sick pleasure. The meat is firm, but not fatty. There's a hint of sweetness when chewed thoroughly, but a slight bitterness on the tongue when swallowed. It seems your time on the run put you under quite a bit of stress. My sincerest apologies. He raised a glass of crimson wine, losing himself in ecstasy. Ah, so full-bodied and rich, smooth and flowing. Most astonishing is the perfect balance between sour and sweet, with a hint of cherry. This blood cocktail. This truly complements the gaminess of the meat. Simply exquisite. He glanced at a soup bowl containing a human eyeball and smiled at the nurse's corpse. It's been a long time since I've tasted something of this quality. You've moved me, truly, my dear nurse. His eyes lit up with interest as he noticed the phone on the table vibrating. And because you've moved me so, I shall savor the rest of you properly. Bzd, bzd. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, his expression clearly annoyed at the interruption. My apologies. There are always such rude people who insist on interrupting our meals. Life is just full of surprises and frustrations. A message from a Mr. Han appeared on the screen. We hope you can handle the target personally. He narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura radiating from him as he read the message. Oh, so they want me to handle this myself, do they? Ha, I just received word. My subordinate is dead. 3 assassins, killed one after another? This means our opponent is no ordinary high school student. I can take care of it. But what are you offering as payment? The client sent a short, simple reply. A girl. The silver-haired man scoffed arrogantly. Ha, a girl? I'm not some garbage collector. You should know my aesthetic standards are quite high. Instantly, several beautiful photos of Zhao Yibing appeared on the phone screen. The silver-haired man's eyes went wide, staring at the girl's photo with undisguised lust. He leaned back, his face flushing with a perverted excitement. Ah, what a beautiful, pure little lamb. He let out a soft moan, his mind racing with excitement as he imagined touching the girl in the picture. Just by looking at your picture, my dear, I can already smell the fresh scent of your skin. Thank you for arranging such a wonderful meeting. I'm deeply moved. I will kill that brat myself. He received a confirmation message. The girl will be at the rendezvous point at 8 o'clock. He glanced at his watch, a sense of urgency in his eyes. Ah, there's not much time left. I must prepare myself thoroughly for a perfect date tonight. He hurriedly began to undress, getting ready. This cologne won't do. I must bathe first. And I'll have to change my tie. These socks, too. And I must brush my teeth thoroughly. Otherwise, I won't be able to kiss her and experience her truest flavor. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, his eyes turning ice cold. Oh, that's right. He looked back at the dining table where the nurse was sitting. I almost forgot the most important thing. He reached out, sending magical red threads shooting towards the nurse's corpse, and declared coldly, "My apologies. Our relationship is about to begin. Our little game is over. I need to tidy up a bit. Can't have you scaring off my guests." With a flick of his wrist, countless threads sliced the nurse into pieces. Meanwhile, at the Shen Ye Corporation, a new device was undergoing authentication. A system notification chimed. Fingerprints match. Brainwaves match. Facial features match. Identity verification successful. Please state a phrase. This will be your unique activation password. Recite it to activate me. Shen Ye thought for a moment before speaking. A kill in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 li. Qian Rushan, standing beside him, gave a thumbs up. Nice poem. At the same time, the device began to vibrate, emitting a brilliant blue light. From within the light, an incredibly cool vehicle materialized, causing Shen Ye's jaw to drop. What is this? A Ghost Fire F motorcycle? Qian Rushan stuck his hands in his pockets, clicking his tongue in admiration. Unbelievable. For a kid your age to get a bike like this? I can't even imagine how many girls you're gonna pick up with it, Shen Ye asked curiously. What are its specs? Old man Qian began his spiel, a 2-cylinder, parallel 4-stroke, water-cooled engine, variable horizontal suspension system, a body made of super lightweight aerospace alloy, classic stainless steel exhaust, an advanced wireless motor, and a comprehensive artificial intelligence architecture. The old man continued, highlighting its special feature. It also has the signature Angel Wing flight system, which can switch between automatic and manual piloting. Flight time is up to 30 minutes. Shen Ye was stunned. It can fly? Of course. But since you haven't learned to fly yet, it's best to keep it in automatic mode. Does it run on electricity? How do I charge it? What's the cost? Just say the word to the AI, and it will find a charging station on its own. It's already linked to your personal ID, so the fees are deducted automatically. Shen Ye sat on the bike, thinking to himself that if it were red, it would look way more badass, like a blazing fire. Instantly, the bike's paint transformed, startling him. It can even change color. Qian Rushan chuckled. The body is made of the latest chameleon material. It intelligently changes based on your thoughts. Although the bike was amazing, Shen Ye still felt a little disappointed. Man, this vehicle is cool and all, but I kinda thought you were gonna give me some kind of cultivation manual. Qian Rushan's expression turned serious. It seems Kunlun believes your situation is extremely dangerous, which is why they issued you this latest model for a quick getaway. Old man Qian emphasized, once you activate the pure electric injection mode, it's as fast as a rocket, faster than you can even imagine. It could save your life when you're hanging by a thread. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes and asked, if Kunlun knows I'm in danger, surely they also know who wants to kill me, right? Old man Qian smirked cryptically. Even if they knew, they wouldn't lift a finger for something this trivial. They have to worry about the survival of the entire human civilization. He added, unless you prove you have sufficient value, they will only give you reward codes or provide rewards that are appropriate for your level. Shen Ye lowered his head in thought, his heart heavy. Value? That's right. In this world, if you have no value, nobody cares if you live or die. The police are like that, and so was Chen Haoyu. He worried silently. I wonder how Xiao Mengyu is doing. Has she run into that skin peeler yet? Looking out at the night sky, Qian Rushan gave an order. Tonight, you're staying here at the corporation to rest. You are not to go anywhere. Early tomorrow morning, I will personally escort you to the examination grounds. Masters from the 3 great academies will be guarding the place. Your safety will be completely guaranteed. Shen Ye nodded. Don't worry, old man Qian. I'm not going anywhere tonight. Good. This entire floor will be sealed for the night. We leave at dawn." At that same moment, in a gloomy, old-fashioned villa, Xiao Mingyu walked silently behind a terrified Zhao Yibing, who was leading the way. As she walked, Zhao Yibing trembled, thinking, "I've brought this woman here. I wonder if Mr. Han will be furious." Xiao Mingyu surveyed her surroundings with a sharp gaze. Standing before the mysterious building, she frowned slightly. There's a murderous aura. It's well hidden, almost undetectable. Dark, ominous energy surrounds the entire building. She asked Zhao Yibing coldly, "You said this online friend of yours provided you with a large quantity of high-grade elixirs and nutritional fluids to boost your performance, and even helped you get directly admitted into a top-tier school. Is that correct?" Zhao Yibing lowered her head and admitted it. "That's right. All I had to do was lead my classmates to go after Shen Ye, to slander and crush him, and I would get everything." Xiao Mingyu sneered with contempt. "Shen Ye has already been signed by the World Martial Arts Corporation, which means your mission was a complete failure." Zhao Yibing, "Do you have any idea what kind of end you're facing?" Zhao Yibing retorted defiantly. "You've captured me, but do you have any idea what kind of end times your time's facing?" Xiao Mingyu looked at the young girl with pity. She was just an ordinary girl from a normal background. She viewed the evil things she did to Shen Ye as nothing more than a transaction for personal gain, but she had no idea that this transaction was about to drag her into a bottomless abyss. Forget it. She stopped and delivered an ultimatum. "Zhao Yibing, I'm giving you two choices. 1, you hide somewhere nearby. After I've handled things, you come out and testify, telling them everything that happened. 2, tonight, you pretend you never met me. Go ahead and meet your benefactor, and I'll pretend I don't know you." Zhao Yibing bit her lip, her face a mask of intense internal conflict. Finally, she spun around and stormed off with a huff, leaving Xiao Mingyu standing silently beneath a tree. Xiao Mingyu closed her eyes, seemingly sensing the aura in the air. She placed a hand on the hilt of her sword, ready for anything, as she watched Yibing run toward the main entrance of the building. Swish, the villa door swung open, and a bizarre-looking butler stood there to welcome Zhao Yibing inside. In the shadows, the assassin known as Mr. Han revealed a sinister face. He welcomed Yibing into a romantic setting filled with roses. "I finally get to meet you, Bing Bing. You don't mind if I call you that, do you? You are the most beautiful and talented young woman I have ever met. I'm willing to be your sponsor, to get you into the province's top specialized school, and even cover all your tuition." Zhao Yibing hugged the bouquet of vibrant red roses, looking at him with admiration. "So, this was the famous Mr. Han? He's so different from how he is online. In person, he's so charming and warm. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I don't know how I could ever repay you. And as for Shen Ye," the silver-haired man took her hand reassuringly. "You don't have to worry about him anymore." Yibing was surprised. "Huh? I don't have to face him anymore? Why? Will he try to get revenge on me later? Don't worry. As long as I'm here, there's no way he can ever get revenge on you." The girl exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful." Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind carrying a chilling spiritual pressure swept through the room, making them both jump and look toward the balcony. Zhao Yibing shivered as the cold spiritual pressure enveloped the room. "Ah, it's so cold." Meanwhile, the assassin Han maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. He suddenly pulled the girl into his arms, surrounding them with brilliant blue sword energy. "Hold on tight," Han whispered in her ear. "Careful the wind doesn't blow you away, my lady." He narrowed his eyes, wary of the threat from outside. An incredibly pure sword intent is coming from outside. And its target is me. Meanwhile, Yibing was still completely captivated. The scent on his clothes is so nice. Realizing danger was near, Han calculated his next move. "It seems someone has their eyes on me. I have to speed things up." He began to entice her. "Bing Bing. Not only are you gifted, but you also have a kind heart. I've decided to nominate you for the entrance exam to the world's top 3 academies. Will you accept?" The girl was stunned. Oh my god, the top 3 academies? Are you serious, Mr. Han? He thought to himself, I absolutely cannot let this romantic meeting be ruined. Standing before the imposing mansion, he repeated his mesmerizing question. "Bing Bing, I can nominate you for the 3 academies entrance exam. Do you want it?" Yibing looked into his eyes, her mind drifting off to a bright future. Those 3 academies were the dream school for countless young people. They represent the ultimate glory. Once I get in, I'll ascend to the heavens in a single step. I'll never have to live among these mediocre people again. The girl asked, trembling. "Mr. Han, is what you're saying for real?" He smiled and explained, making a strange purring sound. Years ago, During an archaeological dig, I made a great contribution. Miss Loon granted me this code. By using it, the heir to my research will be qualified to take the joint entrance exam for the 3 great academies. Han handed her his glowing phone. And now, I am passing this opportunity to you. Yibing was worried, but my current strength. Don't worry, I'll help you improve. Right now, you just need to enter your information into the phone. He gloated internally. Good, just in time. The phone screen displayed a confirmation message. Zhao Yibing has received the qualification to participate in the joint entrance exam for the 3 great academies. The girl stared at it with shining eyes and flushed cheeks. Overcome with joy, she threw her arms around the assassin. Oh my God, Mr. Han, thank you. He stroked her hair and asked softly, Are you happy, Bing Bing? All the while, the sword intent from outside had reached the villa's perimeter. The girl looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears of joy. Yes, I'm so happy. Han looked back at her with a ravenous hunger in his eyes. The time of the harvest, he thought, leaning down to take her head in his hands for a deep kiss, as he silently declared, has finally come. At the same time, the surrounding atmosphere turned a deathly, vibrant red. Suddenly, a slicing sound tore through the space. Han laughed maniacally. I'm happy too. Bing Bing, let us complete this together. His body began to contort, twisted by eerie red threads. He roared in excitement. This great masterpiece of art. Han knelt before the bewildered girl, his moans echoing through the room. Ah, just looking at you moves me to tears. So perfect, so moving. Let this moment of a blossoming flower be frozen for all eternity. Just then, a massive slash of blue sword energy cut through the night with terrifying speed. Han threw his head back and laughed through his tears. Even as the pressure of the sword strike bore down on him, I couldn't wait any longer to taste your sweet nectar. A heaven-shaking explosion completely obliterated a part of the Fenglin castle. As the dust settled, Xiao Mengyu appeared with her sword in hand, standing beside Zhao Yibing, who had already kicked the bucket. Xiao Mengyu looked at Yibing's body and sighed with regret. I was still a step too late. I really thought my sword intent made him wary. He never imagined this guy would be so insane as to throw all caution to the wind. Amidst the rubble, the assassin. Han roared with rage when he saw his prey being stolen. No, don't you dare touch her, he screamed, accompanied by the slicing sound of crimson threads frantically swarming the area. The madman lunged forward, his eyes glowing with a blood-red killing intent aimed straight at Xiao Mengyu. She is mine. Facing the attack, Xiao Mengyu remained unnervingly calm and collected. The sword in her hand began to radiate a brilliant blue spiritual pressure. In a flash, sharp slashes of sword energy tore through the air, forcing the assassin to a stunned halt in midair. Han landed, his face etched with worry. Looking at the captive Zhao Yibing, he yelled, That's enough. Don't hurt her. Back off. You can have whatever you want, just as long as you don't hurt her. Xiao Mengyu pressed her sword against Zhao Yibing's neck, using her as a hostage, and coldly commanded, Stay right where you are, or I'll destroy this body instantly. Answer my question. Who is your mastermind? Han stared at her with apprehension. You're using the Lingbo sword style of the Luo family. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the outstanding genius of the younger generation, Xiao Mengyu. Despite the threat, Han flashed a confident smile and pointed around them. Miss Xiao, I suggest you take a look around. My threads have already surrounded you. Believe me, you have no chance of escaping my inescapable web. He narrowed his eyes, trying to negotiate. Be a good girl and return Bing Bing to me. Out of respect for the Luo family, I can let you walk away with your life. Xiao Mengyu was completely unfazed. She channeled her spiritual energy, causing the blue light from her sword to erupt more fiercely than ever before. Humph. All right then, let's put that to the test. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade as her sword hummed with immense power. Let's see which one you or this body is strong enough to withstand a single strike from my sword. Seeing his opponent's resolve, Han suddenly burst into tears, his face contorting with a sick and twisted love. He clutched his head, screaming in despair amidst a cloud of dark energy. Ah, Bing Bing, we've only just met. Must we be torn apart forever? You're such a perfect work of art. And I haven't even had a chance to taste your sweetest flavor. Suddenly, a monstrous entity woven from black threads materialized behind Han. He began to laugh maniacally. Asterisk. Heh, 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 heh. Asterisk. Although I can't taste the deliciousness of Bing Bing. Ko Yu, Xiao Mengyu, seem even more delectable than her. Ahaha. I wonder, can I have you? When you slide into my mouth, I bet you won't be as happy as Bing Bing. Will you? Ah. But that just means Bing Bing is the most perfect girl of all. Han's eyes turned completely blood red as he totally lost control. Damn it. Damn it all. To hell with it. I don't care anymore. No matter what happens, I'm going to devour all of you. Xiao Mengyu silently observed his disgusting transformation. She concluded that neither threats nor death could make this killer talk. Seeing the situation worsening, she decided to change tactics, slightly lowering her sword. How about we make a deal? The monstrous entity behind Han paused, suspicious. A deal? Xiao Mengyu stated her terms decisively. Just tell me who the mastermind is, and not only will I return Zhao Yibing to you, but you can also try to kill me. My body will be yours to do with as you please. Han glared at her, the crimson killing intent still blazing in his eyes. Even without this deal, I can still take your body after I kill you. Xiao Mengyu maintained her proud demeanor, raising her glowing sword. You can feel my power. You might be able to defeat me, but if you don't agree to this deal, you will never get my body intact. Furthermore, I guarantee that whether you succeed or fail, I will not use the power of the Luo family, nor will I let anyone from the Luo family seek revenge on you. Hearing the tempting offer, the dark aura around Han gradually dissipated. He returned to his original form and asked with great interest, "Are you serious?" He stepped closer as Xiao Mengyu presented her offer. Of course, the killer clutched his head and let out a bizarre, calculating laugh. Ha ha ha, this is giving me such a headache. Betraying my master means breaking the ironclad laws of the Assassin's League. I'll be hunted by them for the rest of my life. Xiao Mengyu stared at him with an icy gaze, taunting him softly. Are you scared? Han threw his head back and looked at the sky, his face a mask of obsession and infatuation. How could I be, my lovely little lady? To have you, I'm more than willing to make this sacrifice. Just the thought of holding you tight in my arms, giving you countless kisses as radiant as the sun. It's more than enough to get me excited. Xiao Mengyu's lips curled into a slight smirk, the sword in her hand, still radiating a brilliant blue aura. My sword will grind you into paste, Han replied casually, his perversion on full display. Oh, but that's just another kind of beauty. Just hearing your voice is enough to get me worked up. What a wonderful night this is. A night where I can harvest two perfect works of art. Please, allow me to express my gratitude. Han's eyes suddenly flashed a terrifying, blood-red glint as he lifted Zhao Yibing into his arms. The moment I speak the mastermind's name, the feelings between. But before that, allow me to get her to safety first. After that, I will devote all my time to you, my love. The scene changes to Shen Ye's perspective. He was sitting in a daze on the rooftop of a tall building, under a sky of dark, swirling clouds. Shen Ye looked into the distance, his heart filled with worry as he saw his red motorcycle. He had no idea what was happening with Xiao Mengyu, and his calls wouldn't go through. The assassin's corpse had confirmed that Xiao Mengyu was no match for the Skinner. Could she really be in danger right now? He held up the ring, urgently asking the entity inside, Great Demon, what are Xiao Mengyu's chances of winning against the Skinner? The Great Demon's voice rang out, full of sarcasm. Do you want to hear a lie or the truth? The truth, of course. Why the hell would you tell me a lie? The Great Demon's blunt statement made the color drain from Shen Ye's face. The truth is, Xiao Mengyu will definitely lose. I was just afraid that if I told you, you'd fly into a rage, try to help her, and get us both killed, Shen Ye retorted. No way. Didn't you see her sword strike just now? It even split the clouds in the sky. The old demon brushed it off. You idiot, clouds can't run or dodge. I could break up a cloud with a fart. While I don't understand you humans' world of assassins, the Skinner possesses the cursed idol of the king of 10,000 fallen hungry ghosts. His knowledge and power far surpass that little girl's. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, completely stressed out. You have a point. I'm afraid Xiao Mengyu's situation is looking grim. The Great Demon advised, stop overthinking it. Just be a good boy and go to bed. Shen Ye stood up, his gaze heavy as he looked down at the city. I was going to rely on Xiao Mengyu's strength to find the truth, but I never thought I'd be the one to lead her into danger. Her brother is dead, Chen Haoyu is dead, and the witness is probably dead too. Shen Ye clenched his fists, his face a mask of determination mixed with grief. How many more people have to die? She's the only one still giving her all for this. Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated violently. Ring, ring. Shen Ye jumped, staring at the screen in shock. He wondered, an unknown number, it's not Xiao Mengyu. He answered the call. Hello. On the other end was a girl's voice. Excuse me, are you Shen Ye? This is he. The mysterious girl whispered weakly through the phone. My mom told me that if I couldn't contact her anymore, I should find you and go to the police together. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes and asked, Who are you? He was stunned by the answer. My mother is the nurse who saw you encounter a ghost that day, Shen Ye exclaimed in shock. Where is your mother? He realized it was the witness's daughter calling. That's right. I registered my contact information at the hospital's nursing station before. The girl broke down into sobs. She told me to go to the Feng Lin Hotel on the western outskirts of the city. She said she'd be waiting for me there. But now, sob, sob, I can't get in touch with her anymore. Shen Ye asked urgently. Where are you now? I'm at the fast food restaurant across from the Feng Lin Hotel. He said decisively. Okay, don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. Right, you should call the police now. As Shen Ye prepared to leave, the great demon immediately tried to stop him. Hey, are you really going? Be careful, it could be a trap, he ordered in a serious tone. That little girl's mother is probably already dead. I don't want anything to happen to her, too. Even if it's a trap, I have to check it out. Quickly, help me store the motorcycle inside the ring. The demon sighed. Is it worth it? It's so safe hiding here. Why go looking for trouble? Shen Ye picked up the Night Devil sword, his cold eyes gazing out the window. You can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? If things go south, I still have the Ghost Fire motorcycle and the gate to get them out of there. You're bringing the Night Devil too? The great demon worried. This is really dangerous. If you die, what will I do? Shen Ye strode out of the room, full of resolve. Don't worry, I won't die. Besides, with the way these assassins are, the only way to get information out of them is by using the Shadow Whisper. In other words, if I want to find the truth, I can only rely on myself. As he walked towards the balcony, the great demon wouldn't stop nagging. It's useless. Director Qian has already ordered the 105th floor to be sealed off. You can't get out. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Shen Ye stood on the edge of the towering precipice, his hair blowing in the wind. You're not planning to fly away on the motorcycle, are you? The noise will alert the entire building. He coldly commanded the system, allocate all attributes to agility. A glowing red notification appeared on the status panel. As you wish, attributes have been allocated. Current agility, 1.1. The great demon screamed in horror when he saw him preparing to jump. Are you really going to jump? Let me tell you, from this height, you'd die on impact even if your agility was 30. Shen Ye looked up at the thunderous sky with determination. There are some things we are forced to do. This sky, full of dark clouds and lightning, is my best cover. He bravely threw himself into the air from the breathtaking height. The great demon shrieked in terror. You! The wind whistled past his ears. Shen Ye was in freefall through the night. The great demon wailed desperately for his life. His screams mixing with the howling of the cold wind. Model. The headlights were rushing toward him as he thought to himself, a rainy night is coming. The demon lord just kept screaming. The lower they got, the more terrifying the speed became. The demon lord cursed in a panic. You stupid fool. If you die, I will absolutely use my necromancy to turn you into a mindless zombie. When they were just a short distance from the ground, Shen Ye yelled out decisively. Door. A blazing red door materialized out of thin air, making the demon lord's eyes widen in utter shock. He decisively jumped into the door, did a flip, and then leaped back out. Shen Ye had secretly calculated this reckless escape plan. As long as he opened the door at a safe altitude, he could turn the nightmare world into an aerial platform to break his fall. He repeatedly opened and closed the spatial doors, creating a chain of invisible springboards. By doing this over and over, it's like creating countless footholds in midair, allowing for a safe landing. Shen Ye landed on the grass in an incredibly cool pose with a soft thud, completing his impossible high dive escape. The demon lord in the ring, still reeling from the shock, roared, "You madman! I almost thought I was going to die in this pathetic world of yours." He smirked in response. You can curse me all you want, but deep down, you were probably stunned by that little maneuver, weren't you? The old demon flatly denied it. Nonsense. Hurry up and get the motorcycle out. We've got a lot to do tonight. He waved his hand, and a stream of blue light enveloped the crimson motorcycle as it materialized amidst flashes of energy. Vroom! Shen Ye hopped on the bike, his gaze firm as he recited the password. Kill a man in 10 steps. Leave no trace for 1,000 miles. The bike's AI responded. Password verification successful. The Hellfire motorcycle roared to life, speeding down the deserted streets of the modern city. With terrifying speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He stopped the bike in a gloomy area in the western suburbs. This is the place. Shen Ye walked up to a deserted shop and spoke to the child waiting there. Are you the one who called me? The little girl jumped and turned around. Yes, I am. She clutched her backpack straps tightly, her red-rimmed eyes filled with anxiety. Have you seen my mom? I can't get in touch with her at all. Shen Ye gently reassured her. I'm going to find your mom right now. By the way, have you called the police? The little girl choked back tears. The call goes through, but it just rings, and no one ever picks up. He immediately picked up his phone. Let me try. Beep. In the eerily silent street, Shen Ye frowned at his screen. Still no answer. That's strange. Why would that be? The little girl grabbed his hand in fear. Is my mom still alive? Can you please help me find her? The little girl provided more information. Her room number is 707, but I'm too scared to go up there. Shen Ye asked softly, where's your dad? He passed away a long time ago. It's just me and my mom. We rely on each other. He sighed. All right, here's the plan. I'm taking you somewhere safe first. Once I find your mom, I'll contact you. He gave an order to his bike's AI system, Hellfire. Take this little girl to the Martial Arts Guild building, then come back and find me. The bike responded automatically. Recalibrating route. Confirmed. Departing now. I will return to your side in 5 minutes and 40 seconds. The little girl didn't want to leave yet. Whimpering. I'm scared. I want to see my mom right now. Shen Ye patted her head comfortingly. Don't be afraid. The place I'm sending you is extremely safe. Shen Ye's expression became dead serious. I will definitely find your mom, and then we'll come get you together. Before that, just wait at the Martial Arts Guild building for a little while, okay? The girl looked at him with tear-filled eyes and nodded slightly. Okay. The Hellfire bike revved its engine and sped off with the girl in a flash. Whoosh. Shen Ye waved goodbye. It was only then that the Demon Lord spoke up. You're not actually going to look for her mother, are you? It's a complete waste of time. This kid has nothing to do with you. She could even become a burden. I really don't understand why you're helping her, he answered calmly. Of course I am. Shen Ye's voice was heavy with responsibility. Her mother is an innocent person who only got into trouble because she was caught up in my business. The Demon Lord snorted with contempt. With a heart that soft, you'll never accomplish anything great. Looking around the dark neighborhood, the Demon Lord suddenly realized something. You still haven't noticed how strange this area is? Shen Ye looked bewildered. Strange? The demon snapped. Humph. You let that little girl distract you completely, so much so that you've dropped your guard entirely. Now that I mention it, don't you feel uneasy at all? The Demon Lord explained in a grave tone, I can sense the life flames of the living, but since we entered this neighborhood, aside from that kid, I haven't sensed a single other flame. Shen Ye's face paled. What are you trying to say? The demon confirmed. Exactly. Shen Ye stood frozen in the middle of the deserted intersection, a chill running down his spine. There isn't a single living person in this entire neighborhood. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions echoed from the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Ye asked urgently, Demon Lord, did you hear that? The demon replied, those are the sounds of battle, coming from the direction of the Feng Lin Hotel. Sounds like they're in a fierce fight. We can't wait any longer. He immediately broke into a sprint towards the hotel. Demon Lord, I'm heading straight into the hotel now. Keep an eye out for me. Keep your eyes peeled. If you see anything weird, let me know so I can bolt. Tham Da walked into the grand, yet eerily silent, lobby of the high-end hotel. A female receptionist with a stiff expression smiled in greeting. Welcome, sir. Do you have a reservation? The old ghost suddenly screamed a warning. Careful, she's dead. Horrified, Tham Da immediately backed away, activating his dark whisper ability. A blue light flared in his eyes as he interrogated the receptionist's soul. How did you all die? And why are you still standing here? The receptionist, with a soulless expression, whispered the horrifying truth. To live a more comfortable life, our master killed all of us. He used special threads to string our corpses together, controlled our souls with magic, and ordered us to perform every action. Tham Da cautiously took another step back, his hand tightening around his short sword. Then why aren't you attacking me? The spirit replied. We are programmed to serve our customers with all our might. Right now, the master is busy fighting a powerful enemy, so he hasn't issued any new directives. He glanced around the empty lobby and asked, besides you, how many other dead people are here? The girl floated up, pointing into the distance. All of them. Tham Da was stunned. What do you mean, all of them? The receptionist's eyes suddenly began to bleed a glowing green liquid, her smile twisting into a haunting grin. This entire city block, every single person, is already dead. Tham Da gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead at the unimaginable cruelty of the killer known as the Skinner. Suddenly, massive explosions echoed from the top floor. Tham Da looked up. They're already fighting on the rooftop. This is my chance. I have to find room 707 now. He immediately spun around, his feet a blur as he raced through the deserted corridors. Click, clack, click. After a frantic search, Tham Da skidded to a halt in front of a door. Found it. He kicked the door of room 707 open with all his might, the frame shattering with a deafening crack, but the scene inside made his pupils shrink in horror. Inside the room, dozens of naked corpses were suspended by blood-red threads, creating a grotesque forest of the dead. Tham Da ran through the room, his heart twisting in his chest. How could this be? So many bodies. He activated his ability again. Damn you, Dark Whisper. Does anyone here recognize me? Is anyone else alive? Mournful whispers rose from all corners of the room. Don't recognize him. Never seen him. We're all dead. No one could have survived. I don't know. Suddenly, the spirit of a woman, her face obscured by long, dark hair, spoke up. I recognize you. You're Tham Da. The spirit glowed with a painful blue flame as she recounted her story. I was on my shift. I saw the entire thing when you ran into that monster. Tham Da stood frozen before the nurse's blood-soaked corpse. His eyes were heavy with guilt. He bowed his head, his voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry. You died because of me. The spirit replied gently. I'm already dead. None of that matters anymore. Besides, it wasn't your fault. If you're willing. The nurse, along with the spirit of a small child, appeared, their forms full of sorrow as they pleaded desperately. Please, avenge us. Tham Da lifted his head, his eyes burning with a furious fire. Rest easy. I swear I will get revenge for this. And as for your daughter, I'll do everything in my power to make sure she grows up safe and healthy. Please, rest in peace. The nurse's spirit suddenly manifested a glowing question mark, full of confusion. Daughter? Tham Da stared, bewildered, back at the chaotic pile of bodies. But, she's the one who called me. He suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Abruptly, the entire building began to shake violently. Rubble and shards of glass flew everywhere around Tham Da. A massive explosion tore through a corner of the hotel. Smoke and fire billowed up, ripping through the night sky. Tham Da threw up his arms to shield himself, yelling, "What the hell is going on?" The old ghost warned him from within the ring. The building is under attack. And from the angle of that blast, I don't think it was caused by the two fighting upstairs. Tham Da glared up at the wreckage, shouting in fury, "Who the hell dares to ruin my plans?" The great demon continued. Of the two fighting upstairs, one of them has an extremely faint life signature, and they're falling right towards us. Out of the thick cloud of dust and smoke, a figure materialized, plummeting amidst the debris. Tham Da recognized the voice and gasped. That scream just now was a man's. Which means, the one falling is her. He lunged forward to save the person. With a sharp times swoosh asterisk, Tham Da managed to catch the falling body. Tu Mong Du. She opened her eyes, looking at him in utter shock. She was in Tham Da's arms. You? Why? Why are you here? They were both in free fall through the open air. Tham Da snapped. It's a long story. Long story short, I'm here to save you. In free fall, Tu Mong Nu whispered. With that pathetic amount of power, you still dared to come and help. What an idiot, he yelled back. Cut the crap. You're going to be fine, Tu Mong Gu thought to herself. Sigh. I went through so much trouble to control my injuries and suppress my aura to lure the enemy in. The Skinner was just about to fall into my trap, and then this kid just had to show up and save me. So much for my plan. But whatever. I still have another trick up my sleeve. She glanced at Tham Da's determined face and sighed softly. Forget it. I'll let it slide, for your sake. Suddenly, Shen Ye swung his hand, a sharp smack echoing as he chopped the girl on the neck. Shen Ye then poured all his points into his stats. Xiao Mengyu, my apologies. As per your command, attributes have been allocated to strength. 8.3. She's a master swordswoman. A full power chop like that should be enough to knock her out, right? Xiao Mengyu's eyes widened in shock before she slowly blacked out. Out cold, Shen Ye scooped her up and dashed into the darkness. Sorry, I just didn't want you to see my secret. Asterisk, whoosh. Asterisk. The skin flare emerged from the dust cloud, glaring at the empty spot. Huh? They vanished? Are they hiding? The man licked his lips, a cruel and excited grin spreading across his face. Ha ha. You dare play hide and seek with me? Now, this is getting interesting. He stood amidst the rubble, his cold voice echoing. You probably don't realize that this entire hotel is filled with my eyes and ears. I'll play with you for a little while. I'll start the countdown now. 10, 9, 8. Meanwhile, Shen Ye, still carrying the girl, was arguing with the ring. Great demon, you're a battlefield scavenger, right? Hurry up and find some suitable armor for her. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk, I am a battlefield times collector asterisk, not a scavenger. Look at this pile of junk you just pulled out. And you say you're not a scavenger? Good grief. Finding a complete set of equipment isn't as easy as you make it sound. By now, Shen Ye had already run far away. The frantic sound of his footsteps echoed urgently. While carrying her, Shen Ye took the opportunity to change her into a sexy black bunny outfit. Sacred Bunny Battlesuit. Quality, blue. Strength +1, agility +2. Special effect. The lighter the equipment, the higher the attribute boost. He snarled at the ring as he ran. Damn it, don't you have any more decent armor? The old great demon shot back. It was the only set I could find that would fit a woman. I stripped it off a male corpse. You know. You should be asking you humans why you'd wear something like that into battle. Shen Ye burst into the medical tent, yelling frantically, "Help! Someone help me! She's not gonna make it!" The soldiers inside immediately recognized him and cheered excitedly. It's him, the boy who survived the great disaster. Shen Ye grimaced to himself. This damn nickname is sticking to me like glue. They quickly placed the girl on a medical cot. One soldier exclaimed in amazement. Even gravely injured, her aura is incredibly sharp. She's wearing the Sacred Bunny battlesuit. She must be an extremely powerful swordswoman. But her injuries are too severe. We'll need to use expensive sacred runes. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Ye held out the prince's pouch of gold. I have money. Just save her. This is the gold the prince gave me last time. It should be enough, right? The soldiers stared, stunned, at the money pouch. Isn't that the tuition money His Highness the Prince granted you? Shen Ye asked, confused. Huh? How do you guys know that? The soldier pointed to the brilliant pattern on the pouch. It has the special royal seal on it. This is the mark of the royal family. This pouch alone is worth a fortune, not to mention the gold inside. Shen Ye lost his patience and yelled desperately, "Stop talking nonsense. You can have all of it. Just save her. I'm afraid she's not going to last much longer." Faced with such generosity, the healers were instantly motivated. All right, we will definitely use everything in our power to treat her. Immediately, the entire team raised their hands and cast their spells, creating brilliant green waves of magic that filled the space. Watching from the side, Shen Ye let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, with so many people healing her, it seems the human faction here is still very reliable. Suddenly, a bright red notification popped up on the system panel. The battlefield is ever-changing. When you are silent, your fame will fade. But this act of saving a comrade and sacrificing your tuition fee has caused it to explode. The system continued its analysis. Each royal gold coin is worth 100 times more than a regular coin, meaning you are paying thousands of times the normal cost just to save one girl's life. A congratulatory message appeared. From now on, everyone will praise your noble character. Congratulations. You have become wildly famous under the title, The Boy Who Survived the Great Disaster. Shen Ye's jaw dropped, his face twisting in utter shock. What the hell have I just done? Amidst the holy light, the soldiers cheered gleefully. The treatment is complete. Oh, boy who survived the great disaster. Shen Ye quickly asked. How is she? The soldier replied with a grin. Better than you can imagine. We used the best healing arts. Her body is recovering at an incredible rate. She should wake up in a few minutes. From within the ring, the old great demon commented, Humph. I can sense the girl's flame of life burning brightly. The healing arts of humans are impressive. I'll give them that. Shen Ye quickly scooped up the girl to leave. After spending all that money, she'd better make a full recovery or I'll die of regret. Thanks for everything, but we have a mission. We need to go now. Watching him run off, the soldiers started whispering, How nice. That girl must be his lover. Yeah, who else would spend a mountain of gold to save someone like that? That's right. With that much money, I could marry a dozen wives. Once they reached a secluded spot, Xiao Mengyu stirred and let out a soft moan. Shen Ye looked down at her and smiled in relief. You're awake? Immediately, she shot up, drawing her sword and pressing it against his neck, her face flushed with anger. What did you do to me? Facing the cold blade, Shen Ye calmly explained. It was just a type of healing technique. It only activates when you're unconscious. Xiao Mengyu froze, gently touching the spot where her wound had vanished. My injuries, they're completely healed. Sheathing her sword, she looked at him with regret. I'm sorry. I was wrong about you. Shen Ye nodded, then suddenly knocked her out cold. Look, I feel bad about this, but that bastard is almost here. Are you even in any shape to fight? Shen Ye's gaze turned razor sharp as he sensed a powerful rival approaching. Humph. A brilliant golden aura erupted from Xiao Mengyu. Titles acquired. Grandmaster Swordsman, Holy Protector. Duration, 3 hours. Radiating an overwhelming power, she declared, I'm going to kill him. Art. Your healing is incredibly strong. I've never felt this powerful. Shen Ye stood there, looking completely astonished. Saint favored. What kind of keyword is that? Did that flashy healing session just give her some kind of special enhancement? Shen Ye instructed Xiao Mengyu. Remember to find out who the mastermind is. She replied calmly, I already know. He gasped in surprise. Who is it? But before he could get an answer, the chilling voice of the assassin, Han, echoed from the shadows. Haha. Found you too. Shen Ye tensed up, instantly on guard. Han materialized amidst a swirl of crimson-black energy. A sinister grin plastered on his face as he stared them down. Huh. Better to be right on time than early, wouldn't you say? He chuckled, letting out a series of strange, guttural noises. Xiao Mengyu narrowed her eyes, sizing up their opponent, then whispered to Shen Ye, "If you don't have any powerful combat skills, I suggest you get out of here." She silently regretted underestimating him before. Does he have other hidden combat abilities? Shen Ye immediately nodded in agreement, giving a comically quick wave goodbye. You're right. A fight of this level is way out of my league. Gotta run. Good luck, Xiao Mengyu. Watching Shen Ye's figure disappear in a flash, Xiao Mengyu stood silently in the windswept hallway, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. Han clicked his tongue, pleased to see only the girl remained. So, that kid's only talent is healing, huh? Good. I can handle this alone. Well, my dear Mengyu. You didn't run with him. Were you waiting especially for me? Xiao Mengyu suddenly unleashed her spiritual energy, executing a golden sword strike that tore through the air, aimed directly at Han. The strike carried world-shaking power, and a notification popped up. Power has far exceeded user's peak performance. A deafening explosion erupted as the sword strike hit its mark, completely obliterating a corner of the grand hall. Debris rained down amidst the booming echoes. From the rubble, Han cried out in disbelief. Impossible. The assassin, bleeding profusely from a gash on his face, glared at Xiao Mengyu. But, you were so heavily injured. Xiao Mengyu withdrew her sword, her gaze cold as she stared at him through the dust. You dodged it again? Han narrowed his eyes, reassessing the situation. So that's it. Was it Shen Ye? He used some monstrous power to destroy the building and help her break free, and then he healed her completely. Hehehe. Lei Yuan failed, multiple assassination attempts missed. That kid is anything but simple. Hearing this, Xiao Mengyu was stunned. Shen Ye, he destroyed half the building? No, that can't be right. He didn't do that. Han licked the blood from his face like a total creep. Forget it. Whatever. Nothing is more appealing to me than you, Mengyu. Your resilience and that killing intent. I can't hold back anymore. Look, the wound you gave me is dancing with excitement. The assassin had gone completely insane, reaching out with his scarred hands. Let's become entangled like this. Forever. Cutting to the nightmare world, a group of priests were whispering amongst themselves. His Highness the Prince seems to hold that kid in high regard, and to reward him with so much royal gold. He's quite generous himself, giving it all to us, just to save his friend. Isn't it a bit much for us to take all of it? The priest with the chinstrap beard smiled smugly. Don't worry. During the healing, I secretly stuffed the extra gold into his friend's battle armor. I only took 10 coins for my trouble. Not to mention, as a sign of respect, I gave the girl a strength blessing that lasts for 3 hours. His colleague's eyes widened in shock. What? Why? Then, one by one, the other priests confessed. I gave her an agility blessing. I added a resonance blessing. And I granted her a perception blessing. I gave her a spirit blessing. Me too. The priests looked at each other, horrified. Are you all saying, that girl has collected every single type of blessing? When all blessings converge on one person, they combine into the highest level, grand enhancement magic. A divine information panel appeared. Saint favored. The effect of all blessings is doubled. Duration. 3 hours. A priest whispered, sweating bullets. That's an ultimate magic spell that only the royal family is supposed to have access to. Using it without permission is a capital crime. If anyone finds out, shh, keep your voice down. The chinstrap bearded priest gave a forced laugh, trying to smooth things over. Ahem. It's rare for our holy medical society to gather in such numbers, and to perform the full set of blessings. Let's just consider it a way of forming a deep bond with that young man who cheated death. Good thing I returned some of the gold. Let's just hope he doesn't talk about this. Now, back to the battle at the hotel. Xiao Mengyu swung her sword, slicing through Han's blood threads with a series of sharp clangs. She somersaulted through the air, effortlessly deflecting attacks from all directions. Swish, swish. Han was inwardly stunned by her sudden spike in power. The speed and power of my threads are increasing, but her attacks are more than twice as fierce as before. Why? How can she power herself up like this? Xiao Mengyu furrowed her brow, listening intently. There had been a rustling sound for a while now. What is that sound? It must be related to his increasing strength. Suddenly, she spotted and the dark, floating soul orbs nearby. Xiao Mengyu unleashed a brilliant green slash of sword energy, striking the wall hard. The sound came from here. The wall crumbled, revealing hundreds of screaming faces of the dead inside. It was a truly horrifying sight. Xiao Mengyu was stunned as she witnessed the bleeding wall of wailing souls. It was sealed by glowing red, evil-looking ancient runes. Han leaned against the wall, his face hidden in the shadows, a smug look on his face. Well, have you discovered the gift I prepared for you? The killer tilted his head to the sky, bloody tears streaming down his cheeks, all while laughing like a complete psycho. Listen, they're singing for us. Amidst a forest of screaming souls and grotesque roses of blood, Han knelt like a crazed, lovesick fool. This is our wedding hymn. His killing intent exploded to its limit, activating a terrifying forbidden technique, the Myriad Life Blood Demon Curse. The scene shifts to Shen Ye. He was running for his life, while the flying skull nagged him from behind. Kid, you're actually being smart this time. Let's use this chance to get out of here and run somewhere safe. Shen Ye snapped. Are you kidding me? We're so close to the truth. The skull was dumbfounded. Huh? You weren't running downstairs to escape? Shen Ye continued to run, throwing decisive kicks to clear the path. Look around you. All the corpses are chanting the curse already, the skull said worriedly. That skin-peeling killer must be behind this. We have to find a way to help Xiao Mengyu. You can't get involved in a fight of this level. That psycho is using countless blood demon curses to boost his power. Listen to me and run. Although trembling, Shen Ye resolutely crossed the corpse-filled hallway. You're right. I'd die the second I stepped into that kind of fight. But we can help by taking a detour. The skull pressed him. What kind of detour? What are you even looking for? After a bit of searching, Shen Ye kicked down a door and burst into a room with a triumphant look on his face. Found it. This is the place. The skull looked around the room, filled with machines and audio equipment, puzzled. This is the place you were looking for? What good is it? Shen Ye picked up a cable with a confident smile. It's time to test the power of your world. The skull, his brother in arms, was horrified. Customer, you don't mean? Back in the main hall, the wall of souls was screaming, growing more intense with the rhythm of the curse. Han was still lost in his madness. He held up a gleaming ring box. My dearest Mengyu, allow me to use my threads first. Countless crimson threads of blood filled the space. Xiao Mengyu was startled and drew her sword, taking a defensive stance. Let me weave you a one-of-a-kind wedding dress. She swung her sword forcefully, but the resilient threads continuously wrapped around the blade with a sharp, hissing sound. Xiao Mengyu narrowed her eyes with caution as she sensed something was wrong. The dense blood threads wound tightly around her weapon, immobilizing it. My sword is trapped. Suddenly, Han closed the distance, appearing right in front of her with terrifying speed. Let me put the wedding ring on you myself. Xiao Mengyu was shocked. So fast, the killer's hand reached out, about to place the cursed ring on the girl's finger. At that critical, hair-raising moment, a brilliant blue bolt of electricity suddenly erupted from the blade, shattering the blood threads with a loud crack. Xiao Mengyu launched a decisive blow. The sword strike hit its mark, sending blood flying with a loud slash. Han staggered back, his face twisted in pain. He exclaimed in utter shock, "There was another sword hidden within your sword?" Immediately after, the killer narrowed his eyes and gave a sinister smile, despite the blood pouring from his wound. Heh, but what a pity. The glowing red runes surrounding him caused his wound to heal automatically, in a mystical way. Within this endless evil blood demon curse, I am invincible. Han stood amidst the dark energy, speaking with utter arrogance. Staring at the girl, he said, "Go on, struggle. Little fish, the more difficult to process, the sweeter the final reward will be." Heh. The ending has already been decided. Xiao Mengyu calmly drew another short sword. Her steely gaze shot back at him. Don't be so sure. With the clang of her weapon readying, she began to channel her spiritual energy. A powerful, swirling blue aura emanated from her entire body. With a great whoosh, she unleashed a spinning slash, carrying enough power to level mountains and tear space itself apart. Slash. Han was stunned as the ultimate technique lit up right before his eyes. Aha, this is, a giant, brilliant sun and moon circle appeared. Han was both amazed and impressed. To think you've already mastered this ultimate sword art at such a young age. As expected of the one I love. The dual-edged blades opening wide. The long on the right, the short on the left. Controlled by spiritual energy. It's called the Luofu Sun and Moon Slash. It's just a shame that divine sword isn't in your hands. Ignoring the killer's taunts, Xiao Mengyu shouted with fury. Die. Her heaven-shattering slash descended like a thunderbolt, aimed directly at Han. Facing the destructive pressure, Han's face still held a terrifying, twisted smile in the darkness. Yes, that's it. Just like that. Keep attacking. The killer began his evil summoning ritual, using the blood of tens of thousands of wailing souls. Oh, great. Bloodthirsty two-headed demon serpent. Take the blood of the tens of thousands of dead here as a sacrifice. Creature, answer my summons. Trapped within a crimson fog, Han whispered hauntingly in Xiao Mengyu's ear. Ah, my little fish. Just like this. A colossal dark entity with countless glowing red eyes materialized, poised to devour the girl. Now, fall into a deep sleep in my arms. Xiao Mengyu stared up in shock at the terrifying beast that completely blotted out her vision. This is bad. This is the monster he summoned. The immense magical pressure paralyzed her, leaving her unable to react as it closed in. I can't dodge in time. Just then, Shen Ye's bizarrely out-of-place voice boomed through the building's PA system. Hello to everyone here. How are you all doing? Both Han and Mengyu froze in astonishment, staring at each other in confusion at this sudden turn of events. Swarms of souls with glowing green eyes shrieked violently, completely controlled by the dark magic. Right then, Shen Ye's voice echoed over the loudspeakers again. If you can hear me, give me a big, loud answer. Immediately, the gloomy whispers began to be drowned out. Han's face paled as the surrounding souls started to fade away with mournful cries. It's no good. I'm so hopeless. It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm in agony. Even the summoned beast couldn't hold its form. It began to dissolve into a bloody mist, screaming weakly, "Help! Help me!" Han stared, dumbfounded, at the scene unfolding before him. He gritted his teeth in fury. Why was my blood curse broken? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mengyu charged forward with astonishing speed. Han could only let out a cry of terror as she unleashed a slash, carrying a brilliant blue stream of spiritual energy. It tore through the darkness and struck her opponent head-on. With a deafening boom, Han was hit dead center, sending blood flying. He screamed in agony as Xiao Mengyu calmly sheathed her sword and declared, "It's over." But from behind, Han's dark figure loomed once more, along with a sneering laugh. Not quite. The killer was kneeling on the ground, his entire body enveloped in a dark red aura. "You can't kill me." Accompanied by a monstrous growl, Xiao Mengyu was stunned to see her opponent was still alive. My full power strike still couldn't finish him? Did that armor block all the damage? The horde of corpses is starting to whisper their curses again. Han staggered to his feet, his face twisted in a murderous rage. I was just interrupted by that little punk who doesn't know his place, but no matter. Let's continue. Suddenly, Shen Ye's out-of-place voice piped up again. Hey, all you dead people out there, do you know how to sing Happy Birthday? To Han's utter disbelief, the horde of corpses responded in unison. Of course we do. Who doesn't know how to sing Happy Birthday? Shen Ye enthusiastically continued. All right then, let's do it. Let's say goodbye to all our troubles. 3, 2, 1, everybody sing. The air filled with cheerful music. Say goodbye to all your troubles. Bye-bye. Welcome all the happy feelings. Hee hee. Han roared in a panic. What is this? Damn it, my blood curse. Xiao Mengyu couldn't help but snort with laughter as she watched the souls singing in chorus. Meanwhile, the song continued to echo. Happy birthday, dear, to you. May every single day be wonderful. Amidst the heavy downpour, the entire hotel was drowned in a chorus of singing that overpowered the sound of thunder. Today's your birthday, sending 1,000 wishes, for a special day that's filled with happy smiles. We gather round together with all of our love, wishing you the best of luck along your way. Han was pushed to his absolute limit, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he roared, Damn it, Shen Ye, I will kill you. The killer stomped on the floor, launching himself with a powerful leap straight toward the control room. Crash! Xiao Mengyu's expression changed, and she immediately gave chase. This is bad. He's going after Shen Ye. In the control room, the skull-faced man urged frantically, Hurry up and run. I can feel someone rushing this way. It's definitely that skin peeler. At the same time, a series of loud crashes could be heard. Shen Ye calmly picked up the broadcasting device. My dear deceased friends, do you remember your favorite songs? He yelled into the microphone while on the run. Sing them all for me. One after another. Don't stop. And with that, a chaotic medley erupted. The first time I became like this. Thunder roars across the sky. Ah, painting with the colors I choose. Oh David, I forgot the little bag. Nai. It created absolute chaos, shattering the dark magic. Just then, Han smashed through the wall, right behind Shen Ye, startling him. The killer appeared with a murderous expression. Found you, Shen Ye. Han launched a powerful attack, but Xiao Mengyu appeared just in time, blocking the blast of energy with her sword. She pushed Shen Ye aside. I'll hold him off. You need to run. Shen Ye was overjoyed. Whoa, you got here fast. I'm leaving him to you. Good luck. Han glared at Shen Ye's retreating figure, uttering a bone-chilling threat. Listen up, you little brat. If you dare run, I'll kill your parents. Xiao Mengyu shouted. Don't listen to him, just run. Shen Ye immediately bolted, causing Han to grit his teeth and growl. Fine, I'll slaughter your entire family. Han screamed maniacally as he was blocked. I'll eat them right in front of you. I'll skin them alive, and I'm going to do it right now. Is not their fight. Don't bite off more than you can chew. The Netherworld Emperor's speech incident was just a fluke. Don't get cocky. Shen Ye lowered his head in thought for a moment, then sighed. You're right. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, but if it were you, could you beat the Skinner? The Red Skull replied confidently, who do you take me for? A fight on this level is child's play to me. In my prime, I could have crushed him with one hand. However, a moment later, the skull was sulking in a bowl of medicinal liquid. It's useless talking about all that now. My injuries are too severe. I can't fight. You should just focus on finding a way to escape. Shen Ye suddenly flashed a knowing smile. That's great. It seems we can discuss something else then. The Red Skull asked blankly. What are you planning now? Shen Ye stood before the door and posed a serious question. We have a contract, right? The Red Skull was suspicious. We do. What are you getting at? Shen Ye sealed the deal. I want to make another transaction with you. He held up the ring, his eyes firm. I'll help you recover your strength, and you'll help me take care of him. The Red Skull exclaimed in shock. Help me recover my strength? Shen Ye explained his strategy. Back on the battlefield, outside the secret passage, you mentioned how the undead heal. You use a special spell to materialize an altar, then imprison spirits or living beings to instantly drain their power for recovery. The Red Skull nodded. Correct. With this method, as long as I have a single breath left, I can instantly return to my peak condition. Suddenly, he realized something with horror. Client, don't tell me you're planning to use the people who died in this hotel? Shen Ye pointed to the piles of corpses. Are all these dead people enough to heal you? The Red Skull replied. All the souls here have been imprisoned in their corpses by the Skinner. They're perfect for drawing high-level energy, but I've lost all my strength. I can't force those corpses to chant the sacrificial spell. He added a warning. This process takes time. If that guy finds out, he'll stop at nothing to interfere. Shen Ye said decisively, right, I'll be responsible for buying time. The Red Skull asked one last time, you're absolutely determined to kill him, aren't you? I'm just worried you'll get careless and die. Shen Ye laughed coldly. Still nagging? What are you, scared? If I die, just use your undead magic to turn me into your slave. The Red Skull's interest was piqued. You should have said so sooner. Let's add that to the contract. It's a deal. The leather contract appeared, glowing faintly. Party A, Shen Ye. Party B, Fei Lun, in his true name. Both parties agree that Party A will help Party B recover his strength, after which Party B must help Party A defeat the Skinner. If Party A dies, Party B has the right to dispose of Party A's body and soul. The contract has been established. Shen Ye took out his phone to prepare. All right, now recite the incantation. I'll record it and play it for the undead to hear. The Red Skull was speechless. We usually chant it directly, full of passion. You're planning to use this soulless method? Shen Ye smirked mockingly. Listen, buddy, you're nothing but a head right now. You'd be dead the second you went out there. Recording it is the safest option, so get off your high horse. The Red Skull reluctantly gave in. Fine. To restore my power, I'll endure this humiliation. The recording device beeped. Shen Ye prepared to move out. It's done. Now, let's see your performance. The Red Skull replied. Understood, Shen Ye commanded. Dump all my attribute points into agility. He shot off like a lightning bolt as a notification sounded. Attribute distribution complete. Agility has reached 10.1. Shen Ye yelled into the PA system. All you deceased ladies and gentlemen, please remain quiet. I'm about to play a listening comprehension exercise. After listening carefully, please repeat it together. Pay attention, you can't get a single word wrong. The undead began to repeat the incantation. O deep shadows who wander the floor of the netherworld, by the will of our skeletal souls, become an altar, and help our Lord overcome the barrier of life and death. The chanting echoed throughout the hall, where Han and Xiao Mengyu were facing off. Upon this grand feast of souls, let us together become a throne of bone, and call for the mercy of the Supreme Being. Thrice Dark, Mother of Skeletons, Executioner, King of the Netherworld, Metasira. Shen Ye roared into the microphone. Grant me your blessing, that your majesty may spread throughout all living things. The listening exercise is over. Can everyone recite it from memory now? Let's recite it together. The skill activated with a roar. Netherworld Emperor's speech. Initiated. O deep shadows who wander the floor of the netherworld, become an altar. Success. Han was horrified as he noticed the change. This is an incantation. That brat is controlling the corpses. I have to deal with him immediately. The Red Skull excitedly urged Shen Ye, who was now running for his life. It worked. The soul fire has been ignited, but you have to dodge the Skinner. He'll risk everything to stop you from completing the final step. Shen Ye sprinted up the stairs, following the flow of souls. Follow the spirits to the rooftop. That's where the soul fire can converge. The chant continued to echo at this grand feast of souls. Suddenly, Han dove down from above, trying to pounce on Shen Ye, followed by a loud explosion. You little brat! What the hell do you think you're doing? Shen Ye was startled. That was fast. Han glared, chasing him relentlessly. You're not getting away. The chant continued in his ears. Let us together become a throne of bone. Suddenly, the sound of a blade slicing through the air rang out. Swish! Xiao Mengyu appeared just in time, delivering a powerful spinning slash. Clang! The sword, wreathed in blue spirit energy, slammed into Han's back with an explosive sound. Slash! Han took a heavy blow, blood spraying through the air. The assassin dropped to his knees, hacking up a mouthful of black blood. Cough! Xiao Mengyu watched in alarm as she realized the horrible truth. He only wanted to kill Shen Ye. That's why he didn't even bother dodging my attack, using the momentum to charge forward instead. Just as she feared, Han used the force of her slash to launch himself toward Shen Ye even faster. He used the impact of the blow to close in on his target. The curse continued, a plea for pity from the Supreme Being. Shen Ye scrambled for the rooftop door as Han closed in behind him, a bloody grin spreading across his face. You can't escape. Han had used the force of the slash to fly like an arrow. A sharp times, whoosh times echoed through the hallway, filled with wandering souls. The assassin's eyes darted around the empty hall as he hissed in frustration. Where did that little demon run off to now? Han's face was twisted and distorted by the curse. He continued to mutter a chilling incantation. Mother of the three dark skeletons, king of the demonic executioners. Ancient, crimson letters materialized around him as he roared, calling out to his dark lord. Meta, please, grant me your guidance. Meanwhile, Shen Ye shot a look at Xiao Mengyu, silently saying, he's all yours. She gave a firm nod. Right. Han was stunned to see his prey escape right before his eyes. When did he get over there? He swung his arms wildly. You dare stand in my way? I'll grind your bones to dust. Spread your majesty among all living things. A massive magic altar blazed to life on the ceiling. The red-skulled man cheered in excitement. It worked. It worked. Now, if I can just get these spirits to willingly pour their power into me, I can regain my full strength. Shen Ye stood in the center of the light, raising his hand to rally the vengeful souls. Everyone, the time for revenge has come. This is our only chance. Lend me your strength. Countless spirits swirled together, forming a vortex of energy around Shen Ye. Spirits, gather together so we can unite. Seeing Shen Ye performing the ritual, Xiao Mengyu shouted a warning. Shen Ye, be careful, Han snarled, his only thought on the kill. The assassin charged forward like a madman, ignoring the blood seeping from his wounds. He'd thrown all caution to the wind. Han's blood-red eyes widened with murderous intent as he closed in on his target. Die. A deafening explosion rang out, followed by a spray of blood as Han pierced straight through his opponent's chest. Asterisk, crash. Asterisk, Xiao Mengyu froze at the horrifying sight, letting out a desperate scream, Shen Ye. But then, Han felt his hand plunge into a strange emptiness. He stared, stunned. The image of Shen Ye slowly dissolved into an ethereal purple mist. Han cried out in shock. An illusion. In reality, Shen Ye had been standing above him the whole time. He commanded, Spirits, heed my call and let us unite. Both Han and Mengyu were speechless. Since when was he up there? Shen Ye looked down on his enemy and gave his army of the dead a single, decisive order. Kill him. The resentful spirits began to let out ear-splitting shrieks that echoed throughout the entire hotel. Revenge! Revenge! A brilliant magic circle flared to life at Shen Ye's feet, overpowering the resentful screams. Revenge! Revenge! Han fought back in a panic, leaping into the air to try and take Shen Ye's life. Kill me? Are you joking? Ha ha ha. You think you can kill me? Die. Just then, a colossal skeletal sword, crackling with brilliant blue spiritual energy, descended from the void and pinned Han to the ground. Standing amidst the rubble, Xiao Mengyu stared, speechless, at the gigantic sword. What is this? Pinned beneath the massive blade, Han coughed up black blood, gasping for breath. Shen Ye replied coldly, I wasn't joking. A massive, imposing phantom materialized behind the sword, delivering its judgment. When I say I'll kill you, I will. Every day, every second of delay is my failure. The entity stood tall, like a god of death. Shen Ye passed his sentence. Now, you will die. The great sword pressed deeper into his flesh, leaving Han to do nothing but groan in agony. Arg! Shen Ye's gaze turned ice cold as he stared at the dying murderer. In front of everyone you've killed, Han trembled as he realized the horrifying truth. Calamity. You can actually summon calamity. Witnessing this overwhelmingly powerful trump card, Xiao Mengyu was in total shock. Calamity. So this was his final trump card. Shen Ye's eyes were sharp and resolute as he commanded his entity, finish him. Instantly, the great skeleton raised its bony arm, gripping the divine sword as it blazed with blue lightning, lifting it majestically into the air. Immediately, Han unleashed countless threads, growling through gritted teeth. Don't even think about it. Watching Han's red threads struggle in vain, the great skeleton tilted its head inquisitively. A white-hot flame ignited in its eye sockets as it let out a harsh, mocking taunt. Heh. Are these pathetic threads the power you're so proud of? The colossal entity stood tall amid the wreckage, staring down at its defeated foe with utter contempt. Couldn't even take one hit. Pinned flat beneath the blade, blood streaming down his face, Han cried out in disbelief. What? The great skeleton brought its horrifying face close to Han's, coldly, declaring, a lowly creature like you isn't even worthy of me acting myself. The sword began to glow brilliantly as the skeleton listened intently to the whispers. Countless souls are crying in my ear. They have been suppressed for far too long. The time had come for it to swing its sword and unleash its world-shaking power, finally setting them free and creating a massive shockwave of spiritual force throughout the space. In the center of the holy pillar of light, an eternal symbol appeared, signaling the activation of the ancient grand magic. Undead resurrection. From the corpses littered across the floor, countless souls with blazing eyes began to rise, screaming with vengeful energy. Xiao Mengyu stood frozen in the hallway, stunned as she witnessed hundreds of wailing souls swarming the main hall. The great skeleton raised its sword high, commanding its army of the dead with a booming voice. Oh, vengeful spirits, the time for retribution has come. Han looked at his blood-soaked hands in a panic, realizing his dark magic had been completely stripped away from him. Damn it, I can't control them anymore. Did you steal my power? The killer was surrounded by ghosts from all sides, able to do nothing but scream in helplessness. Damn it! He tried to use his threads to escape. Seeing its prey struggling to flee, the great skeleton narrowed its dangerous, fiery eyes. Instantly, the skeleton opened its maw and spat out a roaring blast of sacred flame, shooting straight towards the target in the air. Han was engulfed in the purifying flames, screaming in agony as he felt his body disintegrating. My body, the colossal skeletal being leaned down, reassuring Xiao Mengyu in a reverberating voice. Do not be alarmed. This is merely a minor soul shock spell. It jolts the soul and body of a living being, temporarily robbing them of their ability to act. But it will not harm you. The skeleton then pointed towards Han, who was trapped in the circle of vengeful spirits. Right now, they are just like you, desperately craving your living flesh. Han let out a pained, choked cough as hundreds of pale arms belonging to those he had murdered began to claw and tear at him. Amidst the horrifying scene, the skeletal entity continued its cold judgment. Mortals always mistakenly believe that killing an evildoer will end the cycle of hatred, but they fail to realize the tide of vengeance does not recede so easily. The wailing souls swarmed their target, delivering a final proclamation. The dead will rise again to drag you down into the eternal abyss with their own hands. Han completely broke down, turning his face to the sky and screaming in despair. No, his face twisted in terror. The crazed killer begged a mysterious entity for help. I don't want to die. Save me. Oh, great God. I will offer everything I have to you. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted as a torrent of crimson spiritual energy burst forth from the center of the crowd. A vortex of black mist swallowed Han, pulling him into the center of a giant. Deadly blood rose with a terrifying rumble. As Han began to disintegrate inside the shadowy cocoon, he whispered with blind devotion, thank you, my lord. Oh, great one, descend, please, descend and take everything that is mine. Han was horrified when the sacrificial ritual was interrupted, crying out in anguish. Why, great one? Why have you rejected me? Shen Ye immediately sensed the danger and shouted an order to the great skeleton. He's casting another spell. Immobilize him, now. At the same time, Filun extended a bony finger, locking onto the target. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Ye dove down from above, his eyes burning with hatred. "Take this, you Skinner. I'll avenge Chen Haoyu myself with this very dagger." Mengyu cried out worriedly. "Shen Ye, be careful." The man narrowed his eyes in contempt, swinging his arm to create a wave of black mist to repel his opponent. "You fool. Even if my god does not descend personally, his darkness still protects me. Die." The moment the slash hit the black mist, Shen Ye's figure suddenly dissolved into purple smoke, leaving Han stunned. "Ha, you idiot. You fell for the same trick twice. Damn it, it's another clone." The real Shen Ye appeared in another corner, coldly raising the gun in his hand and aiming it straight at the enemy's head. Time for another one. A blast of spiritual energy shot out from the vengeful souls, piercing the killer's body and causing him to spit up blood. Ugh. Shen Ye stared blankly at the gun in his hand, then looked over at the great skeleton Filun with an awkward expression, causing Filun to tilt its head in confusion. He quickly tried to cover his embarrassment. "Sorry, I've never really practiced shooting before, so I missed. But that doesn't matter. Go, Filun. Finish him with your fire attack. Now." The great skeleton Filun let out a thunderous roar, swinging its greatsword down on Han's position with immense force. An earth-shattering explosion echoed amidst agonizing screams. Arg! The killer's body exploded, completely disintegrating into the sparkling blue mist of the newly freed souls. Shen Ye suddenly felt an icy chill from behind and screamed in alarm. "Watch out!" Instantly, the great skeleton Filun cast its defensive secret art, the embrace of withered bones, enveloping Shen Ye within a cage of giant ribs. Shen Ye asked, trembling, "What's going on?" Filun explained in a low voice. "The moment the Skinner died, something sinister escaped from him. Someone tried to assassinate you. If it weren't for this defense, you'd be dead already." Xiao Mengyu looked toward the ruined hallway and pointed in shock. "Look over there!" Through the thick smoke and dust, shadowy, phantom-like figures were surrounding Han's ruined corpse. She gritted her teeth as she realized what they were planning. That thing was trying to take the Skinner's body. Without a moment's hesitation, Mengyu dove through the shattered window, sword in hand, giving chase. "You're not getting away." Shen Ye reached out helplessly. "Wait, Xiao Mengyu. Damn it, why aren't we going after them?" Fei Lun, the giant skeleton, placed Shen Ye within his protective ribcage. "I can't carry you and run at full speed. If that thing comes back to assassinate you, I won't be able to save you in time. Your life is the top priority." Shen Ye relented. "All right, fine. But what on earth was that shadow? Could it have caused the building to collapse too?" Shen Ye stated firmly. "No, that's not right. It was helping the Skinner, so it couldn't have been the one who brought down the building, because whoever did that was clearly helping Xiao Mengyu." The rumble of thunder and crashing debris still echoed around them. He suddenly realized, could there still be someone else here? Fei Lun suggested, "Don't be so tense. For now, the one who helped Xiao Mengyu doesn't seem to have any ill will. Why don't you try asking over the loudspeaker?" He nodded. "Good idea." Shen Ye picked up a microphone and called out. His voice echoed through the halls. "To the friend who just lent a hand, would you please show yourself?" An eerie silence fell over the area, leaving Shen Ye disheartened. "Looks like they don't want to be seen." Suddenly, a whirring sound from the window made Shen Ye jump. He spun around to see his red motorcycle, Ghostfire, hovering in midair. He quickly asked, "What's your status? Did you get that little girl to safety?" Ghostfire reported coldly. "Mission failed. Target lost." A shocked Shen Ye demanded, "What happened?" Ghostfire replied, "The target jumped off mid-journey and vanished. I am unaware of her destination." Shen Ye was utterly stunned. "What?" Fei Lun scoffed. "Jumping off a motorcycle going that fast? She's definitely no ordinary person. I told you not to help strangers. You're lucky she didn't just decide to get rid of you." He stood dumbfounded, staring out into the sheet of white rain, when suddenly his phone buzzed in his pocket. Shen Ye pulled out his phone. It was a message with a video from Xiao Mengyu. "This is the truth I recovered from the Skinner. Take a look." As he watched the video, Shen Ye's eyes widened in shock. It was a video showing the silhouette of a graceful young woman. She was in a white dress, standing on a rooftop and looking out at a castle during sunset. A man's voice could be heard on the recording. "Song Qingyin, what kind of boyfriend are you looking for in the future?" The girl replied softly, "A boyfriend? I've never really thought about it." The man chuckled. "Well, it's time to start. You're almost an adult now. There's a whole line of exceptional young men waiting for you." Song Qingyin tilted her head shyly. She began to reminisce. "I remember when I was little. I visited the Shen family's home, and my sister and I were chased by a vicious dog. At that moment, only brother Shen Ye stood in front of us to block the dog. He's a very kind person. I've always remembered him. Song Qingyin's delicate, emotional face turned toward the camera. If I had to choose a boyfriend. And the video abruptly ended. Shen Ye flinched as countless bloody, spectral hands gently came to rest on his shoulders. The spirit of the butler smiled peacefully. He whispered a final goodbye. Thank you, sir, for avenging us. Please, take care and live well. The other spirits smiled in relief as they began to fade. That's right. The monster is dead. We can finally rest. You must live a long life, free from illness and misfortune. The crowd of spirits gathered around, their hands on Shen Ye's shoulders filled with emotion. We hope you grow strong enough to destroy the true mastermind. We'll be watching over you from the other side. Thank you. The faces of the departed grew peaceful in the rain. Thank you. We are all so very grateful to you. Shen Ye stood silently in the hall, which was still littered with corpses. The magic sustaining the spirits had ended. They had all returned to the underworld. Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu descended from above, landing gracefully on the sill of the broken window, her clothes whipping in the fierce wind. Startled, Shen Ye looked over at her. You're still here? She asked. He immediately shot back. What exactly was that shadow? Xiao Mengyu's voice was grim. It escaped. Its strength is far greater than I imagined. It is absolutely not human. Xiao Mengyu stared out into the night, her expression grave. I suspect it's connected to the calamity. Angering it would lead to unimaginable consequences. A calamity can wipe out an entire city with ease, and the energy field that thing was emitting felt abnormal. She narrowed her eyes, glancing at the massive skeleton standing beside him. Just like the energy field surrounding this bony friend of yours. An aura was still radiating from Xiao Mengyu, originating from the fake sacred arm seal. Your power helped me achieve a new level of understanding. Thank you, Shen Ye. I must find a safe place to begin my breakthrough immediately. Shen Ye glanced at his skills countdown timer and asked worriedly, I saw the video you sent, but there are still a lot of things that aren't clear. Can you explain them to me? Xiao Mengyu kept her back, turned to him, her voice heavy. I've already investigated everything, but this matter is incredibly complex. It's not something people like us should get involved in. Shen Ye's expression turned frigid. He pressed her. Who are the ones pulling the strings? She began to walk away, avoiding his question. You need to leave. I won't tell anyone you were ever here. He chased after her. Who are they? Xiao Mengyu stopped, lowering her head sorrowfully. They're just a few young masters from some of the great families. I couldn't find out anything more specific. Shen Ye exploded with rage. You're from one of those great families too. Don't tell me you don't know who they really are. He gestured at Luo Li's corpse. Looking around, she replied sorrowfully. There's a hierarchy among the great families. Clans like the Shen or my Luo family. We're nothing but ants to them. What are you going to do? With this many people dead, they'll have to provide some kind of answer. Xiao Mengyu sighed helplessly. No, the most they'll get is a slap on the wrist. Shen Ye asked in disbelief. A slap on the wrist? The girl just stood there, watching the rain fall. With a bitter smile, she said, just a scolding. Maybe they'll be grounded. That's it. Then they might send a half-hearted apology to you and the Luo family. Shen Ye let out a cold laugh, his eyes burning with hatred. Ridiculous. They made their move and failed to kill me. And they accidentally killed your brother. They'll definitely try to eliminate us both to tie up loose ends. Tears streamed down Xiao Mengyu's cheeks. That's the price I have to pay for knowing the truth. They're the most powerful families in the world, and Song Qingyin is at the center of it all. I can't do anything alone, and the Luo family won't help me. Memories of the Skinner flashed in her mind. She thought to herself, asterisk. Actually, we were lucky to run into the Skinner. He cared more about his own feelings than the mission. Asterisk. If it had been any other assassin, we would have never learned the truth. Xiao Mengyu sheathed her sword, taking one last look at the wreckage. In the end, their whole assassination squad is dead. That's enough to bring my brother some peace. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. The girl walked away alone down the dark corridor, leaving Shen Ye standing there, stunned. He suddenly shouted after her, What if you had the power to slaughter every last one of those noble brats? Would you do it? Xiao Mengyu froze, her shoulders trembling as she fought to control her emotions. She lowered her head, her voice filled with fear. Don't joke around. The Meng family is invincible. They're the foundation of human civilization. If I did anything, my family would be. Shen Ye cut her off, roaring with conviction. Forget about that. I'm only asking you one thing. Can you really accept this? He pointed down at the piles of corpses, his eyes bloodshot. My friend is dead. Your brother is dead. Tens of thousands of people in this district are all dead. Every single one of them had parents, teachers, siblings, and children. His rage exploded, and he spoke through gritted teeth and tears. They all had their own lives, and yet, after being murdered, Their corpses were desecrated for blood magic, and all of it is just called a small lesson? Just a joke? Shen Ye clenched his fists, veins bulging on his neck. What do they think human lives are? I can't accept this. I will make them pay their debt of blood. In blood. Instantly, a heaven-shaking pillar of light erupted with a deafening boom, piercing through the clouds. Amidst the ruins, Shen Ye raised an arm to shield his face from the dust and falling debris. Xiao Mengyu stood silently in the rain, the sword in her hand emitting one final, brilliant blue pulse of spiritual energy before dimming. A whooshing sound echoed through the area as a dark, misty aura dissipated. The great skeleton, Fei Lun, with a massive sword slung over his shoulder, turned to Shen Ye with a teasing look. What's all this? What the hell did you do to make that little girl run off crying? Shen Ye answered with silence, leaping down from the rubble and heading toward a red motorcycle. Shen Ye said in a low voice, "It's over. We should head back." Fei Lun pressed him. "So how are you going to deal with this?" He held out a hand to catch the raindrops, a distant look in his eyes. "I thought I was the target of some deep, bloody feud, but it turns out they were just playing around, so it's nothing to worry about," Fei Lun replied doubtfully. "I don't believe that." As he walked, Shen Ye calmly explained, "You don't understand humans. For us, just surviving is hard enough. So you have to have fun," Fei Lun shot back. "Is that so? But you can't just let people tear you to pieces, can you?" He smirked and replied, "That's my goal in life. I will never stop searching for that joy, to make this life overflow with pleasure." The skeleton asked again, "And how do you plan to find it?" Getting on the motorcycle, Shen Ye's gaze suddenly turned terrifyingly sharp. "Simple. They want to play? I'll play along. Until I've slaughtered every single one of them as a sacrifice to the souls of the innocent today. And while I'm at it, I'll get my own revenge. Only then will my heart be filled with joy, and I'll feel like this life wasn't a waste." Fei Lun burst into hearty laughter before gradually fading into the ring. "Ha ha. Now times that times I believe." Shen Ye instructed, "Get back in the ring. A big oaf like you draws too much attention." Standing in the middle of the shattered street, Shen Ye tilted his head back and shouted to the sky, "Hey, my hidden friend, if you don't want to show yourself, that's fine. But whoever you are, thank you." From the top of a towering spire amidst the rain, the young girl, Song Yin Chen, was blowing a bubble with her gum, musing to herself, Well, looks like brother Shen Ye has finally grown up a little, huh?" She let out a small, thoughtful sigh as she looked down at the city lights gleaming through the storm. A crimson torrent of spiritual energy suddenly swirled around Yin Chen's body, awakening a terrifying dark power that lay dormant within her. She gazed toward the hotel, a hint of sadness in her smile. "Compared to when we were kids, he seems a bit more foolish now." The dark entity behind her spoke up mockingly, "Humph, that little brat really is quite the fool." As Yin Chen continued to watch Shen Ye's retreating figure, a strange light glinted from her crimson headphones, as the entity asked, "But are you really not going to go see him? Not even once?" Yin Chen replied coldly, "It's not time yet." The entity muttered again, "Hey, that guy just saved your life, and even gave you a ride. This is all because of that sister of yours, Song Qingyun, but she couldn't care less. Instead, you just had to rush in to help, and I almost got exposed." Yin Chen descended from the top of the tower, cutting him off nonchalantly. "Stop nagging. I almost blew my own cover, so what? If I were exposed to the whole world, how would I even begin to explain myself? Whatever, I'll take you out for beef noodles later." Hearing this, the eye on her hand said, "Oh, boss, you're the greatest." It began to glow with excitement. "Ooh, I want an extra egg. And a jug of good wine, too." Yin Chen narrowed her eyes. "Hang on, what are you trying to butter me up for? Spit it out." The young girl stood defiantly against the storm, her command sharp. "Heh, you know me so well. Help me erase every single trace. Don't let anyone know I was here, especially my sister's people. And you have to get rid of all signs of Shen Ye's fight, too. Leave nothing behind." The entity then asked about Xiao Mengyu. "What about the other witness? That girl with the sword? If she talked about what happened tonight," Yin Chen smiled confidently, "she would never betray Shen Ye." Eerie red threads began to spread around as the girl gave a slight nod of agreement. "Fine." A pair of giant, burning eyes materialized behind Yin Chen as the dark entity spoke in a deep voice. "Time to get to work." The girl stood tall atop the high pillar as a brilliant circle of red energy erupted, engulfing the entire night sky. A magical shockwave pulsed through the district, wiping away all remnants of the battle and erasing the memories of anyone involved. Everything fell silent. Yin Chen casually walked away, the entity behind her growing impatient. "Let's go, hurry, I can't wait for those noodles." Just then, her phone buzzed with a message. She looked at the screen. "Yin Chen, Where did you run off to? There's still a party tonight, and I can't handle it alone. Get back here right now. The entity whined. Damn it, your sister's texting again. So, are we going to the party, or for noodles? Yin Chen put her phone away and continued walking without a second thought. Noodles, obviously. A promise is a promise. The entity was deeply touched. I'm so moved, but are you sure it's okay for you to skip the party? The girl pulled up her hood, hiding her beautiful face. My sister is like a fish in water at those kinds of places. I can't even compare to her. Besides, everyone knows that Song Qingyun's little sister is just Song Yin Chen. Song Yin Chen leaped from the tall tower into the stormy sky, leaving behind a scornful taunt. A good-for-nothing who knows absolutely nothing. You are trash. Ha ha ha. That's the best joke I've ever heard. A torrential rain poured down on the ground, where fresh pools of blood were spreading, signaling a terrifying resurgence. Asterisk, squish, squelch, asterisk. Inside a gruesome bathtub, human remains and flesh were being ground up and mixed together in a bloody ritual of rebirth. From the horrifying pool of blood, the assassin Han suddenly emerged, throwing his head back and screaming in agony. Arg! He trembled, staring at his own hand, which had just been regenerated from the mass of flesh and blood, whispering in disbelief. Have I been resurrected? Han stumbled out of the tub in a pathetic state, collapsing to his knees on the floor as he pleaded with reverence. Oh, great God, was it you? Was it you who saved me? A mysterious dark figure suddenly materialized behind him with a mocking sneer. Humph, you fool. Startled, Han spun around, his face a mask of shock. He quickly prostrated himself before an invisible pressure, trembling as he gave his thanks. Oh, great and unfathomable existence. Thank you for not abandoning this loyal servant. However, Han couldn't suppress his doubts. He cautiously raised his head and asked quietly, according to our agreement, I paid the price, but you clearly could have descended just now. Why did you choose to leave? A furious crimson aura flared from the darkness, its eyes burning with murderous intent as it roared in judgment. Mortal, are you questioning me? Countless black spikes shot out from the shadows, impaling Han's body and making him scream in absolute agony. Pinned to the floor, Han gasped out an excuse in terror. I would never dare question you. I was merely curious. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. The shadow explained contemptuously before slowly fading away. There was a mysterious entity hiding in the shadows, whose origins I am not yet aware of. It wasn't the right time for me to reveal myself. Han was stunned. What? Han fell to his knees in repentance. My lord, please forgive me. I didn't sense anyone else at all. Your power is as faint as a firefly's glow. It's only natural you didn't notice, the shadow replied coldly, its reflection contemplating in a mirror. At first, I found your world to be small, dull, and beneath my notice. But then, the statue of the fallen king of 10,000 demons that I gave you was devoured, its power completely stolen, and after that, even you were defeated. Now, I'm starting to find this world quite interesting. The shadow drifted through the dark bathroom, issuing a warning. There are even other beings like myself descending upon this place, moving silently in the darkness. Han looked around the now empty room in a daze, calling out in shock. Great God, where are you? Asterisk. Click. Asterisk. The sound of a door opening made the assassin jolt and whip his head toward the entrance. Through an eerie red mist, a young woman with long, flowing hair stepped into the room, making Han gasp in astonishment. Zhao Yibing, he stammered in disbelief. How is this possible? You were clearly dead? That's right. The girl's eyes blazed with a brilliant red aura. Han immediately recognized the soul within and dropped to his knees. It is you, the Great One. Zhao Yibing looked down at the man at her feet. This vessel is adequate. It will serve my purpose. Han was overjoyed. It is my honor. I will live to serve at your feet. The girl lowered her head, a mysterious air about her. Then I command you, my servant, take me across this land, and let us see what secrets this world holds. Han bowed his head in submission, but his eyes revealed a murderous intent. And while we're at it, I need to have a little chat with that kid. Shen Ye stood firm in the center of a crimson vortex. Zhao Yibing growled. I must reclaim the power that was stolen from me all those years ago when the divine statue was shattered. She touched Han, who was groaning in agony. I resurrected you. Now, I need souls to replenish my spent energy. You can feel your own soul being torn apart, can't you? The girl explained calmly. The truth is, the flesh puppet is acting up. I used it as a shell to save your life. Han stared in horror as a monstrous mouth appeared on his stomach. Don't let it starve for too long, or it will devour your soul. Go hunt. The girl stared straight ahead with terrifying eyes. Kill 1,000 people. I will feast upon their souls to restore my strength. Whatever flesh and blood is left over will be yours. Han flashed a twisted grin, the ravenous mouth on his body mirroring his expression, ready to obey. Han transformed into a fiery streak of light, rocketing into the night sky. Fantastic. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I get to have a real feast. The scene changes to Shen Ye, hunched over his red motorcycle, tearing through the rain like a madman. A soldier stopped him, asking, "What was that noise?" Shen Ye replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I just took the bike for a spin on the roof. It's nothing." The soldier snapped, "That's way too loud. Don't do that at night. It's not safe." Shen Ye scratched his head. "Sorry. My apologies. It won't happen again." After returning to his room, Shen Ye slumped down in the quiet hallway, letting out a long sigh. He held his head in his hands, brooding in the darkness. To think the root of all this was because his original self had helped those 2 little girls. So many people died, and to those powerful families, it was all just a game. What a bunch of scum. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated violently. Shen Ye looked at the screen in surprise. It was a call from the Shen family. Shen Ye's original family was calling. He answered the phone warily. "Hello?" A deep voice answered on the other end. "Shen Ye, it's me, your great-uncle." The imposing image of Shen Shuobang appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, the Shen family's great-uncle, Shen Shuobang, the one who manages the clan's affairs. Every time we went back, he was always the coldest one. He never cared about me or my mother, and always looked down on my father. "Why is he calling me?" He replied, "Hello, uncle. I heard you were sick a while ago. Your mother came asking for medicine, but I wasn't home. I'm back now. You can come and get it any time." Shen Ye refused. "That's not necessary. I'm all better now." His uncle continued. "That's good. Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Do you remember how every year, when you came home to the Shen family for the new year, there would always be young masters from the other great families who came to pay their respects?" He answered, "I remember." Shen Ye frowned at the sound of his voice. His great-uncle's tone became stern over the phone. "It's good that you remember. Back then, you were ignorant and caused so much trouble. I'll make the arrangements in a few days. You are to come back here and publicly apologize to those young masters." Shen Ye exclaimed in shock. "Apologize?" But the voice on the other end remained cold. "This is for your own good. You offended too many people when you were young. Now, you must apologize publicly in exchange for their forgiveness. That is the only way for the Shen family to save face. Understand?" An image of himself bowing his head in submission flashed through Shen Ye's mind. "If I really go and apologize, it means I'm admitting to everything, that I was the one who caused it all." He seethed internally. The deaths of tens of thousands of people would no longer have anything to do with those young masters, and I'd become their scapegoat. His eyes hardened as he considered the terrible consequences. At that point, the hunt for me would be justified as exterminating a menace. It would even drag my parents and Xiao Mengyu into it. Shen Ye let out a sarcastic laugh. "Humph. So this is what you call for my own good, uncle? As I recall, I didn't offend anyone. Why don't you list them for me? Tell me who I offended, when I offended them, and what exactly happened." His uncle snapped irritably. "You don't need to concern yourself with the details. Just do as I say." Shen Ye bitterly realized the truth. If I didn't know the truth, I might have actually believed I was in the wrong. The Shen family is trying to sell me out for their own gain again. His great-uncle's tone shifted, becoming persuasive. "About your mother asking for medicine. Are you looking for some kind of compensation? You've learned to be opportunistic at such a young age. Tell me, what do you want?" Shen Ye replied, "It's not about that. There's just one question that's stopping me from obeying your command." Shen Ye's gaze suddenly turned ice cold. He asked in a low, menacing voice, "Let me ask you, uncle, who the hell do you think you are?" The old man roared into the phone. "Shen Ye, don't make me do this the hard way." Shen Ye shot back. "You really think highly of yourself, don't you? If you're so capable, why don't you go wag your tail and beg them yourself?" Shen Ye declared he would not follow his orders. He then hung up, ignoring his great-uncle, who was still roaring. "Ah!" He hung up so fast. I wasn't even done yelling at him yet. Suddenly, the phone started buzzing again. He was puzzled. Another call? From an unknown number. And it's a video call? The screen lit up. Alluring women in bikinis made Shen Ye blush so hard his nose started bleeding. "Hello, Shen Ye. We're the Yen sisters from Phoenix Island. Would you like to join us for a dinner party?" The beautiful girls called out with honeyed words through the screen. "Shen Ye, you're quite handsome, you know. There are a lot of girls here who want to meet you," one said. making Shen Ye scratch his head awkwardly. Trying to compose himself, he said, This isn't a good idea. It's too late. It's not convenient for me to go out. A sophisticated young lady sipped provocatively from her straw. Don't be shy. Just do it for my sake. I'll send someone to pick you up right away. Shen Ye refused, with a firm and serious expression. No way. It's dangerous for a guy to go out at night. I have to protect myself. Thanks for the kind offer, he said, which infuriated the woman on the other end. You're really disrespecting Sister Yen, aren't you? Do you have any idea what a huge blessing this is? He glanced out the window at the rain. He delivered the final blow. There are too many of you women over there. I'm afraid you'll get me drunk and toy with me. I'm going to bed now. Bye-bye. Then he decisively hung up. Shen Ye tossed his phone onto the bed, completely fed up. News travels fast with these high society families. They definitely want to see what kind of man Song Qingyun wants to marry. He flopped down on the bed, muttering to himself. So they were planning to call me over to be their circus monkey, huh? Humph. If I'm the calamity, who the hell do they think they are to order me around? Suddenly, the system announced there were only 10 minutes left until midnight. Shen Ye shot up in surprise when he saw the notification about a unique opportunity. Obtain a hidden ability. If I achieve the third self-evaluation, I'll get a crucial prompt. He sat down, lost in thought. When it came to his own strength, he knew you couldn't just sit at home and expect to destroy your enemies. Whether it was fighting his family or avenging the innocent, he needed power. Shen Ye clenched his fists with determination, a power that could obliterate everything. I have to seize this chance to get that hidden ability. Just as the clock struck 12 midnight, he stood before an old, worn-out door and commanded with a surge of energy, door. The door swung open, leading Shen Ye into a gloomy, misty forest, the start of a new journey. Suddenly, a bright green light exploded with a whoosh. The great skeleton Fei Lun appeared, startling Shen Ye. Huh? What are you doing here? Shen Ye asked, bewildered. The skeleton replied in a deep voice, The time has come for us to part. Shen Ye felt a pang of sadness, realizing he had fulfilled their contract and set the skeleton free. That's right. You're free to go now. The skeleton took a powerful step forward. Yes, I must return to the Nether Clan to carry out my great mission. I can't waste any more time. Let us part ways here. Fei Lun held out a mysterious ring with a friendly smile. Thank you for helping me recover my strength. Take this storage ring as a memento. Shen Ye smiled faintly in return. Thank you. But I'm afraid I don't have anything to give you. No need. Saving me was enough. The great skeleton, Fei Lun, walked calmly into the deep forest, leaving a final message. Well then, farewell. Shen Ye raised a hand, waving goodbye wistfully. Goodbye. The giant skeleton's figure gradually vanished behind the dark trees, swallowed by the thick fog. Shen Ye watched him go with a slight smile. I only raised him for a few days, and now he's back in the wild. I wonder if he'll even survive out there. Immediately after, a sharp whooshing sound tore through the air. A blazing purple spirit flame erupted violently in the heart of the forest. It lit up the entire dark sky. Shen Ye was blasted to the ground by the powerful shockwave. He scrambled in the wreckage, shouting in alarm. What was that? He struggled to his feet and looked toward the explosion, his anxiety spiking when he heard a scream. No, that's the great skeleton's voice. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Shen Ye squinted into the distance. Don't tell me he ran into an enemy just a few steps out the door. He's gone silent. With the great skeleton's power, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Shen Ye trembled, contemplating a retreat. Seeing the cloud of dust rising high, he knew this attack was far more terrifying than his fight with the Skinner. If I rush in there, won't I just be serving myself up on a platter? As the saying goes, discretion is the better part of valor. I should get the hell out of here. Suddenly, a magical notification panel appeared, blocking his view. Crucial prompt activated. You have been detected. If you retreat now, your evaluation will be affected, and you will not be able to obtain the third self keyword. Shen Ye froze, his face flushing with embarrassment and frustration. Then again, as the other saying goes, a brother in need is a brother indeed. I should probably go check it out. After all, we have a deep bond of brotherhood. It's definitely not because I'm greedy for that self keyword or anything. As he entered the epicenter of the explosion, a series of sharp bone spikes suddenly shot out from the ground with a piercing screech. Bam! A giant ribcage erupted from the earth, trapping Shen Ye inside, leaving him utterly stunned. A figure in a purple robe hovered above the bone cage, holding Fei Lun's severed head and smiling sinisterly. Today's harvest is quite bountiful. Shen Ye stared in shock, calling out his friend's name, Fei Lun. He looked at the enemy and the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Shen Ye trembled. What did you bastards do to my brother Fei Lun? Crap, I'd better play up this brother angle. Your brother? I've never seen a human call an undead his brother. A purple lightning flame enveloped the skull. Fei Lun regretfully explained to Shen Ye, "Last time, you took my place on the mission to assassinate the leader, the elf village. Not only did I fail, I got our undead comrades killed. And now the others are here to settle the score with me." Damn it. Shen Ye immediately slipped into character, roaring with rage through the bars of the cage. Asterisk. Alright, I gotta think of a way out of this. Asterisk. That's bullshit. My brother Fei Lun saved my life. I've sworn to follow him on his great quest to overthrow the cruel human empire. The demon, Zhaoxing the Violet, narrowed his blazing purple eyes in contempt. And you think the two of you can overthrow the entire human empire? Do you take us for fools? Die. Shen Ye scrambled to pull out an item to block the attack. Wait. Just look at this. First, Fei Lun and I are on the verge of infiltrating the highest echelons of human society. This is the proof. The demon paused, reaching out a skeletal hand with curiosity. Let's see what kind of trick you're trying to pull. A brilliant golden aura erupted from the item, displaying a divine message. This Medal of Courage is awarded to the last survivor of the Domain of Groans. Holding it grants the effect, Sacred Relic Manifestation. Shen Ye stood proudly within the halo of light as the info panel continued to scroll. Awarded by Prince Noten, future heir to the Holy Violet Empire, to the young man who cheated death. Seeing the royal seal, the undead minions gasped in astonishment. A medal bestowed by Prince Noten himself. Could this human actually be telling the truth? Zhaoxing moved closer to Shen Ye, his gaze piercing. Kid, where did you get this thing? Speak, now. The glowing purple words, Zhaoxing the Violet, materialized above the demon, radiating a terrifying pressure. Shen Ye regained his confidence and roared back at him. Asterisk. So that's it. Having a keyword makes you way more powerful. Asterisk. My brother Fei Lun and I have already planned everything. We're going to infiltrate the human capital together and find an opportunity to assassinate the king. Zhaoxing's eyes narrowed with warning. You idiot. The medal may be real, but you seriously think the two of you can assassinate the king of humans? Shen Ye calculated inwardly. Asterisk. So far, I've met 3 people with keywords. The elf high priest, Xiao Mengyu, and now this undead leader. Asterisk. Asterisk. Fei Lun doesn't have a keyword, but he's even stronger than Mengyu. So, what do these keywords actually represent? Asterisk. With renewed determination, he held out a letter. We have our own way of infiltrating human high society. Asterisk. Lie once, and no one believes you. Lie 10 times, and people think you're an idiot. But when an idiot tells the truth, everyone believes him. Asterisk. He actually thinks he can assassinate the king. The demon muttered, taking the letter. He gasped in shock. This is a letter of recommendation to the Imperial Military Academy, and it's handwritten by Prince Noten himself. The script. It's identical to a royal command token I once captured. This is genuine. Shen Ye stared him down, his gaze unwavering. Unbelievable, isn't it? The demon stared back, bewildered. Just who in the hell are you? Instead of doubting me, why don't you tell me why you attacked my brother, Fei Lun? Zhaoxing hissed through his teeth, filled with resentment. There's no secret there, I'll tell you. During the mission to assassinate the elf village chief, everyone was captured, except for times him asterisk. He abandoned the mission and ran. That kind of cowardice must be punished. Suddenly, Shen Ye threw his head back and laughed, shattering the tense atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Instantly, one of Zhaoxing's massive hands shot out and clamped over his face, choking a pained cry out of Shen Ye. Grrr, the violet demon growled. What are you laughing at? Shen Ye managed to choke out. I'm laughing at how unbelievably stupid you are. He was the only one who saw through the elves' trap. That's how he escaped and saved me. And you want to kill him for it? Zhaoxing released his grip. Suspicious. What proof do you have? Shen Ye immediately pointed at Fei Lun's head on the ground. The female chief wasn't even in the village. The one waiting there was actually the elf high priest. The old bastard had a trap set and waiting for any would-be assassins. His face still throbbing, Shen Ye roared, "If you don't believe me, go ask around. Everyone in the human army knows I appeared in that elf village, the same village where the high priest was lying in wait." Which also just so happened to be Fei Lun's mission objective. He puffed out his chest with pride. "You think my reputation isn't big enough? The prince himself wrote my recommendation letter and called me the young man who cheated death." The nearby undead began to whisper amongst themselves, their resolve wavering. Could it be true? Was Fei Lun the only one who sensed the danger and retreated on purpose? Zhaoxing glared at his underlings and ordered, "Go investigate." Then he turned back to threaten Shen Ye. "Kid, If you dare lie to me, I'll make your life a living hell. Shen Ye crossed his arms, defiant. The only thing I'm afraid of is that you won't look into it. Go on, check it out. Zhao Xing narrowed his eyes. You've got some serious nerve. I'm starting to believe you. But you're human. Why would you betray your own kind? Shen Ye stared off into the distance, his expression turning deadly serious. Because I'm sick and tired of being exploited by the capitalists. The undead leader just stared, completely bewildered. Capitalists? What in the world is that? Shen Ye clenched his fist, launching into a passionate explanation about how the poor lack the means of production, how they're forced to sell their labor for cheap and are exploited to the bone just to survive day to day. The undead minions glanced at each other in utter confusion. Their leader snapped at his grunts. You lot need to read more. Now you can't even understand what he's saying. Aren't you embarrassed? Hey boss, do you get it? Of course I do. How could I be your leader if I didn't? The demon, Zhao broke out in a cold sweat and leaned in close to Shen Ye, asking, so, how exactly did that capitalist master torture you to make you hate him so much? Shen Ye ground his teeth and roared with resentment. They made us do the 996. The skeletal leader recoiled in shock. Good heavens. Then, looking confused, he asked, but what in the world is 996? Shen Ye lowered his head and explained sorrowfully. You start work at 9 in the morning and get off at 9 at night. Lunch and dinner breaks are less than an hour, totaling over 10 hours a day. And you do that 6 days a week. Zhao face contorted in horror. That's a bit too cruel. Shen Ye delivered the final shock. That's not all. After that, I had to endure 007, working from midnight to midnight. 7 days a week with no days off. We called it 007. The explanation made the undead legion shrink back in fear. Holy hell, that's terrifying. Deeply moved by his tragic story, the skeletal leader pulled Shen Ye into a tight hug. Let me give you a hug, he replied softly. Thank you. The two embraced amidst a shimmering light of mutual understanding. Zhao let him go and sighed. I understand you now, but I want to know. In such a brutal environment, how did you manage to survive until now? Shen Ye's eyes suddenly turned red, welling up with tears. I remember that day. A vision of a small Shen Ye, curled up in the snow, appeared. The snow was falling heavily. I was starving and freezing, with only a single box of matches left. The system suddenly flashed a warning. The undead were about to spread the evil of 996 and 007 to the outside world, and he would become the center of public attention. Attention. New keyword, the little match girl detected. A male version might be about to sprout. Shen Ye went ballistic. He screamed in his mind. The keyword, the unkillable kid, is already stuck to me like superglue, and now you want to give me the little match boy too? Absolutely not. He hurriedly continued his act to salvage the situation, pointing at the skull. Just as I was about to freeze to death, it was Fei Lun who saved me. He's my savior, and I absolutely will not let you frame him. Right at that moment, a lackey ran back and reported loudly. Reporting. We've investigated thoroughly. Everything he said is the absolute truth. A subordinate skeleton added, the elven high priestess really did set up an ambush there to wipe out all the assassins. Fei Lun not only escaped the trap, but also managed to recruit a human genius who holds a medal of courage. This is a great merit. Zhao fell into deep thought. His superiors had ordered Fei Lun's death, but now it seemed killing him was out of the question. If I execute him, it'll crush the army's morale. Sooner or later, I'll be used as a sacrificial pawn to appease the masses. He glanced at the barely conscious Fei Lun, but I beat him until only his head was left. Saving him is going to be expensive, and I'm definitely not paying for it out of my own pocket. The old leader let out a fake cough. Ahem. He immediately changed his tone, channeling purple energy to heal Fei Lun. Well done, Fei Lun. You are a heroic undead warrior. This medal is for you. It is the glory you rightfully deserve. Then he gave Shen Ye a thumbs up. As for you, kid, from now on, we'll call you the Little Match Boy. This name can conceal your identity as the Unkillable Kid. Shen Ye wanted to cry, but no tears would come. Damn it. In the end, I still couldn't escape this stupid title. The skeletal leader beamed with satisfaction. I am truly proud of you two. He waved his hand, signaling the army to withdraw. We must report this immediately. We'll leave this place in your hands. Let's go. Shen Ye yelled. You beat him to a pulp and now you're just going to leave him like this? He stood watching the backs of the undead legion as they vanished in an instant. Damn it. Gone in a puff of smoke. Fei Lun whispered weakly, I told you, injured undead are usually left outside to fend for themselves. Fei Lun's skull tried to reassure him. Luckily, my power isn't gone. I just need to regrow my bones, and I'll be fine. Shen Ye sympathized. Lucky? What part of this is lucky? Your whole body is smashed to bits. You're in worse shape than when we first met. I haven't thrown out that fish tank I bought. I'll order us some takeout later and get you some calcium supplement solution, old man. Fei Lun's skull whispered a thank you, then asked Shen Ye curiously, by the way, do you humans really have a terrifying existence called capitalism? He answered calmly, we do, but not in this world. Fei Lun pondered, worried about the dark future of his own race. You don't understand the situation in our world. Over here, all the races love to imitate humans. If capitalists appeared among the undead race, it would be horrifying. Shen Ye jumped as the system flashed a blaring red alert. You have triggered another key reminder. You've been discovered again. Attention. This is the crucial moment to complete the third alley keyword. Do not evade, do not move. A booming shout from behind startled Shen Ye. He turned to see armored soldiers surrounding him menacingly. The Holy Knights charged forward, their accusations sharp. Traitor to humanity. We've caught you red-handed, secretly meeting with the undead. Shen Ye could only let out a shocked, huh? As he saw a familiar figure standing in the middle of the army. Nod exclaimed, it's you, the unkillable kid. Shen Ye replied in astonishment, not. Your Highness. Prince Nod stared coldly at him and delivered his judgment. Explain, what is all this? And don't you dare lie. Any falsehood will be seen through instantly, and I will end you myself. With a confident smile, he pointed and introduced him with a commanding voice. Your Highness, please allow me to make an introduction. This is my inside man, Battlefield Collector, a member of the 5th Corps Army, Fei Lun. He has been trading with me and providing intel on the undead race as per our contract. Nod narrowed his eyes, skeptical of the unbelievable explanation. A contract? How could a human possibly have a contract with an undead? The old mage standing beside him gently closed his eyes to confirm. He's not lying. I'm using a truth-sensing spell to monitor his every word and his very soul. The soldiers began to whisper among themselves in astonishment. He even reformed an undead? I can't believe the legendary boy who cheated death has such incredible tricks up his sleeve. The beautiful elven high priestess stepped forward to inquire, did you truly obtain intelligence on the undead race from him? Shen Ye smiled and replied, of course. I've already handed it over to the Shadowhound. She looked deep into Shen Ye's eyes and then declared firmly to the prince, Your Highness, I believe him. I specialize in soul magic, so I'm very sensitive to fallen souls. His soul is incredibly pure, filled with rage and unwavering conviction. There's no way he could be a pawn of the undead. Nod was still puzzled by the strange relationship. Undead. Why would one agree to make a deal with you? Shen Ye quickly fabricated an explanation. Because he suffered cruel and unjust treatment from the undead race, his life was incredibly harsh. Just then, the soul fire in Fei Lun's skull blazed to life, setting the stage for a truly convincing performance. Fei Lun roared with choked-up rage. 996. Because I had to endure 996, Nod asked blankly. 996? The skeleton continued to lament. I've suffered far too much injustice. The truth is, capitalists exist within the undead race. Capitalists? Is that a new race of undead? Fei Lun sorrowfully recounted his life as a laborer. That's right. I'm just a poor undead with no means of production. I have to sell my labor cheap to the capitalists, who squeeze every last drop of value out of me just so I can barely scrape by. The old mage stroked his beard and remarked, the undead don't die or get tired. They truly are the perfect targets for exploitation. The prince agreed. Yes, they don't even need to eat, yet they can work non-stop, allowing the capitalists to minimize labor costs. Nod leaned in, asking for more detail. So, what exactly is this 996? Fei Lun's skull, lying on the ground, explained mournfully, it means you start work at 9 in the morning and get off at 9 at night. Lunch and dinner breaks are less than an hour combined. In total, you work over 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. Prince Nod closed his eyes, pained by such cruelty. That is truly vicious. Fei Lun then added another shocker about the work intensity. Later on, I even had to go through 007. Both the prince and the soldiers were horrified when they heard the definition. Working from midnight to midnight, with no days off, 7 days a week. For short, 007. My God. Moved by his tragic story, Nod opened his arms and tightly hugged the giant skull. Let me give you a hug, Fei Lun said shyly. Thank you. Nod's voice was deep with empathy. I understand you now. I want to know, in such a cruel environment, how did you manage to survive until now? Fei Lun's gaze drifted off toward a distant memory. I remember that day. It was snowing heavily. I had escaped and run outside when I met him. the boy who cheated death. At the time, he was also cold and hungry, with nothing on him but a single box of matches. Shen Ye frantically waved his hands, trying to stop him before he blew their cover. Everyone, don't pay any attention to the box of matches. But Fi Luan continued his emotional tale. An image of a tiny Shen Ye hugging the skeleton to keep it warm appeared. It was him. He struck a match to light a fire and warm me up, letting me feel human kindness and warmth for the very first time. Therefore, in my rage against the capitalists' exploitation, the skeleton Fi Luan raised an arm high and declared, "I decided to betray them." Instantly, a glowing system notification popped up, stunning Shen Ye. "Congratulations. You and your partner have successfully made an accusation against the capitalists." This has strengthened the brand new keyword, the little match boy, which is now on par with the boy who cheated death. This just made the guy scream, "Congratulate my ass. Can't I get a single decent keyword?" Prince Nod narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the skull on the ground. "My undead friend, how can you prove your identity? Do you have any proof?" Fi Luan immediately replied, "I have a white bone medal right here." The old mage beside them began to chant. A purple light enveloped the evidence in his hand as he cast a mysterious spell. A magical notification appeared in midair for confirmation. Issued to the battlefield. Collector of the 5th Corps Army, Fi Luan, undead general of the Genis clan. Only then did Fi Luan speak up. Only the owner of the medal can ignite its soul fire. "Your Highness, what they said is all true." Prince Nod was stunned, a thin sheen of sweat on his face, an undead betraying its own race to serve under a human. "This has never happened before in history." The soldiers began to whisper. "Whoa, is this what it feels like to witness history being made?" Walking towards the young man, Nod placed a hand solemnly on his shoulder. "Boy who cheated death. You were so grievously injured in battle that you forgot your original name. As the prince of the Holy Lulan Empire, I must bestow a name upon you." The cheers from behind erupted. A bestowed name, my God. To be given a name by the prince is a tremendous honor. As long as you live in the human kingdoms, you'll never have to worry about food or money for the rest of your life. He's only in his teens. If he achieves even more in the future, it's unimaginable. With a solemn expression, Nod repeated his declaration. The prince gave a knowing smile and slowly announced, "Young man, you who survived a great disaster, your name shall be Harry." Shen Ye jolted, breaking into a cold sweat as he shouted, "No, your highness, please, pick another name, anything but Harry. Please, consider this my most sincere request." The prince pondered for a moment before offering another suggestion. "Very well, how about Lowly?" Shen Ye's spirit shattered. Lowly was even worse than Harry. Seeing the young man was still not satisfied, Nod explained in a low voice, "It seems you don't like that one either. But in the history of humanity, there are 2 legendary demigods. Legend says that when endless disaster falls, they will appear to save all their faithful followers. One was named Li, and the other was named Peppa." Without waiting for the young man to react, Nod made the decision. "Since you don't want to be called Lowly, then we'll call you Peppa." Shen Ye stood frozen stiff in the brilliant light. The image of Peppa the pig appeared in his mind, making him want to cry, but no tears would come. Back on my homeworld of Blue Star, Peppa is the brand name of a pig-shaped hairdryer. The knights raised their treasured swords in unison. A holy light enveloped the entire forest. Beneath the radiant sky, Nod gave a clear command. "Make your vow, Peppa. From this day forward, you must never betray humanity. If you violate this oath, your soul will instantly shatter. When you take this oath, you will become a hero respected by all. In the future, you need only perform heroic deeds to be canonized as a saint." Shen Ye looked down at his glowing hands and tried to reassure himself. "Canonized as a saint. That means right now, I'm basically a saint in training. Alright, I guess this isn't a bad deal." The young man raised a fist to his chest and declared loudly, "I, Peppa, swear this oath. No matter the time or place, I will never betray humanity." A massive wave of energy exploded outwards. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. A brilliant golden aura enveloped the young man's body. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. The old mage smiled kindly as he watched the transformation. "Congratulations, my child. The ritual is complete. From now on, you are no longer just Peppa." Shen Ye, overjoyed, asked eagerly, "Really? What new name do I get now that the ritual is done? Tell me." Prince Nod spread his arms wide. "Welcome our newest member, Saint Peppa." Shen Ye froze, his face falling in utter shock. Nod ignored his crestfallen expression and instructed him seriously. "I will pretend I saw nothing of what happened here today. You and your associate must be more careful in the future. Don't leave any openings. From now on, report anything important to me beforehand. If you achieve great things, I will not be stingy with your rewards." Shen Ye could only mumble in response, "Yes, Your Highness." The prince then took out a shimmering letter. "Here, take this." This made the young man curious. The prince explained the special treasure. "This is a magic letter. Anything written on it will instantly be synchronized with another magic paper in my possession. It's a special intelligence tool used by the royal family. In the future, if you have important intelligence or something happens, you can use this to contact me." Shen Ye immediately stood at attention and gave a military salute. "I swear my undying loyalty to humanity." The kid stood at attention, but inwardly he was celebrating. Asterisk. "Haha, I've struck gold." Asterisk. The Great Lich must have tons of intelligence on the undead race. The troops began to retreat into the darkness. Not waved goodbye. "We're leaving now. Take care of yourself." The graceful high elf priestess lingered for a moment to reveal something. Saint Peppa. "Ah, let me tell you, the name Peppa actually holds a secret." This stunned him, and he asked, "What secret?" She explained the hidden power of this strange name. In the legends, the demigod, Peppa's weapon, was endlessly versatile. Sometimes it was a sword, other times a spear or a bow. It could even transform into strange weapons unknown to mankind. Those who bear this name often achieve an extraordinary level of mastery in the art of weaponry. The high elf priestess smiled and added another explanation for his odd name. Peppa's weapons were very peculiar, which is why he was called Peppa. "Is that so?" Shen Ye broke into a nervous sweat and asked awkwardly, "So, are there many other people with the name Peppa?" She nonchalantly counted on her fingers. "Quite a few. Among those I know, there are already 5. They are Old Peppa, Little Peppa, Red Peppa, Big Peppa, and Fat Peppa." Seeing his devastated look, the elf placed a hand on his shoulder. She comforted him gently. "Of course, you are definitely the most special Peppa, because you are Saint Times Peppa, bestowed by the royal family itself." Shen Ye could only laugh bitterly to himself. Asterisk. "Oh, well then, I'm truly grateful. It's so comforting to know I'm not the only one with this name." Asterisk. "Keep it up. The prince has high hopes for you." After Not's troops disappeared from sight, the forest returned to its usual tranquility. Shen Ye stood next to the skull, Filun, waving goodbye. "Hey, skull." Only then did Filun whisper a reminder, "We should get going too, Peppa," which made the young man instantly snap. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Shen Ye strode toward a magic portal, radiating a crimson aura, and ordered in a low growl, "Don't you ever call me that name directly. Don't you call me that. The name's Shen Ye. Got it?" Fei Lun asked blankly. "Humph. Why are you getting so bent out of shape?" Shen Ye touched the door and said coldly, "Less talk." But Fei Lun just wouldn't quit, replying, "All right, Peppa," which made the guy snap and threaten him. "You're finished. There won't be a single drop of your calcium supplement left." A blinding flash of light erupted as Shen Ye stepped through the spatial door, dragging the floating skull of Fei Lun with him. Suddenly, Shen Ye felt something was off. He turned his head and saw Fei Lun floating there, refusing to enter. Shen Ye asked curiously, "Hey, what are you playing at now?" Just then, a vibrant red and exciting notification popped up from the system. "Congratulations. You've done it. You have successfully survived sieges from both the undead and humans. The undead have relinquished their hostility toward you, and so has humanity." Emotional images of the past flashed before his eyes. The undead have left behind the white bone medal, granting you the title, the Little Match Boy. An image appeared of a giant undead, embracing a small Shen Ye in a halo of light. The system continued to list his achievements. "The Prince of the Human Empire has bestowed upon you the title Saint Peppa and held a divine ceremony in your honor." The final evaluation appeared majestically. Evaluation. As a weak human, you turn the tables while surrounded by enemies, using your intellect to not only survive, but even turn foes into friends, playing both sides for your own gain. This is the core reason you have received this keyword. Congratulations. You have received the evaluation keyword, "One of Us," for the 3rd time. As you are the first ordinary person to achieve this feat, congratulations. Your door has received a hidden skill. Shen Ye stared in shock as a strange mechanical device materialized from thin air. Time flow, elementary time flow. The details appeared clearly. When you step through the door, you can cause time on one side of it to freeze for 3 seconds, while the other side remains unaffected. After each use, it has a 1-week cooldown, with you as the temporal frame of reference. Shen Ye scoffed dismissively. A 3-second freeze with a 1-week cooldown? What a pathetic ability. But the system added, Additionally, when you next break through to an excellent blue-colored evaluation grade or higher, the door will gain a new ability. Oh, so it can be upgraded. That means there's a way to make it last longer. A large line of text appeared, announcing, "Time freeze has ended." The system reminded him, this was a trial version, and does not count towards the official usage count. Back in reality, Shen Ye held the soul stone in his hand, stepped through the door, and asked, "Hey, giant skeleton, how did that feel?" Fei Lun was completely baffled. "Huh? Nothing, just messing with you." Shen Ye thought to himself, and activated Devour keyword. One of us. Keyword devoured. Received 3 attribute points. Current attribute points, 10. He let out a long yawn and collapsed onto his soft bed. Is it 6 a.m. already? That's enough for today. I'll work hard again tomorrow. So sleepy, I need to sleep right now. But just as he closed his eyes, a loud banging echoed from the door. Asterisk. Bang. Bang. Asterisk. Who is it? Qian Rishan's booming voice came from outside. It's me, Qian Rishan. Get up, it's time to go. We're taking the airship to the exam venue. Shen Ye groggily sat up, his face haggard, and replied, "Ugh." In the deep blue sky, a massive, luxurious airship glided through the white, fluffy clouds. Shen Ye was sitting on a sofa inside the airship's cabin, his head slumped over, fast asleep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a message alert made him scowl. Can't you just let me sleep a little longer? But when he opened his device, he was stunned. Zhao Yibing says she also qualified for the entrance exam for the 3 major high schools, and she wants to meet up. A picture of Zhao Yibing in a stylish school uniform appeared on the phone screen. Shen Ye's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Yibing? How the hell did she qualify for the exam? Wait a minute, she looks a bit different. Is it because she dyed her hair purple? He turned to ask Director Qian, who was reading a book nearby. Director Qian, there's another female student from our school who also qualified for the entrance exam to the 3 major high schools. Do you know anything about that? Director Qian replied with a smirk. You mean Zhao Yibing, right? Director Qian took a drag from his cigarette and explained in a low voice. I only just found out myself. I heard the kid has an incredible talent that's always been kept under wraps. It was only revealed today. Shen Ye asked, kept under wraps by who? He blew out a puff of smoke and answered bluntly, the Archaeology Association. Shen Ye was shocked. The Archaeology Association. That's an extremely important and powerful organization in this world. They're responsible for excavating all kinds of ruins, searching for humanity's past, and recovering lost knowledge, weapons, and martial arts from ancient times. Their power is immense. He looked out the airship window, his heart filled with doubt. But no matter how I look at her, Zhao Yibing doesn't seem like someone connected to that organization. That's right. Xiao Mengyu has been investigating this. She'd know more about the situation. I should ask her. But then he paused, a guilty look on his face. But I made her cry last time. I wonder if she'll even want to talk to me now. After a moment of internal struggle, he decisively picked up his phone. Ah, screw it. If she's still mad, I'll just give her a proper apology. A phone rings. Asterisk. Beep. Beep asterisk. The call connects. Hello? Shen Ye? What's up? The guy scratches his head awkwardly. Xiao Mengyu. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. Do you know Zhao Yibing? Xiao Mengyu goes quiet for a moment, then replies in a chilling tone that sends a shiver down Shen Ye's spine. I do. She's dead. You were just late, so you didn't see it. Stunned, Shen Ye shoots to his feet. Dead? But she just messaged me. She said she's taking the exam too and wants to meet up. Xiao Mengyu's voice turns sharp with suspicion. Where are you right now? Sweat pouring down his face, he answers. On the spaceship, heading to the exam venue. I'm taking this exam too. Let's meet up and talk more later. Just then, Director Qian closes his book. His eyes land on Shen Ye, deadly serious. We'll arrive in 10 hours. Shen Ye, you must remember what I told you. Shen Ye nods firmly. Yes, I understand. Over the phone, Xiao Mengyu urgently warns him. Never meet Zhao Yibing alone. She is extremely dangerous. Shen Ye replies grimly. Got it. She finishes with, we'll meet at the exam venue. Then, the line goes dead. Shen Ye turns to his superior, who's calmly reading his book, and asks quietly, Xiao Mengyu. That's right. Director Qian takes a drag from his cigarette and recounts the shocking event. Yesterday, at 3:25 in the morning, a powerful torrent of sword energy erupted near the White River on the outskirts of the city. The trace results showed it was unleashed by Xiao Mengyu, the daughter of the Luo family, and the AI confirmed she's had a massive breakthrough in her sword techniques. Shen Ye is shocked, thinking to himself, looks like she used the enhancement from the false saint's arm to successfully break through. After her breakthrough, she performed a 49-move sword form on the summit of Solitary Peak, then casually walked away across the river's surface. How can she use sword techniques so early? Junior high students like us are only allowed to learn basic physical conditioning. Director Qian explains the class difference. Because she's the young lady of a prestigious clan, with a long lineage of sword arts. She's been training since she was a child. Hearing this, Shen Ye can only bitterly accept that normal people have to wait until high school to learn cultivation techniques. It's true. The children of these clans win the second they're born, he continues, emphasizing the injustice. Those clan kids have been training their comprehension and resonance since they were little. Meanwhile, you guys have to wait until high school just to be introduced to the subject. And that's not even mentioning their secret techniques, miracle pills, or divine artifacts. Comparing yourself to them is pointless. Sweat drips down Shen Ye's face as he gives a strained smile, feeling the pressure of having to compete against monsters like that. But Director Qian comforts him. Don't worry, Shen Ye. The truth is, you're a child of a prestigious clan too. Looking deep into Shen Ye's eyes, he affirms, even though you've never received any benefits from that clan. In fact, they've only ever given you trouble. But remember, you have us, the Worldly Martial Arts Corporation. We will do everything in our power to help you pass, because this corporation is your home. On the surface, Shen Ye forces a smile and says, thank you so much, sir, but inwardly, he's calling him out. This old geezer is definitely afraid I'll leave the corporation and go back to my clan, so he's laying on the sweet talk to keep me. Director Qian continues to marvel, to be able to walk on water after her breakthrough. Xiao Mengyu's movement technique is truly sublime. A hero born from the young, indeed. By now, Shen Ye is exhausted. He lets out a big yawn and says, all right, I'm gonna get some sleep. Wake me up when we get there. He had just closed his eyes, searching for a moment of peace, when his phone starts buzzing non-stop, driving him crazy. He looks at the screen and sees another message from that pest, Zhao Yibing, wanting to take the exam with him. He gets pissed and mutters, it's her again. Are you dead or not? I really need to sleep. Please stop texting me. Trying to trick me with old photos again? Dream on. To deal with her, Shen Ye sends a picture of himself sitting on the grass, casually waving. You go on ahead. I'm still hanging out in Jiangbei. I won't be leaving for another day or so. Just a few seconds later, the phone buzzes again, and Shen Ye's face darkens with suspicion. Zhao Yibing sends a terrifying reply. What a coincidence. I'm in Jiangbei too. Whereabouts are you? Attached is a photo of her standing in a field with the exact same background. Shen Ye's eyes go wide as he stares at the screen, his heart pounding in terror. How can it be such a coincidence? No way. He quickly sends another fake message with a picture of himself in front of a temple gate. Ah, what a shame. My friend just picked me up to go burn incense at Nanshan Temple. Unsurprisingly, just a moment later, his phone starts buzzing like crazy again. Zhao Yibing immediately sends a picture of herself standing right in front of that same temple. Haha, I was just about to go burn incense at Nanshan Temple too. I'm almost there now. How about we get dinner together tonight? Shen Ye pulls up his map, and he's stunned to see that Nanshan Temple is a full 100 kilometers away from Jiangbei. How is that possible? There were only a few minutes between the two messages. How could she have traveled that fast? With a haggard face and dark circles under his eyes, the guy decides to just give up. Whatever. I'm too tired for this. I'm just going to sleep and deal with it later. Can threaten me on this airship. Outside, the colossal airship glided through the gloomy sky. Below, the ancient Nanshan Temple was shrouded in the silence of the night. Deep within the temple's dark sanctum, Yibing had forced everyone there to log out. Shen Ye, do you really think you can escape? The Buddha statues in the temple took on a sinister hue in the dim light, the air thick with the stench of death. Zhao Yibing appeared like a beautiful angel of death amidst the rubble, coldly declaring, what belongs to me, I will take it back, no matter what. Suddenly, a childhood memory flooded back to him, a young Shen Ye in a red coat, running about with fireworks as pristine white snow fell on the holiday. Unexpectedly, he stopped short and looked behind him, where two small girls in winter clothes were holding hands, running for their lives in terror. A giant black wolf with eyes burning with evil emerged from the blizzard, lumbering after the two children. In that perilous moment, the young Shen Ye bravely spread his arms wide, shielding the two sobbing girls from the ferocious wolf. In the stream of painful memories, the small Shen Ye risked his life against the beast's claws and fangs to protect his friends, his blood staining the white snow crimson. At the hospital, the heart monitor beeped urgently. The doctors stared at the medical chart in astonishment. He's incredibly lucky to be alive. He has dozens of bite marks all over his body. If any of them had been just a fraction deeper, he would have been dead for sure. For now, he's out of critical condition. Beep. Outside the recovery room door, the two rescued girls stood silently, holding get-well cards, their eyes filled with worry and gratitude. They timidly walked to his bedside, offering an innocent smile as they said, "Big brother Shen Ye, this card is for you. Thank you for saving our lives. We have to go home soon, but we had so much fun being with you." With his head wrapped in bandages, Shen Ye hurriedly offered a small gift he'd prepared. "I have a card for you guys too." Under the city's falling snow, young Shen Ye stood on the roadside in his hospital gown, sadly waving goodbye as the car carrying his two friends disappeared into the night. Back in the present on the airship, Qian Rushan's insistent voice pulled him back. "Shen Ye, Shen Ye, Shen Ye, wake up. I'm taking you to get something to eat." Shen Ye groggily sat up on the sofa, rubbing his eyes and replying softly, "All right." His gaze drifted into the distance as a thoughtful question rose in his mind. "I wonder what they look like now." Upon entering the first-class cabin, Shen Ye's eyes widened in shock at the lavish banquet. "Whoa, this is so extravagant." This prompted Boss Qian to wave his hand dismissively. "Nonsense. This is the largest, most advanced, and most luxurious airship in service today." The young man began to dig in, eating with relish. "This is awesome. Thanks, Boss Qian." It made the older man frown and chide him. "Slow down. Don't act like you've never seen the world before." After polishing off everything, Shen Ye rubbed his full belly and let out a satisfied sigh. Burp, "I'm so full, I really can't eat another bite." Just as he was about to lean back and rest, he froze upon hearing an unfamiliar voice from behind. "Hey!" A stranger with a buzz cut approached, scratching his chin as he asked tactfully, "Sorry to bother you, but why did you leave these skewers? Is it all right if I eat them?" Shen Ye was a bit taken aback, but still nodded politely in agreement. "You want them? Go right ahead." The other guy grinned and replied cheerfully, "Thanks." Sitting nearby, Qian Rushan exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke coldly. "Doesn't the corporation feed you people enough? Look at the kid. He's starving. It can't be that bad, can it? Don't underestimate them. This airship is carrying contestants from 11 provinces. Besides our corporation, there's also the Equipment Research Institute and people from the Yongsheng Technology Consortium." The young man holding the half-eaten skewer immediately snapped to attention and gave a military salute. "Greetings, everyone. I'm from the Yongsheng Technology Consortium." Just then, an imposing man in a long coat strode over, shouting, "Guo Yanye, what are you doing over here?" The boy jumped and turned around. "Ah, Chief." The man who had just appeared was Yu Zihai. He crossed his arms and sneered. "Well, if it isn't old Qian, what's this? Did you get lucky this year and actually manage to recruit a rookie?" Qian Rushan eyed the group of teens behind him, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "You managed to recruit 7 people at once?" The two leaders' gazes met, and an electric tension sparked between them, like a silent, intense battle of wits. Boss Qian cleared his throat, breaking the atmosphere by waving his hand. "Ahem, you kids can go play for a bit. We adults have some business to discuss here," Shen Ye replied, a bit dazed. Oh, okay." Guo Yanye immediately threw an arm around Shen Ye's shoulder, pulling him away like an old friend. "Come with me. There's a really cool place on this airship. I'll take you to see it." The two arrived at a large bowling alley. Guo Yanye introduced himself. "I'm Guo Yanye. What's your name?" Shen Ye. Noticing him looking at the lanes, Guo Yanye smiled and said, "You want to play spirit bowling?" "Not really. This is just the only place where you can really cut loose and stretch your muscles a bit." Suddenly, Guo Yanye pulled something from his pocket. A mysterious, glowing card was presented. "When I asked you for food earlier, I was actually doing a quest for this thing," Shen Ye asked, bewildered. Sparkling text appeared on the card's face, displaying the quest information. "To receive the unique card from the rookie deck, please complete the quest. Get free food from 7 contestants. Current progress, 3 out of 7. Shen Ye stared curiously at the strange card. "What is this?" Guo Yunye explained enthusiastically. "You don't know? Looks like your parents aren't players." "It's okay, I can show you. Come on, give me your hand." Guo Yunye placed the mysterious card on Shen Ye's palm. A powerful surge of magical energy spread out, and a brilliant white light erupted. When the two cards touched, a data linking process was activated. Holding the card in his hand, Shen Ye gave a small, appreciative smile. "Not a bad magic trick." Guo Yunye immediately corrected him with pride. "This isn't a magic trick. It's the rookie deck, produced by Taros Tower for the 3 major high schools. I'm only telling you this secret because you helped me complete part of my quest." Shen Ye stared at the card, its quest info shimmering. "To secure your footing in the rookie deck, complete the following quests. 1. Without any promotion, get at least 6 contestants to voluntarily participate in an activity you are hosting. 2. Have at least 12 contestants participate in a different activity. He turned to Guo Yunye in shock. Hey, why do I have a quest like this too? The other boy smiled and explained. Complete the quest, and you can become a reserve card in the rookie deck. I'm working hard to do that too. Shen Ye, still skeptical, pressed on. What's the point of becoming part of the deck? This made Guo Yunye exclaim in admiration. Wow, you're a total noob and you still dared to take the exam. I'm seriously impressed. Then, Guo Yunye pointed into the void, where the Taros Tower symbol glowed amidst the brilliant cosmos, and explained, that's the official authority for this exam. This deck is basically an exam support system they created. Images of ranking boards flashed into view. Guo Yunye continued, the card randomly issues quests like this, and completing them increases your evaluation score. If your rank is high enough to get on the card's Hall of Fame, the benefits are endless. Shen Ye began to imagine himself shining brightly, not only getting bonus exam points but also catching the attention of major organizations. He'd be able to pick a prestigious school right in front of the other contestants, and maybe even land sponsorship deals to become a superstar adored by millions. Taros Tower is pretty interesting, huh? Shen Ye flashed a confident smile, clenching the card in his hand. Long story short, I just have to find a way to finish this quest and become a rookie. He glanced again at the absurd requirement on the card, without making any requests or promotions whatsoever. Find at least 6 contestants to voluntarily join an activity he's hosting. Shen Ye's eyes began scanning the spaceship cabin. His mind raced, searching for a viable plan. Suddenly, he looked up and stared at a ventilation grate set high on the ceiling. An idea struck him, and he nudged Guo Yunye. Hey, you see that vent up there? Guo Yunye replied blankly. Yeah, so what? He began to goad him. It's boring just standing here. How about we see who can touch it? It looks pretty high, and you'd probably have to give it your all just to reach it. Oh yeah? I doubt that. Guo Yunye's competitive spirit was fired up. I can almost reach it right now. What are you talking about? Oh, so you're that good? Watch this. Guo Yunye immediately got into a determined stance. He got a running start and leaped up, kicking off the wall. Asterisk. Tap. Tap. Asterisk. Guo Yunye stretched his arm out as far as it could go, yelling, "Hia!" But reality was cruel. His fingers were still a good distance away. Shen Ye took the opportunity to mock him. Too bad. Just a little short, huh? Or was it a lot short? Guo Yunye quickly tried to save face. That was just a warm-up. Let's go again. Shen Ye jumped in front of him. Hold on. It's my turn to jump now. Asterisk. Tap. Tap. Asterisk. Guo Yunye agreed to take turns. The guy launched himself dramatically into the air. He-ya. Seeing Shen Ye jump even lower than him, Guo Yunye laughed smugly. Haha! You missed by a mile. My turn again. Meanwhile, Shen Ye started talking loudly on purpose to attract attention. Pfft. The first round was just a test run, but if anyone could actually reach that height, they'd be a true legend. Whispers started spreading throughout the cabin. Hey look, are they having a high jump contest? A high jump? How childish. But that spot is really high. It'd be tough to reach. A boy with spiky hair walked over, his chest puffed out arrogantly. It might be high for you guys, but if I get a few more steps for a running start, I can definitely touch it. Another boy standing next to him issued a challenge. Just touching it with your fingertips doesn't count. It has to be your whole palm. Touching it with my palm is no problem either. The spiky-haired guy crossed his arms confidently. The other guy just scoffed. Humph, talk is cheap. You don't believe me? I used to train for this. The spiky-haired guy glared. How short-sighted. Just watch me. A female student watched with concern. Hey, what are you guys doing? While another male student sighed, completely bored. Seriously, I don't get what's so fun about this. Suddenly, a boy wearing a red scarf, Zhang Xiaoyi, appeared. This is a type of challenge. Someone next to him asked in amazement. Ha Trong Tiangia, you're joining in too? The atmosphere instantly heated up as more contestants jumped in to compete. Just watch. I can definitely jump higher than them. Don't even think about beating me. I'm the highest jumper here. The crowd of contestants started jumping enthusiastically. Hey, watch this. Ha, my turn. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Thamda smirked knowingly. It really is easy to entertain a bunch of guys. At the same time, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations. You have successfully caused 6 contestants to voluntarily participate in an activity you hosted without making any requests. A new mission immediately appeared. Now, complete the second challenge. Get at least 12 contestants to participate in another activity you host. Thamda thought for a moment. This one's a little tougher. But thankfully, this time there's no advertising condition. The young man put a hand to his chin in thought, and a light bulb of an idea suddenly flashed above his head. Tham Da stepped into the middle of the hall, raised his hand, and called out loudly, "Hey, listen up, my brothers. Look over here. Our mortal martial arts group is about to hand out some benefits to everyone." The curious contestants started to gather around. "Interesting benefits, huh?" Tham Da began his impassioned speech. "To protect everyone, to help us avoid being deceived and hurt during the beautiful years of our youth. Our group's chairman Tien has invited me to hold a free seminar on how to avoid romantic scams for everyone here." The whole group was bewildered. A seminar on avoiding romantic scams? What the hell is that? What's written on these papers? Tham Da replied with a mysterious smile. "These are some of the verbal tricks used between men and women." He held up a piece of paper and read aloud. "Do you really have abs? I don't believe you. A girl actually said that to me once." Tham Da shot a piercing question at one of the guys. "Oh? And did you lift up your shirt to show her?" The guy answered awkwardly. "Yeah, I was so stupid back then. After she saw them, she just wouldn't stop clinging to me. I regret it so much now, but I don't know how to deal with her." Tham Da pointed a finger and warned sternly, "Listen up. Girls are no joke. You have to be extremely careful with these kinds of tricks. Don't go showing off your goods so easily." He added another shocker that made the crowd's faces turn pale. "You also have to check if she was secretly recording you with her phone. Could that really happen? Not only can it happen, but it happens a lot." The guys were completely devastated. Quach Van Da wailed, "Oh man, I have to remember this lesson. My life is ruined." "It's okay, man. Life goes on. It's not your fault." Tham Da continued to scare them. "A man's body is precious. What are you going to do if it gets leaked online? Do you want people pointing fingers at you for the rest of your life, saying, 'Hey, I've got a video of him'?" Tham Da pretended to wipe away a tear, his voice filled with emotion. "My brothers, it's because I'm so handsome that I have such painful experiences. But you guys are the elite of the elite. From now on, you must pay attention to this. You have to protect yourselves." One contestant asked sincerely, "This is so professional, bro. So, what do you do if someone keeps spamming you with messages, online? But I don't want to make things awkward since we know each other." Tham Da immediately offered a master tactic. Just reply with things like, "Lol, oh my god, that's wild, amazing, oh really? So that's how it is. That's it? But what if that doesn't work?" The guy delivered the finishing blow with a classic move. "Just tell her you're gonna go take a shower." And just like that, the conversation automatically ends. The crowd of male students started clamoring with questions about various female tactics. "Bro, how do I deal with this one? Your Adam's apple is moving. Can I touch it?" Or, "It's too late for me to go home now. What should I do? My ex hurt me so badly. I'm scared to have feelings for you." That's what she told me. "Hey, your lips have such a nice shape. They look so soft." Tham Da stood on a high platform, pumping his fist to rally them. "Remember this, my brothers. You must be able to tell if she actually likes you for you, or if she just wants to get her hands on your body. And even if you do take that step and make it official, you absolutely must save the evidence. Otherwise, if she suddenly turns around and accuses you of something, you'll never be able to clear your name. We are men. We must be responsible for ourselves." Roars erupted from the excited male crowd. "He's right. That's it. We handsome bros have to be independent and strong. I don't think the Handsome Boys Club is badass enough. What do you guys think? Let's call it the Hegemon Club, a gathering of badasses. I like that. It's got guts." Meanwhile, the female students, standing far away, could only shake their heads in disbelief. What on earth are they doing now? Instantly, a system notification panel appeared before Tham Da's eyes. "Congratulations, you have completed the challenge. You have become a member of the deck of novices." This made the young man grin from ear to ear. "Haha, I did it." From a corridor on the upper floor, two elderly leaders observed in silence. "Shouldn't those kids be resting? What kind of shenanigans are they up to down there? Just let them have their fun. Once we get to our destination, they won't have any more time to relax like this." This must be the Tarot Tower's Deck of Novices mission. It really brings back memories. We went through the same thing when we were young. Old man Qian exhaled a puff of smoke, looking down thoughtfully at Shen Ye's figure. "So, the kid he brought was the leader of the pack. Look at that smug expression on his face. He must have completed the mission. He's got some smarts, at least." The two continued to chat about the previous generations. "I remember among the newbies I've led, the highest anyone ever reached was a 4-star rank on their tarot card. I'm surprised a lazy bum like you started leading newbies. How's that kid? I bet he has a shot at surpassing your 4-star student. And you? Why'd you recruit so many newbies at once?" The bald master recounted in a low voice that an A-rank disaster had once erupted in the 8 southeastern provinces, and it took the lives of a huge number of masters to barely suppress it. The 7 newbies I brought are all children of those fallen heroes, and their skills aren't half bad. The government decided to let them try their luck. Even if they don't pass, they'll at least get direct admission into a top-tier academy. Old Man Qian narrowed his eyes. The ones who could participate in this exam were the most elite students in the world. The kids from the great clans, especially, were full of hidden powerhouses. Although killing is forbidden in the exam, all sorts of accidents have happened in previous years. What if the martial arts master sighed and turned away. Old Qian, I know what you mean, but that's not something we can interfere with. I'm just following orders. Fair enough. On the deck of the ship at dusk, Shen Ye excused himself from the crowd to find some peace and quiet. You guys go on ahead, I'm just gonna get some fresh air. But the moment he looked at the card in his hand, he froze. An image had appeared on the card. A powerful spiritual pressure enveloped it, clearly showing the pitch-black skull of Philin. The card had turned a wicked, crimson red with his name on it. Shen Ye, contestant of the Mortal Martial Arts Corporation. A 0-star reserve card, which almost made the guy faint from sheer indignation. Why do I look like the ultimate villain? The Tarot Tower system began to explain in detail. Explanation. All newbies who first join the deck are reserve cards. Your rank will be upgraded based on your performance. Once you reach 1 star, you will become an official card. Current privileges include the ability to look up some basic information on other newbies. You have become a reserve card in the newbie deck. You may ask any questions regarding the basic affairs of this selection exam. Shen Ye gripped the airship's railing and curiously asked the system, "What's the benefit of becoming an official card?" The card immediately responded, "Become an official newbie card, and maintain that status until the end of the exam, and you will be guaranteed acceptance into one of the 3 great academies." Guaranteed acceptance? Shen Ye was sweating with excitement. So it was a fast-track ticket. If that's the case, wouldn't everyone be fighting tooth and nail for it? So, how many official newbie cards are there in total? The system replied bluntly, 54. The guy started calculating, feeling the pressure mount. 54 cards meant only 54 guaranteed spots. So how many people are participating this time, and how many have activated this card feature? The system gave him a shocking number. There are 3,579 contestants this term. The number of contestants who have become reserve cards is 1,708, of which 1,603 are from the great clans. All of them possess a card. There are only 105 regular contestants. Shen Ye clenched the card, his face darkening. The gap between people is just too damn big. The competition for these 54 spots is going to be brutal. I'm afraid those 105 regular contestants will never be able to break through the ranks of the legacy kids to become official cards. Suddenly, he thought of someone and quickly pulled out his phone to check. That's right, if all the legacy kids have cards, then she definitely has one too. On the card's screen, an elegant image appeared. A girl in a black cloak, holding a sword, standing on a small boat amidst a misty sea of clouds and a starry night sky. The card's information was displayed clearly. Xiao Mengyu, child of the Luo clan. 5-star power level. An official card, the undisputed #1 swordsman among all contestants. 5-star privileges, you must reach 5-star to be permitted to know. Seeing this, Shen Ye roared, his face red with envy. 5 stars. Why does she get to ride a cool boat across a river with a hat and a longsword, while I'm stuck hugging a skull? Suddenly, the card displayed a notification that you could also add friends. Shen Ye didn't hesitate for a second and tapped, "Add friend." The other party has added you as a friend. From now on, you can speak directly by holding the magic card and saying the other person's name. And Xiao Mengyu's voice echoed from the card. "Shen Ye, you joined the newbie deck too?" Shen Ye casually replied as he strolled across the deck. It was a bit boring on the airship, and a friend just happened to show me how to play with this card thing. Xiao Mengyu replied, "This is from the Tarot Tower. It's very beneficial to have. I was originally planning to tell you about it when we met up. By the way, the image on your card. Heh. It looks an awful lot like a supervillain." Shen Ye blushed with embarrassment and stammered, "Sigh. I have no idea why they gave me that image. I wonder if I can change it." Xiao Mengyu said, "It's automatically generated." "Oh, right. If you have time, you should check the newbie rankings to get a handle on everyone's strength. As for everything else, we can discuss it in more detail when you arrive." Shen Ye nodded. "All right, I'll check the rankings first. Talk to you in a bit." Talk to you later." As Xiao Mengyu's voice faded, Shen Ye focused his attention on the official member ranking board, starting at 54th place. He scrolled through the list with his finger. Xiao Mengyu's peerless swordsmanship is only ranked 5th? The guy in first place is named Nanggong Siyue. Let's see what he's all about. The card displayed the image of an incredibly beautiful and aristocratic young man, Nanggong Siyue, seated upon a red throne, the eldest son of the current Nanggong generation, inheritor of the ancestral bloodline, with a 6-star power level. This year's undisputed number 1. Shen Ye stared at the 6-star card, completely stunned. 6 stars? Man, girls these days are something else. Are they all this crazy strong? She's gorgeous, though. Shen Ye stared at the 6-star card, but his expression froze when he saw the words, eldest son. Wait a minute, the Nanggong family's eldest son is a guy? He gasped, realizing the top-ranked player was actually a man. Then, he started muttering to himself, his face etched with envy. How can you be a dude and be that beautiful? And you're rocking the whole historical look, white robes, a fan, and a whole harem of beauties waiting on you. So what if he's 6-star? Is that supposed to be a big deal? His gaze dropped to the rest of the list. Damn it, he really is on another level. He's the only one with 6 stars. The rest of the 5-star and 4-star names are all from powerful families. I need to figure out how to raise my star ranking, and fast. Shen Ye sank into thought, searching for a solution. A star ranking. Huh? I know a thing or two about that. After all, I've been trying to get my foot in the door for an evaluation every single day. But wait a second. Don't I have an incomplete set of the Kang Yue Zhen Tian techniques? He stood up on the ship's deck, filled with determination. Time to run through it once and see what happens. Asterisk. Sound of deep breathing. Times. Shen Ye closed his eyes, taking a long, deep breath to center himself. Ha! All at once, a brilliant purple spiritual pressure erupted, enveloping his body. He prepared to unleash a series of powerful strikes. His movements were so fast, they created a blur of overlapping afterimages. Majestic characters appeared in the air. Kang Yu Zhen Tian. He launched a high kick that ripped through the sky, unleashing a powerful, cyan-colored energy blast. His speed increased, and Shen Ye became an unpredictable blur of light across the deck, enveloped in a radiant aura. He gradually slowed to a halt, his body hovering as gently as a leaf on a mystical current of energy. The image of a colossal stag made of light materialized behind him, the backdrop for his technique, moon-chasing deer's path. The tarot system displayed its assessment. Although incomplete and containing uncertainties, this technique is suspected to be a long-lost art. The reappearance of this legacy will introduce numerous variables into the competition. Shen Ye laughed triumphantly. Haha, it worked. Just as I expected. He had successfully ranked up to 1 star as the sun began to set. A notification panel appeared as the airship glided smoothly through the sky. You have become an official card member. You will now receive 1-star privileges, including the ability to decline 1 challenge per hour. His card updated, now showing an image of Shen Ye with a cocky grin, a skull floating beside him. Contestant from the Mortal Martial Arts Syndicate, 1-star rookie card. Looking at the picture on his card, he blushed, feeling a bit awkward. Hey now, that smile is just asking to be punched. Getting all smug and full of myself over a single star? Just then, a notification popped up. You have received a friend request from Guo Yunye, reserve card. Another one followed. You have received a friend request from Zhang Xiaoyi, reserve card. Shen Ye nodded. Oh, it's those two, huh? Might as well accept. Guo Yunye and Zhang Xiaoyi's excited faces popped up in a video message. Shen Ye, you ranked up to 1 star already? That's insane. Whoa, brother Shen, you're a beast. Hey, let's go check out the city together when we land. Shen Ye replied with a radiant smile. Sure, but I've already got plans. I'll hit you guys up later. Guo and Zhang replied cheerfully. All right, we'll get off first and wait for you then. Shen Ye thought to himself, it's just 1 star. Do they really need to be this worked up? Just then, Director Qian rushed over, a ridiculously frantic look on his face. You really did it? You're an official 1-star rookie? Shen Ye sighed, looking at him. Yeah, it's only 1 star. Why are you getting so hyped? Director Qian laughed triumphantly. Haha, of course I am. Just getting your name on the board once is enough to attract attention, even if you get knocked off later. Shen Ye was at a loss for words. Hey, are you trying to jinx me? Director Qian just clapped him on the shoulder, full of praise. Ranking up to 1 star this quickly is far beyond my expectations. You did well. Shen Ye gave a strained smile. Is that so? Director Qian thought to himself. As expected of the talent I scouted. He then pointed toward the horizon and yelled, Oh, look over there. We're here. Shen Ye was dumbfounded by the sight before him. Huh? A floating island. Where are we? I've never heard of a city like this. Magnificent floating islands hung in the sky, bathed in the light of the setting sun. Director Qian explained, "This is Cloud Mountain Harbor. It used to be the periphery of some ancient ruins. After the excavation was complete, it was developed into a bustling port city." He then pointed toward the islands in the distance. "Look over there. That's the ancient ruin complex that hasn't been fully excavated yet. It's filled with untold dangers, making the excavation extremely difficult." Images of mysterious, ancient floating towers appeared, and right in the middle of this ruin complex was Jialan, one of the 3 most prestigious high schools in the world. A ruin? Shen Ye was shocked. The school is located right inside an ancient ruin. In the sky? Director Qian took a drag from his cigarette and explained in a low voice. "That's right. How else could it be considered one of the 3 great high schools? The instructors and students of Jialan Academy are responsible for researching those ruins, searching for lost legacies and history. The elite of humanity, shouldering the mission to unearth the past. One day, history will reveal the true nature of the world and where we humans came from." The 2 stood in silence, gazing at the night sky above the port city, glittering with strange stars. Suddenly, countless streaks of brilliant gold light shot past the side of the airship like meteors, startling Shen Ye. "What the hell is that?" Director Qian calmly blew out a puff of smoke and pointed at the streaks of light. "Those are the verification cards. The moment you set foot in Cloud Top Port, you'll receive one, and you'll officially be under the observation of the examiners. An evaluation. Sounds a lot like my door's ability, doesn't it?" Shen Ye wondered silently before turning to Director Qian. "This help and word, are they beneficial or harmful?" He answered firmly, "Of course, they are." Director Qian pointed to the lavish banquet hall in the distance. "After tomorrow night's party, you all will be teleported directly into the examination grounds. So, before that, you have to do everything you can to get a high evaluation. Only then will you receive rewards that will help you achieve a better score on the exam." Shen Ye asked eagerly, "What's the format of the competition?" "Exactly. And how long do we have to compete?" Director Qian frowned. "Hard to say. The format and duration change flexibly every year." He recalled a year when it was just a 45-minute written test, but another year, they forced the candidates to survive in the wilderness for 3 whole months. Shen Ye's face twisted with pressure. "That makes it way too hard to prepare for." Director Qian laughed reassuringly. "Look on the bright side. At the very least, you're a 1-star rookie. You'll definitely have certain advantages. However, it's hard to say what those advantages are. It's different every year." Suddenly, the card in Shen Ye's hand erupted with a brilliant blue electric light. "Detecting you are one of the rookie card holders. Beginning fusion process. Asterisk. Sizzle. 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 Asterisk." The image on the card gradually became clear in Shen Ye's hand, along with a notification. "Received first bonus mission. Take the Azure Dragon for a walk in the South Sea. You may only return after journeying 100,000 miles through the clouds." Shen Ye's jaw dropped in horror as he saw the image of a giant dragon. "Take a dragon? For a walk? What kind of insane mission is this? Making a rookie like me walk a dragon for 100,000 miles? You're really overestimating me." Director Qian smirked and gestured for him to ignore it. "That's an ancient mission from the Tarot Tower. Don't worry about it. Although completing it would grant you an extremely high evaluation, the vast majority of candidates simply can't do it." He exhaled a thoughtful puff of smoke. "Missions like that are reserved for the children of the great clans, who have enormous resources backing them up. They can complete a few of them to boost their evaluation rank." Shen Ye looked at the card in silence. "This is completely unfair to normal candidates. Forget it. I'll just switch to another mission." He swiped through the available missions, then roared in frustration. "Exterminate all demons for 10 years and then return. The head count must not be less than 3,000. 10 years? Thanks, but no thanks. Copy 800,000 volumes of scriptures in the library. 800,000 volumes? Next, taste the feces of 1,000 different demonic beasts and analyze their composition. Are there seriously no missions that are humanly possible?" Finally, a line of sparkling text appeared, making his eyes light up. "Win 1 sparring match to quickly level up your star rating? This mission cannot be refused, unless you use a star-level privilege? Ha, this one seems doable." Director Qian shattered his hopes with a cold warning. "Don't even dream about it. That's the exact mission for the clan heirs I was talking about. They possess the best equipment their families can provide, and they specialize in hunting down regular rookies like you to farm evaluation points." Shen Ye gritted his teeth in anger. "Why is it the clan heirs again?" Director Qian pointed down below the ship. "See for yourself." On the ground below, a brutal scene was unfolding. A heavily armored warrior was stomping on a male student's head. He made Zhang Xiaoyi groan in pain. Ugh. From a distance, Shen Ye was shocked to recognize a familiar face. That's Zhang Xiaoyi. He just got off the ship, and he's already been beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The victor, his fiery red hair practically smoldering, grumbled, "What the hell? This guy doesn't even have a rookie title. My evaluation didn't go up at all. What rotten luck. Damn it." Shen Ye was about to rush down to intervene but was stopped by Director Qian. "Damn it, he's being beaten to a pulp and no one's doing anything?" The man replied calmly. "Don't worry. The medical team is on standby 24/7. A medical team immediately rushed over with a stretcher to provide aid. Common injuries like these will heal quickly. The injured just has to suffer a bit." Director Qian further explained the rules. However, if someone is killed, the situation changes. The perpetrator will be disqualified from the exam and could potentially face prison time. So, never again hold on to those naive thoughts about fairness. The two stood looking down at the brilliant port city as Director Qian's voice grew heavy. "For you guys, the assessment actually started a long time ago, and only the strong can break through and earn respect. There's strict surveillance here, model, tightly controlled, much safer than the outside. I get it." Suddenly, Shen Ye's card vibrated with a notification. Drowned status received. The drowned? He was completely bewildered. The back of the card explained its chilling meaning. The drowned. You are currently in a state where you could be killed at any moment, and you are completely unaware of it. That is the meaning of the drowned. Shen Ye broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils shrinking in terror. Didn't Director Qian say the examination grounds were strictly monitored and that killing was forbidden? Why would the card give a rating like this? He anxiously scanned the crowd of examinees walking down the street. Am I in danger of being killed? Who wants to kill me? Is it one of those rich kids from the great families just having fun? Or has a new assassin infiltrated the examinees? Damn it. The tarot system flashed another urgent notification. Someone has initiated a challenge against you. Challenger, Xiao Mengyu. You cannot refuse. Shen Ye froze in the middle of the street, sweat pouring down his face. Xiao Mengyu, why would she want to challenge me? From a distance, a hand raised and waved. Over here, it drew the attention of everyone nearby. Xiao Mengyu appeared, exuding the overwhelming aura of a grand swordmaster. Her delicate face showed absolute confidence in the middle of the city square. Director Qian gave him a meaningful wink, then waved goodbye. I'm not going to be a third wheel. I'll contact you later. Shen Ye's face flushed as he yelled back. Hey, what are you thinking? We're just friends. Xiao Mengyu approached, smiling softly. Thank you, Shen Ye. The power you left behind during our last battle healed my wounds and helped me achieve a breakthrough. Shen Ye returned the courtesy. It was nothing. You've become much stronger. He noticed a change above her head. The Holy Arm user keyword had vanished. In its place, the Grand Swordmaster keyword was also fading, as if it were evolving into something entirely new. She continued, Let's find somewhere to talk. Follow me. The two entered a modern high-rise and rented a small meditation room. Yes, this way to room number 9, please. What is this place for? She explained. This is a cultivation dojo. You can use it for meditation, training, or sparring. It's fully equipped and completely soundproof. Just then, the door to the next room burst open, and an extremely powerful force sent a female student flying into the wall. Shen Ye was stunned by the violent scene before him. What in the world is happening? The girl collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Cough, cough. You guys have so many powerful techniques and good weapons. Why do you have to pick on me? A hulking brute with boxing gloves stepped forward menacingly and sneered. I'm just farming evaluation points. Who has time to care about you? It's my turn now. It was hard enough finding a 1-star runt. I've got to farm as many points as I can. Hey, go easy on her. Don't break her. I haven't gotten my turn to farm yet. Haha. Well, that depends on how tough she is. The brute grabbed the girl's hair and yanked her up viciously. Get up. We're not done yet. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, identifying the assailant through his card. I've seen that guy in the rankings. He's the number 17 ranked 4-star rookie of the deck. The poor girl could only scream in despair. Let go of me. The big guy stared at Shen Ye with a greedy look in his eyes. Oh, another 1-star? Looks like I hit the jackpot today. He laughed with a twisted glee. Suddenly, a streak of sword light tore through the air, blocking his path. Asterisk, Kang. Asterisk. Xiao Mengyu appeared in a flash of purple light, pointing the tip of her sword directly at the brute and declaring coldly, He's mine. The curly-haired guy clicked his tongue in annoyance. Humph, fine. You can go first. The next one's mine. Xiao Mengyu's gaze remained icy. She repeated with crushing pressure. Didn't you hear me? He is mine. The brute exploded in a furious rage. You trying to take him all for yourself? I'm telling you, you're gonna regret crossing me. The battle erupted. Xiao Mengyu's blade danced, creating sweeping arcs of green light that overwhelmed her opponent. The giant threw a powerful punch, but it couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. As Mengyu finished speaking, a powerful wave of sword energy shredded all of his clothes and sent him flying. His two lackeys stood by, their jaws dropped in absolute shock at the unbelievable outcome. All of the brute's clothes had been sliced to ribbons, yet his skin didn't have a single scratch. Shen Ye was stunned. He realized that after her breakthrough, Xiao Mengyu's swordsmanship had become so refined, it was as sharp and precise as a surgeon's scalpel. Even the most minuscule details were perfectly avoided. Ranked 5th, Xiao Mengyu. She glanced at the defeated thugs who were clutching their naked bodies and scrambling to escape. "Get lost," the brute cursed. "Damn it, let's get out of here." Shen Ye broke into a cold sweat and nervously asked his friend, "Are we really going to have a match later?" She smirked. "What's wrong? Scared? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. At worst, I'll just strip you naked like that guy," she teased, causing him to scream in terror. "Ah." She smiled faintly with a knowing look and turned away. "Just kidding. The real reason is that as long as you and I are in a constant state of combat, no one else can challenge you." Xiao Mengyu held up her card to prove it. "Look at your card. It now shows. Because you're in the middle of a fight. If the match doesn't end, no one else can challenge you." Shen Ye's eyes lit up like he'd struck gold, a smug smile spreading across his face. "Isn't that a loophole? If everyone did this, they could all protect themselves." Her face suddenly turned serious. "It's not that simple. Others can still forcefully interrupt our match, on the condition that they can defeat me." The guy immediately sighed in relief, grinning as he put his hands behind his head. "Well, that's a relief. The two of us combined have, what, 6 stars? Who'd be dumb enough to come looking for trouble?" Xiao Mengyu just looked at him in silence. She explained nonchalantly as they walked, "It doesn't work like that. This tactic is pretty shameless, so not every kid from a great family is willing to do it. As far as I know, not even the #1 ranked Nanggong Siyu does it, because he's incredibly arrogant." Shen Ye nodded. "Right, because he doesn't need to grind for points. So what if some point grinder surpasses you guys?" Shen Ye asked curiously, a calculating look in his eyes. A threatening purple aura flared up around Xiao Mengyu as she replied coldly, "Isn't it simple? We beat them and take their points." Shen Ye gave her 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. "So might really is the only thing that matters. Awesome." They both stopped in front of the high-level room number 9. "This is a private training hall, and it's completely soundproof, so no one outside can hear a thing." Shen Ye whistled in appreciation. "The facilities here are amazing. I want to book a room like this next time." Xiao Mengyu, "These high-level combat rooms can only be booked by scions of the great families or 5-star newcomers. A normal person like you would probably be kicked right out." Shen Ye yelled in frustration. "This is so infuriating. Do the great families own this whole world or something? Anyway, let's drop it and get to the main topic." Xiao Mengyu's voice lowered. "About Zhao Yibing, yeah." Shen Ye's expression turned serious, sweat trickling down his face. "You said she was dead, but she just sent me a message." An image of Zhao Yibing's body being carried away flashed in his mind. "She led me to the Skinner, and then she was killed. Do you remember that black shadow that took the Skinner's body? I'm almost certain it took Zhao Yibing's body, too." Shen Ye ground his teeth, muttering in disbelief. "Zhao Yibing is alive again. Then doesn't that mean the Skinner?" Xiao Mengyu bowed her head, lost in thought. "It's highly likely. Besides, like you said, Zhao Yibing is about to take this exam too. We have to be extremely careful. We have to stay as far away from her as possible. She's definitely not human anymore." Shen Ye was so worried he was sweating bullets. He hurriedly asked his friend, "Hey, this has gotten really serious. Shouldn't we report this to Kunlun? It's the super AI in charge of this stuff, right?" Xiao Mengyu replied calmly, "I already reported it, but I got no response. I'd advise you not to get your hopes up. At the end of the day, no one cares about the life or death of a commoner." Shen Ye fell silent, remembering the scene on the deserted street the previous night. Then again, calling the cops last night would have been useless anyway. Xiao Mengyu explained the dark forces protecting the demon. Someone struck a deal with the Skinner. Wherever the Skinner fights, all communications are severed to cover up its massacres. Shen Ye was stunned by the terrifying power of the great families. The family backing the Skinner? Is that powerful? Xiao Mengyu continued sadly. And that's not all. This morning, a few families came to my house. They want to arrange a marriage for me. Shen Ye was floored. An arranged marriage? An image of a fat, middle-aged man flashed in his mind. He looked aristocratic, but utterly oppressive. The marriage candidate is an uncle from one of the major families. Shen Ye couldn't hide the disgust on his face. He's over 50 and his wife just died. That's disgusting. You definitely didn't agree, right? Xiao Mingyu lowered her head, the helplessness clear in her eyes. I just said I needed a few days to think about it. Shen Ye was completely stunned. What? Why didn't you just refuse immediately? Determination shone through the swordswoman's sorrowful eyes. Because I'm still too weak. This was the only excuse I could use to buy some time. Once I pass the exam and get into one of the 3 great academies, I'll never come out again, not until the day I no longer have to fear them. Shen Ye sighed, his heart sinking as he understood his friend's plight. I see. He seethed internally, thinking about the cruelty of the great families. The Shen family forced me to apologize, but I never expected the Luo family to be even more vicious. To think they want to completely destroy Xiao Mingyu. She's trained tirelessly in the way of the sword since she was a child, and despite all her achievements, she still has to endure this. While I don't even have a single skill to defend myself. Xiao Mingyu broke the silence. Shen Ye, have you thought carefully about which academy you want to apply to? He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Not yet. I don't really know anything about the 3 major academies. Suddenly, a brilliant purple aura exploded from Xiao Mingyu, and the sword in her hand radiated a powerful presence. Then forget about the exams for now. Let me teach you a few things. You should know that before entering an academy, normal people have absolutely no way of accessing any cultivation techniques. The girl looked him straight in the eye, offering a gentle, friendly smile. But, I can give you my family's secret techniques. Shen Ye was completely stunned by her sudden generosity. In an instant, Xiao Mingyu executed a series of dazzling sword moves, with blinding speed, creating countless afterimages that surrounded Shen Ye. Shen Ye froze, his eyes wide with shock as he felt the powerful streams of energy swirling around his body. She retracted her stance, standing proudly amidst a brilliant aura, and gently offered, This is the Lingbo sword style of my Luo family. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Xiao Mingyu stood tall amidst a radiant purple spiritual pressure, gesturing invitingly. This is the Lingbo sword style of my Luo family. Want to learn it? I can teach you. Shen Ye was completely astonished. He stammered, The Lingbo sword style? You just casually teach me your family's secret technique like that? Won't you get in trouble for this? The girl turned her head slightly, pacing slowly across the room as she spoke in a low voice. Do you have any idea how many people would kill to get their hands on the secret arts of a major family? And yet, you're still worried about me? Shen Ye looked at her with a warm, sincere gaze. I don't want you to get into trouble because of me. Xiao Mingyu blushed faintly, her heart touched by his words. It's okay, there won't be any trouble. If he hadn't risked his life to save me yesterday, I would have been humiliated by that Skinner. I'm teaching him these techniques to repay him, and he's still worried about me. What an adorable idiot. Shen Ye scratched his head, looking regretful. I really do want to learn, but, unfortunately, I don't even have a sword right now, which made his new friend exclaim in surprise. Huh? Xiao Mingyu narrowed her eyes, trying to remember. But yesterday, when you fought the Skinner, I definitely saw a sword in your hand. Shen Ye quickly waved his hands, explaining, Oh, that was just some random decoration I grabbed from the hotel. I threw it away a long time ago. The swordswoman pondered. That makes sense. How would you have a decent sword on you? If I'd known, I would have secretly brought a treasure sword from home, but it's too late now. Going back for it would attract too much attention, making things difficult. Hearing this, Shen Ye frantically tried to stop her. Hey, stealing a treasure sword is a really bad idea. What if your family finds that precious sword with me? They'll probably try to kill me. Seeing how panicked he was, she smiled gently. You have a point. I guess we'll have to put that sword style on hold for now. But luckily, I prepared a few other techniques as well. Shen Ye's eyes lit up with excitement. There are other techniques? She listed them off. There's the Hong Kick, the 7 Kills Hand Blade, the Thunder Palm, and the 16-Path Close Quarters Combat style. See which one you want to learn. The young man froze when he heard the familiar name. Wait a minute, did you just say Thunder Palm? Xiao Mingyu nodded, confirming with a hint of pride. That's right. The strikes are as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder, which is why it's called the Thunder Palm. Currently, only the 7 great families still possess the secret manual for this palm style, and my Luo family is one of them. Shen Ye fell silent, recalling the instructions from the mysterious voice in his mind. Isn't the Thunder Palm one of the techniques I need to collect? That voice had told him, next, you need to find a way to obtain the Nether Shadow Art of the Spirit Clan and the Thunder Palm of the Beast King Clan. Combine them with the Moonlit Deer Walk and Bone Wind, and you will learn the secret. I already have the other 3. The Thunder Palm is the only one I'm missing. He looked at her skeptically, but the mysterious person had told him that the Thunder Palm was a technique from the nightmare world. How could Xiao Mengyu know it? Where did this Thunder Palm technique even come from? She pointed towards the floating islands outside the window. It was found in the ruins up there in the sky. She elaborated, "They say our family's ancestors discovered it in an abandoned attic while excavating the Sky Temple ruins. It seems you've heard of its reputation, huh?" Shen Ye asked. "Is it that famous?" She replied, "It's famous for being extremely difficult to master. If your comprehension isn't high enough, it's almost impossible to unleash its true power." Xiao Mengyu got into a stance, and blue lightning began to crackle around her hands. "I've already memorized all the incantations and the movements. Since you seem so interested, I'll demonstrate it for you once. You need to watch my palm technique very closely and try to use all of your comprehension." Shen Ye nodded decisively. "Got it." Immediately, the system panel flashed a notification. Because you have never cultivated or trained your comprehension, your current value is 1 base point. You have added attribute points. Total current comprehension is 1 plus 10, equaling 11 points. The girl began her attack. Her hands sliced through the air, creating powerful arcs of blue lightning that tore through the atmosphere. Her body flickered in and out of sight at incredible speed, leaving powerful trails of electric energy all over the room. After finishing the sequence, she let out a breath and asked him, "So? Do you have a general feel for it now?" But Shen Ye just stood there silently. He frowned, looking at her with a skeptical expression. "This palm style doesn't seem as amazing as the rumors say, does it? Or maybe times the one who did it wrong." Xiao Mengyu's expression soured. Her pride clearly stung. She snapped, "What do you mean it's not impressive? A normal person who learns this could get a job and live comfortably for the rest of their life without any worries. Where did you say I went wrong?" Shen Ye immediately demonstrated the move, analyzing it clearly as he went. "You said this move requires channeling the lifeblood from the Du, Chong, and Dai meridians, converging it into the joints of your left hand to strike the enemy. But look, while your palm strike has power, the point of impact is at your wrist joint, not the joints of your hand." He began to channel his energy, a powerful spiritual aura enveloping his arm. "Shouldn't the correct way to do it be like this?" Shen Ye thrust a palm forward, and fierce blue lightning erupted from his hand, its power far surpassing her earlier demonstration. The immense force exploding from Shen Ye's hand tore through the surrounding space with a terrifying pressure that made everything tremble. Xiao Mengyu stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she had just witnessed. She sheathed her sword, her gaze still filled with shock. "My specialty is swordsmanship, so I've never deeply studied palm techniques. To demonstrate for you, I only gave it a quick look on my way here. I never expected you to not only follow my explanation, but even find a flaw in it. It seems your aptitude is truly remarkable. Here, take this manual for the essential art of the lightning palm, and study it yourself." Shen Ye took the ancient book. He marveled internally as the system displayed a notification. "Essential art of the lightning palm, quality, green, excellent. This girl is seriously generous. She just handed me a green tier technique. Reaching a basic grasp requires 5 points in aptitude, and minor mastery requires 9 points. Major mastery needs 12 points, and reaching the pinnacle takes a full 15 points in aptitude." Shen Ye stared at the manual, a realization dawning on him. So, times is what aptitude is for. No wonder the children from powerful families can learn such profound techniques at a young age. They must start refining their aptitude from childhood. He immediately channeled his energy to practice, shouting, "Ha!" Right after, the system panel flashed with bright red text. "Congratulations. Your aptitude is extremely high. You have mastered the essential art of the lightning palm to the level of minor mastery." Seeing this, Xiao Mengyu smiled in admiration. "It seems the lightning palm is a perfect fit for you. You've already learned it. Quick, take out your tarot's card and check it. Your power evaluation has definitely changed." Shen Ye exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" A blue light enveloped the system notification. "You have learned the lightning palm in an extremely short amount of time. It appears your aptitude is exceptionally high. Did I get promoted?" The card displayed Shen Ye's name with a message. "You have become a 2-star newbie. In addition to basic information, you can now receive a character model, hairstyle, outfit, and a personal motto." Seeing the new perks, Shen Ye's face lit up with excitement. "I can change my hairstyle and clothes, too? Let's try it out." But the result left him speechless as the card transformed him into a bald-headed monk wearing a skull necklace, looking utterly bizarre. Shen Ye was so shocked he screamed, "What is this piece of trash?" He angrily threw the card to the ground. Xiao Mengyu laughed and said, "The card is messing with you. Wait until you reach 4 stars. Its attitude will get better." The young man gritted his teeth and cursed, Stupid card. Seeing this, his friend quickly warned him, be careful. If you have a bad attitude toward it, it might affect your future evaluations. The moment he heard that, Shen Ye's demeanor changed instantly. He bent down, scooped up the card, and started cooing. Huh? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You're my precious baby. This left Xiao Mengyu completely speechless. Suddenly glancing at the time, he panicked. Oh crap, it's 11 o'clock. Qian Rishan told me to come find him tonight. The girl nodded. You go on. I'll continue my sword meditation here. Come back and find me when you're free. Before leaving, Shen Ye turned back to her with a serious expression. Oh, right. Could I trouble you to keep investigating the identity of the Skinner? His friend waved him off. Yeah, I'll keep looking into it. He also raised a hand in farewell. All right, thanks. See you later. At a skyscraper, a receptionist handed him a key card. Manager Qian was called away on urgent business and isn't here. This is your room key. Please head up and rest first. Shen Ye replied, a bit dazed. Oh, okay. He swiped the card to open the door, beep and marveled to himself. This corporation even owns a high-rise in Vanson Port? They're seriously loaded. Since Manager Qian isn't here, I should test whether this lightning palm really comes from the nightmare world. I can't believe I've already gathered all the techniques that Mysterious Voice asked for. I need to figure out what secret is hidden within them. First, I'll just perform them all in sequence. He immediately activated the Phantom Shadow technique, creating a brilliant purple clone that stood beside him with a chilling aura. Next came the elusive movements of the Moonlit Deer Walk, combined with the powerful kicks of the Bone Wind technique. Finally, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a dazzling lightning palm, its electricity tearing through the dark room. However, after the sequence of moves ended, the room fell silent again. Shen Ye looked around, bewildered. Nothing happened at all. He stared in disappointment at the fading blue sparks. Model. Small and insignificant in his hand, it seemed this Thunder Palm technique wasn't the one from the nightmare world after all. Suddenly, the crystal skull, Falong, appeared and started nagging. I'm telling you, why do you insist on collecting all this scrap metal to practice with? You've even gathered the absolute trashiest skills from every single race. Shen Ye was taken aback. Huh? Trash? Falong explained with utter contempt. That shadow art is so garbage that even the undead wouldn't bother learning it, let alone humans, beastmen, or elves. And Bone Wind? It has 0 killing power. Face a long-range enemy with that, and you're just asking to die. Nobody in their right mind would practice that crap. It continued to pour cold water on him. Moonlit Deer Step is just a movement technique for the lowest-ranking elven soldiers. Anyone with a shred of merit learns something far superior, and very few beastmen learn the Thunder Palm because it's difficult to master and deals pathetic damage. Besides, the beastmen are terrified of lightning to begin with. Seeing Shen Ye's dumbfounded expression, it went on. I've lived for ages, and I've never seen anyone like you, going around collecting a whole pile of junk. You should find a way into the Imperial Capital's military academy and learn sometimes, real times, high-level skills. The young man could only stay silent, his face darkening. Shen Ye asked again, full of doubt. Wait a minute, are you telling me that the technique I just learned times the Beastmen's Thunder Palm from the nightmare world? The skull retorted. Duh, what else would it be? He asked again. Then why would a technique from the nightmare world appear in this one? Falong snapped. I don't even have a brain. Why are you asking me? Shen Ye stared at the secret manual, lost in thought. Strange. If Falong is right and this is the genuine Thunder Palm, why hasn't anything happened? The last time I gathered enough skills, I comprehended the Bone Moon Heavenly Suppression technique. Suddenly, his expression changed. His pupils contracted, and his face twisted in agony. A massive shockwave erupted. Shen Ye convulsed as fresh blood gushed from his eyes, nose, and mouth, while tendrils of dark kinetic energy whipped around him. He collapsed to the floor, coughing up mouthfuls of thick, black blood. Cough, splurt, The crystal skull flew over in a panic. Shen Ye, what's happening to you? Shen Ye lay sprawled on the floor, his breathing ragged. Ugh. Falong screamed in alarm. Hey, what is this? Pant. What's going on? Shen Ye writhed in a pool of his own blood, his breathing ragged and desperate. It's over. I can't breathe anymore. My consciousness is fading. This is what death feels like. Through the delirium and his own choking gasps, he could hear Falong's frantic screams. Shen Ye, damn it. Shen Ye, wake up. But only one thought remained in his mind. I'm going to die. His soul felt like it was ripping away from his body, free-falling into a deep black void that burned with strange, blue flames. Just as death was imminent, A colossal pillar of blue light descended from the Dharma realm, enveloping his motionless body. Feeling a vibration in his soul, Shen Ye was stunned. So cold. He suddenly gasped, desperately gulping for air as his chest heaved violently. Asterisk gasp. Ha. Cough. Asterisk. What is this? A stream of pure energy flowed into his body, reviving him. This cold energy. It brought me back. This is breath. Poised on the very edge of life and death, he was astonished to realize he had learned a new method of breathing. This breathing style carried an icy chill, preventing his consciousness from being consumed by the darkness. Knowing this was his only chance for survival, he told himself he had to maintain this breathing pattern, otherwise, he would die for good. Shen Ye closed his eyes, focusing his entire being, entering a meditative state amidst a vast, swirling cosmos. He began to observe the depths of his own body. This new breathing method was mobilizing every single one of his organs. I can feel my heart, my blood vessels, my nerves, my cells. Everything is flowing in rhythm with my breath. A waterfall of azure energy poured down, enveloping him and whispering. This was a supreme ascension, bringing him to the ultimate state of oneness with the universe. In this moment of great enlightenment, he looked back at himself and realized his breathing had always been chaotic and crude. It could only maintain his body's basic functions and served no other purpose. His eyes flew open before a magnificent vision of the cosmos. This sight is so strange. I'm clearly seeing it for the first time, yet a voice echoes deep inside me. That ancient voice guided him to look into the heart of the light. It told me, this is the Dharma realm. Back in the blood-spattered room, a brilliant system notification popped up. Congratulations. You have mastered the Dharma realm eye technique. His eyes glowed with a mysterious purple light, displaying his new exclusive skill, Moonlit Divine Gaze. The system explained in detail. This eye technique is the fundamental inheritance of the Moonlight lineage. Description. The power of the Dharma realm and all high-level arts are laid bare before your eyes. Nothing can be hidden. At the same time, Falong flew over in a panic. Shen Ye, are you okay? You scared me to death. He asked in bewilderment. What in the world just happened? His stats skyrocketed. All basic attributes increased by 3 points, basic resonance increased by 8 points, and Moonlight lineage inheritance resonance increased by a whopping 20 points. He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him. My body is completely restored. Not only that, all of my attributes increased by another 3 points. His entire body felt like it was overflowing with strength, and along with it, a new attribute panel appeared, with 10 precious potential points. As he was reveling in his newfound power, Shen Ye was shocked to see his resonance stats skyrocketing. But what on earth did this resonance even mean? It had shot up by a whole 8 points in an instant. Just then, a system notification popped up. Dharma Eye unlocked. A new prompt appeared. When all attributes are raised to 20 points, you can obtain a true master level evaluation keyword. A true master level keyword? What the heck is that? He wondered, his thoughts drifting back to the vision of the Dharma world he'd seen in his mind just moments before. This world was full of unexpected mysteries. Suddenly, a brilliant purple spiritual pressure flared up, enveloping Shen Ye. An ultimate evolution notification appeared. Your fragmented heaven-suppressing bone moon has evolved into its complete form. You can now unleash the true heaven-suppressing bone moon. A dazzlingly detailed status window materialized right in front of him. Heaven-suppressing bone moon. First layer of the Dharma world. Moonlit legacy system. It was a 1 in a million purple grade secret technique, leaving him utterly speechless. A purple grade, moonlit system. At that very moment, a flood of notifications announced his old skills were all upgrading. Bone Wind evolved into Bone Serpent. Moonlit Deer Walk evolved into Flowing Moon. Thunder Palm evolved into Thunderclap, and Shadow Art evolved into Heavenly Shadow. First was the skill card for the Bone Serpent Kick technique, a move with terrifying power capable of sending both enemies and their weapons flying. It could even deflect spells and inherently possessed a frost attribute, slowing any target it struck. Next was the evolution of his supreme movement skill, the Flowing Moon Body technique. It seamlessly integrated basic maneuvers like dodging and dashing. This allowed him to split into fluid, water-like afterimages while on the move. And that wasn't all. His Thunder Palm had now transformed into the ruthless Thunderclap Palm technique with devastating power. Wielding the might of heavenly lightning, it could obliterate all evil with its immense destructive force. Finally, there was the Concealment Art, the Heavenly Shadow Art. This would allow him to become a true phantom, capable of hiding undetected within the shadow of any person or object. Unless, of course, his opponent was a master of shadow-type energy. On top of this massive wave of upgrades, the system also granted him a terrifying new privilege. Blessing Privilege. The resonance of all Moonlit legacy skills is increased by 20 points, and their power is tripled. Shen Ye was absolutely ecstatic. He'd been worried about his lack of offensive techniques, and now he'd suddenly acquired a new kicking art, a movement technique, a palm technique, and a concealment art, covering all 4 disciplines. And under the blessing of his divine Moonlit Gaze ocular technique, their power would be tripled times again asterisk. He clenched his fists, filled with newfound confidence as a brilliant purple aura radiated from his body. A 1 in a million, purple grade secret legacy. All my struggles, traveling between 2 worlds for so long, it was all worth it. But he couldn't help but wonder. Who on earth would hide the heaven-suppressing bone moon technique among the 4 major races like this? Shen Ye shook his head, dismissing the stray thoughts to focus on the present. Whatever. There are no clues, so it's useless to dwell on it. This world is just too damn complicated. First things first, I need to wash all this blood off. He headed into the bathroom. He turned on the tap and began scrubbing the dried blood from his face. Asterisk. Splash. Asterisk. Looking at his reflection, water dripping from his chin, Shen Ye sighed in disbelief. Incredible. One moment I was on the brink of death from a fatal wound, and the next, I learned the divine Moonlit Gaze, and I'm perfectly fine. If it weren't for all this blood, I'd swear this was all a dream. An ocular technique, huh? My eyes definitely look sharper. Suddenly, on the water-streaked surface of the mirror, mysterious purple words began to materialize out of thin air. The cryptic text began to reveal details about special keywords. The following keywords have extraordinary origins. They can only be obtained through high-difficulty gate-opening missions. The keywords that appeared were the boy who survived calamity and the little match boy. Shen Ye was floored. I can see the explanations for the keywords now. So this is the power of the divine Moonlit Gaze? But as he stared closer at his reflection, he was startled by something strange. He narrowed his eyes in alarm. Huh? What is that? A thin red gleam was wrapped tightly around his neck. With a tense expression, Shen Ye reached up to touch his throat. When the hell did this red thread get wrapped around my neck? Instantly, the system flashed a warning about the red thread. Description: otherworldly divine art. When you enter within a 500-mile radius of the caster, they can sense your exact location and instantly teleport right in front of you. The scene cuts to a lavish building, glittering with lights. A massive casino sign glowed in the heart of the city at night. Inside a private VIP room, a group of powerful men were in the middle of a card game. Their expressions were filled with malicious intent. One of them let out a sleazy laugh. Heh heh, I've got a killer hand this time. Looks like the rest of you are about to go broke. But the man across the table cut him off with a growl. Cut the crap. You already lost 1 round when your assassination attempt on Shen Ye failed. You've caused enough trouble for all of us. Another figure in the shadows muttered in frustration. I'm a supreme VIP client, for crying out loud, of the Assassin's Guild, and who would have thought they'd be so sloppy? They sent some amateur who ended up leaking the client's identity. A blonde man sneered. Humph. Just wait. When I take over, I'll slaughter every last member of that damn Assassin's Guild. A man rested his chin on his hand, his face dark and full of killing intent. What a bunch of useless lackeys. They can't do anything right. He coldly pushed his cards forward, ending the game. I'm folding this round. Consider it my apology to everyone. In a luxurious room, a long-haired man took a sip of wine and coldly announced, "This mess was caused by the Assassin's Alliance. There's no reason for us to shoulder the blame." Then, he commanded his AI system, place a call to the Assassin's Alliance headquarters. Instantly, the mechanical AI responded, acknowledged, connecting to the Assassin's Alliance. A bright, 3-dimensional projection materialized in the middle of the room. The image of a well-dressed man with a long mustache appeared, wearing a fake smile. Good evening, future pillars of the world. I am the main handler for the Assassin's Alliance. You can just call me Fen Wu. The long-haired man clasped his hands in front of him and questioned in a low, threatening tone. Fen Wu, what kind of operation are you running? Your assassin actually dared to leak client information. Fen Wu calmly explained, though a glint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. My apologies. That assassin was our alliance's strongest, but he was too obsessed with some extreme, romanticized art form and often forgot his duties. He's already paid the price. I killed him. The long-haired man grimly brought him back to the main objective. That Shen Ye has arrived at Cloud Harbor Port and is about to take the exam. Fen Wu, you're not going to fail again, are you? Fen Wu bowed solemnly and made a deadly vow. I guarantee it. I will make Shen Ye disappear for good. If there are any more mistakes, I'll personally cut off my own head and present it to you as an apology. The long-haired man scoffed. Fine. We'll leave it at that. And just like that, Fen Wu's projection buzzed and vanished. The blonde guy sitting next to him slammed the table nervously. Whoever has a master in their family needs to send them over to guard this. We have to make sure this whole thing goes off without a hitch. Those assassins are completely unreliable. Then, he said smugly, I'll just go and ask my family's high priest to handle it. He spoils me rotten, so he definitely won't refuse. Another man nodded in agreement. If that old man makes a move, then it's a done deal. The long-haired man sneered in contempt. Shen Ye. A piece of trash like him who just plays with women thinks he can take on? Song Qingyin, low-class commoners, should know their place and live obediently. Any thoughts of rebellion must be crushed by force, just like this. They all deserve to die. The scene shifts to a colossal warship sailing across the vast ocean under a full moon, the headquarters of the Assassin's Alliance. Inside a cabin, the Times Real Times, Fen Wu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, he spat on the floor. At that exact moment, a brilliant red thread appeared and sliced across his neck. In a flash, Fen Wu's head flew from his shoulders as blood sprayed in a gruesome arc. A white-haired assassin standing behind him coldly uttered, "So tough." He looked at the mangled corpse in disgust. An assassin's body is riddled with old wounds that just get worse with age. But the children of the great families are different. He licked his lips greedily. From a young age, they're bathed in special medicines, their bodies honed to perfection. Their flesh must be unbelievably fresh and juicy. The assassin stood motionless inside a glowing red magic circle, the grotesque dripping of blood echoing around him. From a dense cloud of black and red energy, a young woman with long black hair and fiery eyes emerged, radiating authority. The white-haired assassin immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head respectfully. "Master." The girl gazed at him with a cold, indifferent look. "Did you just make a promise to someone else?" Cold sweat poured down the assassin's face as he stammered. I was just saying things. It doesn't apply to you, of course." "No need for explanations," the girl interrupted sternly. "My followers must keep their promises. That applies even when you're impersonating someone. You must understand that only true conviction gives your actions power." The assassin hurriedly complied. "Yes, I will take this old man's head to Cloud Harbor Port immediately and fulfill the promise made to them." The young woman mused. "Those mortals mentioned that Shen Ye is at Cloud Harbor Port. That place will be our new hunting ground." She looked deep into his glowing red eyes. "Do you truly wish to feast on the flesh of the great family's scions?" He trembled with excitement. "More than anything." The girl stated her terms coldly. "The old rule stands. The flesh and blood are yours. The souls are mine. I will be joining this hunt as well. I need more souls to restore the power I consumed to descend to this realm." The assassin smiled viciously. "Master, your generosity overwhelms me, but really, you don't have to act yourself. As your servant, I am more than capable of handling this for you." The girl ran her hand along the glowing red thread, her expression turning serious. "Just now, the spell I cast on him was detected. This means there isn't just one spirit by his side. There might be a hidden power that cannot be underestimated." Her deep, dark eyes narrowed. "To avoid being traced, I've already dispelled the spell. At your level of power, if you were to encounter that entity, you would be annihilated in an instant. Not even I could bring you back." The girl stood amidst the wandering souls on the ship's deck and gave her command. "On this trip, I'm not just here to collect souls. I also want to see for myself just what kind of being is backing Shen Ye." Back in the bathroom, Shen Ye stared into the mirror in shock as a blazing red warning flashed on the system panel. The spell had become aware of his perception of it. Suddenly, the red thread around his neck snapped, making Shen Ye jump in terror. The spell was broken. Shen Ye looked in the mirror, cold sweat trickling down his face, as the system panel displayed a new warning. At some point, its master will use it again. The world he lived in couldn't yet comprehend this kind of spell. He gasped in horror. "Damn it! I knew this thread had something to do with the Skinner. He really has been revived." Just then, he looked down at the card, shining brightly in his hand, and had a realization. "So this is why the card rated me as a drowned man." The card buzzed, vibrating in a way that startled him. The card is changing. On its surface, an updated evaluation appeared. "Prey lingering before a trap. You have become aware of your own fate, and you have gained fangs and claws. But can you escape your deadly destiny?" Sweat beaded on Shen Ye's forehead as he stared in amazement at the card's transformation. No longer a drowned man. Is this thing really that sensitive? Can it actually sense my current state? Suddenly, the card shattered and reformed in a torrent of blue spiritual pressure, a brilliant aura surrounding a majestic image of Shen Ye in traditional attire. Shen Ye, Mortal Martial Arts Group Recruit, Strength Level, 5-star, Rookie Card Rank, 11th, predicted to be the undisputed fastest improving candidate among all participants. The young man couldn't believe his eyes, squinting to get a better look at the stats. It had really jumped directly from 2 stars all the way to 5. A reward panel for his new level appeared, shimmering around a 5-star antique treasure chest. 1. Your final evaluation before the exam begins will grant you a special power to use during the test. 2. You can hide your level and continue to appear as a 2-star to others. The system displayed another line of brilliant purple text that only he could see. Special note: because you have awakened the Dharma Eye, your other performances have been disregarded, and your rank has been forcibly upgraded to 5 stars. This line is visible only to you. Shen Ye calculated inwardly, his expression turning resolute. Ranked 11th. That means this Dharma Eye must be an incredibly powerful ability among the candidates. Either way, I'll hide my star level for now. He swiped his hand, dismissing the blue electric aura. He clenched the card, carefully telling himself, after hiding it, I'll use my 2-star status as the baseline for the strength rankings. You never show off your trump card. His gaze darkened as he thought about the dangers lurking around him. According to the card rankings, there aren't many scions from the great families who can threaten me anymore. But on an ever-changing battlefield, you can't blindly trust stats on paper. There are countless examples of the weak defeating the strong. A brilliant purple spiritual pressure flared around Shen Ye as he steeled his resolve. Besides, there's the revived Skinner and that possessed bastard Zhao Yibing who could show up at my door at any moment. The most urgent task right now is to keep getting stronger. Suddenly, the phone on the table buzzed loudly. It was a call from Director Qian. As soon as he answered, the furious image of Qian Rushan appeared, shouting, "Shen Ye, what the hell have you been doing? I couldn't reach you all day. If your file hadn't shown you'd entered your room, I would have already sent out a search and rescue team for you." Shen Ye could only stand there and take it. He scratched his head in a daze as he glanced at the clock. What? I've been unconscious for a whole day and night? Sorry. I was busy handling some private family matters and lost track of time. Director Qian sighed in relief. As long as you're okay, get to the training hall on the 63rd floor. Now, I'm going to brief you on some new information. He immediately replied, yes. Director Qian. In the solemn training hall, Qian Rushan took a drag from his cigarette and got straight to the point. Your goal for this exam is to get into one of the 3 most prestigious high schools, so I need to give you the rundown on them first. He began his methodical explanation. The 3 great high schools are Jialan, Guishu, and Xirang. Each one has its own unique strengths. Jialan High values combat power and is located among ruins on floating islands in the sky. Guishu High pursues human history and is situated deep at the bottom of the ocean. Xirang High incorporates both and is located at the deepest ends of the Earth's core. Shen Ye asked curiously, if the 3 great high schools are the strongest in the world, why do other schools even exist? Director Qian explained in a low voice, these 3 schools evolved from ancient sects. Their heritage is ancient, their power is profound, and no other school can even compare. The old man pointed to an image of brilliant floating islands. Sky, Jialan High, is the strongest of the 3. An image of cultivators in blue robes studying formations appeared, filled with solemn dignity. They directly research the divine arts and the laws of magic, making it the most noble institution. The vast majority of scions from the great families attend this school. Next was an image of a city submerged beneath endless, shimmering waters. Then there's Abyssal Ruins High, which leans more towards secret research and archaeology. They say that before our current era, history itself was completely severed. The ruins of the civilization from before that cataclysm now lie at the bottom of the ocean. That's why graduates from this school are the most versatile scholars out there. However, because this school deals with prehistoric knowledge, many of its graduates end up as disciples in various cults. Great Earth Sepulchre High is built right next to a colossal underground tomb complex. The very origins of human history lie there, so their style is all about practical combat. The monsters lurking underground are countless and terrifying. Naturally, it's also the wealthiest school. Director Qian pointed to the glittering ores and spirit herbs, explaining that every part of a monster, from their limbs to their hair, as well as rare minerals and spirit herbs found underground, can be exchanged for a massive fortune. Shen Ye listened with rapt attention as the old man continued. You can also find ancient techniques and equipment down there, but very few people can actually use them. Most are just kept for research value. He wondered, why can so few people use them? Qian Rushan took a long drag from his pipe and explained, it all comes down to your resonance rate. Passed down from ancient times, there are not only techniques, but also all kinds of divine weapons, armor, and even secret arts. Qian Rushan continued his lecture on ancient treasures. To use any of these things, you need an extremely high resonance rate. Then he pointed to the divine weapons floating in the air. That's why resonance rate is also called the degree of acknowledgement. Shen Ye tilted his head curiously and asked, "Acknowledgement?" Director Qian nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. It means you've earned times their times acknowledgement." The old man pointed to his own forehead with a proud grin. "You have been acknowledged by the spirit realm. You've earned the right to use them. And they are times willing, times to be used by you." The young man was completely floored, exclaiming, "Acknowledged by the spirit realm? What? What is the spirit realm?" At the same time, he silently recalled that when he first awakened his moonlit divine sight, he had seen a vision of that very realm. Director Qian blew out a puff of smoke. The spirit realm is the source of all power, and it's used to classify the different levels of strength. But that's a long way off for you. You'll learn about it in high school. Come over here. The corporation has prepared a few techniques for you. Shen Ye held the stack of books, sweat beading on his forehead as he read the titles: Tiger Subduing Palm, Two-Finger Solar Art, East-North Godly Fist, 8 Solitary Swords, and Southern River Chain Kicks. And the Chrysanthemum Manual? What the hell is all this stuff? And Sky-Swallowing Smack Talk? Is this some secret Cantonese technique? The old man winked, explaining the bizarre martial art. The Sky-Swallowing Smack Talk is a taunting technique that enrages your opponent, causing them to lose their composure and make mistakes. Accompanied by an illustration of a clown provocatively shaking his rear, Shen Ye broke into a cold sweat and asked, "So, what about the Chrysanthemum Manual?" Director Qian replied nonchalantly, "That's the art of using chrysanthemums as hidden weapons. When mastered, the sweet fragrance of the chrysanthemums can cause enemies to fall into an illusion." The illustration showed 2 young men standing together amidst 1,000 flowers. Shen Ye pointed at the green book and yelled, "Then what about this East-North Godly Fist? Is it related to the Big Dipper constellation?" The old man shook his head. "No. It was found in the ruins at the easternmost point of the northern region, so it's called the East-North Fist." He then began to recount the legend of its discovery. Back then, the excavation was complete, and everyone was preparing to leave. But one senior archaeologist couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. That expert kept looking around the dark cave, searching and searching, when suddenly a voice echoed, asking him a question. The mysterious voice asked, "What are you looking at?" The archaeologist thought someone was messing with him, so he pointed a finger and shouted back with gusto, "I'm looking at you. So what?" In an instant, with a soft times thud asterisk, the secret fist manual fell right out of the cliff wall. Director Qian concluded, that was a sign of resonance. He had been acknowledged by the fist technique. After hearing the story, Shen Ye's face twisted in speechless disbelief. That's just ridiculously absurd. Director Qian used the classic example of a knight unable to pull the sword from the stone to explain further. It's what we call compatible personalities, a suitable temperament. Some people have an incredibly high resonance rate, but a divine weapon still won't acknowledge them. All they can do is stare at a useless relic. His tone became serious as he urged him, "Resonance is just the threshold. Acknowledgement is what truly matters. Now, pick one to help you out during the exam." Shen Ye grumbled under his breath. What East-North? It should be called the Northeast Godly Fist. But as his hand touched the book, a system notification popped up. East-North Godly Fist. Quality: Green. Elite. Requires specific conditions to activate a higher degree of attunement, greatly increasing its power. The young man was overjoyed, as if he'd struck gold. All the other techniques are common grade white, but this is the only elite grade green one. It's gotta be special. Shen Ye raised the book with determination. This East-North Godly Fist looks good. "I'll choose this one." Director Qian praised his choice. "You've got a good eye. That's the strongest one in the bunch. Normally, I wouldn't give you something so advanced, since it's hard to learn quickly. But if you can master it, your strength will skyrocket." Shen Ye asked slyly, "Could I jump from a 2-star to a 5-star? The old man scoffed. "Keep dreaming. I've never seen anyone make a leap like that." The response made Shen Ye think to himself, "It seems my moonlit divine sight really is ridiculously overpowered." Director Qian began to demonstrate the powerful fist technique. "Don't get discouraged. Is that what you call potential? Watch closely now. I'll demonstrate the Northeast Divine Fist for you one time, so you can handle the upcoming exam." As the old man leaped into the air to perform the technique, Shen Ye focused intently, all of his points currently invested in his comprehension stat, which was at 14. This set of fist technique seemed like child's play in his eyes. He watched quietly, his purple eyes glowing brightly, Good thing this move is great for handling small fry fights. It helps me hide my true strength effectively. Elder Qian finished the routine, wiping away his sweat. Alright, did you learn it? Shen Ye thought to himself. Asterisk, that was so sloppy. If you didn't have a high comprehension stat, you couldn't learn a thing. Asterisk. The old man checked the time. It was past 4. Go home and rest. Remember to come to the party tonight. He replied, yes. Thank you for your teachings, Elder Qian. On the way back, his badge suddenly beeped, startling Shen Ye as he pulled it out to check. A message from Xiao Mengyu appeared. Shen Ye, I have news about the Skinner. Meet me at the arena. He ruffled his hair and replied, okay, I'm on my way. Then started walking down the empty street. Under the dim lights, a skinny old beggar in a tattered cloak, holding a staff, stood blocking his path. The old man shakily held out an empty bowl, whispering, young man, please, spare some change. Shen Ye stopped in his tracks, silently observing the old man with a skeptical expression. He bent down and dropped a coin into the man's bowl. This is all the change I have on me. The coin clinked as it hit the bowl. Just as Shen Ye turned to leave, the old man bowed his head, watching the coin slide out of the bowl. Suddenly, Shen Ye heard a sharp whoosh tear through the air behind him. He tilted his head, dodging it by a hair's breadth. The old man had flicked the coin with the force of a bullet. It shot past Shen Ye's head, slicing through the air with murderous intent. The old man smirked, his voice filled with hidden meaning. Tch, I'm getting old. Guess I'm not as sharp as I used to be. Without hesitation, Shen Ye immediately executed the flowing moon movement technique, transforming into a series of blue after images that surrounded the old man. The beggar stared in astonishment at the moving after images. This young man could actually dodge his attack at will. Shen Ye leaped onto a utility pole, looking down from above with a mocking expression. You're not old, old man. You've still got plenty of fight in you. The old man shot back. All talk. All you know are sneak attacks. Shen Ye then activated Moonlight's divine gaze. His eyes glowed, seeing straight through the cloak. The old man was carrying an invisible sword on his back. He was shocked. Asterisk. If I didn't have this eye technique, I'd have never seen it. Asterisk. The old man drew the sword from its invisible sheath with a soft swing. The old man swung the invisible sword, creating a fiery arc of sword chi that rushed forward with a powerful whoosh. But Shen Ye had already leaped off the pole to dodge it. The man paused, looking at him with surprise. Oh, you can see it? Shen Ye sat cross-legged atop a broken concrete pillar, shouting accusatorially, Humph, you old geezer, I was kind enough to give you money, and you repay me with a sneak attack from behind. You're clearly carrying a divine weapon, yet you act so despicably. The old man replied in the tone of an elder. I saw that you're young, but not focused on your cultivation, always hanging around the young lady of a prestigious family, so I wanted to teach you a little lesson. Shen Ye immediately shot back. You mean Xiao Mengyu? We're all people of the martial world. Why are you so hung up on family status? His eyes glowed with the purple light of his mystic eyes as he spoke decisively. Besides, she and I are life and death friends. It's not as sordid as you think. Suddenly, a searing hot aura enveloped the old man. The 4 characters for Lord of Lee Fire appeared with immense pressure. At the same time, Shen Ye's mystic eyes analyzed the situation. Asterisk. He just successfully broke through and received this evaluation keyword from the spiritual realm. Asterisk. Shen Ye understood immediately. He looked straight at the old man and said mockingly, oh, I get it now. You're from Xiao Mengyu's family, aren't you? You people from the Luo clan are pathetically cowardly. Not only did you ignore Luo Feichuan's brutal death, but now you want to destroy the only person trying to get justice for him. And that's Xiao Mengyu. He continued his verbal assault. You're obviously this powerful, yet you just stood by and watched your family's young lady get forced into becoming some old geezer's concubine. You did nothing about that, but instead, you traveled 1,000 miles just to assassinate a 15-year-old middle schooler like me. Haha, it's so ridiculous it's hilarious. No wonder Xiao Mengyu is desperate to leave the Luo clan. After hearing this, the old man just chuckled softly, his voice full of emotion. Hey, how interesting. To think the day would come. A look of grief and rage flashed in his eyes. When the Luo clan has fallen so far that we're being insulted by an outsider like you. With that, he lunged forward with terrifying speed, grabbed Shen Ye's head, and delivered a devastating punch. Shen Ye was sent flying, letting out a cry, ah. In midair, he twisted his body to channel his energy, his hands crackling with lightning. The sound of electricity crackled loudly. He unleashed a palm strike of lightning toward the old man, shouting, Thunder crash. The old man was blown back by the bolt of lightning, while Shen Ye landed safely, preparing for his next move. The old man used his bare hands to block the lightning bolts, arcing around his body. commenting calmly. Not a bad move. Shen Ye smirked. The blue electricity surrounding him was, of course, not bad. Suddenly, he vanished. He then appeared right behind the old man, hiding within his very shadow, and unleashed the heavenly shadow technique. Startling him, the old man exclaimed in shock, "How can this kid hide in my own shadow?" From the darkness, Shen Ye launched a powerful spinning kick at the old man, shouting, "Frost Spike!" A blast of icy energy from the kick sent the old man flying back dozens of meters, leaving a trail of cold frost on the ground. The old man looked at his arm as it began to freeze over, muttering, "Strange, with his power. There's no way he could have sent me flying that far. Oh, my body is freezing over, is it?" He channeled his energy to melt the ice, his entire body erupting in fierce flames as he demanded, "Kid, why do your strength and agility fluctuate so much? What are your stats?" "Exactly," Shen Ye scoffed in reply. "Take a guess." Meanwhile, Shen Ye calculated, "This is the heaven-suppressing bone moon, with 3 times the power. But against this old man, it was completely useless." The old man mumbled his analysis. "His strength and agility are unpredictable. He also has so many strange techniques. And he's even opened a Dharma eye." Shen Ye growled threateningly. "Old man, what are you muttering about? Let me tell you, this place is monitored by Kunlun. If you kill me, you won't get away with it." He silently made a plan. The second he makes a move, I'll open the gate and use the 3-second time freeze to escape. After hearing this, the old man suddenly stroked his beard and smiled kindly. "It seems we adults are indeed the ones at fault." Seeing Shen Ye on high alert, the old man raised his sword, and a brilliant aura flared up, startling him. The old man smiled gently, transforming into a radiant burst of fire and vanishing into the air. "Farewell, young man. This old man will take his leave." With a whoosh, the old man transformed into a blazing light and vanished, leaving Shen Ye standing stunned on the empty street. Huh? He stared in the direction the old man had disappeared, his mind filled with doubt. Is he really gone? Who the hell was that old guy? The scene shifts to a giant airship floating high in the sky, where the mysterious old man has now appeared. He waved his hand and commanded, "Set a course for the Golden Coast immediately. I feel like having a beach vacation." Then he issued another order. "From now on, no one is to contact any of the other great families." A subordinate hastily tried to stop him. "Wait, Lord Patriarch, the Zhao family is pressing us urgently. If we don't hand over the young miss to them, the consequences will be unbearable. It won't just affect our relations with the other families. Our businesses will also." Before he could finish his sentence, the subordinate's face was shattered by an invisible blade of energy. Blood splattered everywhere. The old man stood amidst his terrified subordinates, his face cold and emotionless. A furious aura erupted from him, making the other subordinates tremble. "Ever since you people started handling the family's affairs, the Luo family has started sucking up to the powerful like flies to filth." He clenched his fist, a fire of rage burning within him. "And now you want to send the most talented child of our family to be trampled on by others. You're not just destroying Xiao Yu's future, but the future of the entire Luo family." Whoosh! In a flash, the old man shot up into the sky. Standing atop the airship, he murmured a cryptic phrase, "Mountains and rivers, within the celestial eye, the world within the Dharma body." Then he analyzed the boy. Tisk, a Dharma eye, at 15 years old, all stats at least over 100, and his movement and palm techniques are 1 in 10,000. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. A character like this hasn't appeared in 500 years. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. He condensed a small flame on his fingertip, his gaze growing profound. He recited, "From afar, he shines like the rising sun. Up close, he dazzles like a lotus emerging from the clear water." He stood in the air, looking towards the city, and made a decision. "Granddaughter, after thinking it over, I suppose I'll have to lend you a hand." He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. "No one is allowed to look down on a member of our Luo family." Flashing back to a few minutes before the old man left, Shen Ye was heading toward the training hall, from which a constant buzzing sound could be heard. What on earth is that? Inside, Xiao Mengyu was diligently practicing her swordsmanship, a radiant purple sword energy filling the entire space. Shen Ye walked in and witnessed the scene of Xiao Mengyu unleashing a series of powerful sword strikes. He watched from a distance, sweat dripping down his face. That whistling sound from her sword is terrifying. However, he noticed a weakness. Her swordsmanship is incredibly powerful, but her stance is too heavy. He continued his analysis. Moreover, she's forcing herself to use the sword art, making her strikes seem strained and clumsy. The keyword above her head hasn't changed, which means her actual skill hasn't improved at all. He sighed internally. So, this is what high insight does. It lets me see so many details. His Dharma eye analyzed Xiao Mengyu's condition. She is a swordmaster who has broken free from conventional forms, but she is still uncertain about her own path. Only when she finds her own path can she receive a keyword acknowledged by the Dharma realm. Shen Ye looked at his friend with a complicated expression, wondering, acknowledged by the Dharma realm. Wait, does that mean these keywords come from the Dharma realm? Is it a validation of one's power? Bestowed by the world itself? What exactly times is times the world? Xiao Mengyu sheathed her sword and turned to speak. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm going to tell you the information I found on the Skinner now. She began to recount her findings. He was a high-ranking member of the Archaeological Association who caused a major incident during an important excavation. Shen Ye was surprised. An incident? Xiao Mengyu explained. That's right. It was a sealing altar for an object that came from beyond Earth. During that excavation, he broke the seal and released an unidentified object, causing massive casualties. After that, he vanished. She continued. When he reappeared, he had taken on the identity of an assassin. Shen Ye wondered, why would he become an assassin? Xiao Mengyu revealed a tragedy. Most of his past is a complete blank. We only managed to find out that he originally had a wife and daughter. Before the sealing altar incident, they both died for an unknown reason. The file states their bodies were found in a sewer, completely naked and covered in wounds. They had suffered inhuman treatment before their deaths. She concluded the tragic story with a chilling end. The sewer, where their bodies were discovered, was on the edge of the continent, in a small town managed by a minor clan. Later, that entire clan and every single resident of the town died. After hearing this, Shen Ye's expression grew tense. I suspect these two events might be related. What exactly was that sealed object? Xiao Mengyu shook her head. The sealing altar incident has an extremely high security clearance. With my status, I can't access the file. This is everything I could find. She looked at him with a worried expression. In short, you absolutely must be careful. They'll probably find out you're competing here in Yunshan port soon, and they'll come for you. Shen Ye nodded, offering a warm smile. I know. Thank you, Xiao Mengyu. Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu's phone began to ring. She glanced at the screen before answering. Hello, Auntie. She listened silently to the other end of the line, her expression slowly turning dark. She hung up, her face heavy. I understand, Shen Ye asked with concern. What is it? She replied sadly, my family is calling me back home. They said the other family wants to come over for the marriage proposal ceremony. He pressed on. Where are your parents? She recounted her family tragedy. My mother passed away when I was young. After my brother died, my father was so enraged that he collapsed, and he's been in a coma at the hospital ever since. Shen Ye asked, aren't you going to try and delay it further? She replied, I've already used every excuse I can think of. If I drag this out any longer, the other clan members will make things difficult for me. Shen Ye clenched his fists in anger. Damn it. It's obviously those brats from that clan who are in the wrong, yet they're going to force you to marry one of them to settle things? She explained, everyone in my clan is afraid of provoking that powerful family. And with my father in a coma, they feel they have to push me out to have any peace of mind. Shen Ye blushed and hurriedly suggested, how about this, Xiao Mengyu, if you don't mind, let me invite you to dinner. I'll introduce you so you can join the People's Martial Arts Guild. That way, you'll be free from your clan, and they won't be able to control you anymore. She looked at him, her gaze complicated. Aren't you afraid of offending the great clan that wants to marry me? Not only that, but my own uncles will resent you. They'll find ways to deal with you. He roared, afraid of what? Anyone who'd push someone into a pit of fire deserves to die. I just ran into one of your family's old geezers a minute ago. Not only did he try to ambush me, but he also said things that pissed me off completely. Come with me. Leave that goddamn clan. Xiao Mengyu looked at him quietly, thinking to herself, he's clearly from an ordinary background, and his power is just average. She continued her train of thought, her cheeks flushing pink. But why is he always so fearless? It was the same this time, and it was the same during the fight with the Skinner. It's only now that I'm realizing. This guy is actually kinda handsome. His hair is messy and unkempt, but it gives him a rugged, free-spirited look. His eyebrows are sharp as blades, lacking any warmth, giving off a strangers keep away vibe. But she smiled gently and agreed. All right, where are we eating? She thought to herself. But his words are so warm. Shen Ye scratched his head, flustered. I don't know yet. Old Qian didn't tell me the location. The point is, we're going together. Xiao Mengyu crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. You don't even know the location, and you're already asking a girl out to eat? He quickly explained, I'm being completely sincere. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. She turned her head away as her phone buzzed again. she said. I'm not the type of person who just casually agrees to go on a date with someone. She opened her phone. It was a message from her grandfather. Come out of the arena. Look to the east. Xiao Mengyu froze, wondering, grandfather is out of seclusion? Does that mean the person Shen Ye met? Could it have been my grandfather? She rushed outside, calling back to Shen Ye. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. He was dumbfounded. Huh? He stood there alone, scratching his chin in confusion. Why'd she just run off? Did I come on too strong? Man, I really have no experience asking out a beautiful girl like her. Xiao Mengyu ran out of the arena and looked up at the night sky. A brilliant streak of fire shot down with a whoosh. She stood still, looking up as the blaze enveloped her, forming a giant pillar of fire. Within the sea of flames, a warm voice echoed in her mind. Granddaughter, I've thought it over and over, and I've decided I should lend you a hand after all. She was astonished. Grandfather. She stood her ground. Amidst the flames, I can feel the power surging. This is the technique awakening in my mind. The Luo Shen sword style. She looked up at the hot air balloon floating farther and farther away in the sky. The girl smiled, drawing a heart-shaped circle of sword energy on the ground. Thank you, Grandpa, for passing the Luo Shen sword style on to me. Shen Ye ran out, asking worriedly, Hey, are you okay? Why are you covered in flames? Xiao Mengyu thought to herself. He was probably scared I'd run off, and even had the nerve to follow me out here. She turned back with a relieved smile. Don't worry, my grandfather came to visit. He passed his sword technique on to me. Shen Ye scratched his head and laughed. See? You have someone in your family who really cares about you. Then he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. He was stunned as he realized. So that old man was her grandfather. Xiao Mengyu turned back and asked playfully, Shen Ye, you were going to invite me to the banquet, right? He stammered, Right. It's some kind of banquet. Want to go together? She let out a soft chuckle. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, you're such an idiot, Shen Ye. He blushed and snapped. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What makes you say I'm an idiot? She leaned close to his ear, whispering with a radiant smile. All contestants have to attend that banquet. We were supposed to go together anyway. Shen Ye's face turned beet red as he screamed internally. That's right, I didn't even need to invite her. I was so desperate to help that I completely forgot. How embarrassing. The girl turned, waving brightly. Let's go, off to the banquet. He watched her go, thinking to himself, whatever. Shen Ye watched her cheerful back, thinking, it's rare to see her act so carefree, like the girl her age she's supposed to be. A moment later, the two were riding a bright red hoverbike, speeding through the clouds toward a floating island. Xiao Mengyu shouted excitedly, Woohoo, haha, faster, faster. This is the feeling of freedom. Meanwhile, Shen Ye could only scream in panic, safety first, safety first. But the girl mischievously named their ride. Full speed ahead, Shen Ye special. They landed at a huge, ancient cathedral. Shen Ye couldn't help but be amazed. I can't believe they're holding it on a floating island like this. Xiao Mengyu said, This is the place for the banquet. Qian Rushan was already waiting, smiling and greeting. Welcome, Miss Xiao. Did you come with Shen Ye? Xiao Mengyu replied politely. Hello, Boss Qian. Yes, I'm with him tonight. Boss Qian put an arm around Shen Ye's shoulder, teasing. Not bad, kid. Things are moving fast, huh? Already got her to agree to a dinner date. This made the young man blush, and he hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. The heavy main doors creaked open. Boss Qian turned, his expression suddenly serious. No more joking around, Shen Ye. You need to be careful tonight. Shen Ye was surprised. Huh? Why? They stepped into a magnificent, luxurious grand hall, but the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Hostile gazes were fixed on them from all directions. Shen Ye immediately sensed the killing intent, his expression turning wary. Scores of other contestants, all heirs of powerful families, stared at him with blood-red eyes like predatory beasts. Boss Qian whispered in his ear, This banquet is the last chance to raise your evaluation score. These rich kids will use this time to hunt for prey. Shen Ye's gaze turned razor-sharp. He remembered the bloody battles of his past. He asked through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with killing intent. What would happen if I killed someone in here? Boss Qian quickly tried to stop him. Hey, don't do anything stupid. The big shots are all watching. He added, You like fighting that much, huh? I remember the first time we met, you had just finished a fight too. Shen Ye clicked his tongue. Shh, how boring. Suddenly, a young man with spiky hair and wings on his back appeared, blocking their path. He stomped on the floor, landing right in front of Shen Ye. He introduced himself smugly. I am the 4-star rookie, Wang Juyan, of the Wang family. Shen Ye, I challenge you. Before Shen Ye could even react, a brilliant purple streak of sword energy flashed over Wang Juyan's head. Xiao Mingyu was already standing in front of Shen Ye, coldly sheathing her sword. A chunk of Wang Juyan's hair had been sliced clean off, fluttering to the floor. It terrified him. What? She looked him straight in the eye, her voice icy. I am currently in a duel with Shen Ye. If you want to challenge him, you'll have to get through me first. Wang Juyan was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. Her sword is too fast. Did you even see it? The guy with him stammered. No, I didn't even see her draw it. Another young man clapped him on the shoulder, advising, Zi Qiang, just drop it. Don't pick a fight with that guy. He glanced at Shen Ye and then smirked. Just look at the rankings. I can't believe a 2-star rookie like him has her for a bodyguard. The rookie rankings appeared, with Xiao Mengyu sitting comfortably in second place, right behind Nangong Siye. The young man thought to himself, she's one of the top 5, on the same level as me. In another corner of the party, a group of bullies was picking on a weaker contestant. Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu quickly walked over. One of the bullies sneered as he saw their victim collapse. We should just stick to picking on soft targets like this. Hey. Even small fry are worth points. Noticing they were being watched, the group left, leaving their victim sprawled on the floor. He's collapsed on the floor. Get the medics over here, now, Xiao Mengyu said. Come on, let's go. Shen Ye watched Wang Juyan and his cronies leave, then turned to Xiao Mengyu with a dissatisfied look. That last sword strike of yours. You should have aimed a little lower. Suddenly, an arrogant voice called out from behind Shen Ye. Well, if it isn't the young master of the Shen family? An elegantly dressed, aristocratic woman emerged from the crowd of reporters, eyeing him with a critical gaze. I've long heard tales of your arrogance. Meeting you today, I see the rumors didn't lie. Shen Ye turned around, thinking, who the hell is this? She opens her mouth and is already trying to pin something on me. Qian Rushan quickly whispered in his ear, that's the youngest aunt of the Song family sisters. What is she doing here? He stepped forward to make the introductions. Allow me. This is the new recruit I brought along, Shen Ye. Qian Rushan continued. And this is Lady Anne of the Jiangnan Song family. She cut him off with a flick of her black fan. I don't need an introduction from you. Shen Ye, your eldest uncle told me something not long ago. I wonder if you recall it? Shen Ye asked coolly. What story is that? Lady Anne replied. He said that ever since you were a boy, you were a troublemaker who enjoyed training dogs to attack people. The last time our families Song Qingyuan and Song Yinchen visited your home, they were nearly mauled. At these words, the surrounding reporters erupted into a frenzy, cameras flashing relentlessly. This was huge. The Song sisters were nearly attacked by dogs Shen Ye had set on them. I can't believe a guy who looks so clean-cut could be so vicious. The 2 precious daughters of the most powerful family, almost killed by this country bumpkin. Shen Ye, you bastard. Shen Ye just smirked, a memory flashing through his mind. The time he'd actually saved the Song sisters from a giant wolf years ago. He had clearly been the one to save the Song sisters, and now the story was twisted into him sicking dogs on them. He then replied, my apologies, Lady Anne, but that was a very long time ago. I'm afraid I don't remember. He continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. My family was cast out of the Shen clan ages ago. We live in poverty. We can't even afford to feed a dog, let alone train vicious hounds to attack people. Just recently, I fell gravely ill, and when my father went to beg my eldest uncle for a single marrow-restoring pill, he was thrown out on the street. Lady Anne feigned surprise. You were ill? Why didn't you tell me? Our Song family might not have much, but we can certainly spare a marrow-restoring pill. Shen Ye put on a pitiful act, pointing to his own face. Huh? I was at death's door, and you didn't even know? It seems you don't really know much about my situation at all, do you? Qian Rushan silently cheered him on. This kid really knows how to find someone's weak spot. Lady Anne didn't even know about Shen Ye's recent, near-fatal illness. How could she possibly be so certain about him training dogs to attack someone over a decade ago? Lady Anne covered her mouth with her fan. So, you've left the Shen family and entered the academy on your own? Shen Ye replied. That's right. I've already signed a contract with the People's Martial Arts Guild. She offered. I have a special recommendation slot. How about I just give it to you? Our Song family can also cover all of your expenses during your time at the academy. Shen Ye's face lit up. Really? Thank you for your kindness. Oh, you're a living saint, she continued. But there is one condition, he replied politely. Please, name it. Lady Anne looked him dead in the eye, her voice turning icy cold. From now on, you will stay away from Qingyuan. Her words sent a ripple of shock through the room. This Shen Ye guy was actually involved with Song Qingyuan? A punk who got kicked out of his own house dares to aim for the daughter of the Song family? But because of it, he gets a free ride to the academy? That's infuriating. What an idiot. If you could get with Song Qingyuan, why would you even need to compete? Shen Ye's eyes lit up like stars, his joy obvious. Stay away from Qingyuan. Is that all? Done. As long as you give me that recommendation slot, it's absolutely no problem. The crowd began to gossip again. Haha, what a spineless coward. Tsk. With his status, how could he dare to defy the Song family? They're basically just handing him a free pass. Lady Anne smiled with satisfaction. Then it settled. Shen Ye held up a hand. My lady, about that staying away from Song Qingyuan thing, I'm going to need your help with something, she replied. Go on. The boy winked playfully. Could you give me a picture of her? I don't know her, and I don't even remember what she looks like. The entire hall was stunned into dead silence. A reporter who was taking notes quickly updated her story. Breaking news. Shen Ye suffers from amnesia. A member of another prestigious family spoke up. You don't know Song Qingyuan? Shen Ye replied. Don't know her. The guy snapped. That's not right. You two met when you were 4 or 5. Shen Ye feigned surprise. Wow, you've got an amazing memory. Me? I can't remember anything from when I was 4 years old. Qian Rushan analyzed the situation in his head. He doesn't remember her. That means there's no way he could have deliberately trained a dog to attack Song Qingyuan, and he couldn't have been using this incident as an excuse to get closer to her, either. The clan members were all flustered, never expecting their plan to fall apart like this. He's completely forgotten who she even is. For the great Song family to target a commoner like this, it's just humiliating. This is bad. Did I say something I shouldn't have? So this is all the so-called strongest family amounts to, and at a welcome banquet for new recruits, no less. Shen Ye put on an apologetic face. My apologies, Lady An. How about we just forget about that recommendation? Since I don't know her anyway, it wouldn't be right to accept such a favor. Yours. Lady Anne hid a cold, chilling smile behind her fan, absolutely furious. Now that he's said it so publicly, even if it was a lie, it's become the truth. He either genuinely forgot, or he simply never gave a damn to begin with. How ridiculous. All of you schemed and plotted, making such a huge scene. Even I, Lady Anne, came here in person, and yet you people don't even have a reason to attack him. She lowered her fan and asked one last time. Are you sure you don't need the treasure nomination? Don't you remember Song Qingyun? She's the eldest daughter of the Song family, and I am her great-aunt. Shen Ye smiled innocently and scratched his head. My lady, I don't know you, and I don't know her either. This is probably all just a misunderstanding, which means I can't accept that treasure nomination. He leaned in close and whispered, but there is one thing, Lady Anne. You are a woman of great prestige and immense power. I was wondering if you could lend me a hand? Standing in the middle of the crowd, Shen Ye began his tale. I'll be frank with you. Not long ago, after I was lucky enough to survive a terrible illness, a police chief named Luo said he would protect me. In the end, he died. And my best friend died too. For some reason, tens of thousands of people also died at the Fenglin Hotel. Misfortune just keeps piling up, and it's really starting to bother me. He looked directly at her, his smile turning insidious. Do you have any idea who the mastermind behind all of this is? He asked, stepping closer, his tone dripping with sarcasm. While the reporters pointed their cameras right at them, he continued, a prominent figure, like you, must be much better at investigating things than a middle school kid like me. You must know something. Can you get justice for them? After all, we're talking about tens of thousands of lives. Lady Anne covered her mouth with her fan, her eyes sharp as daggers as she thought, this brat. He's using me and this party to broadcast this whole story. She replied, I'm not too clear on the details of that matter. It seems Chief Luo's younger sister is investigating it. She turned to Xiao Mengyu, her voice laced with mockery. Oh, that's right. Miss Xiao Mengyu, I must congratulate you. I heard you're engaged now, so why are you here with him? Xiao Mengyu calmly returned the greeting. Hello, Lady An. Then she stated firmly, I have never been engaged, but I did hear. Shen Ye cut in, staring straight at Lady An. You seem to base everything on what you hear. First it was about me, now it's her. Spreading baseless rumors like this, I don't think it's a very good look. Shen Ye continued, but there is one thing Lady Anne said that wasn't wrong. He put his arm around Xiao Mengyu's shoulder, confirming, Xiao Mengyu and I are, in fact, investigating this case, and we've made some very promising progress. Shen Ye winked and put a finger to his lips as if to signal silence. But this isn't really the right time to talk about it, you know? Lady Anne was stunned, her face contorting as it fell into shadow. Qian Rushan was sweating bullets, quickly tugging on Shen Ye's sleeve. Hey, Shen Ye, do you have any idea you're playing with fire? Lady Anne pointed her sharp, black fan at Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu, snarling, fine if you want to ruin yourself. But are you trying to make Xiao Mengyu sever all ties with her clan and become an enemy of the great families too? Suddenly, a burly, middle-aged man appeared, loudly defending her. A virtuous and generous daughter of the Luo family, who knows right from wrong, would never spout such nonsense with a hooligan like you. He strode forward, continuing his lecture. And as for the matter of marriage, a young girl like her probably doesn't understand the arrangements made by the family. She is, indeed, engaged. Lady Anne smiled in greeting. Luo Erlang, what brings you here? Xiao Mengyu coldly faced the man. I clearly told you to go home. Why didn't you? She replied, Greetings, uncle. I had to stay for my exams, so I couldn't go back. Luo Erlang grabbed her hand, trying to pull her away. The engagement was arranged by the family. Lady Anne was just being kind, so don't you misunderstand her. Now, come with me. Xiao Mengyu stood her ground, asking coldly, Go where? Luo Erlang growled, I just told you. Home, to get engaged. A brilliant purple sword aura flared up around Xiao Mengyu. She challenged him, Did grandfather agree to this? What about my father? Did he agree? Furthermore, she stared directly into her uncle's eyes, her voice like ice. What about me? Did I times agree? Two auras, one green and one purple, clashed in the middle of the hall, creating an incredibly tense atmosphere. Luo Erlang calmly replied, The head of the family will know soon enough. As for your father, he's still in a coma, but this is a good thing. He'd only be happy to hear about it. Xiao Mengyu stared at her uncle, her voice sharp. My father would be happy? He would be furious enough to die. Why don't you tell everyone here? How old is the man I'm supposedly engaged to? Luo Erlang snarled, trying to drag her away again. We're in public. Stop this disrespectful behavior and come with me. She flung his hand away, her eyes full of defiance. Grandfather hasn't agreed. My father hasn't agreed. And yet you dare to make this decision for me? Standing beside her, Shen Ye was stunned by her sheer presence. A radiant purple sword aura erupted from Xiao Mengyu, and above her head, the two powerful words, Sword Saint, appeared. Shen Ye's Dharma eye immediately analyzed her. Keyword effect. Resonance with sword energy increased by 10 points. All attributes increased by 5 points. Damage from sword techniques is doubled. Myriad saints. Heavenly truth. A state where even 10,000 saints and sages must enter through this very gate. He was shocked to see the change. Xiao Mengyu's keyword had changed. This meant she had solidified her own path, and her hesitation was completely gone. Such powerful sword intent. Is this the power of a sword saint? Luo Erlang drew his Azure Luo River sword and roared, Xiao Mengyu, pull back your killing intent. Do you see this Azure Luo River sword? It's the symbol of the Grand Steward of our clan, the divine weapon, worshipped by the Luo family. If you dare to defy this blade, I'll be forced to enforce our family's laws. And I will use it. Before he could even finish speaking, a brilliant flash of purple light sliced clean through both of Luo Erlang's arms, sending blood gushing everywhere. Luo Erlang was sent flying backward, slamming hard against the wall. He crumpled to the floor, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Asterisk. Cough. Asterisk. Xiao Mengyu stepped forward coldly, looking down on the man sprawled on the ground. Blinded by greed, you held a divine artifact, yet you couldn't even withstand a single one of my strikes. You arbitrarily arranged a marriage for your own kin, without informing their parents, let alone getting the approval of the clan head. She leaned down, her voice like ice. You are no longer worthy of wielding this sword. She picked up the Luo River sword and asked it, Luo River, are you willing to follow me and be a companion to my remnant snow? The Azure Luo River sword began to tremble violently, crackling with sparks of emerald electricity. Xiao Mengyu grasped the sword, and its aura instantly merged with hers, creating a truly majestic scene. Streams of purple and green sword energy intertwined, filling the grand hall with a low hum. The floating newbie ranking board suddenly shook. The words "Rankings Updated" flashed, and Xiao Mengyu's name shot up from second place, landing right beside Nanggong Siyue in the #1 spot. The crowd burst into an uproar. Xiao Mengyu is tied for first place with Nanggong Siyue. Is that the power of a divine weapon? Her actual strength is no better than ours. She just got lucky and used an artifact to climb the ranks. Maybe I should borrow my family's divine weapon to boost my own ranking. Shen Ye analyzed internally as he watched. No, it's not that simple. If Xiao Mengyu hadn't unlocked the Sword Saint keyword, the divine weapon would never have accepted her. This ranking system isn't limited to just personal strength. He continued to reflect as he watched. Xiao Mengyu hover in the swirling sword energy. Equipment, resources, potential, and even a person's willpower. It all affects the card's final evaluation. Qian Rushan, who was standing nearby, explained it to Shen Ye. That sword has acknowledged Xiao Mengyu. This means that, from now on, the authority of the Luo clan rests in her hands. She's now the one in charge of the Luo family. At her age, her future potential is boundless. Noticing Shen Ye's contemplative expression, Qian Rushan slapped him heartily on the back and laughed. Hey, it's nothing to be jealous of. That's just what good family resources get you. You, on the other hand, are an ordinary guy who reached 2 stars all on your own. You're the textbook definition of an underdog success story. Shen Ye blushed and feigned humility. It's all thanks to your guidance, President Qian. Inwardly, however, he was incredibly smug. Heh. If he found out I'm actually a times 5-star asterisk, he'd probably flip out. Just then, Xiao Mengyu landed, her aura majestic, and announced, "Now, let's return to the main issue." The title, New Matriarch of the Luo clan, materialized powerfully above her. She turned to Shen Ye, her gaze firm. Shen Ye. There was something I couldn't say earlier, but I can now. It's about the truth I uncovered. She looked directly at Lady Anne and the other prominent families, her voice echoing through the hall. The masterminds responsible for countless deaths are none other than the great families gathered here today. With the Song family at their head, the heirs of the great families started whispering among themselves, their expressions baffled. What? What is she saying? Has she lost her mind? A pitch-black killing intent poured out from Lady Anne, her eyes glowing crimson. Little girl, I suggest you choose your next words very carefully. Xiao Mengyu faced her down without flinching. But of course, Lady Anne. My investigation shows this is all because of your granddaughter, Song Qingyin. She wanted to play the field with the young masters of the various clans without being tied down, so she used Shen Ye as a shield by claiming she was in love with him. Driven by jealousy and rivalry, the great families didn't hesitate to slaughter tens of thousands of innocent people, all for the sole purpose of killing Shen Ye. I have all the videos, photos, and documents right here. The proof is undeniable. If I have spoken a single word of falsehood, I will accept any punishment you deem fit. She raised her phone, her eyes icy cold, treating human lives as if they were worthless. All because of your petty jealousy. Lady An, was my investigation detailed and thorough enough for you? Shen Ye immediately jumped in, shouting to the crowd. Wow, Lady An, you've got a real eye for talent. Xiao Mengyu actually managed to dig everything up. She's even got the videos and photos. Anyone want to look? It's scandalous stuff. A little on the gory side though. He then spun towards the reporters, shouting with excitement. Hurry, point your cameras this way. Song Qingyin is about to confess her love to me. Suddenly, one of the cameras violently burst into flames. The cameraman yelled, Whoa, why did my camera just catch on fire? How can we record anything like this? Another reporter cried out in a panic. Mine too. My notepad, my camera, my phone. Everything is spontaneously combusting and burst into flames. The terrified reporters cried out, to Lady Anne, all of our equipment is fried, all the recordings are gone, please, don't blame us. Lady Anne roared, pointing a finger at Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu. Your so-called video and pictures must have been doctored. Song Qingyin would never hurt anyone. She's a model student, a role model for the new generation, the student council, president of Sky Kasaya High. Countless children from the great clans can vouch for her. A group of young masters chimed in. That's right. You're just a filthy commoner. Why would someone like Song Qingyin ever say she likes times you asterisk? You have no power, no background, and no money. I bet you're just making up stories to slander her. A toad trying to eat swan meat. You must be insane. Shen Ye sighed, his breath forming a cold mist. The proof is right in front of you, and you're still playing dumb. You people, from the so-called great clans. You've obviously inherited all sorts of legacies. Honing your perception and resonance, hogging every advantage there is. He stood under the spotlight, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Logically, the progress of this world should be driven by people with resources, like you. However, the only thing I see you doing is bullying the poor and murdering the innocent. His gaze turned terrifyingly cold. If you ask me, you're not even worthy of being called human. Someone in the crowd roared in anger. Who the hell do you think you are? Why don't you shut your mouth for me? A young man in a suit, radiating a powerful aura, stepped forward. I am Zhao Tianjun, of the Hedong Zhao family. Lady Anne, you are a respected member of the Song family. There's no need for you to stoop to this riffraff's level. Please, allow me to teach him a lesson on your behalf. A system notification popped up. Zhao Tianjun has challenged Shen Ye. Before he could finish his sentence, a brilliant slash of purple sword energy cut across Zhao Tianjun's body, sending him flying and smashing through a large section of the wall. The system announced succinctly, Zhao Tianjun, defeated. Xiao Mengyu stood there coldly, glaring at the horrified crowd. My Shen Ye wasn't finished speaking. For someone from a great clan, you have no manners at all. Suddenly, another young man emerged from the crowd, clapping his hands. He wore a cunning smile. I've long heard of Miss Xiao's unparalleled swordsmanship. Seeing it today, I can confirm the rumors are true. Congratulations on obtaining a divine weapon and successfully climbing to the number 2 rank. I am the 4th-ranked 5-star rookie, Niu Ziqiang. I would like to request a match with you. Shen Ye frowned. So, this was Niu Ziqiang. What a vulgar name. Xiao Mengyu asked coldly. You know perfectly well, I've reached the 2nd rank. You still want to fight me? Niu Ziqiang laughed confidently. Of course. We scions of the great clans are not afraid of a little difficulty. We bravely challenge the strong. By defeating someone stronger like you, I'll receive a better evaluation. Shen Ye silently observed Niu Ziqiang, a wary glint flashing in the purple pupils of his Dharma eye. Through the Dharma eye, he saw a sinister green aura surrounding his opponent. He thought to himself, this is bad. A giant, venomous python made of spiritual energy materialized around Niu Ziqiang, coiling aggressively. Shen Ye immediately stepped in front of Xiao Mengyu. Hold on, she and I are still in a duel. You can't challenge her. At the same time, he realized with alarm that no one else seemed to see this snake. If Xiao Mengyu fought him, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. He glanced at the crowd of nobles and saw Lady Anne and the others just watching with indifferent expressions. He understood instantly. With so many powerful figures at this party, there's no way I'm the only one who can see this snake. And yet, not a single person had spoken up, let alone intervened. It seems this has been tacitly approved. Niu Ziqiang sneered, taunting those who had just been defeated by Xiao Mengyu. You lot don't even have the guts to fight me, so why bother playing the hero? Why don't you all just kneel before Lady Anne and obediently apologize for your mistakes? Shen Ye ignored the provocation and raised his card. It began to glow as a new tarot card materialized. You are dead. The card depicted a hanged skeleton, its body pierced by countless swords, accompanied by a deadly inscription. You have offended the great clans. Your death is certain. Shen Ye let out a bitter laugh. Haha, even this card is cursing me. Then, he calmly announced, all right, I forfeit. The system immediately announced. Match concluded. Shen Ye forfeits. Xiao Mengyu is the winner. Niu Ziqiang roared with laughter, his face full of contempt. Haha, so you know your place after all. Now get out of the way, you coward, before you get caught in the crossfire of my battle with Xiao Mengyu. Just then, a new system notification appeared. You have received a challenge. Shen Ye stood his ground as a brilliant purple spiritual pressure erupted around him. The system chimed. Niu Ziqiang has challenged Shen Ye. A smirk crept across his face. Who told you? I forfeited so that you could fight Xiao Mengyu. Xiao Mengyu looked at him, stunned, and stammered. Shen Ye, you. Niu Ziqiang clutched his stomach, howling with laughter. Haha. Did I hear that right? A 2-star commoner is actively challenging me. A 5-star? He snarled as the spiritual python materialized behind him. A piece of trash like you isn't even worthy of me lifting a finger. My killing intent alone is enough to scare you to death. The python lunged forward to attack. Shen Ye stood firm amidst crackling lightning, thinking to himself, hey, he says he'll scare me to death, but in reality, he's just sicking his snake on me. If I couldn't see this snake, I probably would have been scared to death, for real. He immediately got into position and unleashed a bolt of lightning, the Thunder Palm. The crowd had no idea what was happening and started murmuring, what's he doing? Why is he attacking the air? Only the truly powerful fighters realized with dawning horror, no way can he actually see it. Is this for real? The bolt of lightning struck the python, making it shriek in pain. Niu Ziqiang was stunned. You can see it? How? Shen Ye stood there, his entire body enveloped in a purple electric aura. His Dharma eyes glowed brightly. Qian Rishan couldn't believe what he was seeing, his whole body trembling. The Dharma Eye. He's awakened the Dharma Eye. Niu Ziqiang panicked. This kid could see Shu He. He tried to calm himself down. No, it's impossible. Only someone who's awakened the Dharma Eye can see it. He swung his weapon to attack, muttering, even I can only guess its position based on experience. This lowlife must have been scared senseless by my aura and just got a lucky hit in. Niu Ziqiang commanded his snake. This time, have Shu He attack from behind. I won't give you another chance to get lucky. He raised his staff, challenging him. Think you can block this? The snake and the staff attacked simultaneously, creating a pincer formation. Niu Ziqiang screamed in terror. What? When he saw Shen Ye leap high into the air, dodging both attacks. At the same time, Shen Ye launched a freezing kick down at the python, causing it to let out a pained cry. Asterisk. Screech. Asterisk. The ordinary candidates watching could only stare in confusion. Ah Yi, what in the world is Shen Ye fighting? I don't get what he's doing at all. His friend replied, I don't know either, but whatever it is, it must be something incredible. The friend pointed at the stunned children of the wealthy families. Because look at the faces on those rich young masters. They look like they're at a funeral. Xiao Mengyu was dumbfounded, shocked to her core. He actually managed to awaken the Dharma Eye. No wonder he didn't let me go up earlier. I wouldn't have been able to see that spirit beast at all. If I had gone up to fight, I would have been at a huge disadvantage. Shen Ye landed, dusting off his hands provocatively. Without that snake, what else have you got? Niu Ziqiang gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with arrogance. He roared, swinging his staff to create countless attacking phantoms. Shen Ye, I am the 4th-ranked, 5-star rookie. Who the hell do you think you are? A powerful pressure wave spread across the hall, even affecting the onlookers. Whoa. That pressure is so strong, I feel like I'm getting sucked in. Niu Ziqiang spun his staff, creating a massive green whirlwind of energy. He charged forward, swinging his staff down on Shen Ye with the force of a falling mountain. A loud times, boom times echoed as the floor cracked and dust filled the air. Xiao Mengyu and Qian Rushan cried out in terror. Shen Ye. The dust settled, revealing Shen Ye blocking his opponent's staff with a single hand. Niu Ziqiang was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A brilliant purple spiritual pressure erupted from Shen Ye's body. The system notification rang out. As per your will, all attribute points have been allocated to strength. Current strength is 14.3. Niu Ziqiang was horrified. He took my full power attack, and he's completely unharmed? How is that possible? My strength is 8.7. No rookie under 5 stars could possibly be stronger than me. He tried to pull his staff back but couldn't. I get it. You must be straining yourself. Shen Ye lifted Niu Ziqiang into the air with one hand, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! Niu Ziqiang struggled in Shen Ye's grasp, yelling, Damn it, let go, don't touch me with your filthy hands. Shen Ye glanced coldly at the python as it cautiously approached, growling, If you take one more step, I'll snap his neck. The snake froze. Niu Ziqiang was also surprised, and he turned his head, searching. Shu He, where are you? I command you, get back here and bite him to death for me. Shen Ye smirked. So you can't even see your own snake. Looks like your title as the 4th-ranked 5-star was just bought by your family, wasn't it? Niu Ziqiang stubbornly kept giving orders while the venomous snake hissed. Shuhei, hurry up. With so many people here, he won't dare to touch me. Immediately, a devastating punch landed squarely on Niu Ziqiang's face. Shen Ye spoke coldly, his hand still gripping the collar of his unconscious opponent, who said, I wouldn't dare. That punch was for the girl from earlier. He glanced at the wary snake and whispered, Hey, don't move, little snaky. You don't want him to die, do you? The snake let out a small hiss. He continued, By the way, don't you dare surrender. I'm not done with you yet. Niu Ziqiang woke up, his face swollen, and roared with fury. You worthless peasant. How dare you look at me like that? Just you wait. I'm going to kill you, your friends, your family. I'll kill them all. Suddenly, a blue aura erupted from Shen Ye's hand. The system announced, Special condition triggered. Your Northeastern Divine Fist has received a blessing under these special circumstances, surging to the blue quality. Zhuo Yueying was amazed. So that's another way to use the Northeastern Divine Fist. Shen Ye swung his hand, slapping Niu Ziqiang across the face as he shouted, So what if I look at you? The system announced again. Dual special condition triggered. Your Northeastern Divine Fist has received a blessing, surging to the exquisite blue quality. He thought to himself, So, triggering keywords can actually increase the power of my fist technique? Interesting. Shen Ye rained down a storm of punches on his opponent's face, shouting relentlessly, Yeah, I'm staring. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do? Huh? What are you gonna do? His friends watched, both horrified and thrilled. Whoa, that's brutal. Hell yeah, Brother Ye, get revenge for us. Beat him so bad his own mother won't recognize him. Niu Ziqiang was getting completely pummeled, his face twisted and mangled, able to do nothing but whimper in agony. He sobbed as blood streamed down his face, a profound sense of terror welling up inside him. Asterisk, no, this is bad. This guy, asterisk, Shen Ye, looked like a demon, his entire body wrapped in a sinister purple aura, a terrifying grin plastered on his face. Had enough of a break? Should we continue? Niu Ziqiang was horrified. Asterisk, is he actually going to kill me? Asterisk. He grabbed Shen Ye's arm, trying to beg for help. Help! Save me! Somebody! Save me! He looked toward the crowd from the noble families, screaming internally, asterisk, is this lowlife really going to drag me down with him? Asterisk. Asterisk, no, I don't want to die. Asterisk, he continued to scream in desperation, save me, help, he's really trying to kill me. The entire hall was plunged into a terrifying silence. Not a single person spoke or moved. They all just stood there, watching with cold, bloodshot eyes. Lady Anne stood there, calculating coldly. Asterisk, if this Niu kid dies at Shen Ye's hands. Asterisk, asterisk. The three major high schools will definitely unite to intervene and severely punish this malicious act of murdering a contestant. Asterisk, asterisk. When that happens, whether it's Song Qingyin's reputation or the young masters who hired assassins, all the way to tonight's little drama, it will all vanish into thin air. Asterisk. She looked at the pathetic, sobbing Niu Ziqiang and made her decision. Asterisk. Kid from the Niu family. You can rest in peace. Asterisk. She continued to whisper in her mind. Asterisk. After you die, I will support your father and make him the head of the Niu family. Asterisk. A wicked smile spread across Lady Anne's face as she watched Shen Ye grab Niu Ziqiang by the throat. Asterisk. Your greatest value right now is to be killed by Shen Ye. Asterisk. Suddenly, Shen Ye snorted with laughter. He let out a loud laugh, still holding Niu Ziqiang's collar. Ha ha ha, he laughed heartily again. Ha ha ha, do you all really take me for an idiot? Don't be scared, I'm not gonna kill you. You see it now, don't you? They've all abandoned you. He leaned in close to his ear and whispered, we were just having a duel, but they actually want you dead. Because if I kill you, they'll have the perfect excuse to get rid of me. Standing in the crowd, Nangong Sarui frowned. Asterisk. That way, the scandal of the noble families will just disappear. That's enough. I can't let him say any more. Asterisk. Suddenly, another person rushed forward, creating streams of water that enveloped Shen Ye and Niu Ziqiang, forcing them apart. An examiner from Jialan Academy had appeared, saving Ziqiang. All right, a duel is fine, but there's no need to harm the peace. I am an examiner from Jialan Academy. You both fought very well. I believe the divine artifact will give you a favorable evaluation. The system announced. The duel is forced to a stop. This duel will not be counted in the evaluation. Shen Ye smirked. So you only step in when you know I'm not going to kill him? Lady Anne handed Niu Ziqiang a medicinal pill. Hurry and eat this. Heal up quickly. The exam is about to begin. He took it with trembling hands. Hick. Thank you, Lady Anne. Suddenly, a brilliant light engulfed the entire sanctuary. The time had come. Streams of blue light wrapped around each contestant. Shen Ye's friend cheered. It's here. The final evaluation from the Taro's Tower for us. Xiao Mengyu stood there as her card appeared. As a 5-star novice, you have received the final evaluation, Sword Saint's Stance. After obtaining the divine artifact in single combat, you held an absolute advantage. Therefore, you are granted the power of a team leader, enhancing your benefits in cooperative endeavors. The team leader skill panel appeared. Effect 1. Members invited to the team will be instantly teleported to your side upon accepting. With this kind of party, you can exert double the power. Effect 2. When you are not in a party with anyone, your overall power will be weakened by 70%. Effect 3. In a party, if you transfer leadership to someone else, you will maintain your current power level, while they will gain Effect 1. These effects are now active, and will last until the end of the trial. Just then, Shen Ye's own card appeared. As a 5-star novice, you have received the final evaluation, the Indomitable. You brought disaster upon yourself, turning yourself into the main course at a feast. But your indomitable will is also the reason you've escaped death by a hair's breadth every time. Therefore, you are granted the power of flesh, enhancing your survivability. The flesh skill panel appeared. When facing a fatal blow, you can be hit a maximum of 3 times before dying, or becoming a qualified piece of meat to be eaten by others. The above effect has been activated and will last until the end of the exam. A general system announcement for everyone. All contestants will receive a mandatory survival item for the exam, the Burning Candle Flame. Description: it never goes out. Relying on it is the only way you can see everything around you clearly on the examination grounds. Congratulations on being permitted to participate in this year's joint exam for the 3 schools. Rest for 3 minutes. Teleportation will now begin. Shen Ye shouted in shock. They're gone! Xiao Mengyu was also stunned. Huh. His system panel flashed a warning. Your candle flame has been stolen. He roared. What? The exam hasn't even started, and my flame's already been stolen. The system explained. The opponent is also an exam candidate with the plunder evaluation, and use that power to steal your light. You will be unable to see anything in the testing grounds. Niu Ziqiang laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Shen Ye, this is what you get for defying us. Losing your candle flame is just the beginning. Soon enough, you'll completely collapse, helpless against us. His wounds had already healed, and he continued to taunt him. All it takes is a single pill for us to turn all your efforts to dust. We were born at the top of the mountain, while you're just an ant at its base. Who the hell do you think you are? He snarled, while Shen Ye's friends could only watch in anger. Just you wait, Shen Ye. You, your family, everyone close to you, not a single one will escape. You people are just lambs waiting for the slaughter. Resistance and struggle are meaningless. Shen Ye's friend whispered, a true gentleman understands his fate, but is not afraid. He holds fast to his will and acts without rest. Shen Ye stepped onto a high platform, raising his card and shouting, fellow students, my apologies for forcing you all to see the true face of the great aristocratic family so soon. They're always plotting to enslave others, murder others, and steal everything from others. He looked down at the crowd, his voice filled with emotion. This time, they're targeting me. Next time, it could be any one of you standing here. He continued his speech. That's right. We don't have their resources, we don't have their rare treasures, we don't have their inherited techniques, and we certainly don't have their divine weapons. He roared as a brilliant golden aura enveloped him. But our kings and generals destined by birth alone, we are not inferior to anyone, and we damn well don't deserve to be bullied and oppressed by them. The system announced. The exam will begin in 10 seconds. Candidates, prepare for teleportation to the testing grounds. Shen Ye held his card high, declaring, my card's final evaluation for me is the unyielding. His friend clenched his fist, his eyes filled with resolve. Even if I'm alone, I will follow this path to the very end. His other friends were also enveloped in auras, ready for battle. Niu Ziqiang and the crowd of elites were also surrounded by the light of teleportation. He sneered, Shen Ye, I'll give you exactly what you want. The system chimed, the exam begins now. The entire hall was flooded with light as a bell echoed. The system announced, the exam has begun. The requirement for the first round is to find a way to the floating island below. Succeed, and you pass. Fail, and you are immediately eliminated. Shen Ye was teleported to a pitch-black space, floating amidst tiny specks of light. So this is the testing ground? He immediately moved cautiously through the darkness. Damn it, it's pitch black. Without my candle flame, I can't see a thing. I need to find Xiao Mengyu first. Suddenly, torches lit up all around him, revealing countless enemies who had him completely surrounded. Shen Ye immediately activated his moonflow steps, leaping into the air to dodge the attacks coming from all sides. He landed, his gaze sharp as a blade. You elitist scumbags. Is ambushing people the only thing you know how to do? An enemy rushed him from behind, driving a spear through his body. You lost your own flame. Who else is there to blame? Now die. Shen Ye was impaled, but he immediately spun around and delivered a dragon bone kick. System notification. Bloodlust effect activated. He fell to one knee, blood pouring from his wound as he coughed violently. The crowd sneered. This is the price for opposing us. Shen Ye's system panel flashed. One use remaining. Shen Ye gritted his teeth and roared in fury. Come forth, Sea of Calamity. A massive, dark energy in the shape of a skull enveloped him, radiating a deathly aura. The crowd recoiled in terror. What is this deathly aura? Be careful, he might be planning something. A spectral skull appeared and whispered, Shen Ye, you have to run. I don't have much power left. This is barely enough to scare them. Shen Ye was shocked. What? Just then, a notification panel appeared. You have received a party invitation from Xiao Mengyu. He was stunned. A party invite? A stream of blue light enveloped him and instantly teleported him away. You have accepted Xiao Mengyu's party invitation, instantly teleporting to the party leader's location. The crowd stared blankly. Where'd he go? The leader raged. Damn it, he was just bluffing. We let that little brat get away. Shen Ye appeared next to Xiao Mengyu, who was glowing with a warm light. She gasped, Shen Ye, you're injured. The wound on his body healed rapidly. Huh, my wound. It's healed? It must be a card effect. He explained, I just got ambushed by some of those elitist bastards. Xiao Mengyu asked in surprise. Then why did I suddenly appear next to you? Shen Ye explained, that's my card's effect. The first time we form a party, the member is teleported to my side. There's another effect too. After forming a party, the party leader's combat power is doubled. He thought to himself, asterisk. So, that's how it is. This card's effects are insane. Asterisk. The system announced, Candle Flame has been shared. Shen Ye looked around. I can finally see clearly. Just where the hell is this place? Xiao Mengyu explained. We're still on the banquet's floating island, but the environment around us has changed. The port of Cloud Mountain below us is gone, replaced by the trial grounds for the second round. Shen Ye pointed towards another floating island. I see it. It's over there, right? She nodded. That's right. The test for the first round is for contestants to find a way to get there. She looked at him and asked, by the way, Shen Ye, you've awakened your Dharma Eye. Shen Ye was surprised. Dharma Eye? I can just see a few hidden things. Is that what a Dharma Eye is? What is it, exactly? Xiao Mengyu explained. The Dharma Eye is a symbol that a cultivator has been acknowledged by the Dharma realm. The Dharma realm is the origin of the universe. The power of all things stems from it. There are many mystical and powerful things that can only be seen after awakening the Dharma Eye. She continued, knowledge about the Dharma realm is too complex. That's all I know for now. Shen Ye thought to himself. So, that Dharma realm I saw before is the origin of the universe. Could those trashy cultivation manuals the mysterious voice told me to collect really be this powerful when combined? He scratched his head, grinning from ear to ear. Does this mean I'm kinda amazing? She glanced at him. Kinda is an understatement. Suddenly, Shen Ye's Dharma Eye sensed a dangerous, dark aura. He saw two dark figures lurking in the shadows and immediately grabbed Xiao Mengyu's hand. Quick, follow me. She was startled. He pulled her towards the edge of the island and yelled, jump. The two of them leaped into the empty void. Xiao Mengyu panicked. What? What are you doing? He replied, there were two people behind us just now. They were floating in mid-air. Shen Ye explained, I sensed a terrifying killing intent from them. It's better to get a head start. Besides, the goal of the first round is to get to the island below anyway, Xiao Mengyu thought. Asterisk. That's assuming we survive to reach it. Asterisk. Shen Ye snapped his fingers confidently. Of course we will. A kill in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. A flaming motorcycle burst from the sky, diving down. The two landed on it and blasted off in a trail of smoke and fire, leaving the two dark figures to watch from above. The system announced, Round 1, number of people passed. 2. The shorter shadow said apologetically, my apologies. When I saw Xiao Mengyu, I couldn't control my aura and let a little of it leak out. The taller shadow replied, it's not your fault. I didn't expect him to be so perceptive. This kid isn't some useless trash. The taller shadow continued, it seems he's made good use of the cursed sculpture's power, hasn't he? However, when he was attacked earlier, I sensed the spirit power behind him was already like a candle in the wind. He gave an order, let's go, we're heading down too. The other figure replied, yes sir. At the gathering point for the other contestants, the announcement board updated. Round 1. 4 people have now passed. Everyone was shocked. It's only been a few minutes, and 4 people have already passed round 1? How is that possible? Nangong Sirui, who was at the top of the rankings, smirked. Interesting, someone actually passed before me. People whispered, Nangong Sirui, the only 6-star novice. He said to himself, looks like I'll have to try a little harder for this number 1 spot. He waved his hand, and a brilliant golden aura enveloped his body. 2 celestial maidens flew down from the sky, carrying a magnificent, ornate palanquin. Young master, please be seated. We will take you down. The crowd could only stare in amazement. Holy crap, what a show-off. He looks like a real deity. Shen Ye's friends were also trying to figure out how to pass. The target island is right below us. Let's go. 2. All these rich kids have their own special powers. What are we supposed to do if we can't fly? Ah Yi slowly began to transform. Xiao Li, get on my back. I'll take you down. His friend was stunned. Huh? Ah Yi transformed into a fat husky with several tails. Xiao Li exclaimed, whoa, you can turn into a wolf. That's so cool. But Ah Yi was confused. You call times this times a wolf? The other contestants were also using all sorts of methods to fly down. Some rode on brooms, some on swords, and others on umbrellas. Only those without the ability to fly were left behind in despair. Damn it, I can't even pass the first round? Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu landed on the target island. She said, this place is also covered in thick fog. We'll probably have to use the burning candle flame to light up our surroundings. The system's voice rang out. You have entered the second round. An instruction panel appeared. This round is a non-combat test. The content is as follows. The Wailing Tide is about to arrive. There are many divine statues scattered across the island. Contestants must find a suitable statue and receive its protection to safely pass through the Wailing Tide. Failure will result in elimination. You are operating as a team, so you only need to find one divine statue. The burning candle flame has already cleared the fog for you. They walked up to a giant stone statue. Shen Ye asked, are these statues scattered everywhere, the divine statues? How do we get its protection? Suddenly, the eye on the statue glowed with a brilliant purple light. The statue spoke in a deeply lecherous voice. "O pure maiden, if you wish to receive my protection, help me restore my physical form and reclaim my divine power. Afterward, I will drink the blood of your companion, and you will strip bare and dance for me." Shen Ye's appraisal skill analyzed the statue of the god of lustful rain. This deity had already fallen, so this so-called god of lustful rain was nothing more than a long-dead evil god. He hesitated. "Is there any other way?" The statue roared. "Insolence! The wailing tide is terrifying. You expect to survive without paying a price?" Enraged, Shen Ye stabs the statue right in the eye. "Go to hell, you old bastard." The statue cried out. "Hey, if you don't like the deal, fine, but did you have to attack me?" Shen Ye roared. "Drink my blood and force her to do a striptease? You've crossed the line." The god statue sank into the ground, cursing. "You damn mortals. Face the wailing tide on your own." Shen Ye was stunned. "Huh, it actually ran away." Xiao Mengyu said, "Let it go. We'll find another statue. This island is crawling with them. There's bound to be one that suits us." She advised, "Let's not be so quick to attack next time. They represent deities, after all." He replied, "These so-called gods are all dead. All that's left are these statues, and who knows if they're any good anyway." Shen Ye pointed to a horse-headed statue lying in the grass. "Where I come from, a god like this would be banished to the mortal world and turned into a pig. Look at that. It's just a mud horse lying in the grass. I like this kind of down-to-earth god." He walked over and asked, "Hey buddy, the wailing tide is coming. Can you protect us?" The horse statue replied, "My friend, it's just like you said. I'm just a mud horse in the grass. All I know how to do is lie in the grass." Xiao Mengyu thought to herself, "Asterisk. Why does that sound like an insult?" Asterisk. Her Dharma eye analyzed it. A damaged sculpture of the war god's steed. The horse statue said, "If you want my protection, you'll have to find my rider." Shen Ye asked, "Great, so where is he?" The horse statue replied, "The girl next to you uses a sword. She's just his type. Just show him respect, and he'll definitely help you. He's right here." Suddenly, a flash of red light zipped past, severing the horse statue's head. Two dark figures appeared again. One of them spoke, "We finally meet again, Shen Ye." Shen Ye was shocked. "It's them again. These are the two twisted bastards who were tailing us earlier," he growled. "Hey, you keep hunting us down relentlessly. What the hell is your goal?" The two of them simultaneously tore the disguises from their faces. Their true identities were revealed. The Flayer and Zhao Yibing. Shen Ye roared, "The Flayer and Zhao Yibing. It's over between us. Why are you still clinging to me?" Green tears began to leak from Zhao Yibing's eyes. She whispered, "Shen Ye, I'm already dead." Xiao Mengyu was horrified. "Damn it, that's the power of a wraith." Shen Ye said, "Xiao Mengyu, you were right. She's not Zhao Yibing." She quickly yelled, "Run, Shen Ye." I can feel that they've gotten much stronger than before. The Flayer cast a net of crimson threads, surrounding them. "Did you really think I'd let you escape like last time?" The two of them panicked. "We're screwed." Zhao Yibing lunged forward, prying Shen Ye's mouth open. "It's time for this to return to its rightful owner." She pulled something out from his mouth. Shen Ye felt his entire body go numb. "Crap, I can't move." Suddenly, Zhao Yibing looked at him, her eyes filled with confusion. With a loud boom, Zhao Yibing was blasted back by an invisible force. The Flayer was shocked. "What?" The system's voice rang out. "This round is a non-combat trial. Private skirmishes are forbidden." The Flayer screamed, "Master!" A flash of light teleported him away. The system continued. "The attacker has been exiled to the edge of the trial grounds. A second offense will result in complete expulsion from the grounds." The Flayer muttered, "I didn't expect the trial grounds to have rules like this. I'll let you live, for a little while longer. It's not like you'll be living much longer anyway." He vanished into thin air, leaving behind a threat. "We can come back for your head anytime we want." A crimson thread snaked around Shen Ye's neck. A system warning described the otherworldly mystic art. When you are within a 500-mile radius of the caster, they can sense your location and teleport directly in front of you. Shen Ye roared, "Damn it, not this trick again." Xiao Mengyu asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" He replied, "You can't see it. Zhao Yibing just placed a thread on me. With it, she can track my location and teleport to me at any moment." He continued, "This round forbids combat, so we're safe for now. But there's no telling what'll happen in the next round. At this rate, we have to clear this stage as fast as possible." She asked, "Huh? Why?" He explained, "If they want to attack us, they'll also have to follow the rules and clear the rounds until combat is permitted. But the location and rules for each round are unknown. If we can stay one step ahead, We'll seize the advantage and be better prepared to deal with them. She nodded. That makes sense. Then let's hurry and find the statue that Mudhorse mentioned. Xiao Mengyu turned back to look at him with a determined gaze. Shen Ye, she declared. I absolutely will not let them harm you. Shen Ye gave a warm smile, then ran ahead, and replied cheerfully. Then I'll be counting on you to protect me. The scene shifts to a gloomy, fog-filled forest, where two other contestants are kneeling before a grotesque statue. Oh, great deity, could you possibly ask for something else? Yeah, we're only 15. The god statue replied coldly, no, 2 stones, not 1 less. The god statue continued. I was originally going to ask for 4. Asking for only 2 is me being generous. I must use the supreme yang essence from you teenagers to restore my power. Model. No, you won't get any protection. You'll be swallowed by the flow of the tide of lamentation. The 2 boys were desperate. Damn it. My family went deep into debt just to get me into one of the top 3 academies. I can't fail here. Who isn't in the same boat? To please her patron, my sister even had to become his concubine. This exam is our family's only chance to change our lives. The 2 of them pulled out their daggers, deciding to make a desperate sacrifice. 1 ball each. At worst, we can call ourselves lone warriors from now on. If we gotta do it, let's do it. I even heard about a secret technique, the Sunflower Manual. They say the fewer balls you have, the more powerful it is. When we cultivate it, this disaster might just be a blessing in disguise. One of them said, I can't do it to myself. You help me. The other replied, fine, but you have to help me after. Just then, Shen Ye swooped down from the sky. He unleashed an icy frost kick, shouting, die, you perverts. The system announced, fallen statue of the dragon Yang god. This god has been corrupted. Its remaining energy instinctively craves items of the purest Yang. Shen Ye kicked the statue's head off, cursing angrily. These damn heretical demons are getting more and more outrageous, always demanding people's flesh and blood. He'd already kicked off more than 10 statue heads on his way here. Just then, Xiao Mengyu called out, Shen Ye, over here. I think I found the statue holding a sword. He replied, coming. The 2 boys were horrified. He dared to do that to a god? Strange. How come he didn't get kicked out of the exam area for that? Ah, I get it now. The point of this round isn't to complete the absurd demands of the statues, but for us to find the right time statue. Xiao Mengyu called to him, Shen Ye, look, I found this. Before them was a kneeling, headless statue. In its hands, it held a great sword plunged into the ground. Xiao Mengyu said, this is the only statue related to a sword. I don't know if this is the one Horseface was talking about. Shen Ye's Dharma eye analyzed it. Dragon head inlaid gold silver, bronze divine embankment soul-suppressing sword, possessed by a sword spirit. Xiao Mengyu bowed respectfully. I, Xiao Mengyu, wish to request your protection to pass through the tide of lamentation. Please tell me what offering you require. She spoke until her mouth was dry, but the statue showed no reaction whatsoever. Xiao Mengyu grew anxious, breaking into a slight sweat. It's not working. There's no response at all. The statue and the sword stood silently amidst the heavens and earth, completely motionless. Shen Ye pointed directly at the great sword. He said confidently, you're praying to the wrong thing. It's supposed to be times that asterisk. Xiao Mengyu looked doubtful. This sword? Are you sure? He answered decisively, just try it. Listening to Shen Ye, Xiao Mengyu turned back to face the sword. She bowed and said, I, Xiao Mengyu, ask for your protection to get us through the tide of lamentation. Whatever offering you require, please just say the word. Shen Ye peeked out from behind the sword, cheering happily. It's reacting. With a sharp clang, the great sword began to vibrate intensely, then automatically levitated into the air, emitting a powerful sword aura. Within the aura, blood-red characters appeared. Strike with me 10 times. Xiao Mengyu grasped the hilt of the floating sword. She exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Is that all? It's that simple. Her gaze sharpened, and raising the sword with both hands, she said, Then I shall begin. She struck down with all her might. A powerful stream of sword energy sliced through the air, sending countless leaves scattering. Watching the scene, it suddenly dawned on Shen Ye. I finally get it. The meaning of the right statue that the mission mentioned. He thought to himself. The focus of this round is to test the candidate's resonance. Xiao Mengyu's Sword Saint keyword gave her a +10 to sword key resonance, so the thing she needed to find was a statue related to a sword. The resonance between this sword and her must have exceeded a certain threshold, which is why it's willing to go through thick and thin with her, and conquer the 4 corners of the world. Shen Ye concluded. It knows that Xiao Mengyu is a true sword saint. A system notification appeared. You have been acknowledged by the sword spirit. It will aid you in the tide of lamentation. Additionally, it will pass on an ancient sword technique to Xiao Mengyu. As a member of the team, your resonance with the sword is not low. The sword spirit will thank you as well. Shen Ye pointed at himself in surprise. Huh? I get something too? System. Your sword style is different from others, more like that of an assassin. The sword spirit will bestow upon you a sword technique of the great Tao of ultimate simplicity. Simple, yet effective. System. Tai Bai. Slaying skill. Finishing skill. This is the ultimate move of the Azure Lotus sword art. At the cost of your own safety, you disregard everything to find an angle to deliver a one-hit kill slash to the enemy. A self-sacrificing stance. The blade of a killer. Shen Ye was secretly overjoyed. A one-hit kill sword technique. This is exactly what I need. Combined with the effects of my flesh, it's a match made in heaven. You came just in time, brother sword. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengyu felt a new surge of power. This ancient sword technique is a type of sword-controlling art. It's more profound and subtle, but it consumes too much spiritual energy. With my current strength, I can't fully control it yet. The system announced, 5 minutes remaining until the tide of lamentation begins. The dense fog will now dissipate. Go. You no longer need the light of the pedestal. The sword hummed softly, carving the words onto the ground. You need to find a reliable shelter, Xiao Mengyu explained. The sword spirit wants us to find a fortified location. Shen Ye analyzed the situation. It seems finding a statue not only grants us protection, but also unexpected rewards, like special techniques and magic artifacts. We're going to need those to deal with Zhao Yibing, he muttered. The moonlit system gave me 29 resonance points. Since I have a moonlit system, I should look for a related statue. With 5 minutes left and better visibility, I think I can find one more. He turned to Xiao Mengyu and said, you go find a shelter, I'll go look for the statue. We'll meet up in a bit. But once he was alone, he wondered. But what exactly times the moonlit system? Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu appeared right beside him. He jumped in surprise. Whoa, what are you doing here? He asked, shocked. I thought I told you to go find shelter. She replied, you could get into trouble going alone. I'm coming with you. What aspect does your resonance work with? I'll help you look, Shen Ye replied as he walked. I'm not really sure myself. Probably something to do with the moon and the night. Suddenly, he froze. Under the bright full moon, 4 familiar figures were blocking their path. The big brute growled. Got you now, Shen Ye. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes. You guys again. The brute charged energy into his fists. He roared. This time, I'm gonna tear you apart. But then, bam! Invisible waves of power erupted from the system again, blasting all 4 of them into the distance. Shen Ye sighed. Another group of idiots who didn't bother to read the game's rules. He looked anxious and quickly rushed off. Damn it, these morons just wasted more of my precious time. Where the hell is the moonlit statue? A glint of determination flashed in Shen Ye's eyes as he dashed forward, searching for any clue. Suddenly, he skidded to a halt before a rushing river. The roar of the water filled his ears as he whispered, the current. He stared intently at the flowing water. A thought flashed through his mind. I feel like there's something down there in the water. That's it. When I first awakened my mystic eye, I saw a vision of water. And my movement skill is even called Flowing Moon. The statue connected to the moonlit system must be in this river. But then, he frowned with worry. But the wailing tide, it'll be here in just a few minutes. And this current is so strong, he muttered in despair. I can't see any statue related to me. There are no clues at all. Finally, he turned away, deciding to give up. Forget it, there's not much time left. Let's just head straight for the shelter. However, Xiao Mengyu stepped in his way. She looked him straight in the eye, her voice firm. Stop lying to yourself. Then, she offered a slight, knowing smile. Your statue is obviously down there in the water. Just go. You can leave everything else to me. Shen Ye was surprised for a moment, then smiled gratefully. She figured that out just from seeing me glance at the river a few times. He replied with renewed determination, I'll make it quick. With that, he dove straight into the river without a second thought. The water erupted with a massive splash. The system's voice rang out. 30 seconds until the wailing tide arrives. Xiao Mengyu stood on the bank as the ground began to tremble. She whispered, Come to me, sword spirit. The soul-suppressing sword flew into her hand, glowing brilliantly. She gripped its hilt tightly and said with conviction, We're going to buy him some time. From the shadows of the forest, the giant, hairy legs of a terrifying creature began to emerge. A scraping sound echoed as the monster drew near, but Xiao Mengyu didn't even flinch. A grotesque, giant centipede rose from the darkness. It let out a ferocious, blood-curdling roar. Without a hint of fear, she swung her sword, unleashing a brilliant golden arc of sword energy that slashed directly at the beast. But in the next moment, swarms of smaller centipedes began crawling out from all directions. Their horrifying screeches filled the air. Noticing they weren't attacking her, but were instead swarming the riverbank, she instantly understood their goal and yelled, "They're heading for the water." Immediately, the soul-suppressing sword shot out of her hand, hovering in the air on its own as it radiated an incredible power. It dove down at an astonishing speed, slamming into the ground with a loud clang and unleashing a sweeping shockwave of sword energy that tore the swarming centipedes to shreds. Witnessing the sword's immense power, Xiao Mengyu couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Incredible!" Suddenly, from the darkness, a grotesque hand radiating dark energy reached out. Xiao Mengyu suddenly felt a bizarre power wash over her, and her vision began to twist and distort. Black energy chains wrapped tightly around her body, and she cried out in horror, "No, I can't move." Before her, a monstrous, giant arm, covered in eyes, slowly rose from a black mist. She realized instantly, is this that hand's magic? Without warning, the monster's arm plunged directly into the raging river with a huge splash. She gritted her teeth, her gaze turning ice cold as she realized its intent. Damn it, it's after Shen Ye. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew the sword at her waist, taking a battle stance. She launched herself into the air, bringing her blade down hard on the monster's arm as she screamed, "You're not touching him!" Struck by the blow, the arm let out a low groan and quickly recoiled. It retreated, shrinking back into the darkness. Xiao Mengyu gasped for air, dropping to one knee. Breaking its paralysis spell had taken a huge toll on her spiritual energy. Thank goodness she'd managed to push it back, for now. But that hand, it was just too massive. She stared into the pitch-black fog, wondering what other kinds of monsters were hiding within the wailing tide. Just then, Shen Ye suddenly burst out from the river below. Holding a piece of carved wood, he shouted joyfully to her, "Xiao Mengyu, I found the statue. Let's go. We need to find shelter, fast." A few minutes later, in a shelter near the riverbank, the two sat by a warm fire, the soul-suppressing sword stuck in the ground like a loyal sentinel. Shen Ye explained, "The sword spirit says, this place is a pretty crude shelter, but the fog outside has already turned from black to red. That means the wailing tide is getting stronger. We can only hide here for the time being." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But, all that aside," Xiao Mengyu looked at the strange piece of wood and asked doubtfully, "Shen Ye, is this piece of wood really times a divine statue?" System: Moonlit divine tree, wooden idol. Shen Ye clasped his hands together and prayed earnestly, "Oh, Mr. Woody, lend us a hand, protect us, help us get through the wailing tide," he muttered to himself. "That's weird. Why isn't there any reaction? With my own attributes, plus the moonlit divine blessing, I should have a whole 29 points of resonance with the moonlit system." He leaned in curiously for a closer look. To his astonishment, he discovered, wait a minute, this piece of wood has sprouted roots. From the wood, a small green sprout emerged, and the leaf on its tip glowed with a soft light. Xiao Mengyu quickly called out, "Shen Ye, look, there are words on the leaf." A line of text appeared on the leaf. "Make an offering to me of water, light, and fertilizer. Only then can I grow and protect you." Shen Ye smiled confidently. "It needs water? That's easy." He raised his storage ring. "I happen to still have some food and drinks I prepared for the nightmare world in here." As Shen Ye poured water on the plant, Xiao Mengyu thought to herself, even though Shen Ye isn't from a prestigious clan, he always has these unimaginable powers and artifacts. Suddenly, the leaf on the plant trembled, rejecting the water. "Not this. This plant requires holy water, full of nutrients." Immediately after, a complex formula appeared. "This is an ancient recipe. 2 grams of cassia, 1 gram of dried tangerine peel, 1 gram of coriander seeds, 1,500 milliliters of water, 50 grams of white sugar, 80 grams of rock sugar, 1 sprig of cilantro, 2 grams of black tea, 2 lemons, 3 grams of baking soda or carbonating yeast." Shen Ye frowned as he looked at the ingredients slowly materializing from his ring, while Xiao Mengyu covered her mouth in shock. My God, what a hassle. But instead of following the recipe, Shen Ye suddenly materialized a bottle of Coca-Cola with a times-click asterisk. He growled, pouring the entire bottle onto the plant. "After all that, are you telling me you just wanted a Coke? Here, drink up." Xiao Mengyu's jaw dropped in amazement. Miraculously, the plant rustled with joy. Supreme quality, a true delicacy. This is even better than the holy water from the recipe. I shall call this the nectar of bliss. After it finished drinking, the leaf displayed a new request. Water, light, fertilizer. Shen Ye said, "All right, water's done. Now for light and fertilizer." Xiao Mengyu suggested trying to use the light from the bamboo charcoal fire. Shen Ye shook his head. "There's no sunlight in here, and outside is completely covered in fog. This piece of wood doesn't play by the rules. I don't think it needs ordinary sunlight." And just as he predicted, the leaf trembled in response. Not enough sunshine. Shen Ye stroked his chin, thinking, "I knew it. But if it was just a lack of light, it should have said insufficient light or inadequate illumination. Why did it specifically say not enough times sunshine asterisk? Could it be that sunshine means both sunlight times and times a sunny, positive, happy disposition?" Shen Ye immediately threw his arms around the piece of wood and began spewing a torrent of cheesy compliments. "Mr. Wood, I worship you. You're my savior. You are the strongest tree in our hearts. You're so charming, so exquisite, and so full of texture. You even have a faint, pleasant scent. It smells so good. I love you so much. You're my one and only. You are my sunshine." Xiao Mengyu blushed and covered her mouth in second-hand embarrassment. "Shen Ye, what are you doing? This is so cringy." Meanwhile, the plant began to sparkle brightly, clearly enjoying itself. Mission complete. The leaf put a check mark next to the light requirement. Xiao Mengyu couldn't believe her eyes. It actually worked. Shen Ye stood up and said smugly, "Excellent. Now, all that's left is the fertilizer." Xiao Mengyu said worriedly, "The kind of fertilizer it wants is definitely not going to be anything normal." The leaf presented its final demand, the one and only designated fertilizer, poetry related to the moon, food for the spirit. Shen Ye was stunned. "Oh, so it wants me to recite poetry for it." He cleared his throat with a ahem and dramatically raised his hand to recite. "Before my bed, a pool of light. Is it hoarfrost on the ground? I lift my eyes and see the moon. I lower my head and think of home." The plant rustled. "Bravo, a masterpiece." Xiao Mengyu was dumbfounded. "So times this times is the style of the moonlit system? It drinks coke, needs compliments, and has to be recited poetry to?" Finally, the piece of wood smiled with radiant satisfaction and said, "The offering is complete. Take me with you, and I shall protect you." Shen Ye picked up the piece of wood and asked curiously, "Its roots are all retracted, so is it ready? How exactly does it protect us?" Xiao Mengyu added, "It wants us to carry it with us, so it must have some kind of special effect." Suddenly, a strange noise made them both jump and turn around. Asterisk. Vum, vum, asterisk. The soul-suppressing sword stuck in the ground began to vibrate violently. Outside their shelter, in the blood-red mist, the same giant monster from before appeared, looming like a mountain. It raised its colossal fist, aiming straight for where the two were hiding. Asterisk boom, asterisk. A devastating punch shattered their shelter, and the ground cracked apart. Shen Ye was flung into the distance, screaming in terror. "Whoa, what is this thing? A giant?" The soul-suppressing sword shot into the air, lunging toward the monster to protect its master. Asterisk, clang, asterisk. The sword struck the giant's shoulder hard. Shen Ye cheered him on. "Yeah, nice one, sword bro." But then the ground shook again, splitting open into terrifying fissures. Xiao Mengyu screamed a warning. "Shen Ye, watch out below you." He jumped and looked down at his feet as the ground shattered. Asterisk, swoosh, asterisk. A giant centipede burst out from underground. Its razor-sharp head pierced right through Shen Ye. He let out one final, pained scream, but in that split second, a time's zip-time sound was heard. Instead of skewering Shen Ye, the centipede had been caught by the magical piece of wood. Shen Ye was stunned. "Huh?" Xiao Mengyu ran over anxiously, asking, "Are you okay?" Shen Ye, sitting on the ground, still dazed, explained, "I'm fine. This piece of wood, it switched places with me." The leaf on the wood rustled, and its voice explained, "To be precise, I become your body double." Meanwhile, the wooden body double was seized and crushed by the giant centipede. Even as it was being crushed, its voice still echoed. "Also, give me a drop of blood, and I can transform into you, temporarily taking your place in this trial." Shen Ye couldn't hide his amazement. "That's insane." Suddenly, the demon spirit in the ring, the Lust Eater, appeared. "Shen Ye, hurry and put this centipede in the ring. I want to have a feast." Shen Ye was shocked. "Huh? It's a centipede, and a highly venomous one. You eat this stuff?" The demon spirit snapped. "Yes, I need to start recovering my strength. This place is too dangerous. If you die, I'm done for, too." Shen Ye smiled. "Look at you, getting all ambitious, huh? All right, I'm on board." Seeing Shen Ye collect the centipede's corpse, Xiao Mengyu asked curiously, "Hey, Shen Ye, why are you putting a dead centipede into your magic artifact?" He flinched, then immediately scratched his head, blushing as he made up a lame excuse. Well, I'm actually an insect enthusiast. I've loved making insect specimens since I was a kid. This centipede is huge. I love it." Xiao Mengyu squinted at him suspiciously. At the same time, up in the air, the soul-suppressing sword was still battling the giant. The giant threw a massive punch. With a deafening times, crack asterisk, the sword shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. The fragments rained down to the ground. Shen Ye cried out in horror. "It's over." He looked desperately at the giant looming before him. "My sword bro is defeated. What do we do now?" The giant gave them no time to think. Its huge hand swooped in and snatched Shen Ye. Shen Ye was caught, his whole body paralyzed and unable to move, but in the giant's hand, the one being crushed was actually the piece of wood. Asterisk, squish, asterisk. The giant crushed the wood, but Shen Ye had already appeared safely in another spot. Before the giant could react, it was paralyzed by a jolt of electricity from the shattered wood. Shen Ye raised his fist to the sky. "Thanks, wood bro." Xiao Mengyu looked sadly at the fragments of the sword spirit. Suddenly, the pieces began to glow, and a voice echoed in her mind. "Pick me up." Shen Ye tossed the piece of wood to Xiao Mengyu. "Xiao Mengyu, catch. Let it protect you. I still have 2 uses of the body double effect left. The margin for error is high." The giant immediately switched its target to Shen Ye. He said, "It's coming for me now. Looks like it knows to attack the one without a divine protector." Xiao Mengyu threw it back. "I'm not afraid of it. You take the wood." The monster roared, preparing to attack. The 2 of them started pushing it back and forth. "No, you take it. My movement skills are better. I can dodge its attacks. My combat experience is way better than yours. You take it. I'm the man here. How can I let you charge ahead? You take it. Women hold up half the sky. Don't you dare look down on me. You take it." The argument descended into chaos. Taking advantage of the giant's distraction, Shen Ye executed a movement technique. Flowing Moon. He suddenly appeared right next to its head. "Hey buddy, over here." He launched a freezing kick. "Frost Blade," he taunted. A quick attack, a 2-on-1 from down below. Was that a kid's trick? We already finished the handoff. What are you even looking at? At the same time, the soul-suppressing sword had completely reformed. Asterisk, boom boom boom. Asterisk. Both attacks from 2 different directions hit the giant simultaneously, creating a terrifying explosion. Xiao Mengyu poured all her strength into the reforged sword, swinging it with all her might. She roared as she brought down the decisive blow, True Force Slash. The giant was instantly obliterated. Shen Ye cheered in admiration. "Whoa, that was so badass. I can't believe that broken sword packed such a punch." Xiao Mengyu calmly explained as the golden energy from the sword slowly faded after it. Grasping it, I felt a surge of power flow through me. Its name was Courage. This seems to be the former master's technique. Perhaps after going through a few life or death battles, my resonance with it has increased. A few other techniques also appeared in my mind, but they're all centered around brute strength, which doesn't really suit me. The spirit in the ring appeared again, cheering, "Hey, what a great haul this time. Hurry up and give me that giant's flesh to eat." Shen Ye was stunned. "You can stomach a giant's flesh?" The spirit snapped. "The situation is critical now. I have to eat whatever I can get. You've been targeted by the Flayer and its master. I need to prepare." Shen Ye asked, "So what are you planning to do?" The spirit said mysteriously, "You wouldn't understand anyway. From now on, don't call me unless it's an emergency. I need to go into seclusion." With that, it vanished back into the ring. Shen Ye muttered, "How mysterious." Seeing Shen Ye collecting the giant's head, Xiao Mengyu asked, "Shen Ye, you want the giant's head too?" He was startled, then scratched his head and gave a forced, goofy laugh, repeating his old excuse. Well, actually, I'm a giant enthusiast. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved making all sorts of giant specimens. This giant is both huge and unique. I really like it." Xiao Mengyu looked at him with a weary expression. This guy doesn't even put any effort into his lies. Shen Ye quickly held up his badge to change the subject. "Look, there's new information on the badge. Let's hurry over here and check it out." She played along sarcastically. "Oh, such times, important times information. The Weeping Tide system is sweeping through. All contestants who have not reached the island have been eliminated, a total of 163 people. And you have defeated a powerful enemy. The powerful aura you're emitting will make the monsters in the Weeping Tide hesitate to approach you," Shen Ye said cheerfully. "Huh? Does that mean we've succeeded?" Xiao Mengyu remained cautious. "Don't let your guard down. Finding a way out of here definitely won't be that easy." Suddenly, from deep within the forest, a woof woof sound echoed. Xiao Mengyu grew alert. "Shen Ye, Do you hear that? It sounds like a dog barking. He listened intently. I hear it. It's not just a dog barking. There are also cries for help coming from the forest. She warned. Be careful. It could be a trap. Look. Shen Ye pointed, as a black shadow was thrown out of the woods with a loud thud. A young boy and a massive, heavily injured husky collapsed on the ground. The boy looked up, his face filled with joy when he recognized them. Brother Ye and Miss Xiao Mengyu. Shen Ye also recognized the familiar face. Zhang Xiaoyi, what happened to you? Zhang Xiaoyi hugged the dog, his voice filled with panic. Thank God we found you guys. We're saved. Some young master from a noble family is trying to kill us. Shen Ye frowned, confused. Kill you? Why? Don't the trial grounds have a rule against attacking each other? The two of them moved closer to check on the situation. Xiao Mengyu asked, Someone wants to kill you? The rules of the trial forbid attacking each other. Besides, where did this wolf come from? Shen Ye. Why do I get the feeling it's just a dog? Zhang Xiaoyi explained. This is Guo Yunye. His ability allows him to transform into all kinds of dogs. As for the one hunting us, I recognized him. It's He Zizi, the one ranked third. Shen Ye fell into deep thought, his expression grave. The people who attacked us before were clearly repelled by the rules, so how is that He Zizi able to ignore the rules and hurt others? Zhang Xiaoyi was sweating, explaining in a panic. I don't know either. He just attacked us as soon as he saw us. Beside them, Guo Yunye in his husky form let out a painful growl. Grr. Suddenly, Guo Yunye barked a warning. Woof woof woof. Zhang Xiaoyi pointed towards the forest in terror. A dark figure was slowly emerging. It's him. He's caught up to us. From within the red mist, a tall man in a black cloak stepped out. He was grabbing another unconscious contestant by the hair, dragging them across the ground. The man lifted his head, revealing a face with glowing amber eyes. He smirked, recognizing one of the two. Xiao Mengyu. Xiao Mengyu stood her ground and demanded, He Zizi, how are you violating the rules without being punished? He Zizi replied nonchalantly, Rules? Who said, I'm violating the rules? This is a legal hunt. He looked at their stunned faces, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Look at your incredulous faces. I bet you still don't understand the situation. Do you? He leaned down and whispered a horrifying truth. The rules have changed. During the weeping tide, contestants can hunt each other. All deaths are permitted. At that very moment, Xiao Mengyu's soul-suppressing sword began to vibrate violently. The magical piece of wood in Shen Ye's hand also emitted pulses of purple energy. The examination system has temporarily enabled hunting rules. 1. Contestants may hunt and kill one another. Statues may not participate. 2. All death events will be considered normal examination conduct. After the examination ends, all traces will be completely erased. 3. The successful hunting party will receive a power buff. Shen Ye was horrified. Killing people gives you a power buff? Zhao Mengyu couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Something must be wrong. He, Zizi just sneered. Xiao Mengyu, for someone born into a prestigious family, you're incredibly naive. The strong, devouring, the weak, that's just the law of this world. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoyi and Guo Yunye with contempt. Vermin like you belong rotting in the sewers. But you people don't know your place, dreaming of entering the top 3 high schools, dreaming of competing with us for resources. He clenched his fist as dark energy flared around it. Soon, they'll even try to steal our positions, take away our rights, and even try to breed with our noble families, tainting our bloodlines. Absolutely disgusting. He grabbed the unconscious contestant by the neck and snarled, This low-born trash is only fit to be our stepping stones. The contestant let out one last, weak cry. Crunch. He Zizi didn't hesitate for a second, crushing the contestant's head. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu were stunned by the brutal scene. Shen Ye gritted his teeth. Damn it, this guy's a complete psycho. Xiao Mengyu screamed, He Zizi, how dare you? He turned back, his vicious gaze locking onto Xiao Mengyu. Now I remember. Xiao Mengyu. You only got your rank because you were lucky enough to get a divine sword. You should have just gone back to being some old geezer's concubine in one of the great families. He sneered at her, spewing insults. Deep down, you're nothing but a worthless puppet of your family. No wonder you like hanging out with this peasant trash. He Zizi panted, holding a bloody head in his hand, a cruel smirk on his face. So, you're playing that boring little game of, my destiny is my own, are you? Zhang Xiaoyi covered his mouth in horror, trembling as he stammered, Oh my God, all those people, they were contestants he killed. He looked down on them and declared mercilessly, There's only one fate for you all, to become fuel for my power. Xing. Xiao Mengyu drew her sword, its blade glowing with a brilliant golden light. She said coldly, He Zizi, I'll use your head to pay tribute to those kids." He burst out laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha ha. You alone? Why not use that divine sword of yours? I bet even you know you can't control it." He gestured towards her, his voice dripping with contempt. "Without it, you're nothing." Zhang Xiaoyi quickly yelled a warning. "Be careful. That guy is incredibly fast." The moment he finished speaking, He lunged forward like a phantom, his hand cloaked in dark energy, aimed straight for Xiao Mengyu. She gasped in shock. So fast. Suddenly, a shadowy arm blocked his attack. He Zizi was just as stunned. What? How did she block that? Immediately after, she swung her sword, slashing at him relentlessly and forcing him to retreat. In that instant, he realized no, that wasn't right. She didn't block it on her own. He scanned the area, figuring out the truth. There's someone else hiding in the shadows. He swung his arm, and a stream of dark energy shot out, grabbing Xiao Mengyu's sword. He sneered, gripping the blade tightly. "This little sword of yours, I can catch it with one hand. I'll deal with Xiao Mengyu first." But Xiao Mengyu channeled her strength and pushed back, throwing him off balance before landing a deep cut on his shoulder. Blood sprayed from the wound. Shizi stumbled back a few steps, clutching his wound, his eyes filled with hatred. Xiao Mengyu retorted coldly, "To kill you, this remnant snow sword is more than enough." He wiped the blood from his mouth and growled. "Not bad. The snow cloud returning shadow technique. I never expected you to master the Luo family's ultimate sword technique so soon. This bitch is stronger than I thought. The problem is, someone else is helping her. In that case." He suddenly changed direction, charging towards Zhang Xiaoyi and Guo Yunye. "I'll kill you two first," Zhang Xiaoyi screamed in terror. "Ah!" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyi threw himself in front of Guo Yunye, using his own body as a shield. Instantly, Mengyu rushed over to protect them. "Don't even think about it." But he dissolved into a black shadow and zipped away, leaving behind a threat. "Ha ha ha, just you wait. I'll be back. Go on. Tremble in fear and watch your backs. The moment you let your guard down is the moment you die." Zhang Xiaoyi asked, bewildered. "Huh?" He ran away again? Xiao Mengyu said decisively, "We can't let him escape. He'll just keep killing people. Shen Ye, you take Zhang Xiaoyi and the others to find shelter. I'll go after him." After saying that, she turned to leave, but heard no reply. "Shen Ye, did you hear me? Shen Ye?" She looked around, confused, but Shen Ye was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? "Shen Ye, where are you?" Zhang Xiaoyi realized it too. "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him for a while." Suddenly, from deep within the forest, a series of whooshing sounds echoed, stunning Xiao Yi. Zhang Xiaoyi screamed in terror. "Look out, a rain of arrows." Arrows rained down with a swoosh. Guo Yunye quickly pulled Zhang Xiaoyi out of the way, letting out a pained grunt. Ugh. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengyu swung her sword in a dance-like motion. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal echoed as she effortlessly deflected every single incoming arrow. A group of people emerged from the mist. As the newcomers appeared, their leader spoke up. "It's Xiao Mengyu. Haha, we found them. It's definitely them, but I don't see that kid, Shen Ye." The leader didn't seem to care. "It doesn't matter. Everyone can see Shen Ye's coordinates anyway. It's only a matter of time before we find him," the axe-wielding brute said with a sinister grin. "Heh, come on, boys, let's take care of Xiao Mengyu first." Another one with a mohawk added confidently. "How tough can this Xiao Mengyu be? Surrounded by 5-star and 4-star masters like us, she couldn't escape even if she grew wings. Kill her, and take the Luo family's sword." At the same time, in another location, He Zizi was frantically rushing across the cliffs. He landed on a ledge, hissing in pain. Hiss. "That was one nasty sword strike. You damn bitch. I'm definitely going to kill you." As he spoke, he took out a vial of pills and muttered, "2 pills should be enough." Suddenly, a voice echoed from right behind him. "What's that you're eating? Looks delicious. Let me have a taste." He Zizi jumped in terror. Before he could even react, Shen Ye launched a frost Damascus kick. A times boom times echoed as the kick sent the vial flying from his hand. He Zizi staggered back, his body covered in frost, a crackling sound coming from his very being. He collapsed onto the ground, his entire body numb from the cold, wondering in shock, an elemental attack. What level of technique is this? Giving him no time to think, a sharp blade flashed, shink and plunged deep into He Zizi's chest. Shen Ye slowly emerged from his shadow, causing He Shizi to cough up blood and stammer. "Cough, it's you, Shen Ye. How can you hide in the shadows?" He wheezed, begging, "Enough. I surrender. I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed those students." Shen Ye laughed coldly. twisting the dagger in his chest. Heh, you're not sorry, you were wrong. You're just sorry you're about to die. CZ quickly tried to bargain. Shen Ye, you and I are the same, both descendants of elite families. It's not worth becoming enemies over a few commoners. I'm ranked number 3, with a brilliant future, and your potential is limitless. We could join forces. What do you want? Pills? Cultivation techniques? Magical artifacts? He continued his temptation. Our He family has everything. As long as you spare me, I can give you any of it. Shen Ye yanked the dagger out, sending fresh blood splattering as he replied coldly, How ridiculous. You think you can fool me? ZZ coughed up more blood and said, Cough. I've already said it. Elite families should help each other out. Our He family will owe you a favor. Just help me with one more thing. He then took out a strange device. With a times were asterisk, the device expanded into a high-tech healing pod. Shen Ye was surprised. Whoa, what is this? Shizi gasped. This is a life support device. Help me. Put me inside. Once my wounds are healed, I'll give you anything you want. Shen Ye crossed his arms, feigning interest. This thing looks pretty sweet. Can I have it? Shen Ye looked at the machine and mused. Man, kids from elite families have it good. Even when they're on the brink of death, they have life-saving treasures like this. Hearing this, CZ had a bad feeling. What do you mean? Shen Ye turned back, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Nothing. I was just wondering, if I put the heads and bodies of those commoner contestants inside this machine, could they be saved? CZ's eyes widened as he growled. What kind of joke is that? They're long dead. Before he could finish his sentence, his head went flying. Shen Ye had sent it soaring with a single slash of his sword, trailing an arc of blood. He stood there, blood splattered on his face, and said coldly, Of course, I know. They were dead a long time ago. He kicked the head into the river of blood, his voice low. These ordinary families struggle so hard just to produce 1 or 2 talented children who try to rise above their station. Their parents must have been overjoyed. Back where I'm from, an achievement like that calls for setting off firecrackers and burning incense for the ancestors. He looked up at the blood moon, his eyes filled with rage. You destroyed all of that. How could I possibly let you live? System. You have killed a contestant. You have absorbed a portion of the power the opponent gained from killing others. Currently, your flesh has been enhanced by 1 tier, advancing to tough flesh. He looked at his glowing contestant badge. The system displayed new information. No matter who or what, they must attack you at least 4 times. Only then will you completely lose your combat ability, after which you will either die or become a prime cut of meat, ready to be devoured by others. He muttered, from 2 hits to 4. Is this the reward for killing another contestant? He stored the machine and the vial of pills in his storage ring. That's right. I'll be taking this machine and these pills. The spirit inside the ring spoke up. Hey, that guy has a storage artifact. Why didn't you take it? As he erased his tracks, he explained. Not taking it. You can't underestimate these elite families. Who knows? That thing might have a tracking function. We need to be careful. We have to clean up the crime scene too. The spirit praised him. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. You truly are the man I chose. It's a shame his medicine isn't like the kind you gave me before. It only works on the living. Suddenly, the skull screamed a warning. Careful. Other life flames are approaching you. There are 2 people behind you. A massive fireball shot towards him at incredible speed. The fireball exploded violently. Shen Ye scrambled to dodge. 2 strangers emerged from the darkness. The one with a wooden mace grinned. Hello, classmate Shen Ye. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. He swung his club, sending Shen Ye flying like a bird. Let us make a little tip off of you. The spirit warned him again. More life flames are closing in on you. The system transferred all his attribute points into strength. Shen Ye's eyes darted around as he silently counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counted a total of 8 people. At that exact moment, the skull's voice echoed in his mind. Shen Ye, watch out. There are 8 of them closing in. And just like that, a barrage of attacks came flying at him from every direction. The skull screamed in a panic. Get out of there. You can't take them all on. All the attacks converged on one spot, triggering a violent explosion. But right before impact, he activated his flowing moon step, instantly zipping out of the blast radius. Xiao Mingyu's voice guided him again. Head east. That's the opening in their encirclement. He thought to himself. Got it. The system then transferred all of his attributes into agility. He couldn't help but think back to that brush with death. Good thing I used that bone shear and a dragon cyclone kick at the last second to bat away some of their flying weapons. Otherwise, I'd have been a goner. Behind him, the hunting party was coordinating. He's heading east. Stay alert. The guy's fast. Another replied confidently. He's wounded. He can't run far. Shen Ye weaved through a torrential downpour of flying swords, launching himself into the air to evade the non-stop assault. The attacks tore the ground to shreds. The spirit inside his ring urgently yelled, "They've encircled you again. Run north." From a hidden spot, one of the contestants glanced at his card and gleefully reported to his allies, "He's heading north." Shen Ye kept running for his life. He vaulted over fallen tree trunks, one after another. The spirit's voice came again, laced with worry. "No, something's wrong. Shen Ye, this is bad. No matter where you run, these life flames stick to you, perfectly maintaining their encirclement." Shen Ye snapped, "If you've got something to say, just say it." The spirit shared her terrifying suspicion. "I'm afraid they might be able to track your location in real time." The moment she said that, a figure dropped down from the trees above, lunging at him. Shen Ye was stunned. What? Razor-sharp claws tore across his face and chest. He staggered backward, clutching the wounds and crying out in agony, "Arg!" At the same time, another assailant charged from behind, his fist glowing with radiant energy as he aimed a punch straight at Shen Ye's back. The guy sneered, "I'll be taking that bounty now, Shen Ye." The heaven-shattering blow launched him into the air. The impact was so powerful it felt like every bone in Shen Ye's body had shattered. The attacker smirked, but then it hit him. "Damn it. I used too much power. I sent him flying too far." Shen Ye was blasted away, slamming hard against a tree trunk. Someone watching from a distance noticed something strange. "Wait, isn't that Li Yinghuai's flying sword? He's taking Shen Ye with him. Damn that guy. He's trying to hog the bounty all for himself." Li Yinghuai steered his flying sword, carrying Shen Ye's body away with it. He laughed derisively at the crowd behind him. "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of morons," he gloated to himself. "I'm the number 6, 5-star rookie for crying out loud. As if I'd ever split the prize money with a bunch of nobodies like you," he muttered greedily as he flew off. This bounty was posted by one of the great noble families. The reward has to be insane. Giving it to you losers would be a complete waste. But suddenly, the supposedly unconscious Shen Ye's eyes snapped open. In a flash, his hand shot out and clamped down on Li Yinghuai's wrist. "Thanks for getting me out of that encirclement." Li Yinghuai was speechless. Shen Ye took control of the very same flying swords and sent them stabbing right back through Li Yinghuai's own body. Li Yinghuai stared down in absolute disbelief as his own weapons skewered him. You're still alive? How is that possible?" Shen Ye stood there, blood streaming from his many wounds, but his gaze was as cold as ice. "Now get up and answer my questions." A system notification popped up. "Meat shield system activated. User will only perish after sustaining a minimum of 4 fatal blows. 2 lives remaining." He grabbed Li Yinghuai by the collar, demanding, "What's this bounty you guys keep talking about? And how were you all able to track my exact location?" Li Yinghuai sputtered. "On the verge of death. A great noble family posted it. Kill you, and you get the reward." So, they added a special hunting rule to this exam. Besides you and Xiao Mengyu, every other heir from the noble families can see your real-time location. Shen Ye pressed on. "Which great noble family? And how do you make contact after you collect the bounty?" Li Yinghuai wheezed, "I don't know. After it's done, a guide is supposed to return to verify the kill and hand over the reward." He was in mid-sentence when a massive fireball suddenly came hurtling toward them. It exploded on impact, completely incinerating Li Yinghuai's body. Shen Ye leaped back just in time, glaring at the newly arrived attackers. One of them yelled, "We found him. He's over here." He thought to himself, "They got here fast." The new arrival assessed the situation. "So, Li Yinghuai's dead, too. Serves him right. Let's go. We can't let anyone else beat us to it." The skull's voice frantically urged him on. "Shen Ye, more life flames are closing in. This place is way too dangerous. Let's just fall back to the nightmare world." He answered resolutely, "No, if I leave the exam grounds, it's an automatic disqualification." The skull shot back. "What's more important, this stupid exam or your life?" "My life?" Just then, he heard Xiao Mengyu's voice coming through his card. Shen Ye, where are you?" He yelled back while desperately trying to escape. "I'm running for my life. There's a whole mob of noble family heirs trying to hunt me down." Standing in the middle of a battlefield littered with corpses, Xiao Mengyu asked in astonishment, "Wait, the people hunting you, were they attacked too?" She quickly said, "Where are you? I'll come find you right now." He refused. "No, they're tracking me. Let's split up for now." Xiao Mengyu was worried. "What? Are you sure you'll be okay on your own?" Shen Ye reassured her. "Don't worry, I have a plan. I'll come find you after I've taken care of everything." System. You have been removed from the party with Xiao Mengyu. After the call ended, the red mist slowly dissipated, revealing a bright blue moon hanging in the night sky. The system announced to all remaining contestants, "The weeping tide has ended. 429 people have now been eliminated. Congratulations to all contestants who have escaped the weeping tide. You have now entered a new round, the third trial, Wilderness Survival. Survive for 3 days on the floating island. As long as you remain alive, you will pass this round." Additional hint: the hunt is still on. The skull sensed the approaching danger. The weeping tide is over. I can feel them. Those guys are closing in on you faster now. There's no way you can survive for 3 days with them hunting you down. Listen to me. Let's just go back to the nightmare world. The skull screamed again. Watch out. There are 2 people nearby. Below you. The ground beneath Shen Ye's feet suddenly cracked open, and iron chains shot out, wrapping tightly around him. But the one they captured was just an afterimage from his flowing moon technique. A hulking brute swung a giant sledgehammer down on the afterimage, laughing loudly. Haha. Just like Brother New's intel said, you've got a move that leaves an afterimage. The sledgehammer slammed into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave, but the man immediately felt an immense opposing force. Shen Ye had stopped the hammer with his bare hand. The man was stunned by his superhuman strength. The skull warned again, "Shen Ye, more of them are coming." Shen Ye unleashed a lightning palm, blasting the big guy back. As he stumbled away, the man sneered, "Oh, so our analyst was right. Yep, he's got a powerful lightning-based palm strike, plus a card effect that can block a fatal blow. Effects like that always have a limited number of uses. I'm guessing you don't have many left, do you?" he taunted, stepping forward confidently. "Shen Ye, I've seen right through all your little tricks." 4 other contestants surrounded him. One of them said, "This time, we're not giving you a single opening." A blue light flashed in Shen Ye's eyes as his body was enveloped in energy. System. All stats have been converted to agility. He shot off like the wind. One of the men exclaimed in shock, "He's too fast." As Shen Ye fled, another group watched from a distance. One of them snickered, "Hee hee, run, run, you naive little mouse. You really think you can get away?" But a figure in a blue cloak suddenly appeared right above Shen Ye, launching a powerful kick. The man sneered, "Didn't you know you were already a fish in a barrel?" The kick, imbued with blue energy, slammed down, sending Shen Ye flying. He lost his balance in midair, and 2 other assassins from the group immediately closed in. They unleashed a barrage of attacks, their kicks and punches drawing blood. A female assassin grabbed him by the head, preparing for the finishing blow. She delivered a devastating spinning kick to his body. The impact sent Shen Ye hurtling backward through several large trees. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Asterisk, cough, asterisk. The skull called out his name worriedly. Shen Ye. 3 female assassins in blue cloaks surrounded him. One of them spoke. "Opposing our family means certain death. You won't escape today, even if you grow wings. Now, die." The skull urged him frantically. "Quick, open a portal and run. Your meat shield charges aren't enough to block their attacks." Shen Ye lay on the ground, covered in blood, but the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. "Shut up." The plan was a success. The skull was stunned. What? He pushed himself up, his purple eyes glowing eerily, as swords of darkness slowly materialized behind his sky shadow. Instantly, the shadow swords shot forward, embedding themselves in the tree trunks behind the 3 female assassins. All 3 of them flinched. When they turned back, Shen Ye had vanished without a trace. Where'd he go? He's gone? One of them quickly warned the others. Be careful. The intel was wrong. Besides his movement techniques, kicks, and palm strikes, Shen Ye has other skills. Before she could finish her sentence, her throat and the throats of the other 2 were slit. Fresh blood sprayed as all 3 collapsed, never even realizing what kind of attack had hit them. Shen Ye stood amidst the 3 corpses, a blood-stained dagger in his hand. System. You have killed 3 contestants. Your meat shield charges have been fully replenished to 4. It was now past midnight, and the moon was beginning to set. The skull suddenly realized. So that's it. In this place, your sky shadow technique can be used to its absolute limit. This was your plan all along. This forest is where the moon's shadows are the longest. Shen Ye stood up, wiping the blood from his face. That's right. If they wanted to add new rules to the test just for me, then I'll just have to play their game. Meanwhile, the sound of the pursuing group grew closer. Hurry up, they're just ahead. 2 of them were discussing. Shen Ye's coordinates haven't moved in a while. The 3 Xiao sisters must have caught him, and not violate the pact by attacking first. The leader growled. That peasant Shen Ye has to die by my own hands. Hiding in the shadows, Shen Ye's lips curled into a cold smirk, his violet eyes flashing with bloodlust. Now, it's my turn to hunt. When the 2 men arrived, they were stunned to find 3 corpses on the ground. and a flickering fire. One of them screamed in terror. The 3 Xiao siblings are dead? How is that possible? The large man with the axe from before knelt to check the wounds, his face filled with disbelief, a single sword strike to the throat. When the 3 of them were together, their strength was nothing to scoff at. Be careful, Shen Ye might have more tricks up his sleeve than we know, another man sneered. No matter how strong he is, Shen Ye is just a 2-star. They probably injured him badly, and then tried to claim the reward for themselves, only to get killed in return. The big man agreed. If you ask me, they died from their own stupidity. The fact that an injured Shen Ye can't escape is proof that he must be hiding nearby. Let's split up and find him. Immediately, the group dispersed, using their flying artifacts to search the forest. The man who'd gotten a haircut earlier muttered as he searched, "Shen Ye, you better not let someone else find you. I have to tear you apart with my own hands to get revenge for my hair." While searching, the frizzy-haired hunter suddenly heard a noise in the bushes. On high alert, he cautiously crept closer. With a sinister smile, he suddenly lunged forward, shouting, "Gotcha!" But when he looked closer, all he saw was a single shoe, lying abandoned on the ground. He stood there, dumbfounded. Suddenly, from the darkness above, Shen Ye descended like a demon, grabbing the hunter by his hair. He whispered into his ear, "Gotcha!" The hunter was terrified. Shen Ye's demonic violet eyes reflected the hunter's panicked image. He commanded coldly, "Answer me, loud and clear. Have you found me yet?" At the same time, the other hunters who were searching heard a loud shout, "I found him!" The big man with the axe was overjoyed. "I found Shen Ye," he hastily called to his comrades. "Let's go." "Ha, the reward is as good as ours." The others hurried to follow. "Over here! Get over here!" The hunter, now under Shen Ye's control, yelled unconsciously, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light. "I really found him. Shen Ye is right here." 2 of his comrades ran over, exclaiming in shock, "What? Is that a talking head?" Shen Ye had vanished without a trace. He had silently slipped behind them and made his move. He leaned in and whispered a command to his newly defeated victims, "Report your positions." Loudly, the controlled heads stammered their replies. All across the forest, those under Shen Ye's control began shouting the locations of the remaining hunters. At the 9 o'clock position, under the tree, in the bushes, next to the rock, chaotic shouts echoed from everywhere. "Over here, come quick, I've found Shen Ye." Shen Ye hung upside down from a tree branch, concealed in the darkness, a cold smirk on his face. "First, I'll use the dark whispers to distract them. Then, when the time is right, I'll use Tai Bai's one-strike kill. I want you self-righteous heirs of noble families to get a taste of what it's like to be the prey." A hunter with bloodshot eyes was cautiously scanning his surroundings when suddenly, right in front of him, a head lying on the ground, its eyes shooting out a green light, screamed, "I'm here! I'm right here!" The hunter and his nearby comrades were utterly horrified. Is that Zhang Huayu's head? Talking? How does a third-rate disciple possess a technique like this? As a hunter in a red cloak stood guard, Shen Ye's shadow slipped past him. The man said to his teammate, "We need to report this immediately," to the others. But before he could finish, Shen Ye burst from the shadows, his blade piercing through the man's chest. He only managed to let out a choked gasp before collapsing. His comrades screamed in terror. Feng Yuan. The 2 remaining female hunters scanned their surroundings warily. One of them warned, "Be careful, Shen Ye is nearby." Instantly, Shen Ye appeared again, out of thin air, but a long staff had already pierced through his chest. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, pinning him to a tree trunk. He slumped his head down as fresh blood poured from the wound. The leader commanded, "Be careful. This guy can do more than just make the dead talk. He can also hide in the shadows." A girl in the group saw the scene unfold and anxiously called out to her teammate, Wang Dingzhou. The body pinned to the tree slowly dissolved into shadows. One of the 2 girls said, "It vanished. He was hit in a vital spot and didn't die. It looks like that card of his activated again." The leader analyzed the situation. This forest is filled with shadows, and with that card of his, it's basically impossible to catch him. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind them, "Idiots!" The leader spun around to see a red-haired young man with sharp, cold eyes. "Just level this entire forest. Then he'll have nowhere left to hide, right?" the girl in the group asked in surprise. "You're planning to use that technique?" The red-haired man's body erupted in raging flames as he declared, "After this is done, I'm taking 50% of the reward." The girl reluctantly agreed. "Fine. It's an honor to witness the secret technique of the Wang family firsthand. Model. Right." The flames erupted violently, enveloping the red-haired man and forging a suit of blazing battle armor around him. He ordered his comrades, announcing to everyone nearby that if they didn't want to die, they'd better gather here now. He shot into the air, hovering above the newly summoned hunters. One of them looked up and asked, "What's the meaning of calling all of us back here?" The girl from before smirked. "You'll find out soon enough." The red-haired man raised his long spear high. The tip of the spear radiated a blinding light, like a miniature sun. He formed a hand seal, his eyes blazing, and his authoritative voice echoed throughout the forest. Samadhi fire spell. Instantly, a massive fireball, as brilliant as the sun, shot up into the night sky. The colossal fireball descended, plunging the entire forest into a sea of fire. The hunters screamed in agony as they were swallowed by the flames. The entire vast forest was incinerated, leaving nothing but ash and charred tree trunks. The survivors stood on a high bluff, stunned by the destructive power. My God. The entire forest was burned to a crisp. Is this the true power of a top 3 ranker? One of them pointed towards the ashes. "Hey, look. It's Shen Ye over there." Another one laughed gleefully. "Haha, that little brat is burnt beyond recognition." In the midst of the sea of fire, Shen Ye was collapsed on the ground, his whole body trembling from severe burns. System. Meat shield. 2 uses remaining. The leader stepped forward, his voice full of arrogance. "Shen Ye, in the face of the absolute power of our family, everything you've done is useless." The skull urged him frantically. "Shen Ye, hurry up and open a portal to escape. There are no shadows left for you to hide in." Shen Ye lifted his head, his eyes filled with hatred. "You think I don't want times to run? These flames are constantly burning me. I can't even move." The skull despaired. "What? We're screwed." The leader spread his arms, and the surrounding flames surged, forming a colossal wall of fire. He declared, "There's no escape for you now. As long as Wang Dingzhou maintains this spell, the flames will form an impenetrable wall, completely cutting you off from the outside world. This is one of the secret arts of the Wang family, the Samadhi fire spell. I heard they found it in the Mount Hao ruins." Wang Dingzhou shouted, "Stop rambling and finish him off already. His card is healing his wounds." The leader quickly replied, "Ah, right." The leader, whose name was Niu Ziqiang, thought with a sinister grin. "Heh. Maintaining this fire spell consumes a huge amount of energy. It won't be long before Wang Dingzhou is exhausted, and when that happens, no one will be able to stand against me." He lunged at Shen Ye, screaming in his mind, "I'll kill every last one of you. Die, Shen Ye. The final victor will be me, and me alone." Niu Ziqiang. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the system announced a surprise event. Natural disaster wilderness survival. A snowstorm abruptly descended. System. During the 3-day survival period, disasters will randomly strike from the sky. The core of this round is to find any means necessary to survive the harsh environment. Niu Ziqiang, who was charging forward, was caught completely off guard. Hailstones as sharp as daggers rained down, and one of them slammed right into Niu Ziqiang's shoulder. He was terrified. A natural disaster. So, times? This times is the real test of the 3rd round. Shen Ye was also pierced by the shards of ice, crying out in pain. The skull panicked. "Shen Ye, summon me out, now. These hailstones are no joke." The other hunters were also being assaulted by the hailstorm, screaming in a panic. "Run. Everyone, run for it." One man's leg was frozen solid by the ice. He cried out in desperation. "Find a way to block the hail. If you get hit, your body will start to freeze over." "Damn it, I can't move anymore." Another was impaled through the head by a large icicle. Wang Dingzhou hurriedly used his flames to create a shield. "Stay put and don't move. I'll block the hail." The remaining men were overjoyed. "Awesome, Dingzhou, you're amazing." But he was struggling to hold on. The Samadhi fire spell already drained too much of my stamina. At this rate, I can't keep this up for long. "Niu Ziqiang, let's retreat. Shen Ye is caught in this ice storm. There's no doubt he's dead. We can just come back for the body later." But Niu Ziqiang was blinded by rage. He roared, "No, I have to kill him with my own 2 hands." He stared forward, his eyes filled with killing intent. Through the dense curtain of hail, he saw a figure standing tall. It was Shen Ye. He just stood there, and behind him, the giant phantom of a skull materialized, radiating a deathly aura, so cold it chilled you to the bone. Niu Ziqiang was utterly terrified. This chilling death aura. "What in the world is this?" Niu Ziqiang exclaimed in shock. So that was a death aura. It was coming from that skull the whole time. The skull hovered beside Shen Ye, its voice full of confidence. "This hailstorm isn't a natural disaster, it's a type of magic. And the frost power within it is exactly what I like. I can even absorb it to recover some of my strength. Thanks for stalling for me. While you were busy with the hail, the meat shield's effect healed most of my wounds." Shen Ye smiled, a glint of fighting spirit in his eyes. "Time for a counterattack." He shot into the air, the giant skull following close behind him like a guardian phantom. One of the hunters cried out in alarm, "This is bad. That skull is blocking the hail for him." Model. Here, he could act without any restraint. The leader, Niu Ziqiang, hurriedly gave the order, "Fall back, retreat. We're at a disadvantage fighting him here," Wang Dingzhou said, staring at the spectral skull with a look of utter shock. What is that skull? Is this feeling a catastrophe? Shen Ye sneered. You come to kill me when you want, and leave when you want? In your dreams? He launched a bladed kick, sending a volley of sharp hailstones flying toward the fleeing crowd. The hunters screamed in agony as the hailstones pierced their bodies. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, He can kick the hailstones?" Wang Dingzhou hastily created a shield of fire, but a few shards of ice still grazed him. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, that cursed footwork. Suddenly, Shen Ye appeared right behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You stabbed me twice. Time to return the favor." His kick sent Wang Dingzhou flying. Wang Dingzhou scoffed. Pathetic. A completely powerless kick, but in the next moment, he realized he'd been tricked. That kick was just a feint. The real target was the sharp shards of ice hailing down from the storm. He only had time to let out a single cry before countless icicles impaled his body. The remaining hunters screamed in terror. "It's over. Wang Dingzhou is down. There's no one left to block the hail for us. Help us." Amidst the blizzard, the hovering skull looked down on the chaotic scene below. Shen Ye stood in the middle of the desolate, empty field as the skull beside him analyzed. This open ground with no cover has significantly amplified the freezing power of the storm. They're not going to make it. Their life flames are slowly fading. This storm may be harsh, but as long as you find shelter, it's not life-threatening. And yet, they destroyed the entire forest with their own hands. They truly reaped what they sowed. Shen Ye looked down at Wang Dingzhou's corpse and said, "Hold on, that golden ring on this punk is some good loot. It contains immense energy. It must be a family heirloom artifact," the skull chimed in. Too bad he couldn't even master a tenth of this artifact's power. A single move completely drained all of his energy. The skull suddenly detected that among the pile of corpses, one was still alive. Shen Ye walked over to the pile of bodies, flipped one over, and revealed a hunter hiding beneath it. The hunter was terrified. "Damn it. How did you find me?" Shen Ye spoke coldly. "Hiding among your comrades' corpses to avoid the storm. Clever. Looking at the blunt force wounds on their bodies. You're the one who killed them, weren't you?" A soul appeared next to Shen Ye. "That's right. I was ambushed and beaten to death by Niu Ziqiang." The skull cackled with glee. "Ha, you foolish humans. Of course I times found you. What's wrong? Did my charming voice scare the piss out of you?" The hunter scrambled to his feet yelling, "Are you kidding me? Your busted-ass skull can't even compare to the serpent god of our Niu family. Shu He, get over here. Help me kill him." He turned around but saw no one. He called out in a panic, Shu He, where the hell are you? Shu He, get over here and save me." The skull's phantom had already appeared right behind him. Shu He only had time to let out a grunt before a massive block of ice fell from the sky, crushing his head. The skull hovered beside Shen Ye, mocking the dying Niu Ziqiang. Oh dear. What terrible luck. Shen Ye remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on the distance. He saw a green spirit snake slithering among the chunks of ice. It was Niu Ziqiang's guardian deity. He spoke up, asking, "You were right beside him, yet you didn't lift a finger to save him. What are you plotting, little snake?" The spirit snake hissed. "That brat couldn't even draw out 1% of my power. Fighting alongside him was an utter disgrace." Shen Ye was surprised. "What? So you can talk?" The snake replied. On the other hand, I find a little brat like you quite interesting." It continued. "It's a shame your perception of this world is so shallow, but you have a moon-type affinity, so I suppose we're fated to meet." The snake circled around Shen Ye. "Kid, you seem to be my kind of person, so I'll let you in on a few interesting things. I heard what you said at the banquet. It seems you have a deep misunderstanding of the great clans." Shen Ye frowned and retorted, "A misunderstanding? I don't think so. Are you trying to defend that scum?" The snake sneered. Even though you've awakened your Dharma eye, you're still so foolish. From now on, you'd best discard the entire concept of great clans, because that is a flawed perception held by ordinary humans. Around them, the scenery transformed into a dilapidated cathedral filled with bones. The snake explained, "Viewed from the perspective of the spirit world, the things you call great clans are nothing more than the individual lairs of the gods. Of course, they aren't just lairs for gods. They can also be burial grounds for other, unknown creatures." Shen Ye was stunned. "Lairs of gods? Burial grounds? What are those?" The snake replied mysteriously, "See for yourself with your own eyes." Kid, this world is far more complex than you can imagine. It vanished into thin air, leaving one last message. See you again. If you manage to stay alive. Shen Ye quickly called out. Hey, wait a minute. Explain yourself. As the snake disappeared, the storm subsided. The ice storm suddenly stopped. Shen Ye looked up at the sky in surprise. The ice storm's over. But just then, the sky turned a blazing red. Countless flaming meteors began to rain down. The skull screamed in panic. This time it's a rain of fire. Quick, pull me back into the ring. I can't handle fire, the skull continued to urge. Everything around us is about to go up in flames. I'm telling you, you should hide in the nightmare world. Shen Ye snapped back. Get lost. I still have options without you. Then summoned a wooden door. The skull scoffed. You idiot. All the summoned doors here are wooden. They can't block a rain of fire, he replied. Who said I was going to block it? You think I'm as brainless as you? Shen Ye hoisted the wooden door, using it like a shield to channel the stream of fire into the door itself, opening a portal to another dimension. The skull was stunned. He can actually open a portal to send the fire to another world. Your method is pretty creative, I'll give you that. But then a massive meteor slammed into the door, setting it ablaze. The flames caught onto Shen Ye, and he frantically patted them out. Ow! Hot! 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 The skull burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Look at Mr. Smarty Pants now. I told you, only our nightmare world is the safest and most reliable place. Just then, in the midst of the crisis, the magical piece of wood rolled over. Words appeared on its leaf. Give me a drop of blood, and I can become your substitute to take your place in the trial. Shen Ye felt like he'd just grabbed a lifeline. That's right, I still have this statue. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the wood. The battle between contestants is over, so the statue can be used again. The piece of wood began to glow with a green light. It slowly transformed into a perfect copy of Shen Ye. A clone? Shen Ye smiled and said, You go hide. I'll head to the bottom of the river and wait for you to come back. Shen Ye was amazed. It really turned into me. System, trial power, meat shield, has been transferred to the wooden substitute. You have lost this power until you return. Shen Ye glanced at the door to the nightmare world and thought, this is actually good. This time, I can get evaluation keywords in the nightmare world. It's a chance to get stronger. And with that, he stepped through. He appeared in a desolate landscape littered with corpses. A soldier in armor was standing in the middle of the battlefield. What's the situation here? The soldier looked around, bewildered. Another great war happened here? Didn't humanity already win? Why? Suddenly, he spotted a mage enveloped in a protective sphere. The mage hurriedly called out, Hey, soldier over there. The mage turned around, covered in blood, and screamed in terror. Quick! Warn the barracks! The undead have breached this place. Before he could finish his sentence, a fatal sword strike lopped the mage's head clean off. Shen Ye, in the guise of an armored soldier, stood there utterly horrified by the sight. He stumbled back, trembling, as grotesque skeletons clawed their way out of the ground. He'd walked right into an ambush. This is bad. It's the undead army. Seeing the skeletons raise their weapons, he quickly yelled, Hey, we're on the same side. I'm the little match boy. This is my white bone medal. He held out a skull-shaped emblem that pulsed with dark energy. Suddenly, a colossal, imposing phantom appeared behind him. A series of titles materialized. Hero of the Undead, Last Scion of the Betrayer Gods, Guardian of the Elven Night, Collector of the 12 Kings, the Undead General of Great Renown. Shen Ye's throat went dry, and sweat poured down his face. What the hell is this? So many titles? Did I run into the final boss right out of the gate? The undead general spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. I heard a human boy defected to our side. I've always been curious. So, it was you? Shen Ye thought to himself. Isn't this nightmare world 100 times more dangerous than the freaking fire rain back in the trial? Shen Ye hastily replied, That would be me, sir. The general asked. I have a question. The report said, you went to the human capital. So why are you here? He cursed inwardly. That damn Fei Lun. He only ever gives me terrible advice. I swear, he's trying to get me killed. He quickly replied, I can explain. The undead general ordered coldly. Explain. You have one chance. If I find out you're lying, I will incinerate your soul. Shen Ye suddenly realized something. Wait, something's not right. He looked at the floating titles. These titles, they don't all belong to him. And there are tons of invisible enemies nearby. I'm completely surrounded. If my explanation isn't good enough, I'll die on the spot. So, gritting his teeth, he decided to lie. I'm looking for Prince Luo Chen of the human race. He tortured me inhumanely with the 996 and 007 work schedules. I have to kill him to get my revenge. The undead general questioned. Is that so? But what makes you think you can even get close to him? He began to weave a fabricated story. During my time being exploited by him, I endured it all and accomplished many great deeds in his name. When I asked for a raise and a promotion, he told me to enroll in the Imperial Military Academy. This is the recommendation letter he wrote. The undead general took the letter. This is indeed a recommendation to the military academy. It seems you did quite well for him. He continued his sob story. Of course I did well. He took more than 90% of the profits I generated. The salary I received was just enough to scrape by. He used that money to make even more money, building himself a palace and taking on countless concubines. To stop the workers from striking, he set up all sorts of debt traps, assigning arbitrary values to goods, forcing us to sell our entire lives to him. He even had mages create illusions at night, so that after work, everyone would get lost in them, their minds blank, becoming nothing more than walking corpses who only know how to make money. Shen Ye continued his fabricated story. And recently, it seems to have gotten even worse. Different people experience different illusions, which causes more and more conflict. The hatred grows, and everyone starts attacking each other. He raised his fist, his voice tight with outrage. But what everyone has forgotten is the real mastermind pulling the strings. Prince Nocthune, the most despicable capitalist in human history. The undead general standing there seemed convinced by the story. Such evil methods. Humans truly are a vile race. I approve of your idea, but the plan is too crude, sloppy even. Dark energy flared around the general as he introduced himself. I am the snow demon, Freg. Allow me to help you get your revenge. Just kill Nocthune, and the human army will fall into chaos. This war will undoubtedly be won by our undead faction. He handed Shen Ye a purple gemstone radiating dark energy. Take this. Inside this stone is a map of the undead's battle formations. With this crucial information, your chances of getting close to the prince will increase dramatically. Shen Ye took the stone, sweat pouring down his face, as his magic eye analyzed it. This stone is giving off a seriously ominous aura, and I can't see any information at all. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a map. General Freg explained the plan. In a moment, I'll have my undead pretend to hunt you down. You just need to run while yelling that you have important information. The humans will certainly rescue you. Infiltrate their camp, get close to Nocthune, and strike him down. Once you succeed, just shout, and I'll be nearby to help you retreat. Shen Ye panicked internally. I just made up a reason, and you actually want me to go assassinate Prince Nocthune? He's surrounded by master-level fighters. How am I supposed to get out of there alive? And the more I look at this stone, the more suspicious it gets. It's not a bomb, is it? This is clearly a suicide mission. Only an idiot would agree to this. He stood at attention, gave a sharp salute, and shouted, I guarantee the mission will be completed. I had to agree, or I'd die on the spot. Freg praised him, to accept such a dangerous mission without a moment's hesitation. I truly admire your courage, young man, he added. Don't misunderstand. These soldiers aren't threatening you. We're an army. We're just conducting a pursuit drill. It's all perfectly reasonable. Shen Ye cursed under his breath. What's there to be afraid of? Live for the undead. Die for the undead. This is a blatant threat, you crafty old snow demon. Suddenly, a bony hand grabbed Shen Ye by the collar. Freg lifted him up like a toy. Then, he threw Shen Ye forward with all his might. Now go, and don't you worry about a thing. Shen Ye was sent flying, screaming in panic. Whoa, Freg ordered his army. That human has stolen critical information. Kill him. As Shen Ye ran for his life, he yelled, help me. While the undead gave chase, Freg stood back, observing the unfolding drama. A subordinate approached and whispered, Lord Freg, can this human really be trusted? Even our own attempts to assassinate Nocthune have all failed. Freg let out a sinister chuckle. Did you really think I'd pin my hopes on a mere human? He is nothing but a pawn on the board I've already set. The checkmate is inevitable. All of humanity must die. Meanwhile, Shen Ye was still fleeing from the pursuing undead. He did a flip in midair to dodge their attacks. He saw a doorway glowing with red light in the distance, and only one thought crossed his mind. A gate. He sprinted towards the door, hurled the purple gemstone inside, and yelled, Go to hell. You think I'm an idiot? Why would I carry something so dangerous on me? He slipped through a crevice, shouting to the human soldiers on the other side. Help! Help me! I have urgent intelligence to report. A soldier recognized him. It's Saint Peiki. Go, quickly. We'll hold off the undead for you. The soldiers raised their shields, forming a solid line of defense to block the charging undead. Their commander ordered them to hold the line and protect the boy who cheated death. With his escape covered, Shen Ye continued running towards the main camp. He reached the edge of a large encampment and dashed inside, shouting, Lady Peiki, Lady Eudelia, I need to see His Highness, the Prince. I have intel that the undead clan has dispatched an assassin, the King of Assassins, hero of the undead, the 11th, collector of royal skulls, betrayer of the gods, second attendant to the Assassin King, the White Knight Strangler, enemy of the elves, the undead general of 9 great reputations, is coming to assassinate the prince. A beautiful, golden-haired female elf turned around, her face etched with sorrow. Beautiful, golden-haired female elf turned around, her face etched with sorrow. Peiqi, your news came too late. Shen Ye was stunned. Sweat beaded on his brow. What? He saw Prince Nocthuan, the very man he was supposed to assassinate, lying on a medical bed, wrapped in bandages. As mages channeled green healing energy into him, the prince weakly opened his eyes. Recognizing Peiqi, to think I would see you one last time before the end. Shen Ye rushed to the bedside, asking worriedly, Your Highness, what happened? The prince gave a weak laugh. I was careless and fell into a trap set by the undead. An old mage standing nearby explained, We've already used our most powerful healing magic, but His Highness is too gravely injured. Most of his internal organs are gone, and he's being corroded by undead magic. It's hopeless. Everyone was plunged into grief. The old mage prayed, Highness Nocthuan, may the arcane mysteries and laws of magic forever protect your soul. The others also expressed their sorrow. A female elf, Eudelia, whispered, May the goddess of nature watch over your slumber. A priestess sobbed, sniff asterisk, Your Highness. A knight dropped to one knee, resolute. This is all our fault. The knight's order failed in our duty to protect you. When you are gone, we will all follow you in death to atone. Amidst the somber atmosphere, Shen Ye suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Wait, don't give up just yet. He declared loudly, I, Peiqi, have a secret remedy I wish for His Highness the Prince to try. Internally, he thought, it's a long shot, but I have to try something, The old mage said sternly, Saint Peiqi, this is no time for foolishness. The strongest magic known to man was useless. What good could some homebrewed remedy from a commoner like you possibly do? But the prince spoke up. It's all right. Let him try. It's not like there's any hope left for me anyway. The old mage bowed his head. Your Highness. Shen Ye took out the potion he had stolen from He, his heart filled with resolve. His Highness the Prince saw my potential and even bestowed upon me the holy name of Peiqi. I have to save him, no matter what. I just hope this thing I got from He will actually work. Meanwhile, outside, the undead General Fleeg and his subordinates were observing the situation. A subordinate reported, There are no loud screams, and we haven't seen any souls of the dead flying out. Perhaps that little pawn of ours has failed. But Fleeg replied, I saw him enter Nocthuan's tent with my own eyes. That is enough. He sneered. The stone I gave him wasn't some kind of layout map. He held up a detonator. It was a soul shock bomb. A subordinate gasped, a soul shock bomb. I've heard those things are incredibly powerful. Their only drawback is the tiny blast radius, only 5 meters. Fleeg cackled sinisterly. No matter. That human brat is already inside the tent. Once it's detonated, the prince's death is certain. Of course, so is the boy's. He raised the detonator high, declaring grandly, Annihilate the final divine bloodline of the human empire. Your death symbolizes the utter doom of humanity, and the undead shall become the true rulers of all life on this earth. He prepared to press the button. And it all begins. This very moment, his 2 subordinates waited in breathless anticipation, but after he pressed the button, nothing happened. A notification popped up. Distance too great. Detonation failed. 2 human guards stationed far away whispered to each other. What the hell is that undead commander rambling on about? He's probably lost his mind. Bosses are all like that. Fleeg roared. Distance too great? Fine. I'll just get a little closer. He moved closer to the camp, raised the device again, and bellowed, Oh, humans, when I press this button, your last hope will be extinguished. You will become slaves to the undead, unworthy of ever challenging us again. The notification popped up again. Distance too great. Detonation failed. He seethed. Still too far? He decided to enter the camp himself. He used the shadows to slip past the human defenses. The human knights were startled as they sensed his presence. He was now right in front of the camp entrance, roaring, Nocthuan, you leader of wicked humanity, you monstrous, slave-driving capitalist. You are the king of working your people to death. You must return to dust. But the notification remained unchanged. Distance too great. Detonation failed. He was stunned. The surrounding knights whispered, This undead commander dares to show his face right in front of our lines. Be careful, he might have some ultimate move. The undead general, Fleeg roared in fury. Damn it all. I'm right here. How can it still be too far? When I get back, I'm going to skin those worthless maggots in the R&D department alive. He decided he'd waited long enough, revealing himself and his minions and ordering, forget the guards. Charge with me. Have the rear soldiers close in. We'll break through the front and take Nakthuan's head ourselves. Seeing this, the human knights formed a defensive line. One of them said, "This undead commander is insane. He's actually trying to fight us head-on right here." Another replied, "Told you so. Bosses are all crazy. Hold the line. Don't let them get a single step closer to the camp." Inside the tent, Prince Nakthuan was still clinging to life under the glow of the healing magic. The old mage shook his head sadly and told Shen Ye, "Your potion had an effect, but it's only bought the prince a little more time. So this potion isn't going to cut it," Shen Ye thought, looking at the faintly breathing prince. "My only hope is that machine, but if I just pull it out of nowhere, it'll probably be too much of a shock for the people of this world. Who knows, they might even brand me a heretic and burn me at the stake." Just then, a soldier frantically rushed in, reporting, "The undead have launched an attack. Their leader is the Assassin King, Flage the Snow Demon, and his horde of minions." The prince struggled to speak. "Flage himself is on the battlefield. Our soldiers won't be able to hold out against him. All of you, go, reinforce them now." The old mage grew worried. "But, Your Highness," the prince cut him off, "don't sacrifice more of our people for the sake of a dying man like me. Go. This is my final command. Just leave Shengbaichi here with me." Everyone bowed their heads. "As you command, Your Highness." After they had all departed, the prince turned to Shen Ye. "Shengbaichi, thank you for trying. Don't grieve for me. Every day, countless soldiers die just as I am now. I am merely one among them. Those vile undead, they're adopting a capitalist system, which is actually a terrifying advantage for them. If they win, they'll surely impose that same system on humanity." He sighed, his voice thick with worry. "Our human bodies could never endure the torture of a 996 work culture, let alone a 007. It would be an extinction-level catastrophe. Under my pillow, there's a vial of sedatives. Just one pill can put a person into a deep sleep. I originally used them for the pain. Take it out. Give me a few extra pills, and let me rest in peace." Shen Ye held the vial, his heart twisting in conflict. "Your Highness, if I allow you to linger on in this state, the soldiers will be unable to fight with clear minds. At a critical time like this, it will compromise their performance in battle." The prince smiled, a look of serene acceptance on his face. "Do it. Then, announce my death. And after that, regardless of how the battle turns out, you must leave this place. Go to the Imperial Military Academy and make something of yourself." Shen Ye looked the prince in the eye and said with determination, "Your Highness, don't worry. I have one last secret art that can save you." He took out 2 pills and said softly, "While I'm performing this technique, I need you to just fall asleep for a little while." The prince looked stunned. "What?" Shen Ye summoned the treatment pod, thinking to himself in admiration, ** Prince Luoxun, you are truly a great man. **. He carries the weight of the world on his shoulders, worrying about his people being crushed by a 996 work culture, and even as he's dying, he's thinking about the future. **. Of a boy he barely knows. **. He gently placed the prince inside the medical pod. **. He might be a feudal prince, but at his core, he's a true comrade who hates the capitalists. **. The machine whirred to life. An electronic voice sounded. "Welcome to the Eternal Life Science Federation's medical pod. Commencing full diagnostic scan. Patient status, critical. Missing internal organ segments detected. Commencing regeneration and repair procedure. Estimated completion time, 10 hours. Shen Ye said, with conviction, whatever it takes, he deserves to be saved. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, so he can be saved. But it's going to take 10 hours. The skull materialized and said, "Recommendation. I suggest you take him to the secret passage. It's discreet and much safer there." Shen Ye nodded. "Good call." He started pushing the heavy machine toward the entrance of the secret passage, but he immediately hit a snag. "Damn it, the doorway's too small. It won't fit through," the skull grumbled. "The ring can't hold living beings. You have to take the prince out, store the pod, carry the prince through the gateway, then re-enter, carry him into the tunnel, take the pod out of the ring, and put him back inside." Shen Ye gritted his teeth. "Damn it, what a complicated mess. I need to be quick. This portal's user interface is terrible." The skull let out a sinister chuckle. He. "But I have to ask, why are you going to all this trouble to save this guy?" Lifting the prince into his arms, Shen Ye stepped through the gate of the nightmare world and back onto the scorched, blackened battlefield. He gazed out at the desolate scenery and said in a somber tone, his character, "It reminds me of a saying from my homeland." The skull's interest was piqued. "Oh? And what's that?" Shen Ye looked down at the unconscious prince in his arms, his eyes firm with conviction. "Long live the people," the skull mumbled. "What kind of sentimental nonsense is that? You're just trying to farm a better evaluation keyword." Shen Ye didn't deny it. "That's also true," he admitted. The fiery onslaught on the battlefield continued to rage. With a sense of urgency, he added, "We need to get to the secret passage. Now." After a whole lot of hassle, he finally got the medical pod situated inside the secret passage. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Whew, finally. This place might be a dump, but at least it's safe. Just then, a system notification sounded. Evaluation keyword, obtained for this session. System notification. You have acquired the excellent grade blue keyword, the boy who lived. You saved the prince of the human empire. You preserved a divine bloodline. This is a major, history-altering event. Your reputation is now destined to spread far and wide. Run toward the rising sun. Sheng Bei Qi, the boy who lived. Keyword effect. Each time you survive a life-threatening situation, all of your base attributes will permanently increase by 2 points, limited to once per day. You can either keep this evaluation keyword for future upgrades, or you can absorb it to gain basic attribute points. Shen Ye clicked his tongue. Asterisk. Looks like I'm stuck with this keyword after all. Asterisk, he thought. The system announced, because you have obtained the time fluid and an excellent blue-grade evaluation keyword, the door will gain a new ability, the Gate of Worlds. From now on, you can grant any door in existence the power to connect different worlds. This effect will last until you either deactivate it or the door is destroyed. You can also summon the door at will. Shen Ye was thrilled. Asterisk. The Gate of Worlds is awesome. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. But this disaster-proof boy keyword is kinda lame. Asterisk. He sat down and started thinking it over. Asterisk. What I need is the power to deal with danger. Not some stat boost times after times I've already survived it. Asterisk. Asterisk. Maybe I should just absorb it now and get it over with? Asterisk. Suddenly, the ceiling of the cave began to shake, and massive boulders started to fall. He scrambled to dodge them. Asterisk. Whoa. Asterisk. The system chimed in. You have escaped a fatal danger. The evaluation keyword, disaster-proof boy, has been activated. All of your basic attributes have increased by 2 points. His stat window popped up. Strength 6.3, Agility 8.1, Spirit 6, Comprehension 6, Resonance 11. He could feel the power surging through his body and exclaimed happily, "So times this times is how powerful this keyword is. Its growth potential is insane. Good thing I didn't absorb it, or I would have lost out big time." He savored the feeling of power coursing through him. He looked around. The recent earthquake had caused a part of the tunnel to collapse, making the area even more secluded. Asterisk, I'll rest here for now. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, and wait for the prince to finish his treatment. Asterisk. A short while later, in the main world's examination grounds, rain began to fall. In the downpour, a clone of Shen Ye slowly emerged from the water. A young girl with brown hair stood on the shore, muttering, "That Shen Ye, he's such a sly fox." She blushed, thinking to herself, asterisk, he even used a clone, making me rush all the way here in a panic to save him. Asterisk, she sighed. Asterisk, oh well, as long as he's okay, that's all that matters. Asterisk, Shen Ye's clone chuckled and said, haha, the real me is long gone. Suddenly, a streak of red energy shot down from the sky. The girl was startled, realizing a stranger was approaching. Descending slowly from the sky was Yi Bing, her long black hair flowing as a sinister red energy enveloped her entire body. Yi Bing hovered in midair, her sharp, cold gaze fixed on Shen Ye's clone as she spoke in an icy tone. A clone. The brown-haired girl turned to face Yi Bing and her companion, the Flayer, her eyes filled with suspicion. This scent. Back at the hotel during the fight. The one hiding on the sidelines. That was you, wasn't it? The girl replied nonchalantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Bing gave a knowing smile. How interesting. I can see you're shrouded in conspiracy, always plotting to snatch away the one thing you care about most. She stared intently at the brown-haired girl and continued. 1, 2, 3. You've killed 15 contestants. All for Shen Ye. A furious red glint flashed in the brown-haired girl's eyes. She growled a warning. Stay out of my business. And more importantly, don't you dare mess with Shen Ye, or you'll die a much worse death than they did. Contrary to what one might expect, Yi Bing remained perfectly calm. Relax. I have no intention of interfering. I can sense the scheme entangling you is incredibly dark and dangerous. I'll just be watching as you all struggle in this quagmire. That feeling, it's absolutely wonderful. The brown-haired girl said, there isn't much time left. I have to go. Yi Bing shrugged. How boring. Do as you please. Before leaving, the brown-haired girl turned back. Just remember what I said. If you so much as harm a single hair on Shen Ye's head, I will obliterate your very soul. With that, her body vanished in a flash of light. The Flayer, stunned, turned to ask his master, Master, are we just going to let her go like that? Yi Bing stared into the empty space and said thoughtfully, I can sense that someone is using Shen Ye as bait to lure her in. These hidden forces, operating in the shadows, are not to be underestimated. She continued her analysis. You humans reveal so much through your mutual slaughter. You even expose your deepest secrets. Until my power has fully recovered, all we need to do is watch things unfold. Meanwhile, in another part of the examination grounds, a massive pillar of blue energy shot straight up into the stormy sky. Beneath the pillar of energy, a white-haired old man stood muttering to himself. Strange. Very strange. All the people I sent to find Shen Ye are dead. He looked at his palm, which was glowing with a blue light, his expression filled with frustration. Didn't I already mark his location? Could it be that those disciples from the great families are all useless trash? Or is someone helping Shen Ye? He waved his hand decisively. Enough of this. Letting more of them die will only make things more complicated. It seems I'll have to take care of this myself, even if it means earning a reputation for preying on the weak. The old man began to walk across the water's surface, muttering, Now that I think about it, Luoer's birthday is coming up soon. He stopped, a wicked idea flashing in his mind. Asterisk. I'll just use Shen Ye's head as a birthday present for her. Asterisk. Meanwhile, back in the secret passage of the nightmare world, the medical machine displayed a notification. Physical recovery complete. Anesthetic effects are wearing off. Patient will regain consciousness in 3 minutes. Shen Ye stared at the display and thought, Asterisk. It's over. Asterisk. Inside, the prince with long, golden hair slowly sat up, with white vapor from the treatment process still lingering around him. He slowly opened his eyes, his voice a bit hoarse. Am I not dead? Shen Ye, kneeling beside him, joyfully reported, Yes, your highness. Our gamble paid off, but you're very weak right now and still need to recover. The prince cut him off. Where are we? Shen Ye explained. This is an abandoned secret passage within the undead's territory. My family's secret medicine can't be seen by outsiders, so I brought you here to administer it. But this place is about to collapse. I'll escort you back soon. The prince said softly, It's darkest beneath the lantern, so there really is a traitor. The prince raised his hand, and a glowing cube appeared. But we can't go back. There is a traitor in my inner circle. That's why the assassination attempt happened. He looked directly at Shen Ye, his eyes full of trust. Sheng Beiqi, you saved my life. You are definitely not the traitor. This is a teleportation crystal. It can take us to a secret safe house. Once we get there, I must use a magic scroll to issue commands and direct our forces. While I do this, I need you to guarantee my safety. Can you do that? Hearing this, Shen Ye's eyes lit up with excitement. He thought to himself, Asterisk. Becoming the prince's personal bodyguard. Asterisk. Doesn't that mean I'll get a powerful keyword like Imperial Iron Guard? Asterisk. He immediately snapped to attention and saluted. I guarantee the mission's success. The prince nodded. Good. Brace yourself. This might feel a bit disorienting. Then he began to chant an incantation. Hajinina Melor, a blinding light of teleportation enveloped them both, and then vanished, leaving behind a streak of light that shot up into the sky before fizzling out over a small wooden cabin in the forest. Inside the cabin, a dazed Shen Ye asked, We're here? This is your safe house, your highness? The prince stood up and explained. To avoid being tracked, I have 6 different safe houses. The teleportation is random each time. It seems we've landed at the Forest Creek hideout. The prince held a glowing magic scroll in his hand. He ordered, Go scout the perimeter and make sure it's secure. I need to send out my commands immediately. Yes, sir, Shen Ye replied instantly. He climbed onto the roof, surveying the area and calculating his next move. Asterisk. This place is a lot like the exam grounds, surrounded by dense forest and brush. Looks pretty safe. Asterisk. The second day is about to begin. I'll pop back to the exam grounds to see what's up. And when I return, I should be able to get my new keyword. Asterisk. Skull materialized beside him and asked doubtfully, Are you really going to leave the prince here all by himself? He waved a dismissive hand, his eyes resolute. "It'll only be for a few minutes. I'll be in and out, no problem." With that, he turned and placed his hand on the cabin's wooden door, activating his new ability. Gate of Non-Duality. Link this door to Skull's world. Skull asked in surprise. Huh? Why don't you just summon a door to get back? As he stepped through the portal back to the exam grounds, he explained, "You idiot. If I just summoned a gate to go back, the return point would be stuck at the undead tunnel. But by using the Gate of Non-Duality, as long as I don't deactivate the link, I can return to this exact spot whenever I want." By this time, the rain of fire had stopped. "Oh, I get it now," Skull exclaimed. Just as Shen Ye stepped back onto the exam grounds, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. Shen Ye looked toward the blast in surprise. Someone's fighting. Just got back, and there's already a show to watch. But as he got a better look at the person being sent flying, he froze. Asterisk. Wait a second. Isn't that my decoy? Asterisk. And the one chasing it was that mysterious, silver-haired old man. Shen Ye was stunned. Asterisk. Who is that geezer? Asterisk. The old man unleashed an incredibly powerful attack, a wave of blue energy engulfing the decoy. A horrifying explosion erupted, and the aftershock was so strong that even Shen Ye had to brace himself. Whoa. When the dust settled, the old man was standing in the center of a deep crater, holding the decoy's severed head. He grumbled in annoyance. "What the? So it was just a decoy. No wonder I couldn't kill it." Suddenly, the old man's eyes flashed with a blue light. He sensed something and whipped his head around to stare directly in Shen Ye's direction. This aura. So the real one is here after all. Shen Ye flinched, thinking, asterisk, who is this guy? What's an old geezer like him doing taking a college entrance exam? Asterisk. The old man instantly appeared in front of Shen Ye, radiating pure killing intent. "You treacherous punk, Shen Ye, time to die." At the same time, the decoy's head in his hand managed to shout its last words. "Shen Ye, run!" Skull screamed. "Get out of here. This guy is on a whole different level." Shen Ye retorted as a green aura flared around him. "You think I can't tell?" He made a split-second decision. System, as you wish. Allocate attribute points to agility. System. Current agility is now 18.1. With the stat boost, Shen Ye exploded with speed, shooting off like a green blur. The old man merely raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Not bad speed," he muttered, before vanishing from where he stood. In the next instant, he reappeared directly in Shen Ye's path. His cold voice echoed, "You're still a far cry from the speed of sound." Shen Ye froze, paralyzed with terror. Before he could even react, the old man placed 2 fingers on his forehead. An immense, invisible force launched Shen Ye into the air, and he was immediately engulfed by a wave of blue energy. As he writhed in agony, Skull's voice screamed in his mind, "Shen Ye, he can use sonic waves to attack. He's unbelievably powerful. You have to run. You're his target. He's not going to waste any more time now that he's found the real you." A notification panel appeared. The meat shield had been consumed once, with 3 uses remaining. A terrifying explosion flattened a large section of the forest. The old man stood amidst the rubble, muttering, "How strange." He looked down into the crater and saw another body lying there. Then, he wondered in surprise. The one left behind is still a decoy. Where did that kid go? How could he have just vanished into thin air? Surviving a direct hit from me without dying, is that the effect of a card? The old man closed his eyes, sending out invisible waves of energy to scan the area. The sound waves reflected normally. There were no suspicious objects nearby, not even a heartbeat. This is the first time I've ever encountered a situation like this. The old man narrowed his eyes as a suspicion formed. Could it be that this brat has a powerful master backing him? A few seconds earlier, Shen Ye had managed to dive through the Advaita gate just in the nick of time. He collapsed onto the floor, panting, "Ha!" then slammed the gate shut. The skull spoke up. "Looks like the people who want you dead have gone berserk, sending a master of that level." Shen Ye gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Who the hell was that old geezer? The stone statue didn't lose its effect when I fought him, which proves he's not a contestant. Looks like I can't go back for a while." He forced himself to calm down, opened the door to the room, and reported with a smile, "Your Highness, I've returned. Everything is normal outside." The prince, sitting in a chair, asked in surprise, "Beichi, what's with this look of yours?" Shen Ye scratched his head, thinking, asterisk, time to make something up. Asterisk, I was just on patrol outside. The wind was a little strong. He quickly changed the subject. "Oh, right. Your Highness, what's the situation on the front lines?" The prince smiled confidently, holding a glowing quill. "The undead discovered I wasn't there and started searching everywhere. I turned their own plan against them, setting up an ambush to wipe out a large group. Combined with their previous reckless assault, they're now trapped with no way out. Shen Ye gave a thumbs up, flattering him. Your Highness's strategic genius is truly unparalleled. The prince nodded in satisfaction. This is all thanks to you, Beiqi. Once the war is over, I will definitely bestow a high-ranking official title upon you. Shen Ye cheekily stuck out his tongue and waved his hand. Being an official sounds tiring. Your Highness, how about you just give me cash instead? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A cold voice rang out, "Little match boy." Outside, a ghostly shadow with sharp claws was pressed against the door. The horrifying voice echoed, "Are you in there?" Shen Ye recognized it with terror. It was the voice of the snow demon, Freyrich. The prince also turned around and yelled angrily, "Saint Beiqi, is times this times the everything is normal you were talking about? How did he find us? This is impossible." Shen Ye panicked, his mind racing with chaotic thoughts. "I'm screwed. I can't even return to the exam grounds. A wolf at the front door, a tiger at the back. Am I going to have to sell out the prince to save my own skin?" He shouted towards the door. "Lord Freyrich, it's me." Then, an idea sparked in his mind. Wait, maybe there's still one way out of this. The prince was stunned. "Saint Beiqi, you?" Shen Ye turned back. With a determined expression and a cunning smile, he said, "My lord, your timing is perfect. I've already completed the mission." He suddenly moved to restrain the prince. "Forgive me, your highness." The prince didn't even have time to scream before Shen Ye knocked him unconscious. He dragged the subdued prince to the door and announced loudly, "I have captured the prince of the St. Roland Empire. I invite Lord Freyrich to see for himself." The door slowly creaked open. "Oh?" Freyrich appeared, a colossal phantom of a creature. "But didn't you say you wanted to take revenge with your own hands? Why not just kill him? I only need his head." Shen Ye grabbed the prince by the hair, his eyes sharp and his smile cruel. "That would be letting him off way too easy. I hope, my lord, that you will use your most horrifying magic to make his soul scream in eternal agony." Freyrich seemed convinced. "So, that's it. Is this why you revealed your life flame? I originally thought this was another one of you humans' traps. But it seems what the little match boy said was true. No human would be foolish enough to use a divine bloodline as bait." Shen Ye held the prince up high and declared, "Of course, to destroy him, I am willing to do anything." He silently asked the skull, "What does he mean by revealing my life flame?" The skull explained, "This hideout has a barrier that can shield life flames from the undead senses. I'm afraid your gate connected to another world, creating a temporary hole in the barrier." Shen Ye was annoyed. "There's a barrier here? Why didn't you say so sooner?" The skull retorted, "You never asked." Freyrich laughed heartily. "Haha, very good. I will make your name renowned throughout the kingdom of the undead. I can sense no other life forms around here. A mere human brat like you poses no threat to me." Shen Ye continued his act. "Please, my lord, take revenge for me with your own hands." Freyrich agreed. "As you wish. I will stand before all of humanity and burn his soul to ashes." A strange purple light flashed in Shen Ye's eyes as he thought, "Asterisk, now's my chance." Asterisk. He held the prince up and yelled, "Advita gate, activate." The gate behind Freyrich suddenly erupted in a brilliant red light, and Freyrich was pulled towards it. Staggering back through a spatial rift, he gasped in shock. "Huh?" He stepped out of the doorway, coming face to face with a silver-haired old man, and asked bewilderedly, "What is this?" The old man stared intently at Freyrich, his expression grim. "This spatial summoning is a catastrophe." The two stood facing each other in the pouring rain, as the old man repeated with absolute certainty, "Spatial summoning is a catastrophe." Freyrich glanced around the unfamiliar forest and realized in horror, "Where am I? Damn it, I've fallen into a human's trap." The old man also grasped the situation, his eyes turning cold as ice. Could this be a vicious scheme from that brat? No wonder he was able to kill 15 disciples from the noble clans at once. Inside the house, Shen Ye pointed at Freyrich, shouting an order to the old man. "Kill him." The door slammed shut, separating two worlds, leaving two powerful forces to prepare for a battle to the death. The old man thought to himself, his eyes filled with killing intent. "That brat is truly cunning. If I don't eliminate him now, he'll surely become a huge problem for Luo Air later." At the same time, Freyrich came to a furious realization. How could I have been so foolish as to trust a human? He must have used teleportation magic to lure me into an ambush. Both of them roared in unison, their rage and hatred directed at the one who had deceived them. That damn bastard, that goddamn Shen Ye. They shared the exact same thought. Once I deal with this guy, once I eliminate this catastrophe, I will tear you into 100 pieces. Instantly, two streams of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwave from the old man's attack shattered Freileg's energy shield. Freileg was stunned. Without using any weapons, he can unleash an attack this powerful? Do humans really have masters of this caliber? As the old man dodged and landed back on the ground, he was surprised to find his opponent gone. Disappeared. Suddenly, a black shadow covered in sharp spikes erupted from the ground right behind him. Countless razor-sharp thorns shot out from the shadow, piercing through the old man's body as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Freileg materialized above him, a cruel expression on his face, and snarled, "Die, human." Though wounded, the old man roared in fury as blue energy exploded around him. "You dare look down on me with such petty tricks?" He channeled all his strength into his hands, preparing to counterattack. He roared the name of his technique, White Tiger. A colossal blast of energy in the shape of a roaring tiger's head shot straight towards Freileg. The attack was so powerful it blew apart a massive chunk of the cliffside, causing a terrifying explosion. The old man stood amidst the rubble, dusting off his hands disdainfully. Couldn't even take one hit. Meanwhile, inside the wooden cabin, Shen Ye was peeking through a crack in the door, secretly watching the cataclysmic battle outside. He dropped to his knees, laughing gleefully. They're really fighting. They both think the other one is my subordinate. The skull appeared and warned him, "Don't celebrate too soon. Freileg is extremely cunning. The moment he realizes he can't win, he'll flee immediately. As the king of assassins, once he decides to run, almost no one can catch him." Shen Ye's smile vanished, his face turning to one of horror as the skull continued. "And think about it. When he finds out he can't return to the nightmare world, who do you think he's going to come looking for?" He stammered, "He'll come for me. Of course. Damn it. If those two don't die, I'll never know a moment of peace." "Do you have a plan?" the skull reminded him. "Remember that black stone Freileg gave you? It's actually a soul-shaking bomb. We need it." Shen Ye was stunned. "It's really a bomb? I threw it away back at the exam grounds. It's probably near that scorched patch of land." The skull snapped. "Then go get it, now." Shen Ye slumped to the floor in despair. "Easier said than done. Those two are tearing the world apart out there. I'll probably die the second I step out the door. Besides, is that thing even useful? Can a dinky little bomb really kill two powerhouses like them?" The skull stated firmly. "As long as the distance is close enough, it will work." Shen Ye was still skeptical. "But it belongs to Freileg. Do you even know how to use it?" The skull raged. "Of course I do. Stop talking nonsense." The skull continued to persuade him. Right now, they're evenly matched, and their attention is completely focused on each other. This is our best chance. Shen Ye looked outside, his eyes filled with resolve. "Fine. I'll trust you this one time." The skull quickly stopped him. "Wait, are you just going to charge out there? Aren't we going to discuss a strategy first?" Shen Ye cracked the door open and smirked slyly. "Of course I have a strategy. Just play along," the skull asked curiously. "And what is your strategy?" Shen Ye suddenly grabbed the skull. "I'm throwing you out there. You find the bomb quick, come back, and we'll blow them to kingdom come." The skull was utterly flabbergasted. "Huh?" Without waiting for a reaction, Shen Ye hurled the skull outside with all his might and yelled like a summoner, "Go, skull, I choose you." Immediately after, he poked his head out the door and feigned panic, shouting for help. "Hey, help me. There's another enemy. Hurry, come save me." The old man, who was on high alert, immediately turned around. He thought to himself, "Another enemy? Is it one of the other candidates?" Meanwhile, Freileg, who was pinned to a cliffside, also wondered, "Another enemy? Could it be one of my subordinates?" While both were distracted, Shen Ye realized this was the perfect opportunity. He absolutely could not let them escape. High above, Freileg had transformed into a new, spider-like form. Let's see you handle this." He unleashed countless bone spikes from above in a massive area of effect attack. The spikes rained down, targeting the old man, as Flaggeth roared the name of his technique, Dance of Bones. The Dance of Bones. At the same time, the door Shen Ye was standing on was lifted into the air by an unseen force. The old man powered up, a blue aura erupting around his body, blocking every single spike. He just sneered. "You think a cheap trick like this is enough to fool me and let him escape?" He roared with contempt. "What a joke." Then, he unleashed a terrifying technique. Raging Tiger's heavenly roar, a massive shockwave blasted outwards. It sent both the floating door and Shen Ye flying. He cried out in pain, "Arg!" From a distance, Shen Ye watched in horror at the old man's destructive power. He quickly used his non-dual gate ability to control the flying door. Realizing his opponent's strength, Flaggeth immediately fled, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, that old geezer is way too fast. My soldiers can't stop him." The old man gave him no chance, transforming into a streak of blue light in pursuit. He moved like a phantom, using his flowing moon footwork. Seeing this, Shen Ye immediately opened another door. He created a clone to provoke him. The clone giggled, "Heh, such a childish trick. Come and get me." Enraged, the old man let out an arrogant roar and instantly charged towards the door. Just as the old man reached it, Phlegeth suddenly appeared from above, preparing to land a fatal blow. The old man was shocked, and they both realized at the same time, that human, Shen Ye, he tricked us into ambushing each other. Phlegeth and the old man simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks at one another, roaring, "Then, you can all die together." Meanwhile, in another corner of the exam area, Skull, in the form of a bone spider, was making his escape. Skull felt the intense shockwaves from the battle and muttered, "Such a fierce clash. Looks like Shen Ye succeeded in tricking those two idiots into fighting. Good. I need to find the bomb. It must be nearby." Just then, Skull spotted a sparkling purple stone on the ground. Found it. Time to head back to the battlefield. Both combatants were exhausted and injured after that last collision. The old man grabbed Phlegeth by the head. He demanded, "What church does that brat belong to? How many souls did he have to sacrifice? To summon a wraith like you to do his bidding?" Phlegeth was stunned. "Do his bidding? So that's what you thought. Turns out you want to kill him too," the old man roared. "What did you say?" Phlegeth just sneered. "Heh, we've both been tricked by him," Phlegeth explained. "I don't work for that brat. He's my enemy. He set this all up to make us kill each other. Let's stop. We should team up and kill that kid first. His head will be yours, and his soul will be mine." From inside a wooden cabin, Shen Ye peeked out, his heart burning with anxiety. They've called a truce. Damn it. Now's the best chance to blow them both to hell. If I let them recover, I won't get another chance. Where's Skull? Why isn't he back yet? At that moment, Skull was rushing back through the rain, carrying the gemstone, just as the two enemies were about to join forces. Shen Ye stood behind the door, his eyes filled with resolve. He thought to himself, "I can't just sit here and wait to die. I have to find a way to stall for Skull." His eyes flashed with a strange purple light as he activated a new skill. He muttered, "3 uses of meat shield left. My heavenly shadow still has enough juice for one more gamble." Meanwhile, outside, the old man was still suspicious. "And why should I trust you?" Phlegeth explained, "My shadow spikes carry a deadly poison and a curse. I can cleanse them for you." Hearing this, the old man hesitated for a moment before replying, "If you can really do that, I'll trust you." Phlegeth agreed. "All right. This will take a little time." Just then, a dark figure suddenly burst out from the door. Sword raised high, it let out a crazed battle cry. "Ayayayaya, the snow demon Phlegeth is here to help you." Shen Ye's heavenly shadow clone charged forward, swinging its sword directly at the old man and screaming, "Die, you old geezer." The old man merely glanced at it, coldly commanding, "Stop." The clone's sword tip froze just inches from his throat. The clone was stunned. "It won't go through? Impossible. This is my full strength." A status window appeared. Strength, 18.3. Instantly, the old man grabbed the clone by the neck, squeezing tight. He roared at Phlegeth, "I knew it. You two sons of bitches were working together all along." The choked clone struggled to speak. Cough, cough. Feeling helpless. "Damn it. I can't move." Phlegeth quickly tried to explain, "Hey, don't believe him. This is his plan to drive us apart." The old man didn't buy it. "Oh really? Then how do you explain him using the exact same shadow diving technique as you? You think I'd fall for your tricks again?" The clone tried to argue. "How should I know? If you don't believe me, let me go, and I'll kill him myself." Phlegeth, realizing the danger, quickly warned him, "Calm down, old man. If you kill me, the curse and poison will take your life too." A savage sneer spread across the old man's face. "You foolish bag of bones. How ridiculous. The only reason I agreed to let you remove the poison was to lure him out." He powered up, his blue energy exploding outwards as he yelled, "As if I need your help to purge this pathetic poison. A single fart would be enough." With his technique reaching minor mastery, a small hole creates a powerful resonance, shattering the poisonous spikes. The old man grabs the clone by the neck. His voice was ruthless. "Relax, I won't kill you two. Yet, I'm going to slowly pry out every secret that Shen Ye is hiding." The old man grabbed both Shen Ye's clone and Relic, turning to leave. Mission complete. Time to head back to the manor. The clone still tried to speak. "Wait, I'll say it again. I'm not on his side." The old man warned him coldly. "Say one more word, and I'll crush your head." Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. "Relic, Relic, you have betrayed us, betrayed the Elder Ones." Relic was stunned. "A Necron transmission. Who are you?" The voice continued to echo. He. "Have you forgotten my voice already? You really are a traitor through and through." The tragic end you're about to face is exactly what your depravity deserves. Look up. Relic trembled. Wait. Don't tell me you're... Faced with the coming apocalypse, a giant face made of bone materialized in the sky. A soul bomb soared through the sky towards the old man. He looked up, sensing an immense surge of energy. He muttered in astonishment. There's still another calamity? That was another voice, speaking in an ancient language from within the bomb. The old man didn't understand. Huh? The nearby skull screamed, "Hey, get out of the way!" The bomb detonated, unleashing a colossal demonic spirit. The old man was caught in the blast, only realizing at the last second that it was a soul shock bomb. Shen Ye was thrown back by the explosion, plummeting to the ground. He was caught by the skull, which had transformed into a giant bone spider. He coughed. Cough asterisk. You took your sweet time getting here, the skull explained. It took a while to find the stone statue. I had to use it to save you, Shen Ye replied. You could have just blown me up with them. I still had a meat shield. Anyway, the skull cut him off. No, the soul shock bomb is extremely special. I couldn't guarantee a meat shield would have worked. Shen Ye asked, is this bomb really that powerful? In other words, we succeeded? The skull replied, of course. They're dead for sure. Amidst the purple smoke, the old man staggered to his feet, coughing. Cough asterisk. You think a measly little bomb can injure me? I never expected that statue to have the ability to swap locations. Humph. I won't let you escape again. He grabbed the disintegrating Relic by the neck, demanding in a low voice, answer me. Just how many calamities did he summon? Relic's body crumbled into pieces. The old man was furious. He's dead. Was it because of the bomb? What a useless piece of trash. As Relic's body completely vanished, the old man stared at the fading fragments and exclaimed in shock. What? How is this possible? His own body began to crack and fall apart. He screamed in despair and disbelief. No, this is absolutely impossible. In midair, the old man's body completely shattered. Only his mask and scattered debris were left, drifting down in the rain. Standing on the ground below, Shen Ye looked up at the scene. Beside the giant skull turned to him. Its voice deep and steady, Shen Ye, those two have been turned to ash. You're safe now. Still amazed, Shen Ye asked. That bomb looked so ordinary. Why was it so powerful? Skull began to explain. This is one of the ultimate weapons of our Necron race. It is a glorious crystallization, gathering the highest wisdom of my people, the fruit of our efforts to push technology to its absolute peak. Skull continued its lecture as an illustration appeared. A long time ago, we Necrons were researching and discovered that the soul is actually composed of countless microscopic particles. Within each particle, there are two different energy flows. They intertwine, maintaining a delicate balance. We then discovered that once an external force shatters this balance, the particle explodes with terrifying power. This explosion also disrupts the balance of the surrounding particles, creating a chain reaction. This continues until the soul is completely annihilated. We call this phenomenon a chain reaction. Based on this principle, the great scholar of our race, Oppenheimer, led a team of Necron academics to develop one of the most terrifying weapons in Necron history, the soul shock bomb. The structure of this bomb is very simple. Inside, it contains a soul and a trigger. The trigger destroys the particles, initiating the chain reaction. All souls within the effective range are drawn in, completely detonating and vanishing. Besides being detonated remotely, there's also a secret detonation method that very few know, and that is to recite an incantation at close range. An image of Oppenheimer appeared, a skeleton in a suit and fedora, smoking a pipe, with the incantation engraved. I am, become, death, the destroyer of worlds. After hearing this, Shen Ye broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. Wait, are you guys and the humans in the middle of World War II or something? The skull was shocked. You even know about that? Just then, a series of system notifications appeared before Shen Ye. A spectacular escape. You have escaped a fatal danger today. The passive skill, the one who survived a great calamity, has been activated. All of your basic attributes have been increased by 2. Please note, this keyword cannot be used again today. Current attributes: Strength, 8.3, Agility, 10.1, Spirit, 8, Comprehension, 8, Resonance, 13. The Lunar System Legacy grants a bonus 20 points to Resonance, with 10 available for use. Today, you resolved a crisis by continuously, smoothly, and uninterruptedly opening and closing a door. Therefore, this entire crisis event has been designated as the evaluation subject. The system continues its evaluation, faced with a certain death scenario from 2 different worlds, and in the presence of 2 beings who could kill you in an instant. You managed to survive through a miraculous maneuver. For this door opening, you have earned a choice. Two options appeared before him. You can choose to upgrade the excellent blue rarity evaluation keyword, the boy who defied death, to the purple rarity, 1 in a million. Or, you can activate the standby purple rarity keyword, 1 in a million, the little match boy. Shen Ye didn't hesitate, reaching out to make his choice. He chose the little match boy. Combining two keywords with different effects would likely be better than just upgrading a single one. A new card appeared, depicting a boy in a red cloak, holding a glowing matchstick. System. For this door opening, you have received the evaluation keyword, the little match boy, a purple rarity, 1 in a million keyword. Description. For every full day you do not enter the world on the other side of the door, the probability of receiving a better keyword increases by 10%. The maximum increase is 90%. Note, human longing and love are unstoppable forces. They will accumulate, and one day burst forth like a flood. Shen Ye joyfully tossed the little matchboy costume into the air. Whoa, this keyword is amazing. From now on, I can be more flexible with when I enter the door, and the benefits are even greater. Just then, in a dark space filled with a faint red haze, the sound of slow clapping echoed. Emerging from a cloud of dust, Yi Bing suddenly appeared in a red aura, her voice full of praise. That last battle was truly spectacular, Shen Ye. She looked at him and continued, "It seems the cursed statue from my king of 10,000 fallen demons has granted you quite a formidable ability." Shen Ye was stunned. Shen Ye quickly turned to run. Yi Bing, "Can you just stop following me already? You're so damn annoying," Skull urgently warned him. Shen Ye, her aura is even more dangerous than before. Open the door and run now. Don't hesitate. If she catches you, you're dead for sure. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, placing his hand on the newly appeared door, preparing to activate the absolute gate. He replied, "Of course I know that." But before he could act, countless razor-sharp red threads pierced through his body, sending fresh blood flying as he was pinned against the door. He cried out in pain. Whoa! Yi Bing was suddenly standing right behind him. She whispered, "Don't be scared. I avoided all your vital points. It'll only hurt a little, Shen Ye. I'm very impressed with you." Her hand gently lifted his chin, her eyes filled with a hidden meaning. Power, no matter how much you accumulate, is just a static thing. But you transformed it into a formidable ability and learned to wield it so well. I hope you. Suddenly, the brown-haired girl appeared, shouting, "Hey! I already told you to get lost." The little girl floated in midair, her expression twisting into a terrifying scowl as she snarled. "Do you really want to die that badly?" Yi Bing just smirked, her voice dripping with contempt. "Oh, and you really think you can kill me?" The little girl's eyes flashed, and an invisible power erupted, causing the ground to shake violently. A terrifying earthquake erupted. The ground split open, boulders flew everywhere, and Shen Ye was thrown into the air. The brown-haired girl gently caught the falling Shen Ye. They landed on a safe patch of ground while the earthquake continued to wreak havoc around them. Shen Ye recognized her in astonishment. "It's you, the little girl who asked me to find her mom. You're this strong?" The girl got flustered, quickly waving her hands. "Huh? You still remember that?" No. You've got the wrong person. Actually, I'm a proctor. It's my duty to ensure the safety of the candidates," Shen Ye snapped. "Do you take me for an idiot?" Shen Ye asked seriously. "Who are you? Really? Why did you save me?" The little girl turned away, pretending to leave. "I really am a proctor. I have official business to attend to, so goodbye." He grabbed her arm. "Stop lying to me." The little girl sighed, turning back with a serious expression. "Ugh. Looks like I can't hide it anymore. Fine. I'll tell you." Shen Ye was secretly shocked. He couldn't see her keyword at all. He had no idea what level of the Dharma realm her power was at. The girl's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. "My young mistress. She's dying. She said she still had one debt of gratitude she hadn't repaid, so she sent a mere errand runner like me to repay it for her." Shen Ye asked in surprise, "Who is your young mistress?" The girl replied, "Song Yin Chen." Hearing that name, a memory suddenly flooded Shen Ye's mind. He muttered, "Song Yin Chen. That's right. The younger of the two Song sisters that the original Shen Ye saved when they were kids." He asked worriedly, "What happened to her? Is she sick, or is it something else?" The little girl lowered her head. Her voice dropped. "It's a curse, an incredibly vicious curse that no one can break." The little girl looked up and continued, "All her other wishes have been fulfilled. The only thing left was to protect you one time to repay this debt completely." Shen Ye suddenly understood. "So, the explosion at the hotel, that was you too?" The girl answered bluntly, "It was me." Shen Ye took out his phone. He said, "Give me a way to contact you. If I happen to find a way to break the curse, I'll need to get in touch." The girl was surprised. Why? My lady has no desire to see you. Besides, she's already in a coma. She looked skeptical. You? Experts from all over the world were helpless. What makes a nobody like you think you can do anything? Shen Ye looked at the girl, his voice firm. I have to at least try. I'll give it everything I've got. If I fail, you can't hold it against me. I only saved Song Yin Chen once, but you people have helped me twice now. The girl replied, I appreciate it, but my lady has already given up hope. If you really want to help, then just record a message wishing her well, so she can pass on peacefully. Shen Ye was firm. No, there's no reason to tell someone to just lie down and die. I'm not doing that. He held his phone out to her. Give me a way to contact you. If you won't, I'll find a way to track you down myself. The girl finally caved, taking out her phone to exchange contact info with him. Once it was done, she turned to leave, her voice laced with annoyance. So stubborn. You and my lady are even now. I have nothing more to say to you. Goodbye. With that, she vanished in a flash of golden light. Standing alone on the cliff, Shen Ye called out, Skull, your side must have plenty of ways to break a curse, right? Skull appeared, looking doubtful. You really want to help her? You got played last time helping her find her mother. You're actually going to trust her again? Shen Ye replied, the end result was good, at least. Besides, she saved my life twice. I don't like owing people. Skull scoffed. Ha, a debt of gratitude? What's that even worth? Walking toward the door, Shen Ye answered seriously. It's a tradition where I come from. When you owe someone a debt, you find a way to pay it back. Period. Skull asked why. He paused at the door, his gaze fixed on something far away as his voice dropped, because this world is unforgiving. He opened the door and stepped through. Outside the window, the rain was still pouring down. Elsewhere, on a towering crag, Yi Bing stood with the Flayer kneeling below her. The Flayer looked up. Master, you could have easily killed Shen Ye just now. You could have devoured his soul to take back your power. Why did you hold back? Yi Bing turned around, her tone dripping with contempt. Loai, you imbecile. Your simple-minded thoughts are no different from those of a wild animal. Do you have any idea how a god truly dines? The Flayer immediately lowered his head in reverence. My magnificent master, please, enlighten me. Yi Bing began her explanation. The god of Sumeru is a deity that reigns from the depths of the universe, possessing power equivalent to that of a star. It uses entire planets as its nursery, planting the seeds of life. Then, it silently watches as mortals multiply and civilizations flourish, waiting until the whole world reaches the very apex of its prosperity. When all things reach that zenith, Sumeru delivers its final judgment, the ashen annihilation of planetary-scale asteroid impacts. It then harvests every single soul, devouring them all. When silence returns, it sows new life once more, and the cycle of cultivation begins anew. This harvest is an endless process throughout the cosmos. She turned back, her eyes glowing crimson. And to me, Shen Ye is that planet. The world-connecting power inside of him is still growing, constantly evolving. I will help him. I will patiently cultivate him, step by step, until every part of him has reached its most perfect, ripened moment. And then, I will harvest that sweet fruit with my own two hands. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, the prince slowly regained consciousness, clutching his head with a groan. Ugh, it hurts. Shen Ye turned around, his face lighting up with relief. Your Highness, you're awake. The prince stared at him, stunned. The prince leaped to his feet, assuming a battle stance as he roared with rage. A holy knight, conspiring with a vengeful spirit, to attack me? The audacity. Shen Ye quickly held up his hands. Wait, Your Highness, it's not like that. The prince cut him off. Spare me your lies. Royal Knight swordsmanship. The prince channeled energy into his hand and yelled, Transform! Shen Ye stumbled back in shock as a brilliant golden light enveloped the prince. When the light faded, the prince was clad in a splendid royal knight's formal suit, wielding the azure sword. His gaze was ice cold. Die. Traitor. An info panel appeared, Royal Knight's Ring, an heirloom of the St. Roland Empire's imperial family. In addition to its storage function, it also seals various outfits, such as knight's armor, light swordsman's armor, a general's battle robe, and an elegant ceremonial suit. The wearer can transform in an instant to adapt to various situations like duels, warfare, or formal conferences. It is a secret treasure that embodies both glory and practicality. Shen Ye quickly raised both hands, trying to explain. Your Highness, please, calm down. I've already dealt with Frigg. We're safe now. But the prince didn't buy it, snarling, Your mouth is full of nothing but lies. Do you really think you can still fool me? The prince instantly lunged forward, his speed creating multiple afterimages that sent Shen Ye flying back again and again. Ah! He cried out. Shen Ye scrambled to evade the attacks, while the prince, his sword blazing with golden light, relentlessly pursued him, shouting, "Nowhere left to run." Pinned against a wall, Shen Ye desperately held up a glowing magic scroll. "Your Highness, Your Highness, a message for you," he shouted. "News from the front lines. The undead general is dead. We've won." The prince froze, stunned. The letter's contents were clear. "Your Highness, the undead army's formation has been shattered. Our forces are in pursuit, securing a great victory. We learned from undead prisoners that the legendary assassin, the snow fiend Freyg, has been slain. May the goddess of nature protect you. Please advise on our next course of action. Eudarian." The prince held the letter, his expression softening as he murmured, "The snow fiend is really dead. A great victory." He then turned his gaze to Shen Ye. "I wasn't lying to you, Your Highness." The prince then wondered, but how did the undead army know the snow fiend was dead? The skull appeared and explained, "His subordinates can sense when their master's soul has been extinguished." The prince, still skeptical, stared intently at Shen Ye. "But how did you accomplish that?" "The snow fiend Freyga is a legendary figure among the undead." Shen Ye smiled confidently, weaving a seamless lie. "Your Highness, it's all thanks to my undead brother here. He used a secret weapon of the undead race to blow the snow fiend to bits." The prince asked, "You mean your undead insider? I've already met him. You didn't have to knock me unconscious for times that asterisk, did you?" Shen Ye explained, "My apologies, Your Highness. Knocking you out was partly to lower the snow fiend's guard. The other reason was to prevent the intellectual property of the undead's secret weapon from being leaked." The prince was taken aback. "Intellectual property?" Shen Ye then launched into a passionate speech. "That's right, Your Highness. Intellectual property is crucial. Imagine this. You pour your heart and soul into drawing a comic series, expecting 100 people to pay for your hard work, but instead, 80 of them read a pirated version for free. In the end, you can't even make enough to live on. This vicious cycle either crushes the creator's spirit until no one wants to draw anymore, or, for the sake of survival, they're forced to cut production costs, flooding the market with sloppy content, or worse, get completely replaced by cheap AI comics." The prince asked, bewildered. "What's a comic?" Shen Ye concluded, "The creators can't survive, and the readers who genuinely love the work have nothing left to read. Is that a world you want to see? Therefore, we must support official releases, protect the intellectual property of creators, starting with you and me." The prince thought to himself, Boy Key is spouting nonsense again, but he did save my life. Oh, whatever. As long as he's loyal to the human race. And proves useful when it counts, I can ignore the rest of his quirks. The prince lowered his sword and began to write a reply. "All right, I misjudged you, Boy Kai. Regardless of anything else, you saved me. Thank you." The prince continued as he wrote, "Your contribution to the Allied forces' victory over the undead this time was immense. Think carefully about what you desire. Wealth, power, women, treasures. I can grant you any of it." The skull appeared in Shen Ye's mind, speaking excitedly. "The fastest way to understand a person is to know their desires. Shen Ye, the human empire has tons of treasures. Seize this chance. You could get something that deals insane damage, like the Trinity Force, or an item that makes you immune to all damage for a short time, like the Immortal Blade. There's even a shimmering dagger that lets you teleport instantly. Choose carefully. This is a massive power-up." Meanwhile, the prince thought grimly, Boy Kai, if your answer makes me even slightly suspicious, I will execute you without a moment's hesitation, even if you've saved me twice. Shen Ye looked up, his eyes firm. "Your Highness, there is indeed something I desire." The prince said, "Speak." Shen Ye looked directly at the prince. "It's the necklace you're wearing. May I have it?" A status window for the gem appeared. Sacred Compassion Amulet. Epic grade. Effect. Can dispel all curses of epic grade or lower. The prince held the amulet thinking, the Sacred Compassion Amulet. While it's a rare item, the Empire has countless powerful treasures, mighty equipment, ancestral magic, and mystical artifacts. Why would you choose only this? Shen Ye replied calmly. "A friend of mine has been struck by a very powerful curse. I heard this gemstone can lift curses. I thought, perhaps it could save her." The skull screamed in his mind. "There are so many treasures, and you're choosing this times for some woman you've never even met?" Hearing his answer, the prince muttered, "Foolish. I truly foolish." Then he smiled. "It seems I've underestimated you." The prince removed the necklace and gently handed it to Shen Ye. "Here, Boy Key, and if this stone doesn't work, I can still help you find a high priest or the elves for aid." Shen Ye was grateful. "Thank you, Your Highness." A message appeared, selfless and noble, focused only on salvation. The prince placed a hand on his shoulder and praised him. "You truly live up to the name Saint Boy Key, don't you?" Shen Ye thought to himself. Asterisk. Those items the skull mentioned obviously require high resonance, but if this amulet actually works, asterisk, asterisk, then I can become Song Yin Chen's lifesaver. Asterisk. The skull happily continued its bath, humming to itself. What nonsense. Sometime later, the human army arrived at the hideout. An old mage and a female elf were examining the prince. The old man was in disbelief. His highness's body had completely recovered, and he was in even better condition than before. The prince replied, "I told you I was fine. Bei Qi healed me." The female elf exclaimed, "By the goddess of nature, does Saint Bei Qi truly possess such divine power?" After everything was settled, the prince stood up, his face filled with determination. "It's time to return to the battlefield. Bei Qi, pack your things. We're getting ready to leave." The prince turned around, but Shen Ye was nowhere to be found. Where'd he go? Scrawled on the wooden wall was a message. Urgent business, saving a friend, had to go on ahead, accompanied by a funny drawing of a pig's face, and the signature, Saint Bei Qi. The prince and the others stared at the message. The old mage asked, "Bei Qi left this?" The prince mumbled in confusion. "Why is the signature such an ugly pig?" Meanwhile, at the exam site, the rain had stopped, and Shen Ye was on the phone with a brown-haired girl. "Of course not. Just take it home and give it a try. If it works, great." The girl on the other end of the line said doubtfully, "Really? You didn't just pick up some random broken rock from the river and tell me it can cure my lady, did you?" Shen Ye replied, "Look, I've got other things to do right now. I'll find you after the exam." Then he hung up. The girl called back, "Hey, hey," then said in frustration, "How rude." He hung up before I was even finished talking. A notification panel appeared in front of Shen Ye. The 3-day wilderness survival trial has ended. 736 people have been eliminated. He thought to himself, "Oh, so the third round is over?" The system continued, assessing your physical condition and calculating rewards based on performance. In another dimension, a red-haired man was struggling to withstand the power of a ring-shaped divine artifact. Another person called out worriedly, "Brother Guanshu, can you really handle that divine artifact?" He roared with a ferocious expression. "Enough talk, give it to me." His entire body burst into flames as he screamed, "Cut the crap and give it to me." His face distorted from the immense power. He let out an earth-shattering roar as a massive surge of energy exploded outwards. The other person called out in alarm. Nangong Siyue closed his eyes, his body glowing. "I must turn him to ash." Countless souls materialized around them. The possessed man was stunned. "Nangong Siyue, what are you doing?" Nangong Siyue let out a roar as a giant lotus flower made of energy enveloped the other man. The lotus slowly closed. After the light faded, only a single, brilliant red crystal flower remained on the ground. Nangong Siyue stared at it and said sadly, "Brother Guanshu, you weren't yourself anymore. The Wang family's divine artifact had corroded your soul until it was riddled with holes. It's better this way, letting me free you." He turned away, thinking to himself, "I never expected the Wang family to have fallen this far. I fear the other great families aren't any better. I need to report this back to my clan immediately." He sighed. This world is no longer what it once was. Mortals are treated like dirt, and the gods have gone mad. In a canyon, Shen Ye and his group were on the move. Shen Ye asked, "Is this the place?" Xiao Mengyu replied, "Yeah. There are probably a lot of entrances like this, scattered across the island." Guo Yunye found one of them. The large dog beside them growled. Shen Ye said, "Let's go. Let's head down and check it out." After walking for a while inside the dark tunnel, a notification rang out. "Time's up. 93 people have been eliminated. You are about to enter the final assessment phase. All contestants, please continue to do your best." Shen Ye muttered, "It's so dark. We've been walking for 10 minutes. Where does this tunnel lead?" The purple-haired girl reminded him, "Stay alert." The small dog running ahead started barking. "Woof! Woof!" The young man cheered. "There's an exit up ahead." They stepped into a gigantic cavern. It was a vast underground space. The blonde-haired boy pointed. "Hey, look, there are 3 doors over there," the system explained. The final round's test is divided into 3 categories, corresponding to the 3 high schools. The symbols for the 3 schools appeared. Jialan, Guishu. Please choose your preferred high school, enter the corresponding door, and begin the final entrance exam. The blonde-haired young man said, "Oh, there's even an introduction. How thoughtful." Shen Ye thought so too. The system continued. Next, we will provide a detailed introduction to the 3 major high schools. A long passage introducing the 3 schools appeared. After reading it, Shen Ye was baffled. What kind of introduction was that? Xiao Mengyu spoke up. Here, let me explain it to you guys. To put it simply, of the 3 schools, Jialan is the strongest, but it also cares the most about your family background. The descendants of the great clans usually try to get into this school. Xiao Mengyu pointed to the second door, Guishu, and continued her explanation. At Guishu High School, you'll be exposed to many ancient civilizations, prehistory, and secrets. You'll learn more than others, but because of that, it has a tendency to produce lunatics. Finally, there's Zirong High School. Zirong is pretty good too, but there's one thing. Studying there sometimes requires you to go excavate underground ruins. To be blunt, it's basically tomb raiding, Shen Ye deduced. In that case, the difficulty and content of each school's exam must be different. He turned to ask the others. Xiao Mengyu. Xiao Mengyu, have you decided which gate you'll enter? She answered decisively. Of course, I'm choosing Jialan Academy. He put his hands behind his head with a relaxed smile. That was a dumb question. I was planning on choosing Jialan Academy too. The blonde-haired boy standing in front of the Xirong Academy gate said, There's no way we dare to choose Jialan. Guo Yunye and I are going to Zirong Academy, which is supposed to be easier. The boy turned back with his dog and said sincerely, Shen Ye, Xiao Mengyu, thank you both so much for helping us. We wish you the best of luck. The dog also barked as if to say goodbye. Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu smiled and waved back. All right, you guys do your best too. After they left, Xiao Mengyu said, Well, let's head in too. Are you ready? Shen Ye smiled confidently. Of course, with you here, what do I have to worry about? Xiao Mengyu thought to herself, does he take me for a fool? It's obvious your current strength is just as good as mine. She pushed open the heavy doors of Jialan Academy, and a brilliant golden light shone out from within. She said, Let's go. The 2 of them stepped through the door into a space flooded with light. A moment later, Shen Ye found himself standing alone on a barren patch of ground. He looked around, bewildered. Huh? Where's Xiao Mengyu? A voice rang out. Shen Ye, you have entered a teleportation gate. It appears the 2 of you have been transported to different locations. He realized this was a test he had to face alone. The system announced, Thank you for choosing Jialan Academy. The final exam will now commence. An announcement board appeared. Test content. Obtain the key from the prisoner locked in the jail cell. Leaving the cell constitutes a pass. In front of him was a tightly bound prisoner, with a golden key right beside them. In another cell, Xiao Mengyu received a similar notification. She thought to herself, so to get the key, I have to fight the prisoner one-on-one? No wonder they used a teleportation spell to separate the candidates. A voice spoke up. Oh, thank goodness, someone's finally here. A skinny boy, shackled at the wrists and ankles, looked up with teary eyes. They sent you to save me, right? They finally realized I was framed. Xiao Mengyu looked at the boy and asked coldly, A child? You're the prisoner. Where's the key? The boy pointed to a large key on the ground. The key? You mean that thing on the floor? Just as Xiao Mengyu was about to pick up the key, the boy screamed in panic. Wait, don't. I'm begging you, please, don't touch it. That key is the trigger for the bomb collar around my neck. If you touch it, I'll be blown to bits. It's a trap they set. Xiao Mengyu glanced from the key on the ground back to the boy, her eyes filled with suspicion. How do I know you're telling the truth? The boy suddenly pointed to the sword at her hip. Oh, miss, your sword. That's the divine sword of the Luo family, isn't it? This is great. So, you're from the Luo family. When I was framed and thrown in here, someone from the Luo family helped me. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes, his voice full of hope. He even said he'd find a way to help me clear my name. Get me out of here. You must be the one he sent to save me. Xiao Mengyu's gaze turned sharp and cold. She was on guard. The boy continued. His name is Luo Feichuan. You have to know him, right? Meanwhile, in Shen Ye's cell, he stood over a mangled corpse, muttering, "Obtain the key from the prisoner." He looked closer. The corpse seemed to have been dead for a long time, and a key was lying right next to it. He thought to himself, this brutally murdered guy is the prisoner? The key's right there. Is this round really this easy? The skull appeared and warned, "Be careful. It could be a trap." Suddenly, the corpse moved, making a series of gruesome cracking sounds. Shen Ye was startled, as countless grotesque snakeheads with glowing red eyes emerged from beneath it. They surrounded him. A giant snakehead suddenly attacked. Shen Ye hastily dodged. Whoa! The entire monster revealed its true form, a giant, 9-headed serpent that reeked of decay and evil energy. Shen Ye was horrified. What the hell is this thing? It screeches like a baby. 9 heads. Don't tell me this is the Ju Ying? The skull reassured him. Calm down. They wouldn't unleash a high-level disaster in an exam. This thing looks tough, but it's probably just a fake clone. But just then, it fired a blast of red energy that sent him flying. The skull shouted in surprise. Shen Ye! Shen Ye, now swimming in some kind of viscous liquid, yelled, Bro, are you sure this is a fake clone? The skull replied, It's a bit stronger than a fake clone. It probably has about 1/10 of the original's power. Shen Ye asked, 1/10? Does that mean I have a chance to win? The skull replied bluntly, You'll die before you even feel the pain. He despaired. Then, what's the point of fighting? More snakeheads began to emerge from the liquid. The surrounding liquid began to boil. Shen Ye panicked. Damn it, it's boiling the water, the skull shouted. Don't panic, I'm coming to help you. The skull radiated a green energy, activating its super transformation mode. The entire skeleton morphed into a giant beetle. The skeletal beetle dove into the liquid with a huge splash. Shen Ye was shocked. Whoa, you can transform too? Could you be the legendary Scarab King? The skull snapped. Shut your mouth. Don't you dare say that last word. Standing on the skull's scarab-like back, Shen Ye dramatically raised his hands to the sky and shouted, Scarab King, you are my king. The skull grumbled an explanation. If my power wasn't only 30% restored, I wouldn't have had to use my own shoulder blades and ribs to make a boat and turn into this ridiculous form. Instantly, one of the 9-headed Hydra's heads spewed a violent stream of fire. As Shen Ye and the skull surfed across the sea of flames, he yelled, Whoa, Scarab King, let's go. The skull snapped back. Damn it, don't drag out the name like that. It makes me think you're gonna add that last word again. He pointed forward. Look, the exit is over there. Did you get the key? The skull answered confidently. Of course, just focus on paddling forward. Another blast of fire shot toward them, and the skull yelled, Watch out, I can't dodge this one. Shen Ye immediately leaped into the air, looking back to say, You keep going, don't stop. With that, he spun around and unleashed a powerful hook kick into the flames. His leg glowed with an icy blue light. He roared, Frostbone kick. It collided with the fire, creating a massive explosion. Oh, the skull said, your kick has ice properties. It's the perfect counter, but unfortunately, it's still not strong enough. If you were a few levels higher, you might have been able to extinguish its flames completely. Shen Ye replied, Couldn't be helped. I only learned this move 2 days ago. This Jalan Academy exam is way too hard. If it weren't for you, oh great Scarab King, I would have been cooked alive by now. The skull replied, Lucky for you, the goal isn't to defeat this Hydra's avatar, just to escape. Hurry up, the exit is right ahead. Get the key and open the door. Shen Ye suddenly froze and turned his head. He was horrified to see all 9 of the Hydra's heads charging up energy at once. Hey, Scarab King, I think it's charging up a final attack, the skull urged. Ignore it. Just jump up and open the door. He hesitated. But... The skull snapped. Hurry. We're running out of time. Trust me. Shen Ye gritted his teeth and made his decision. All right. Then he leaped off the skull's back, rushing toward the door. All 9 heads simultaneously unleashed a destructive energy beam, which converged into a massive, fiery drill. It shot straight for the exit. Just before the blast could hit Shen Ye, the skull rushed in to shield him. Using its own body as a shield, it braced for impact. White bone embrace. Shen Ye turned back and asked worriedly, Whoa, Scarab King, an absolute defense. Can you hold it? The skull gritted its teeth, trying to act tough. Are you kidding? A little firepower like this is nothing. But a loud cracking sound echoed from its shell. Shen Ye muttered, Yeah, I can see that. Hang in there. He turned back, holding the glowing key, and cheered. The door's open. Let's go, Scarab King. He jumped through the doorway, pulling the skull, which was reverting to its original form, along with him. He cheered, Yahoo! Mission complete. Jialan High School. Here I come. Meanwhile, in Xiao Mengyu's prison cell, she was still facing the chained boy. She repeated coldly, Luo Feichuan? You said you know Luo Feichuan? The boy replied happily, Yes, big sister. You really were sent by him to save me. Xiao Mengyu sighed and lowered her sword. All right, how do I get you out of here? The boy said, I know the real way out. Just help me break these chains. The boy continued to explain, If you help me break these shackles, I can get you out. That key is a decoy. They just want you to trigger the bomb, because if I die, you'll be trapped here forever, too. Hearing this, Xiao Mengyu swung her sword and shattered the chains on the boy's hands. She sheathed her blade. It's done. Now, lead the way. The boy turned around, his innocent face twisting into a grotesque, horrifying grin. Of course, big sister. But first, his body swelled up, transforming into a giant, muscular monster enveloped in a purple aura. It sneered, "Let me thank you for freeing me by crushing every last one of your bones into dust." Xiao Mengyu remained calm and asked, "So, everything you just said was a lie?" The monster cackled, "He, that's right, there's no bomb. I just tricked you into destroying these mana-suppressing shackles. The key is real, but I'm afraid you won't get the chance to use it." The monster sneered, "Who told you to trust me so easily? Fooled by my adorable appearance, weren't you?" Xiao Mengyu cut it off. Her voice was ice cold. "No, I'm talking about Luo Feichuan. Was that a lie too? That he wanted to save you?" The monster replied, "Him? I ran into him when I was captured. That guy was so rigid and by the book, he gave me a real hard time." It continued mockingly, as an image of Luo Feichuan being killed flashed through its mind. "But I heard he's dead now." Ha. The moment it said that, a murderous aura erupted from Xiao Mengyu. She swung her sword, and countless invisible slashes tore the monster's body to shreds. She murmured to herself, "I just found it strange. I thoroughly investigated all of his unfinished business from when he was alive, and I completed every single task for him. For a moment, I actually thought I had missed one." She picked up the key, her voice dropping, tinged with sadness. Her brother had always been a man of clear judgment, never punishing the innocent or letting the guilty go free. "You're not wrong to say he's inflexible. I just wish he could be a little more tactful, you know? Like Shen Ye." She put the key in the lock, and the prison door swung open with a blinding flash of light. The system announced, "Stage cleared, initiating teleportation. Congratulations to candidate Xiao Mengyu for being the first to clear the stage, honorably securing the #1 position in this year's exam." She was teleported to a magnificent hall where the examiners were waiting. A murmur went through the crowd. "The first candidate to clear the stage has appeared. It's Xiao Mengyu, the future head of the Luo family. Unbelievable. Congratulations." "Congratulations," an authoritative examiner spoke. "Well done, Xiao Mengyu. You are this year's top student." Xiao Mengyu stepped forward, clasping her hands. "My lords, I have something to report. There was an incident on the exam grounds. The rules suddenly allowed students to slaughter one another. Many candidates have died." Another examiner replied, "What happened?" The high-ranking examiner explained, "The magic realm of the exam grounds sometimes slips beyond our control. If the realm decides a battle is necessary, the rules of the exam will change. This indicates that this batch of students needs to be tested on a real battlefield to be properly filtered. You've already passed the exam. You don't need to think about it anymore." The examiner continued, "Congratulations, Xiao Mengyu. You are now a new student of our Jialan Academy." A beam of light shot out from her badge. The examiner explained, "Your badge will now grant you access to many of Jialan Academy's functions. Your exam is officially over." She looked at her badge, thinking to herself, the double attribute bonus from the badge is gone. Shen Ye, he should be all right, right? The final round wasn't that hard, after all. With his strength, he should be out any minute now. But in another place, Shen Ye was in a free fall. He plunged into an underground river. Breaking the surface, he coughed up water. "Damn it." The system announced, "Your party has been disbanded. You will face the current secret magic realm alone." He was shocked. A secret magic realm? What is this situation? Didn't I already pass the test? A skull appeared. "This looks like an underground river. We need to get out of here, fast. If we run into the otherworldly god named Yi Bing here, no one can save you." Shen Ye asked, "What's an otherworldly god?" The skull explained, "They are deities from other worlds who possess planet-level power. The one here is currently a parasite living inside Yi Bing. Her intentions are definitely not simple. We absolutely must stay away from her." Shen Ye was surprised. "Huh? Why didn't you tell me any of this before?" The skull replied, "We've been through so many life and death situations together. I've decided not to hide things from you anymore. Shen Ye, we're comrades." Shen Ye blushed, flustered. "Why are you suddenly making things sound so gay?" The skull was confused. "Gay? What's that?" Shen Ye scratched his head. "It's nothing. I'm just getting more and more curious about your identity. Who are you, really?" The skull stammered. All right. The truth is, I'm..." A voice cut him off. "Shen Ye, you actually managed to survive." Yi Bing appeared, floating above the water. "You truly surprised me. I was just coming to collect your corpse." Shen Ye pointed at her furiously. "You! This damn jinxing Beetle King is always right. Humph. I knew something was strange. Why was the test so damn hard? Turns out, it was all your doing. My original opponent in that round was supposed to be that prisoner, wasn't he? You killed him and released a monster instead," he continued to yell. "And this secret magic realm, this is your work too, isn't it? I'm telling you, it's useless. That little girl will come and save me again. You just wait and see. Yi Bing calmly replied, You're mistaken, Shen Ye. I didn't do any of this. Killing your original opponent, putting that monster there, and even leading you into this secret realm, all of it was done by your own kind, by humans. She explained further, Your exam grounds are surrounded by a massive magic barrier. It monitors every single candidate at all times. I went through some trouble, originally planning to open an independent barrier to capture you myself. However, I discovered that a human had already activated a similar one, and that barrier is this very place. A red aura radiated from her body, and eerie glyphs appeared all around her. She giggled menacingly. He. Shen Ye, can you guess what else they have in store for you? Although I am a god with limitless power, this parasitic existence in a mortal body requires a great deal of blood and souls. Only then can I unlock even greater power. But when faced with the malice of you humans, even I have to hold my breath in stunned admiration. Shen Ye was horrified as, for the first time, he could see the keywords appearing over Yi Bing. He thought, This is the first time I've ever seen keywords on her. Is this the planet-level otherworldly god the Beetle King was talking about? Yi Bing held out her hand. Shen Ye, in this graveyard that humans have, so painstakingly, prepared for you, you are completely alone, with no one to help you. But don't worry. I won't lay a hand on you. Yi Bing lifted Shen Ye's chin, her voice bewitching. On the contrary, I can save you from the cruelty of your own kind. I'm the only one for you. Even if all of humanity turns against you, I'll still be by your side. Shen Ye gritted his teeth and shot back with contempt. Ha, what a cheesy confession. As far as I'm concerned, this is all just some elaborate act you've cooked up to chase after me. I refuse. Yi Bing smiled, extending an inviting hand. No need to be so hasty with your answer. How about this, Shen Ye? Why don't we make a little wager? Bound tightly by red threads and suspended in midair, Shen Ye asked, A wager? What are we betting on? Yi Bing winked playfully and explained, Your kind has prepared a hidden trial for you, the most difficult one in this entire realm. I'm betting you have absolutely no chance of passing it. Shen Ye was taken aback. A hidden trial? He scoffed. And what if I do pass? Yi Bing replied, Then it just proves they didn't make it challenging enough for you. And I misjudged the situation. The whole business, with that cursed statue of the myriad fallen demon king, will be wiped clean, and we'll meet again some other time. She moved closer, whispering in his ear, But if you fail, you become mine. Countless red and gold threads wrapped tightly around Shen Ye. A system notification appeared. The Lord of the Inferno's wager has been set. This wager is a spell manifested from the opponent's core divine power. You cannot resist it, nor can you refuse it. You can only abide by the terms of the bet. You are about to face the hidden stage of this examination. If you succeed, the Lord of the Inferno will spare you, but if you fail, your soul will belong to the Lord of the Inferno for all eternity. A stone wall behind Shen Ye suddenly crumbled, revealing a new passage. Starting with the smallest bargaining chips until you willingly offer up your own soul, that's just her style. Shen Ye was stunned. From the darkness of the cave, a sleazy voice called out, Well now, breaking through a stone wall to escape? How impressive. I haven't seen a handsome guy like you in a long time. How about you give me a little kiss? One kiss, and I'll give you the key. You'll pass this test. Nanggong Siue stepped out from the passage. He said nonchalantly, The rule is, to leave the prison to succeed. It never said you had to use the key. He waved goodbye to the person in the cave. You can keep the key for yourself. I'm not the right guy for it. The voice from the cave shrieked in anger. You bastard. Both Yi Bing and Shen Ye saw Nanggong Siue at the same time. Yi Bing whispered, intrigued. Shen Ye was shocked. I've seen this guy on the ranking cards. He's Nanggong Siue, the one ranked number 1. Seeing Shen Ye, Nanggong Siue was just as surprised. Huh, Shen Ye, you made it to the final test too? And what's with this bondage getup? What happens when a complete stranger stumbles into a mystical realm by accident? Shen Ye's face flushed red as he snapped. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone into BDSM before? You got a death wish? Get the hell out of here. Nanggong Siue was stunned. What? He felt a terrifying aura radiating from Yi Bing. He cried out in alarm. What kind of terrifying monstrosity is this? He immediately turned tail and fled. He thought to himself, she is absolutely not an existence I can handle. Yi Bing smiled at the still-bound Shen Ye. I like your spirit, Shen Ye. She pointed at the fleeing Nanggong Siue. But for now, I'd rather he not run off and report this to the outside world. She snapped her fingers. A red thread shot straight towards Nanggong Siue as her voice turned cold. Die, Shen Ye roared. Stop. Using every last bit of his strength, he summoned a gate of non-duality right in front of Nanggong Siyue. The red thread pierced through the gate, disappearing into another dimension. Elsewhere, at some military encampment, a soldier was on guard duty. Suddenly, a red beam of light shot out of a portal in space, obliterating a large boulder. He stared in shock, and at that same moment, Nanggong Siyue sensed something. A system notification popped up, detected that you have completed all tests. Congratulations. Now, teleporting to the promotion hall. He was stunned. What? Then he vanished in a flash of light. Yi Bing turned back to look at Shen Ye, a little surprised. To think you could use a gate to divert my spell. And that human was teleported away. Was he expelled by the realm? Shen Ye breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. It worked. He thought, Nanggong Siyue, you better not waste the life I just saved. You have to report this to the outside. Yi Bing looked at him, her voice tinged with annoyance. Shen Ye, you really are a pain. Always ruining my fun. She gave him a bewitching smile. I'm starting to like you more and more. Let me give you another little gift. A red thread flew from her hand. She continued, Shen Ye, in the hidden trial they've prepared for you, you are guaranteed to die. I like you, and I don't want you to die. So, I've prepared another path for you. I've already sent my subordinate. My agent has infiltrated and planted bombs all over Port Yunshan. If you surrender now, I'll detonate them, and Port Yunshan will sink into the sea. When that happens, the examination will be interrupted. You won't be eliminated, and everything will start over from the beginning. You can still get into the high school you want, but as my subordinate, you wouldn't have to risk your life by walking into the trap that humanity has set for you. Shen Ye scoffed. You're obviously the one who wants to blow up Port Yunshan to absorb all the souls on the island and restore your power. Yet, you claim it's for my sake. You really think I'm an idiot? Yi Bing replied. Your reaction is exactly as I predicted. Shen Ye said decisively, sorry, but I'm just not the type to listen to advice. Whether that trial is a trap or not, I have to see it for myself. The glowing red threads binding Shen Ye slowly vanished. Yi Bing said, it's precisely this personality of yours, both intelligent and stubborn, that has helped you survive one perilous situation after another. The last red thread wrapped around Shen Ye's pinky finger. This thread is a gift I'm leaving you. Just give it a little tug, and I'll come save you. Of course, that would also mean you've lost our bet. She pointed towards the back of the cave. The hidden trial is deep within this underground river. Go on, go and experience the deep-seated malice humanity holds for you. I hope there will come a day when you use the power I've given you to kill every last one of them. I will be on the spirit altar, amidst countless screams, to personally preside over the ritual of your fall. After Yi Bing left, Shen Ye dropped to his knees, panting. He muttered, just make sure you don't die before then. He gritted his teeth, his face full of frustration. What am I, Dracula or Lucifer? Why is she so obsessed with me falling to the dark side? I have to check out this trap for myself. The skull appeared. Shen Ye, are you really going? He snapped back. No kidding. Do I have any other choice? The skull sighed. Fair enough. Meanwhile, in the main promotion hall, an announcement rang out. Congratulations to Nanggong Siyue for securing second place. Xiao Mengyu watched as Nanggong Siyue was teleported in. Then she saw others appear one after another. Third place, Ma Jinlong. Fourth place, Wang Xuan. Fifth place. She worriedly thought to herself, more and more people are clearing the trial. Why isn't Shen Ye out yet? The examiner announced that there were 5 minutes remaining, and any contestant not out by the end would be eliminated. Xiao Mengyu stared anxiously at the teleportation gate. Suddenly, Nanggong Siyue, standing in the middle of the hall, began gathering energy. Countless ancient golden characters swirled around him. Someone nearby recognized it. That's a secret transmission barrier. Xiao Mengyu was shocked. This spell was only used for top secret messages, yet Nanggong Siyue dared to use it in public. She suddenly realized something serious. Could something terrible have actually happened inside the exam grounds? At the same time, Shen Ye had reached the end of the underground river, where he faced a massive stone gate. He muttered, at the end of this river, is a huge stone gate like this? He tried to push it. Grr, it won't budge an inch. He stepped back, panting. Damn it, I can't open it even with all my strength. Am I not even going to make it past the entrance? The skull reminded him. Shen Ye, look at the patterns on the door. He looked closely at 2 hand-shaped grooves. In the center of each was an eye. The skull explained, they're identical to the hands of that many-eyed giant you guys killed earlier. Shen Ye was confused. You mean this door can only be opened by that giant? But Xiao Mengyu already cut him down. The skull asked, remember how you let me eat that giant's head? A ball of energy appeared in Shen Ye's hand. He answered, I remember. Why? The skull said confidently. I can replicate the skeleton of anything I've eaten. It began to transform, enveloped in blue energy. Super transformation mode, skeletal king of the many-eyed giant. And I gain its special traits. A massive skeleton appeared, but it was only the upper half. Shen Ye cheered. Whoa, so cool. But why is there only an upper body? The skull snapped. Because my power hasn't fully recovered, you idiot. The giant skeleton slammed, its fists on the water, creating a huge wave. Shen Ye was ecstatic. Awesome, the skeletal giant king. After the door opened, the skull returned to its normal form, panting. Phew, that was exhausting. Shen Ye asked, by the way, those other forms you had before, don't tell me you ate spiders and turtles? The skull coughed. Ahem, you should know that in a life or death moment, you gotta eat what you can. The heavy stone door creaked open, revealing a vast space inside. Shen Ye stepped in and saw an ancient arena. In the center stood a warrior in full armor, holding a long spear. He murmured, so this is the hidden trial. He looked closer, sensing a powerful aura from his opponent. The warrior stood tall, his armor stained by the passage of time. The blazing red eyes inside his helmet suddenly lit up, and two stone pedestals on either side of the arena erupted in blue flames. The warrior spoke, his deep, resonant voice echoing, 1,000 years. It has been a full 1,000 years since anyone has come to take on the trial of the Huntian Gate. Shen Ye was astonished. The statue was talking. The Huntian Gate trial. What's that? Is it hard? The statue replied, not hard. It's very simple. Flames erupted from the statue's chest. All you have to do is defeat me. Shen Ye said, Senior, you must be terrifyingly strong, right? Otherwise, how could no one have passed in 1,000 years? Who dares approach? The statue explained. It's because humans of your era have grown weaker and weaker, scared witless by this trial. But I never expected that in this age of cowards, a young warrior like you would appear. The statue lunged with its spear. This truly brings me joy. Shen Ye took a defensive stance as Skull issued a warning. Shen Ye, this statue is about 3 times stronger than Zhu Ying, he muttered, as a notification panel appeared, showing he dumped all his points into agility. Shen Ye immediately executed the flowing moon steps, creating countless afterimages to dodge the statue's attack. The moment he evaded the strike, he suddenly appeared behind the statue, pouring all his power into his fist. A notification panel popped up, all points allocated to strength. The statue let out a soft, "Oh?" Shen Ye unleashed a thunderous punch into the statue's back, yelling, "Thunderclap palm." The immense recoil sent him flying backward. The statue was surprised. After landing, Shen Ye panted heavily as the statue spoke. I never expected you to even know the heaven-suppressing bone moon technique, but you're still too green, not even at the first realm. If your base stats were just a little higher, and your technique was 1 level stronger, you might have actually pushed me back. Shen Ye was stunned. You know the heaven-suppressing bone moon technique too? The statue replied. The fame of the heaven-suppressing bone moon technique has stood unshaken for thousands of years, but it has been several ages since I've met someone who could use it. I thought the moon gazer lineage had no more successors. Boy, your potential is limitless. It raised its spear high, showing a sign of respect. For a fine warrior such as yourself, I must use my full strength. A colossal ice dragon materialized behind the statue. It let out a ferocious roar and said, "Come, defeat me, and prove you have what it takes to enter the chaotic heaven gate, and you'd better not die." Shen Ye panicked, waving his hands frantically. "Senior, I don't want to enter some chaotic heaven gate. I'll get you a full maintenance package, lube up your joints, give you a full body polish, a crystal coating, and even a yearly membership card. Just please, can you spare my life?" The statue laughed heartily. "Haha, boy, I do enjoy your sense of humor. Now, take this." It charged forward to attack. Shen Ye desperately cried for help. "Damn it, Beetle King, get over here and help me." Skull appeared in the form of a bone dragon, replying, "I'll hold off this ice dragon for you. You go deal with the statue." Skull roared, "Super transformation form, skeletal slayer." The statue was taken aback. "A creature of the underworld. I never thought you'd have a battle pet like this." The skeletal slayer lunged and wrapped itself around the ice dragon, while the statue immediately rushed toward Shen Ye. "Let's see how many more surprises you have for me." Shen Ye was shocked. So fast. He hurriedly dodged the attack. He slipped past the spearhead, kicked his opponent's weapon, and yelled, "Bone Rend. Guaranteed weapon disarm effect." The statue swiftly snatched its spear back, offering praise. "Nice move." But in the next instant, it used the spear's shaft to impale Shen Ye. "A pity. It's the same old problem. You're not even at the first realm, so your power is just too weak." Shen Ye coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His body was sent sliding back along the spear shaft. A notification panel appeared. Whitebone Aegis has blocked a fatal blow for you. 3 uses remaining. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, this stone statue is way too strong. At my current level, there's absolutely no way I can beat it. Could it be? Do I really have to let Zhao Yibing come and save me? The image of a girl with captivating red eyes flashed through his mind. But then, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes as he yelled, like hell. The statue observed the afterimage it had just pierced. It commented, to be able to move, even after being impaled. Not bad. Then, it swung its spear, shattering Shen Ye's afterimage. It continued, but an illusion of this level won't fool me. It turned out that the person who was impaled was just an afterimage. The real Shen Ye was standing in another corner, clutching a wound on his chest and groaning. Ugh. Another notification panel popped up. Whitebone Aegis has blocked a fatal blow for you. 2 uses remaining. His gaze sharpened, showing no signs of giving up as he prepared for another assault. He poured all his energy into one final attack, Bone Rend. A massive burst of icy energy exploded from Shen Ye's strike. It completely engulfed the statue. Witnessing the scene, Skull screamed in terror, Shen Ye, but the statue easily broke through the attack. It spoke coldly. Don't you have any stronger moves? At this rate, you'll never pass this trial. You'll need to at least train to this level to have any effect on me. Suddenly, its expression changed to one of surprise. From within the darkness, the statue's red eyes glowed as it sensed an immense power bearing down on it. A giant stone gate suddenly materialized and came crashing down right on the statue's position. Skull yelled out in amazement. Whoa, your gate turned into a massive stone slab. That thing must weigh tens of thousands of pounds. Was getting sent flying part of your plan too, Shen Ye? Meanwhile, another notification appeared. Whitebone Aegis has blocked a fatal blow for you. 1 use remaining. Covered in ice, Shen Ye gritted his teeth and thought, you bastards, the ones who set all this up. So, you all figured I'd die here, huh? Zhao Yibing, or should I say, the master of the Weeping Demon Domain. You really think I'm going to lose for sure? He growled, his entire body radiating an unyielding will. Hilarious. You really think I'm afraid of death? Do you really think I'll just accept my fate? Just then, an incredible power erupted from beneath the stone gate. The ground shook violently as the stone gate began to crack. A brilliant golden light shot out from the fissure, completely shattering the gate. The skull panicked. He's being crushed by that stone gate, and he can still move? Damn it, he destroyed the gate directly. The teleport didn't even activate. Shen Ye also looked up in shock as the skull screamed from above. The statue plummeted from the sky like a meteor. The tip of its spear blazed with a dazzling light as it pierced straight toward Shen Ye, creating a massive explosion of ice and light. The Jinghai skull screamed, Shen Ye. It tried to charge forward, but a water dragon relentlessly assaulted it. The skull's entire skeletal body took the full brunt of the attack and shattered into countless pieces. The final notification panel appeared. The flesh of the white bone has helped you block a fatal blow. Remaining uses, 0. In the pouring rain, a grievously wounded Shen Ye was pinned by the statue's long spear. The statue looked down at him and said, you did very well. Young man, in several thousand years, you are the first person to ever injure me. It gazed at him with a complex expression. Unfortunately, your stats are far too low. You cannot pass this trial. Shen Ye's head hung low, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. The statue continued. If you had arrived 10 years from now, perhaps you would have had a chance. But there are no what-ifs in this world. Farewell. In the long, unrivaled years to come, I will remember you. Shen Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk, his voice dripping with contempt. What a smug block of stone. He lifted his head, his sharp eyes locking onto the triumphant statue as he growled. And what makes you so sure I'm finished? A massive stone gate materialized behind Shen Ye once more. The statue narrowed its eyes and said coldly, the same old trick. You think I'll fall for it a second time? The pressure of death has forced you to make a foolish move. It brandished its long spear, pointing it directly at the battered Shen Ye. In that case, let this stone gate serve as your tombstone. The spear shot forward with terrifying speed, piercing through Shen Ye's chest yet again. Right. At that exact moment, a decisive thought flashed through Shen Ye's mind. I have to use the final effect of the flesh of the white bone, letting my body use the force of the statue's attack to shatter the stone gate behind me. As his body slammed violently into the stone gate, a series of system notifications appeared. You have been struck by a fatal blow. The second effect of the flesh of the white bone has been activated. After your life ends, the system will forcibly preserve one final breath for you and compel your heart to beat. It will forcibly activate your body's potential and forcibly heal your wounds to a certain extent. This is limited to a single use. The statue suddenly realized something was wrong. Its crimson eyes filled with astonishment. It saw that Shen Ye had passed through the stone gate, escaping the trial space. Another series of notifications rang out. Warning. You have left the trial grounds. This space is the gate you summoned. He can actually pass through space-time, return to the trial grounds within 5 seconds, or you will be judged as having failed. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, using every last ounce of strength to grip the spear, impaling his chest. He let out a roar, filled with both agony and unbending will. Ugh. A new skill has been activated, Time Stasis. When you pass through the gate, you can cause time on one side of the gate to freeze for 3 seconds. This can be used once per week. For the statue, time seemed to stand still. 1 second. Shen Ye poured all of his power into his sword and roared, Tai-Bai sword style, sacrificing one's own safety to deliver a guaranteed killing blow. The state of selflessness, 2 seconds. He swung his sword with absolute abandon, the sword of slaughter. His blade slashed fiercely into the statue's waist. The razor-sharp edge cut deep into its tough, stone armor. In that instant, Shen Ye's entire body slid past the statue. 3 seconds. Time resumed. The statue stood there, stunned. A gaping wound sliced across its body. Crack! The sound of splintering stone echoed from the gash on its waist. It looked down in utter disbelief. From the statue's perspective, Shen Ye was still pinned by its spear, but that last sword strike, it was just impossibly fast. Such a fast sword, it thought. Immediately after, Shen Ye roared, "Gate, disperse!" The giant stone gate behind him shattered into a million pieces, and his body plunged freely into the water below. He gasped for air, each breath a heavy, ragged struggle. Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk. He choked up a mouthful of blood, wondering through his exhaustion, "Did I do it?" The shattered head of the statue slowly rose from the water surface. It mused, that sword strike. Could it have been the Tai-Bai sword style? As a green energy healed his wounds, Shen Ye replied with a sarcastic smirk, "That's right. And I just learned it, too. What do you think?" The statue's voice was filled with pure admiration. "I couldn't even see your move. It was astounding." To possess the legacy of the moonlit system, the power to traverse space-time, and even master the Tai-Bai sword style so magnificently just after learning it, no one is more worthy of entering. Young man of the Hongtian sect, congratulations on passing the trial. With a weary look on his face, Shen Ye asked, "You've been talking about the Hongtian sect this whole time. What exactly is it?" The statue replied, "Oh, in this era, the 4 great sects have been wiped out. No wonder you don't know." It began to explain as mystical symbols appeared on the water's surface. Jia Lam, Kui Ku, Tuk Nyung, and Hongtian. These are the 4 most powerful sects in the world, and Hongtian is the leader of them all, the statue affirmed. Shen Ye suddenly realized that the 3 great high schools must have evolved from these sects. He quickly asked, "Why is Hongtian the leader? As far as I know, Jia Lam is the strongest, isn't it?" The statue answered contemptuously, Jia Lam might be strong, but it's nothing compared to Hongtian. Among the 4 great sects, only Hongtian can contact the Nexus." "The Nexus? What's that?" Shen Ye asked curiously. The statue shook its head. "That, I cannot tell you. I have already said too much. I have broken the rules." A magnificent scene appeared, where a brilliant golden moon shone down upon an ancient city floating in the clouds. The statue's voice echoed, "You need only remember this. The Hongtian sect is the oldest and most magnificent land of inheritance in this world. It is the hope of all. If you wish to stand at the apex of the world, to obtain unprecedented power, to learn the true secrets of the billions of worlds in the universe, then there is only one way." The statue's head slowly sank beneath the water, speaking its final words, "The Hongtian sect." Shen Ye hurriedly called out, "Wait, I still want to ask you what the moonlit legacy is." But it was too late. He muttered, "Damn it." Immediately after, a series of notification panels appeared before Shen Ye. In a life-or-death situation, you have miraculously defeated the stone golem of the Hongtian sect. The title, The Boy Who Lived, has been activated. All your basic attributes have increased by 2 points. Current attributes: Strength, 10.3, Agility, 12.1, plus 0.1 from the bracelet. Spirit, 10.1, Perception 10, Resonance 15. Moonlit Legacy Resonance adds 20 points. Usable attribute points, 10. The bone fragments of the skull reassembled, and it said apologetically, "Sorry, Shen Ye. I wasn't much help." Shen Ye replied, "No, it was all thanks to you. If you hadn't blocked that water dragon, I would have been toast." Suddenly, a tiny, smiling seed flew out from the dissipating water dragon, surprising Shen Ye. The water dragon abruptly reformed, with the seed now resting on its forehead. Shen Ye grew wary. "What's with this water dragon? Don't tell me we have to fight another round? The trial should be over." The seed radiated a green energy, enveloping the water dragon. The energy and water merged, transforming into a massive wooden dragon. It spoke with a majestic voice, "Heir of the moonlit legacy. Congratulations on passing the trial. I shall preside over your initiation ceremony." The skull was stunned. It actually turned into a real dragon. Shen Ye realized it was the effect of that wooden statue. The wooden dragon suddenly froze, its gaze turning sharp. It roared, full of fury, toward the shadows. A girl with purple hair and red eyes appeared, holding out her hand and saying calmly, "Don't get so worked up." This girl was Zhao Yibing. She said, "He's already won the bet. I'm not going to attack you here." The wooden dragon growled a warning. "Outsider, he has passed the trial. The blessing of the realm has descended upon him. If you dare to harbor any ill intentions, you will suffer a strike from the world itself." Zhao Yibing smirked. What a detestable creature. "I already said I have no malicious intent." Shen Ye pointed an angry finger at her and shouted, "If you know you lost, what are you doing here? Are you trying to pull something?" Zhao Yibing looked directly at him, her voice laced with hidden meaning. "Shen Ye, you won. But you should also know that you were set up by your own kind, weren't you?" While Shen Ye was still in shock, Zhao Yibing spoke again, her tone like she was bestowing a great favor. "Let me tell you some news I just received. Consider it a bonus prize for winning the bet." The scene before Shen Ye's eyes suddenly changed. He saw a planet exploding violently in the vast cosmos. Zhao Yibing's voice echoed, "Your world will soon be destroyed." She looked at him with a complicated expression, continuing her temptation. "Only I can save you. Shen Ye, become one of my people. When this world comes to an end, I will be by your side to protect your soul." Shen Ye angrily brushed her off, roaring, "The only thing I know is that I won the bet. Cut the crap about the end of the world. As I see it, the one who needs to disappear from my world is you." Zhao Yibing was completely unfazed, her red eyes flashing with insight. "It seems you still don't understand. Everything I've said is the truth. How about this?" She made an unbelievable offer. "We make one more bet." Shen Ye's expression became extremely annoyed. Shen Ye pointed at her and yelled, "Are you kidding me? I'm not betting with you again. And don't even think about forcing me. You better get lost right now and never show your face again." Zhao Yibing drifted back, her voice echoing from a distance. "Gods never force mortals. The only thing that forces them is themselves." She calmly played her trump card. "Me." The list. Shen Ye froze, those two words stunning him into silence. Zhao Yibing continued her deadly temptation, outlining the plan to kill him, kill his friends, kill Zhao Mengyu's brother, and kill tens of thousands of people in that district. All of it, she said, was ordered and permitted by the people on that list. The skinner is merely the butcher's knife, but I'm guessing you're more interested in the butcher holding it. Just defeat me one more time, and I'll give you the list of those butchers. How about it?" Shen Ye lowered his head, grinding his teeth as he muttered her words back at her. What a line. Gods never force mortals. The only thing that forces them is themselves. He snapped his head up, his gaze as sharp and decisive as a dagger. "Tell me, what are the stakes?" Zhao Yibing chuckled softly. "As a god, my wagers are often far fairer than those of you humans. In 7 days, my kin, the Skinner, will come for you. The two of you will have a match." A bewitching red thread shot out from her finger. The thread wrapped around Shen Ye's arm. Her voice echoed along with a system notification. "If you win, the list is yours. If you lose, your soul belongs to me." This wager was a technique created from the opponent's fundamental divine power. Normally, you could neither resist nor refuse this, but because you've won once before, the master of the abyssal weeping domain requires your consent to establish a new wager. Shen Ye clenched his fist, the demonic thread digging into his flesh and drawing blood. "The wager has been accepted by you and the master of the abyssal weeping domain. The wager is set." Zhao Yibing smiled and waved goodbye as her body slowly faded away. "One mark represents 1 day. We'll meet again in 7 days. Starting with the smallest chips until you have to sell your very soul, that's her style." When the last of the red thread vanished, the wooden dragon finally spoke. "She's gone. Successor of the lunar system. Let's continue with the ritual." Shen Ye agreed. "Fine, but what exactly is the lunar system?" The wooden dragon replied, I am only responsible for your entry into the Hantian Gate. You'll have to figure out the rest on your own. Get ready, we're beginning, the wooden dragon said. And a massive torrent of green energy enveloped Shen Ye. At the same time, in the main hall of the examination grounds, the other candidates began to appear after finishing their tests. More and more candidates are out now, and there's only 1 minute left until the exam ends. Xiao Mengyu asked Zhang Xiaoyi and Guo Yunye worriedly, have either of you seen Shen Ye? Guo Yunye was surprised. Huh? Shen Ye isn't out yet? How's that possible? He's so strong, I thought he would have passed a long time ago, the chief examiner announced solemnly from the high platform. Time's up. The examination is over. Congratulations to all the candidates present here. You have successfully been admitted into the 3 great academies. While the other students erupted in joyous cheers, Xiao Mengyu was frantic with worry. Wait, hold on. Shen Ye still isn't out? Something's definitely wrong, a nearby rich brat mocked. Haha, who knew the acting head of the Luo family was such an idiot? If Shen Ye's not out, it just means he failed the final stage. He approached her, looking at Xiao Mengyu with contempt. Did you really think this exam was designed specifically for that braggart? What a stupid woman, whispers rose from the surrounding crowd. Hey everyone, the top student is a lunatic. Ha ha ha. I bet she's got a thing going with that commoner, Shen Ye. Tisk tisk, what an embarrassment to our great families. An examiner from Jialan Academy stepped forward and spoke to Xiao Mengyu. Xiao Mengyu, you have always been outstanding. Jialan Academy welcomes you, but we hope your mind can match your strength. It was a piece of advice, but also a warning. Xiao Mengyu lowered her head, silently enduring the humiliation. Suddenly, a calm, steady voice cut through the chaos. I saw Shen Ye. Everyone turned to see it was the renowned Nangong Sirui. He continued, I can confirm Xiao Mengyu's words. Xiao Mengyu is right. There was indeed a problem with the exam. Shen Ye was targeted by some kind of calamity. Everyone was astonished. What? Even Nangong Sirui is defending that commoner? The chief examiner from Jialan Academy looked doubtful. He questioned him. A calamity? Nangong Sirui, are you certain you didn't see things? Nangong Sirui pointed 2 fingers to his eyes, which flashed with a golden light. He affirmed with absolute certainty, I swear on my mystic eyes. There is absolutely no mistake. A long-haired man wearing sunglasses stepped forward, asking bluntly, Young Master Nangong, when you saw Shen Ye, was he alive or dead? A noblewoman spoke up, her tone dripping with ridicule. Everyone knows that a lone, classless person facing a calamity has basically no chance of survival. She narrowed her eyes, adding her damning conclusion. Unless he surrendered to the calamity, Nangong Sirui calmly recounted. At the time, a candidate disguised by the calamity had him under control. They seemed to be talking about something. When he saw me, he immediately signaled for me to run. That's the only reason I made it out alive. I don't believe for a second that he surrendered to the calamity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped me. He would have lured me closer. The woman smirked. Ha ha, Mr. Nangong. Those words of yours prove nothing. At best, they suggest that the Shen Ye of that time hadn't surrendered to the calamity yet. She spread her arms wide, announcing loudly to everyone, Ladies and gentlemen, if the calamity is real and Shen Ye is dead, then so be it. She continued to rile up the crowd, her tone growing sharper. But if he's alive, we are obligated to capture him and interrogate him for every last piece of information about the calamity. He was already an arrogant little menace to begin with, thinking he's the center of the universe. Later, he'd definitely surrender to the calamity. Before she could finish, the ceiling suddenly shattered. A figure plummeted from the sky, screaming, Ag, and landed directly on top of her. Asterisk, crash. Asterisk. The 2 of them collapsed in a heap on the floor. To everyone's astonishment, the heavily injured Shen Ye struggled to his feet and yelled, Damn it, that was exhausting. This time, the exam is really over, right? Xiao Mengyu, Nangong Sirui, and the others were all in shock. Then they joyfully called out his name, Shen Ye. Zhang Xiaoyi and Guo Yunye ran over. Brother Ye, you're finally out. Shen Ye, still dazed, looked around at everyone. Huh? You're all here? Does that mean everyone's finished with the exam? The rich brat and his cronies immediately pointed and shouted, He's alive. How could anyone survive an encounter with the calamity? He must have surrendered to it. Not only that, he brought the statue out of the examination hall himself. He broke the rules. Before Shen Ye could even process what was happening, he was suddenly encased in a sphere of water and lifted into the air. The chief examiner raised his hand. His eyes were cold as he declared, Shen Ye, you are under arrest. He continued, his voice filled with authority. We suspect you have surrendered to the calamity. You must submit to an interrogation. What? Shen Ye cried out in shock. Trapped inside the water sphere, Shen Ye hurriedly explained. You've got it wrong. I didn't surrender to the calamity. She and I made a bet, and I won. You have to send people to Yunshan port right now. She planted bombs all over that place. If they go off, everyone on this island will die. The woman he had just pancaked scrambled to her feet, dusting off her dress and saying with contempt, "Humph, utter nonsense." Shen Ye was stunned by the sheer absurdity. She continued, Yunshan port is the territory of the strongest academy, Jialan. There is absolutely no way someone could plant bombs right under their noses. I bet you're just trying to create a diversion so you can summon the calamity and ambush us. In response came Shen Ye's desperate roar. Damn it, everything I'm saying is the truth. Let me out of here. The chief examiner's face remained like a sheet of ice. Enough. You will submit to the investigation. When the truth comes to light, your name will naturally be cleared. Shen Ye grew even more agitated, shouting from within the sphere. By the time that happens, the bombs will have already exploded. The hundreds of thousands of people at Yunshan port will die. Can you bear that responsibility? But the examiner was unmoved. He ordered coldly, silence. Instantly, the water sphere constricted, leaving Shen Ye able to do little more than gargle in pain. Just then, a finger glowing with a brilliant golden light pointed directly at the examiner, stopping his actions cold. The man in sunglasses, Qian Rushan, stepped forward to confront him, his voice booming with power. Let him go. The facts of the matter are still unclear. You have no right to touch a member of our World Martial Arts Group. The examiner narrowed his eyes, his expression condescending. Qian Rushan, stand down. In light of the many contributions the World Martial Arts Group has made to humanity, I can overlook your insolence. But Qian Rushan didn't back down an inch, retorting with firm resolve. Dispel your technique at once. Otherwise, I will use force to protect the interests of the group. This challenge left the examiner stunned and furious. Do you have any idea what you're doing? But before their standoff could conclude, something unexpected happened. The small wooden seed Shen Ye was carrying began to glow with a brilliant green light as a powerful surge of energy shot out from it. It shattered the water sphere that held Shen Ye captive. The green energy enveloped Shen Ye, slowly lifting him into the air. Both the examiner and Qian Rushan were dumbfounded by this sudden spectacle. What? The crowd below erupted into a flurry of conversation. Look, that statue just broke the spell. Another person questioned, how in the world did that kid manage to bring a statue out of the exam hall? And someone else was quick to pass judgment. Isn't it obvious? He must have cheated. But then, a sharp-eyed observer recognized what was happening and shouted in awe, wait a minute, the light surrounding him is a blessing from the law realm. Qian Rushan burst into triumphant laughter. Ha 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 ha. Shen Ye has been acknowledged by the law realm. He's even received its blessing. A person who has received a blessing from the law realm would absolutely never surrender to the calamity. The noblewoman, utterly humiliated, tried to save face. Humph, so what? He went past the time limit, so he's already failed the exam. There's no way he can get into the top 3 academies. So he's innocent? Who cares? Go on and take him back to your little group and spend all your time training him up. Hearing this, Qian Rushan muttered with contempt. Humph, right. Such a disgusting woman. Too bad he didn't crush you to death a minute ago. Suddenly, the green energy around Shen Ye flared violently. It swirled and coiled, forming a massive vortex of energy right in the middle of the hall. From within the vortex, a colossal wooden dragon emerged, majestic and imposing, striking fear into everyone present. Qian Rushan's jaw dropped in astonishment, while the noblewoman's face went deathly pale. Is that a dragon? The entire crowd, including Nangong Sirui and Xiao Mengyu, were left speechless by this extraordinary sight. What in the world is going on? Amidst everyone's shock, the wooden dragon's authoritative voice echoed throughout the hall. Today, a descendant of the human race, Shen Ye, has successfully passed the trial of the Hantian Gate, earning the status of a legacy disciple. It continued its solemn declaration as Shen Ye was slowly brought before it, officially permitting him to join the Hantian Gate and become a legacy disciple. This is a rule of the ancient world, and it cannot be defied. After the announcement, the wooden seed cracked open, revealing a sparkling, luminous jade tablet. The jade tablet flew on its own and landed gently in Shen Ye's palm. On it were carved 2 words, Ancient Hantian. The moment he touched the tablet, a green light enveloped his body as the system's mechanical voice rang out, activating the corresponding sequence. Citizen Shen Ye has confirmed his entry into the ancient sect, Hantian Gate. Current personal authority has been upgraded. Rank is now classified. As the light faded, Qian Rushan immediately rushed over, throwing his arm around Shen Ye's shoulder in excitement. Even Kunlun itself showed up to verify it. Shen Ye, did you really do it? How did you manage to join the Hantian Gate? Shen Ye was still in a daze. I have no idea either. Oh, right. Where even is the Hantian Gate? Qian Rushan explained that the Hantian Gate was the head of the 4 great ancient sects, but it had long since vanished from history. So, you'll have to temporarily study at one of the 3 remaining high schools. If you ever discover the ruins of the Hantian Gate, you can use this tablet to enter. Immediately, representatives from the 3 major high schools swarmed Shen Ye. Their attitudes had done a complete 180. The representative from Zirong was all smiles. Student Shen Ye. Welcome to our Zirong Academy. All of your expenses during your time with us will be covered by the school. The representative from Guishu immediately cut in. Whatever Zirong is offering, we at Guishu will double it. The examiner from Jialan wasn't about to lose. Jialan High can offer you triple. Student Shen Ye, think it over carefully. Our Jialan High is the strongest. Shen Ye could only sigh in frustration. Asterisk. A minute ago they wanted to arrest me, and now they're falling over themselves to recruit me? Asterisk. Shen Ye waved away their offers and shouted anxiously, "Hey, we can deal with choosing a school later. Everyone, hurry up and send people to Yunshan Port to defuse the bomb." Hearing this, the representatives quickly reassured him. Haha, actually, our Zirong Academy has already dispatched an elite team. They should be arriving any minute now. Our Guishu team is also on the way. Our people from Jialan arrived on site to investigate a long time ago. Suddenly, the entire hall shook violently, and a piercing siren blared everywhere. Warning, multiple explosions have occurred at Yunshan Port. Warning, multiple explosions have occurred at Yunshan Port. The system's voice continued to deliver the bad news as Shen Ye stood frozen, detecting that a catastrophe of an unknown level had descended. Assessing the situation. Damn it. Assessment complete. Event level, A-class. Yunshan Port is on the verge of collapse. All academies are ordered to evacuate students at maximum speed. The flashback begins a few minutes before Shen Ye fell into the main hall. In the peaceful and magnificent city of Yunshan Port, Zhao Yibing was sitting by a fountain adorned with an angel statue. Flocks of white doves flew around her, creating an incredibly serene scene. Children played joyfully, and people bustled about. An elegant man with silver hair approached and began to introduce the statue. This sculpture is over 300 years old. It's said that the goddess of the spring once descended here and left behind her true likeness. Zhao Yibing smirked faintly. She repeated mockingly, "The goddess of the spring." The man, oblivious, continued to drone on. Yes, the artists of that era created numerous sculptures and oil paintings to record the goddess's miracles. There was once a kingdom torn by war that also suffered a great drought. At the moment of their potential demise, the goddess descended, holding a water vase. She created an entire river, saving all of her people. Just then, a little girl with pigtails ran up, her eyes shining as she looked at Zhao Yibing. "Wow, big sister, you're so pretty." The little girl held out a pink chrysanthemum and said shyly, "I have a flower, and I want to give it to you." Zhao Yibing took the flower and asked with a smile, "Oh? Who do you think is prettier? That holy statue of the goddess? Or me?" The little girl answered without hesitation. "Of course, you're prettier." Hearing this, Zhao Yibing gave a satisfied smile. She thought to herself, asterisk, the most fundamental power of a deity is their allure. Asterisk, asterisk. Every law of my body manifests into an order that compels all living beings to bow down in worship. Asterisk, asterisk. Within it lies the beauty of creation, something that mere mortals could never comprehend. Asterisk. The silver-haired man chimed in, praising the gods is what a child should do. Zhao Yibing immediately retorted, "No. In this world, there is nothing that anyone is obligated to do for another." She glanced at the flower and continued, "The vast majority of mortals fail to understand this, which is why they can never achieve transcendence. You will never know peace." As she spoke, the flower in her hand withered in an instant. Then, she turned and reached out, gently caressing the terrified little girl's cheek. "Sweetie, thank you for the flower." Immediately after, her eyes turned a ghastly yellow, her body transforming into a terrifying form. Her voice grew cold. "In return, I curse you. For the rest of your life, you will endure endless suffering and torment. You will fall from a height of 1,000 meters, be swallowed by the sea, feel the agony of near death, and then wash ashore on a deserted island. You will suffer from hunger and thirst, be rescued by men with the hearts of beasts, and endure every kind of torture. And when the ship finally sinks, you still will not be allowed to die." As the little girl stood frozen in horror, Zhao Yibing's curse continued to echo. You will grow up in pain, experiencing sickness, betrayal, sorrow, and slander, toyed with by the cruel whims of fate. Her red eyes glinted with malice. Until the day you turn 99 years old, you will breathe your last on a damp, suffocating sickbed and fall into the dark abyss. Only then will your soul finally be free from my curse. Released, her voice echoed by the fountain, now stained with blood. If, by then, you still remember me, I will come for you. But if you have forgotten, then in this vast world, you will be free to go wherever you please. Hearing the curse, the little girl could only stand there, frozen, as silent tears of terror streamed down her face. After a moment of shock, she burst into sobs and turned to flee from the demon before her. A silver-haired man bowed respectfully. He, this floating island has 300,000 souls. What a bountiful feast. Would you like to begin your lunch? I am at your service. Zhao Yibing glanced at him. No, this bountiful feast is for you. The man was surprised. For me? Zhao Yibing continued. While that little girl is still running in vain, I will take a portion of the souls on this island to recover my strength. The rest belong to you. The soul altar is ready. Over the next 7 days, you must use the altar to absorb as many souls as possible to prepare for my gamble. She looked towards the city. As for me, I must soon abandon this body and go to the 3 great academies. That place connects the spiritual plane of this world to reality, and it's heavily guarded. Do not come looking for me for the time being, unless you hear my call. All right, it is almost time. Her eyes reflected the impending chaos as she gave the order. Let the grand overture begin. The silver-haired man bowed in obedience, as the goddess commands. Just as the little girl's parents found her, the man snapped his fingers, and a world-shattering explosion erupted right behind them. The angel fountain exploded in a colossal sea of fire, marking the beginning of the destruction. The entire floating island of Yunshan began to crumble and sink amidst a chain of explosions. Sirens blared everywhere. Class A disaster warning, Advent. Class A disaster warning, Advent. Yunshan port is about to fall. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Yunshan port is about to fall. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Massive fragments of the city rained down like meteors, spreading death and destruction. Amidst the rubble, countless blue souls were drawn toward Zhao Yibing. She closed her eyes, savoring the endless torrent of souls. Truly delicious. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, sensing the presence of others. Oh, the annoying little rats have arrived. Seeing the rescue teams, the silver-haired man offered, Master, let me deal with them. Zhao Yibing stopped him. No, you just focus on absorbing the souls. The elite warriors from the 3 great academies landed, roaring in fury. You damned calamity. How dare you attack Yunshan port? We will seal you away, cast you into the endless prison to suffer eternally in darkness, never to escape for all eternity. Facing the 2 assassins charging at her, Zhao Yibing merely smiled faintly. The souls of these class holders are even tastier than those of ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, the 2 assassins' heads exploded, showering the area in blood. Zhao Yibing licked her lips, just enough for a satisfying meal. 2 other powerful warriors didn't flinch. A man with a tiger tattoo roared, "You monster," while a woman with sharp twin blades screamed, "Die!" They both charged at her from opposite sides. But the tiger-tattooed man suddenly froze, his face filled with terror. In a brief moment, the warriors' bodies were torn to pieces by an unseen force. A blindfolded swordsman witnessed the horrific scene, only managing to yell, "Damn it," when suddenly, a massive wave of green energy swept through. Immediately after, Zhao Yibing's head was severed by a blast of sword energy, sending black blood splattering everywhere. A veteran warrior, who appeared to be the commander, quickly ordered the others, "Everyone, use long-range attacks. Do not get close to her under any circumstances." The warriors responded in unison, "Roger." Almost instantly, countless ranged attacks from talismans, magic, and key arts shot toward Zhao Yibing from all directions. All the attacks converged on a single point, creating an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed everything in a sea of fire. When the smoke cleared, only the lower half of Zhao Yibing's body remained, motionless in the center of a deep crater. Witnessing this, the blindfolded swordsman exclaimed with joy, "We did it." But from the remaining part of her body, dark red sinews began to sprout, regenerating her form at a terrifying speed. Another person screamed in horror, "Watch out, she's not dead." Zhao Yibing's ghostly voice echoed from the ruins, "You mortals, you always act on your base desires, and only after paying the price do you regret losing control. No matter how the times change, you people never will." Her body regenerated completely, but she had transformed into a naked, demonic form. She then revealed a horrifying truth. Once, to obtain a source of water, you sacrificed the souls of hundreds of thousands of people, and even twisted history itself. You made future generations praise this deal with the devil. Your foolishness has damned these souls to suffer, and now, I will grant you all release. An eternity without pain. Become a part of me. Sing praises to my name. She reached her hand forward, her glowing red eyes staring straight at the survivors as she declared, I am the goddess of the stream. All the remaining warriors were stunned, utterly horrified by this cruel revelation. In the next moment, a terrifying psychic power descended. They were all suspended in a blood-red space, impaled by countless crimson threads. All they could do was scream in absolute agony as they were brutally tortured. Zhao Yibing's voice rang out again. I will use your blood to extinguish the flames of your desire. As she finished speaking, the warriors' bodies were torn apart from the inside. Fresh blood stained the entire dimension red. After they had all died, blue souls slowly drifted out of their corpses. Zhao Yibing said calmly, That's enough souls. Her pure energy form turned to speak to the silver-haired man. I have to go now. You stay here and continue to absorb souls with the altar to prepare for the wager. The man replied respectfully, As you command. She continued, Finally, to ensure you can absorb enough souls before I leave, I will use one more spell. She raised her hand and cast a supreme soul magic, the Wailing Phantom of Despair. A notification panel appeared, showing the tragic fate of the entire island. The number of people cursed was 328,761. After completing her task, her physical body vanished into thin air. Her naked soul descended onto the altar of flesh and bone, where her acolyte was already kneeling in wait. The silver-haired man closed his eyes, his face filled with reverence. He clasped his hands, his voice trembling with adoration. Great Master, thank you. It is you who has saved me from despair, time and time again. He embraced her energy form, vowing, I will win this wager. I swear I will not let you down. I swear it. At the same time, back in the chaotic hall of the examination school, the urgent announcement continued to blare. Warning, a massive explosion has occurred at Port Yunshan. The port is about to collapse. An A-rank disaster has been declared. Shen Ye gritted his teeth. Damn it. An examiner quickly ordered, All proctors, evacuate the students immediately. Shen Ye slammed his fist on the table, demanding of another examiner, Hey, didn't you say you sent people to take care of it? Then why the hell did Port Yunshan still blow up? The examiner stammered, Well, an S-rank disaster isn't something that can be easily handled. The head examiner stepped forward to calm the situation. What's done is done. Let's focus on evacuating the students first. Everyone who passed the Jialan exam, over here. Sirong students, this way. And those who passed the Guishu exam, follow me. Amid the evacuation, Qian Rushan walked up to Shen Ye, saying with a proud voice, Shen Ye, you're the real valedictorian here. You're also the only person in 1,000 years to receive the true successor qualification of an ancient sect. You have your pick of any academy you want. He gave him a thumbs up and continued to encourage him. No matter which one you choose, the corporation and I will back you 100%. Once you're enrolled, the corporation's reward will be delivered. Hearing this, the representatives from Xirong and Guishu immediately rushed over to recruit him. The Xirong rep said, Of course he's coming to Xirong. Back in ancient times, our Xirong and the Huntian sect were on the best of terms. We had regular exchanges. The Guishu rep, not to be outdone, argued, Our Guishu has a better learning environment. Seeing the situation, the Jialan examiner cleared his throat, trying to save face. ****. Let's not forget that our Jialan is still the #1 academy. While we may have had a slight misunderstanding, the doors of Jialan are always open to you, student Shen Ye. As the other students also crowded around with invitations, Xiao Mengyu asked worriedly, Shen Ye, which academy are you going to choose? Shen Ye replied, I was originally planning to go to Jialan, but their examiner doesn't seem to like me very much. He shrugged, speaking teasingly and loud enough for the examiner to hear. So, I guess I'll just have to give up on the strongest academy. Hearing this, the Jialan examiner's face turned beet red with shame, furiously. Shen Ye turned to the Xirong representative and said cheerfully, Guishu? No thanks. I've had enough of soaking in water during the exam. That settles it, I'm going to Xirang. Besides, I've got a couple of buddies there. The representative from Xirang was overjoyed. An excellent choice. The Huntian sect left a few things behind in our domain. I can hand them over to you. Zhang Xiaoyi and Guo Yunye cheered ecstatically. Awesome, Brother Ye. We're gonna be classmates. Brother Ye, I love you. The female representative from Xirong added. What's more, you might even trigger a special event at our school. The Jialan examiner turned away in a huff, muttering under his breath before shouting, Inverted palace. Instantly, a massive red staircase materialized from the void. He ordered, Jialan students, follow me. A student exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, the path to Jialan High is right here? Another replied, that's right. Gangyun Mountain is Jialan's territory. The examiner called out, Xiao Mengyu, keep up. Xiao Mengyu, who had been walking away, suddenly stopped. She turned to face Shen Ye and declared loud and clear, Shen Ye, I'm going to Zirang with you. Everyone was stunned. The Jialan examiner quickly tried to persuade her, Xiao Mengyu, you need to think this through. Only at Jialan High will you receive the best resources to help your Luo family regain its greatness. Faced with the examiner's calculated plea, Xiao Mengyu simply replied coldly, I'm sorry, examiner. She turned her back on him, walked over to Shen Ye's side, and said firmly, compared to power that costs you everything, I'd rather be in a place that feels human. Standing beside her, Shen Ye gave a mischievous little wave, goodbye. The Jialan examiner's face darkened with rage and humiliation. He growled, humph, let's go. The rich fop following behind didn't forget to sneer, what an idiot. Turning down the strongest school, Jialan, birds of a feather, I guess. Go dig graves in that dark pit for all I care. Just as they were about to step onto the stairs, Nanggong Siyue suddenly spoke up. You know what? I'm not going to Jialan either. The examiner and the rich fop whipped around, their faces masks of pure shock. Nanggong Siyue smiled, giving a polite wave. I want to see just how strong the successor of an ancient sect really is. I have a feeling Zirang is going to be very interesting. Goodbye, examiner. His unexpected decision sent a shockwave through the student body. What? Even Nanggong Siyue is giving up Jialan for Zirang? Could it be that Zirang is actually the strongest high school? A domino effect immediately followed. The two strongest rookies and the heir of the Huntian sect are all at Zirang. Then we have to go to Zirang too. Wait, I'm going too. A wave of students rushed towards Zirang. The Zirang representative was ecstatic, spreading her arms wide in welcome. Ha ha ha, I can't believe we recruited 2/3 of the candidates this year. She turned to Shen Ye and the others. Shen Ye, thank you so much. I've already taken care of everyone's enrollment procedures. Welcome to Zirang. The Jialan examiner stood on the stairs, his face as black as thunder, only able to watch in bitter resentment. You people. Suddenly, eerie, glowing red eyes appeared all over the hall, making him jump in terror. Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu also sensed something was wrong. Eerie red threads began to appear on their bodies. A giant notification panel appeared before everyone. You have been afflicted by a large-scale group curse. This curse covers the entirety of Gangyun Mountain, affecting a total of 328,761 people. Its name is the Soul Wailing Phantom Curse. The Jialan examiner panicked. This is bad. It's a curse. A group curse. The students began to scream in terror. He screamed frantically. Quick, everyone, get out of here. Go. The notification continued. You will be attacked by an illusion of yourself. Duration, 1 day. This illusion possesses your full strength. If you are killed by it, your soul will become food for the master of the Bikui demonic domain. The representative from Guishu immediately took action, shouting, Guishu, high candidates, over here now. He created a giant water vortex in the middle of the hall and urged, on the other side of this portal is the great ship of Guishu. It's protected by an ancient magic barrier. The calamity cannot enter. Don't hesitate, jump in now. While the Guishu students were jumping into the vortex, the red thread on Shen Ye's body suddenly snapped. Another notification, visible only to him, appeared. You have won the bet against the master of the Bikui demonic domain. According to the rules of the bet, the master's curses cannot affect you. You are now immune to the current curse. Shen Ye smirked slightly. Talk about a lucky break. The Zirang representative didn't waste any time either. He unfurled a giant ink wash painting. Students, do not panic. Everyone, enter the painting. Everyone stared at the painting in bewilderment. Then, to their even greater shock, Nanggong Siyue calmly stepped right into it. You can actually go inside the painting? His entire body transformed into an ink drawing, leisurely riding a horse within the painted landscape. It was even written in elegant script, why not enter and be merry? Guo Yunye muttered, this guy is so extra. Shen Ye didn't hesitate and called out, let's go, we're going in too. One by one, everyone leaped into the painting. Inside was a vast grassland. The examiner from Zirang said, now that you've entered, quickly find a horse and mount up. We're about to set off. Shen Ye wondered, why do these horses look different from the ones we saw outside? Suddenly, an illusion of Xiao Mengyu appeared from the dust, and the two Xiao Mengyus, one real and one fake, faced each other. Drawing their swords, they were instantly ready for battle. In a flash, the two lunged at each other, creating a blazing red vortex of sword energy. It blew away the weaker students nearby. The The real Zhao Mengyu exclaimed in shock. This is the strange Luo Shen sword technique. That's me. Why am I seeing this? Shen Ye quickly shouted. Watch out. Xiao Mengyu's curse creates a clone with the exact same power as the original. It's meant to attack you. Almost no one can beat her clone. The scene then shifts back to the present. 2 minutes earlier, Nanggong Sirui had been bound by an illusion of an ink snake. Guo Yunye panicked. Even someone like Nanggong isn't confident. Doesn't that mean we're totally screwed? We have to think of something. Fast. By this point, Shen Ye was completely exhausted. He'd even taken off his shirt to cool down. He calmly replied, in our current state, rushing in will only get in the way. Shen Ye pushed himself up, his eyes filled with determination. I can't just sit here and wait to die. If Nanggong Sirui fails, we'll have absolutely no chance of winning. Just as he was about to move, the others stopped him. Zhang Xiaoyi said worriedly, Brother Ye, you rest. Let me, Guo Yunye, and Xiao Mengyu go. Xiao Mengyu also advised, Shen Ye, wait. You've used up too much of your strength. Shen Ye was resolute. No matter what, I have to go and try to help him. Just then, on a distant hill, a black steed appeared, its coat and mane flowing like black smoke in the wind. It stood majestically, its pure white eyes staring right at them. What is that? Everyone's attention was drawn to the strange creature. The black horse slowly approached, and Shen Ye felt a familiar aura. The aura of the moon. The black horse spoke in a deep, powerful voice. Are you a disciple of the Huntian sect? Shen Ye was shocked. This horse can talk? It replied, that's right. The black horse's eyes lit up. And you even have the blessing of the Dharma realm. As expected, you are no ordinary person. I am the fastest and sturdiest horse here. You should ride me. Xiao Mengyu recognized it and gasped in amazement. It's the Dap Shui Fei Ma, the horse asked. You know of me? Shen Ye replied. Yeah, this horse is very famous. Its body is black as ink, its 4 hooves white as snow. It gallops as if treading on snow and chasing the wind. She continued to explain. Legend says it possesses divine powers and can carry its master away from any danger. It's a divine steed, famous throughout the Dharma realm. The horse replied proudly. That would be me. Shen Ye was confused. But didn't you say this place was a small Dharma realm created by the examiner? Why is it here? And what exactly is a Dharma realm? Xiao Mengyu explained. Simply put, the Dharma realm is like a boundless, chaotic ocean of energy. No matter who it is, all their power is drawn from the Dharma realm, the realm we're in. You can think of it as a single bubble in that ocean. There are countless bubbles of all sizes in the ocean, existing independently, but there are also ways to travel between them. This Dap Shui Fei Ma possesses that very ability. Shen Ye looked like he understood. Then an idea struck him. Oh, so that's how it is. You just said the Dap Shui Fei Ma has all sorts of divine powers, so can it help us fight? Xiao Mengyu replied, you'll have to ask it to find out. The horse answered, of course I can. There are 2 ways. One is to borrow your power, but there's a limit to how much I can borrow. It continued. The other way is for us to temporarily merge into one. Then, I can command all the power you possess. Shen Ye's eyes lit up. Merge? That sounds interesting. Let's go with that. The horse requested, give me your weapon. What is your name? Shen Ye. The horse mumbled, Shen Ye. It's been a long time since I've merged with a disciple of the Huntian sect. I'm actually getting excited. Let us both silently chant each other's name in our minds. A golden light enveloped them both. The horse said, yes, I can feel your call, this power. It burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Shen Ye, you truly are extraordinary. Come. Let's merge and transform. At that moment, a golden light exploded outwards, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, and from within, a bizarre creature appeared. It had Shen Ye's human body, but the head of a horse. Its blue hair stood on end. The sight left Zhang Xiaoyi and Xiao Mengyu completely stunned, their jaws on the floor. The horse-headed Shen Ye explained awkwardly, what the hell is this? Are you serious? Oh man, this is bad. My apologies. This is my first time using this kind of power. The space-time is a little unstable. Zap. Immediately after, a bolt of blue lightning struck down, and a majestic centaur appeared. Zhang Xiaoyi's and Guo Yunye's dog's eyes lit up like stars as they shouted in unison. Whoa, that's so freaking cool. The now divine-looking centaur Shen Ye spoke calmly. You all stay here, I'll be right back. He turned into a bolt of blue lightning and vanished, leaving Zhang Xiaoyi completely stunned. Whoa, that was incredible. He turned to Xiao Mengyu and asked, Miss Xiao Mengyu, do you think that was Shen Ye, or the legendary snow-pacing stallion himself? What's wrong? Just then, Xiao Mengyu, who was holding onto two of Guo Yunye's dogs, one real, one fake, cried out in a panic. Shen Ye, I found two Guo Yunyes, but I can't tell which one is the real one. Zhang Xiaoyi ran up to a sweating Shen Ye and said, "This is easy. Just use your mystic eye and you'll know instantly." Shen Ye asked, confused, "Then why didn't you use it earlier?" Zhang Xiaoyi scratched his head and answered sheepishly, "I did use it, but I was so sure you were the one getting your butt kicked. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me." Meanwhile, Xiao Mengyu was standing between two identical dogs, except one was surrounded by a sinister purple aura. In the next moment, Shen Ye flew in. He unleashed a blast of purple lightning, shouting, "This one," and obliterated the phantom dog. After that was dealt with, Xiao Mengyu said, "Impressive. Let's go. We have to save as many people as we can." Shen Ye suggested they prioritize helping students who weren't from powerful families. But Xiao Mengyu suggested something else. "I suggest we find Nangong Sirui first. His combat power is nothing to scoff at, and more importantly, we can be sure he isn't our enemy." Shen Ye agreed. "You're right. We have to hurry." But as soon as he said that, he suddenly staggered and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Mengyu rushed over to catch him, asking worriedly, "Shen Ye, what's wrong?" He answered weakly, "I'm fine. Just a little dizzy." In the distance, a figure appeared. It was the real Nangong Sirui. He stated calmly, "He's exhausted." He walked closer and explained, "He's been through too many battles since this exam started. His energy is completely drained, and he needs to rest properly. He won't be able to fight again anytime soon." Xiao Mengyu warily drew her sword, but Shen Ye reassured her. "Don't worry, Xiao Mengyu. I already used my mystic eye. He's not a clone." She was surprised. "You already dealt with your clone so quickly? How did you do it?" He only replied mysteriously, "That's my secret." Getting back to the matter at hand, the proctor lured her clone to a remote location to keep the students out of it. He continued his analysis. "She's the strongest one here. We have to deal with her clone first. The only ones who can help are you, me, and Shen Ye. But right now, Shen Ye can't fight. Xiao Mengyu, that leaves just the two of us." But Xiao Mengyu shook her head. "No, I can't either." Nangong Sirui was shocked. "What?" she explained. "This exam has taken a huge toll on my stamina as well. In my current state, I'm afraid I won't be of any help. In fact, I'd just be a burden." Nangong Sirui nodded. "I understand. Then you all rest here. I'll go lend a hand." With that, he shot off into the sky, leaving a long streak of light across the grasslands. Zhang Xiaoyi asked worriedly, "Will Nangong be okay on his own?" Shen Ye replied, "He's ranked number 1. He should be fine." But then, Shen Ye continued, "No. Nangong Sirui is incredibly arrogant. For someone like him to actively seek help," he explained as Nangong flew towards the battle. "It proves he's certain he can't handle this on his own. This painted world is a pocket dimension created by the proctor. If her real body dies, there's no telling what will happen to this place." Guo Yunye panicked. "Huh? Then why did he go alone?" Shen Ye said with a grave tone. "It could be sealed forever. It could shatter and dissolve, or it might just evaporate instantly. Bottom line is, if he fails, we all die." Meanwhile, at the site of the battle, the real proctor and her clone were locked in a fierce confrontation. The proctor's clone noticed Nangong Sirui's arrival. "Oh, Nangong Sirui." The real Nangong Sirui immediately pointed, "The one on the right is the clone," and instantly summoned golden spirits to attack it. The clone used its giant calligraphy brush to block the attacks. Then it yelled, "Get lost," and unleashed the ink blast formation technique. It created an ink explosion that blew the spirits away. The real proctor quickly warned, "Nangong, watch out for the ink." But it was too late. Nangong Sirui was ensnared by ink serpents erupting from the ground, the myriad ink-coiling serpent formation. He cried out in panic, "Crap! Professor, save me!" The proctor's clone laughed menacingly. "I'll kill your favorite little student first, and see how much will to fight you have left." Then, it launched the ink sword formation, aiming straight for Nangong Sirui.